I am here today just hanging out, and it's a Sunday. I just finished speaking at the Wealth Summit hosted by Pastor Akeisha Jefferson down at Bowie State University, which has just some of the most amazing young people I've ever seen. They did a great job. They cheered us in when we came in, and I just thought it was I was super impressed with anybody who's cheering for Black economics. I mean, we need more people cheering for Black success. We need more cheering for Black excellence. We need more Black people just really expecting and demanding that we do our best. And everybody ain't gonna do it. Everybody isn't gonna get on board. Not everybody's gonna understand. But I understand. I understand. And give me a yes if you understand the importance of Black excellence. Give me a yes if you understand the importance of Black economics. Give me a yes if you understand why we do this every day. And you guys know that I'm with it. I've probably done 25, 30,000 videos on this topic, these topics, over 1 billion views by now, actually, believe it or not. And so we have changed the world. We're really shifting Black economic culture on a very high level because we believe deeply in some of those Malcolm X philosophies of Black nationalism, do for self. I'm not waiting for reparations. I don't just want reparations. I want real reparations, right? I want real reparations. Reparations is a tiny little check that the government might write for us at some point that'll probably get spent at the local mall after we get a hold of it. Real reparations is where we build economic systems and build economic culture that's actually going to get us where we want to get to financially. Real reparations is where we change our economic habits. Real reparations is where we start doing the damn thing. We start doing what we're supposed to do. We start living the way we're supposed to live and being who we're supposed to be. So everybody type real reparations in the chat. Real reparations, not reparations. And y'all know what I did with DEI. DEI does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion over here. DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So if you want to have the real DEI, then you've got to develop young people to become investors. If you want the real DEI, you must develop your own businesses. If you want the real DEI, you have to develop infrastructure that creates financial security. I'm a financial scientist. I've been teaching this for 30 years at the University of Kentucky, Syracuse University, etc. And I can tell you what that looks like. And I can tell you also that some of what I see is very, very sad because I believe that we can do better. So anyway, now that we've set the proper foundation for this conversation, let's jump to the matter at hand, the lecture at hand. All right, so stick around to the end of the video. I'll give you a stock that I've been buying. I want to talk about Trump's tariffs. How many of y'all have seen what's been going on with Donald Trump and these tariffs? Give me a yes in the chat if you've been watching. That's kind of headline news. It's kind of a big deal. Apparently, he's doing something unconventional. He's actually putting tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and that's just kind of a big deal. I'm not gonna say that it's good or bad. I'm gonna let you decide because I know that the culture wars are heavy and politics is heavy, and you got Black people to say, "I'll be your friend if you're Black, as long as you're a Democrat. I'll be your friend if you're Black, as long as you're a Republican." And when the Democrats and Republicans get to decide which Black friends we're gonna have and which Black family members we're gonna remain loyal to, I'm gonna say that is colonialism. All that is Hutus and Tutsis all over again. All that is divide and conquer. All that is them controlling you. And I'm just gonna say to everybody who's thinking that way, get your mind off the damn plantation. Like who you want to like, hang what you want to hang whoever you want to hang with. But stop letting these politicians tell you who your friends and who your loved ones are supposed to be. So give me a yes if we agree that we can love each other even if we don't agree politically. I think that's really important because we're gonna lose so much if we keep letting these fools divide us. And that makes me mad. Like people say, well, the Republicans hate Black people. I'm like, no, they don't hate Black people. They just hate Black Democrats. Well, the Democrats hate Black people. They don't hate Black people. They just hate Black Republicans. So don't nobody really like Black people like that. If they like Black people, we'd have better communities. If they like Black people, our kids wouldn't be going to school without learning how to read in these districts run by certain politicians. If they really like Black people, we would have got that reparations check a long time ago. Tell me if you agree. Tell me if you really like Black people, you'd write the damn check. So stop telling me you like Black people because you wore a kente cloth and you scream Black Lives Matter. I don't want to hear all that. Or, so at the end of the day, if you like Black people, we can talk. But if you pretending, then I ain't got nothing to say to you. So anyway, let me get back to it. I don't want to get too distracted, but I had to make that point. All right, so here are some facts about Trump's tariffs that you guys should know. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share it. Make sure you subscribe, all that stuff. So, number one, the U.S. has imposed a 25% tariff on all imports from Canada and Mexico and a 10% tariff on Chinese goods. The implementation date is today, February 2nd, 2025. It's odd that it's being done on a Sunday, but hey, people get gangster on the weekends too. Justification is that the administration has a need. They're claiming that these tariffs are linked to two things: illegal immigration being allowed by Mexico and Canada, and drug trafficking, basically all the fentanyl that's coming across the border. So, according to President Trump, his belief is that that the Canadians and the Mexicans can be allies in the battle against illegal immigration and fentanyl. Now, I don't know whose fault it is. I can't. That's all for debate. But I do wonder about what's going on. I wondered why we have such an open border. I do know people in my family who've actually been affected by fentanyl, so I do wonder how it's fentanyl's everywhere here. But you ain't go to. I dare you to go to China and try to find the closest fentanyl dealer. Like I dare you. I just if you ever want to experiment and play games with your life, go to China and say, "Hey, yo, how can you help me get a hookup on some of that fentanyl, man?" I want you to try that. I want you to see how quickly you'll be locked up and maybe given the death penalty for possessing drugs or whatever. I want you to see how hard it would be for you to find dope. Now, if you are in the United States, though, for whatever reason, it's very easy to find drugs. And in fact, we even worship and look up to drug dealers, which is kind of weird that the black community would actually honor drug dealers, given how many of our families have been destroyed by drugs. I had a father that was a drug addict. Drugs are not good. Drugs are not fun. Drugs don't stabilize families. Drugs make you worse off. Let's keep going. Canada plans to impose retaliatory tariffs on U.S. imports. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has emphasized Canada's efforts to combat drug flow and enhance border security. So they're saying, look, we're already stopping the flow of drugs. We're already fighting to secure the border, and we're going to impose tariffs right back at you. So I'd be curious to ask, like, in terms of what kind of economic damage could Canada and Mexico do to the United States relative to the damage that we're doing to them? Because you know that I guess one of the things that's interesting is that that it seems like the Americans, we tend to buy stuff from everybody, right? Now, it doesn't mean that their tariffs can't matter, but when you're talking about markets in terms of goods that are exported to different countries, we tend to buy everything from everybody. And so Canada and Mexico, they are two of the United States' top trading partners. The U.S. exports about $400 billion in goods to Mexico per year and $300 billion to Canada. The U.S. imports about $475 billion in goods from Mexico and $400 billion from Canada. So there is a disparity. It's not as big as I thought. I really thought we exported maybe two or three times more, or sorry, imported more than they import from us. But the numbers are not as broad as I thought they'd be, or as different as I thought they'd be. The deficit's not as great. The U.S. does have a larger economy. Um, a lot of North American trade is very, very integrated, and this is why Trump's tariffs are so shocking for so many people. It is a little bit like punching your best friend in the face. It's kind of like hitting him in the face and saying, "You're not doing enough to help me and my kids, so I'm gonna kick you in your ass." I don't really know if that's necessarily standard policy. I'm not going to say that this is going to be a good or bad move. I'm going to say it's definitely unconventional. Now, the economic impact, experts warn that the tariffs could really disrupt about 1.6 trillion in North American trade and potentially end a 30-year system of economic integration. So, integration isn't just something that happened with black people. Integration is also something that happened with the U.S. economy. The top Democrats are obviously criticizing the tariffs. Of course, they're going to criticize anything a Republican does. The Republicans criticize anything Democrats do. If you remember when Obama came into office, the Republicans were basically like, "We're not going to let you do anything. We're not going to support you in any way," which I honestly think is incredibly un-American. I really wish the people in Capitol Hill. I'm in Washington right now, where I spoke yesterday at Bowie State, and I wish they would act like grown-ups, but they don't. That's what politicians do. There is a concern about an impact on inflation, right? Because basically what a tariff says is that when you sell stuff in my neighborhood, I'm going to make it higher. It's going to cost more for people to buy your stuff than it will cost them to buy things that are made in America. The financial markets are kind of getting ready for volatility. The stock market, if you've seen, has been a little little bit shaky and jumpy and kind of crazy. And there's an expectation of what they call a risk off sentiment, which basically means people might sell. They might start selling their stock because they're afraid of the volatility. Now, what I want to break down for you very quickly is the fact that tariffs are a mixed bag. There are pros and there are cons of tariffs. Don't let anybody ever convince you that when it comes to most economic concepts that if there's a yin, there's usually a yang. Don't A lot of people will just say yin yang 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 yang, and they'll only talk about the yin, but they won't talk about the yang. They'll talk about the good, but they won't talk about the bad, or they'll focus on the bad and they won't talk about the good. Most economic theories, most theories related to financial markets has a good and a bad component. For example, the stock market goes up. That's good if you are a stock owner, but it's bad if you're trying to buy stock, right? If the stock market goes down, that's good if you're trying to buy stock, but it's bad if you own stock. Do you understand? So, understanding the yin and the yang on most economic dynamics is, in my view, a more balanced approach than simply allowing somebody to convince you that something's unconditionally good or unconditionally bad. Even inflation isn't bad for everybody. Like a lot of people believe inflation's bad for everyone. No, inflation is great for people that own assets. Inflation is great for people that own stock. Inflation is great for people that own real estate. Inflation is great for people that are able to own assets. So don't ever let anybody tell you that inflation is bad for everybody. It's just bad for working people who don't invest. That's why I tell you consistently that I believe every single black person in America needs to be an investor and raise their children that way. Don't raise them to struggle, raise them to win. So before I do that, let me mention a stock that I'm buying right now. I'll do that. If before, could you please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. This podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market on Spotify, you will find me there. I do as much content there as I can. And your support really matters. Also, if you want to get recordings of all the trainings that we do a morning class every single day, 7 days a week. It's very, very popular. Over 10,000 of you have signed up. It's called Money in the Morning, and it's our millionaire training camp where I teach the art of economic elevation. And if you want to get the recordings, we've done about 400 trainings in the last year and a half. You can go to drboycedaily.com and get access to that for your whole family, and I guarantee you it'll elevate your economics. That's drboycedaily.com. So the stock that I like right now is Cigna Healthcare. Cigna Healthcare. I just bought shares of Cigna. This is not investing advice. This is just me telling you what I'm investing in. Cigna Healthcare. CI is the ticker symbol. The ticker symbol is CI. And again, not me telling you what to buy, but it is what I'm buying. So there you go. There's a stock you can take a look at. Feel free to partake if that's something that you think would be good for your portfolio. Also, don't forget, we do stock market training in the Black Business School. We're the best on earth at Black Wealth. You can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a 30-day free trial if you really like the stock market and want to dig into it. drboycestockmarket.com. Okay, so here are the 4 pros of tariffs. So remember, tariffs are not good. They're not bad. They're just a thing. They have a yin and they have a yang. So what's the yin? The yin of tariffs, meaning the good part, is that tariffs can protect domestic industries. So tariffs shield local businesses from foreign competition, which allows them to grow. The Chinese have lots of tariffs. The Chinese have a very local sort of orientation. The same way I talk about being B1, the Chinese are C1. So, for example, if you go to China and you try to look up Google, your phone will say, "Sorry, we know no Google. We not here no Google." But that's because they've got their own versions of Google. If you try to look up Facebook on your phone in China, they're going to say, your phones will say, "We know, no, I know, no Facebook. What is Facebook?" Right? Because they don't let Facebook into China. If you try to get an Uber in China, you'll be stranded. You'll just be sitting on the corner. You'll be walking that day because there's no Uber in China because they're very protective of other industries. Not only do they put tariffs on foreign goods, they go beyond tariffs. They just say, "Keep your ass up out of here. We don't need you. We're making our own stuff." They do what Dr. Claude Anderson talks about in Powernomics. They protect local industries. So the same way we talk about protecting black-owned businesses by focusing on industry businesses that are in our community, the Chinese, they've been doing that. That's a commitment. That's how they measure what kind of a citizen you are. So tariffs do protect local industries. The United States, well, we're different. These hoes ain't loyal. These hoes ain't loyal. The United States does not care about protecting local industry. The United States is a country full of people that believe in globalism. And globalism can be good in that it can keep prices down. You can go get your little Walmart t-shirt for 45 cents or whatever, right? But the problem is that the lack of protection for local industries that's the reason Gary, Indiana is now an abandoned city where it used to be a bustling, prosperous town. the lack of protection in local industry, that's why Toledo, Ohio was gutted of its manufacturing, right? The lack of protection for local industry is why Detroit hit a downslide, right? So I'm not saying that you should have tariffs on everything, right? I'm not saying there aren't benefits to a global economy, but the easy transferability of assets across borders and capital across borders, human capital and manufacturing, all that, I don't know if America wins from that. We had NAFTA. I don't know if America really won from NAFTA. I think America won, but I don't know if Americans won, if that makes sense. I think America won because our wealth did go up, but and because we have more billionaires than ever, right? Elon Musk is worth $440 billion. But just because you have more billionaires does not mean that the average American worker is doing better. In fact, let's think about that point. I'm going to ask y'all a question in the chat. Do you think, yes or no, that the average American worker in this country is better off now than they were, say, in 1985? Yes or no? With all this prosperity, all this money being made, stock market's going up, all the, everybody's getting rich, seems like a lot of people are getting rich. Do you think that the average American worker is better off now than they were 30 years ago? Yes or no? Well, the answer is no. You're not better off, right? So it's like, well, wait, if there's more money, how come everybody's not better off? That's because capitalist systems don't care about the proper distribution of wealth. So ultimately, I'm not saying the tariffs are good. I'm just saying that protecting a job, sometimes it's okay to pay a little bit more for a product if you know it was American made. I don't see anything wrong with that. I pay more for stuff if it's black made, if a black person made it, or if my cousin made it. I'm gonna pay a 20% premium and not care. I don't care about inflation too much as long as you ain't ripping me off. So really tariffs can encourage local production because the imports are more expensive. It can even generate government revenue, limited. Trump talks about that a lot, but I don't know if it's like a lot of money to make a difference. But it does provide additional income from the government that can be used for infrastructure, education, and public services. It also addresses trade imbalances, right? So by discouraging excessive imports, tariffs can help reduce the deficits of trade. So right now with Mexico and Canada, we are at a trade deficit, meaning we buy more of their stuff than they buy of our stuff because we got more money than they've got, right? The black community is in a trade deficit. You buy more white people's stuff than they buy of your stuff. Give me a yes if you understand. You discriminate against black businesses and buy from white businesses. They discriminate against black businesses and buy from white businesses. Can I get an amen if you want to say it's Sunday? Give me an amen if you've seen this. If you are aware of this, give me an amen if you believe that this is an issue that should be addressed. So we have a trade deficit, and trade deficits, sometimes tariffs can fix trade deficits. You protect industries that you want to control. Now, here's the downside of tariffs. This is real. This is where the criticism for Trump is coming, and it's valid criticism. One is you can have an increase in consumer prices. So prices can go up. You can have some inflation on specific goods from those countries where the tariffs are imposed. So anything coming from Mexico or Canada is going to have a price hike. Also, tariffs can lead to retaliation. So remember, I told you all how economics is gang affiliated, right? And if I was to look at what products we import from Mexico and Canada, what you'll find is that a lot of those products now are going to lead to additional tariffs imposed in the other direction. So sorry, let me explain it like this. So one, those products are going to be more expensive because we're imposing tariffs. Two, when we ship things to those other countries, they're going to impose tariffs back, and that becomes retaliatory, and that can create a problem in terms of global trade, right? That can just make things kind of worse. So ultimately, this is going to lead to retaliation logically from other countries. Also, it can hurt businesses that lean on imports. So there are a lot of businesses that need foreign materials in order to make their American-made goods. That's going to be more expensive for them, and it can just disrupt supply chains in general. You need supply chains in order to get products to make things. Now, in terms of the products that the U.S. gets from Mexico and Canada. The U.S. imports about $100 billion in automobile parts. So Ford and GM rely a lot on automobile parts from Mexico. We import a lot of consumer and electronic products like smartphones, semiconductors, home appliances. We import a lot of machinery from core construction, agricultural stuff, manufacturing equipment, oil and petroleum. Mexico exports a lot of oil to the United States. Agricultural products, a few avocados, tomatoes, berries, beef, beer, tequila, and other fresh produce, but you don't need tequila, so stop drinking so much. Medical equipment, pharmaceutical stuff that comes from Mexico. Now, with Canada, we get a lot of crude oil and petroleum products, about $110 billion of that. We also get automobile parts from Canada, which is essential for making cars in the US. Lumber and wood products, which are essential for housing construction, things like that. We get a lot of metals like aluminum, steel, and copper, and all that stuff. So this is going to be kind of messy. Is this something that should be that Trump should have done? I don't know. I don't know if I would have handled it the same way. I can understand, however, the concern about the fentanyl issue. I do believe that there is a an effort by other countries to destroy the United States from the inside out. I do believe that it's not a coincidence that we've been flooded with people from other countries and flooded with these weird drugs that are doing horrible things to people. I don't know if you have anybody in your family that's been addicted to that fentanyl stuff. It's just crazy. It's terrible. So I don't know. I hope somebody fixes it. I don't know if a tariff is going to do it, but it's going to be the beginning of a very interesting ride. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is Dr. Boyce Daily. If you want to find this podcast on Spotify, just look up my name on Spotify. You can find me there. Also, every morning we do Money in the Morning, which is a financial consciousness training that I do every day. It's a millionaire training camp. It's free for you and your family. So if you want to join us tomorrow and get a wake up call from me via text, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948, text morning to 87948. Not only do I invite you to class, but I'll send you a lot of free information and just free stuff to help you get your economics to the highest level. It will give you more than you got in college, that's for sure, because most universities don't teach black economics very well. So just pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. Also, to answer your question, some of you were asking about the stock that I mentioned earlier. The stock that I mentioned, this is not a recommendation. This is a stock that I bought personally. It's Cigna Healthcare, CI. CI is the ticker symbol for Cigna Healthcare. So feel free to partake and enjoy, and I hope that you make a killing. Some of those stocks that we've talked about in the past have done quite well. If you remember last week when the market took that crazy dip and it went bananas and everything dropped because of that thing with DeepSeek, and I was mentioning to you all that I believe that there's more to it, and now OpenAI has opened an investigation because they believe that DeepSeek actually, went to a black market or something and illegally acquired some really advanced chips. I don't know, but I felt like the market was overreacting, and so I bought some of the stocks that got hit pretty hard, like Oklo and stuff like that. And those stocks have done quite well since then. I can't remember all of them, but a lot of you that do stock options with us, you know what I'm talking about. And so, long story short, this didn't surprise me because the market does that. It tends to be a little bit of a drama queen, and like I was telling the students this weekend at Bowie State at the Wealth Summit, I said, the key thing about investing is that you got to keep your cool. You cannot overreact to every little thing. You cannot freak out if the market's freaking out. You got to just pick your strategy, stay with it, and be consistent. And if you're consistent over several years, then the money will eventually pour out. It does take time. Money does take time to arrive. The fast money is the don't last money. I want you to have the long, slow money. That's the serious money. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to get out of here. By the way, we have in the Black Business School, as you know, the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. We have a lot of PhDs and experts that you can work with. One of them happens to be my beautiful wife, and so not only is she cute, but she's smart, and she does something called Mental Health Mondays. So tomorrow, she's going to do a Mental Health Monday session with some other therapists. To help you break your deal with your money, your mindset when it comes to money, relationships, anything else. So if you'd like to be notified when they meet up, just text the word love to that phone number 87948. So if you text love to 87948, we'll send you a link where you can join Mental Health Monday and come into the private Zoom and get the therapy that you need, because half of us are crazy. Y'all know it. I'm crazy. We all crazy because being black will make you crazy. And I want you to be uncrazy so you can go get that money. So we're going to be uncrazy and unlazy so we can go get paid and have this money and be successful and have good families and really succeed and really compete and really win, because that's what we're supposed to do, because we're black, and being black should mean excellence. I think that's what it should stand for. So anyway, God bless you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. It was wonderful to see you, and I'll keep you posted on what happens with this Trump stuff. Hit that thumbs up button on your way out, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care now. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you all are doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see you on this beautiful Sunday morning. I hope everybody's feeling well. Namaste to you as well, Andrea. Thank you so much. All right, checking in from Detroit. That's what I'm talking about. Love Detroit. Love Detroit. It's a great city, great people. Dr. Ken Harris is from Detroit. He's partnered with us this year on the All Black National Convention, which is going to be in Atlanta the weekend of August 24th. So I hope you guys will come down. It's going to be the biggest convention we've ever had, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. What amazing. All right. All right. So let me um, send out the text to remind everybody of class. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on there. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're feeling good. I thought that I would answer some questions today. And also, I want to talk a little bit about some research that I just did on um, this issue that millions of Americans face, like way too many people, 64% of Americans apparently live paycheck to paycheck, which is just, yeah, it's just that. And I see London in the house. All right, I love London. Shout out to my black Londoners and the white ones too. I don't have nothing against white Londoners. I just don't know any. But yeah, I mean, if you're white and you in London and you down for the cause and you want to support the black community, I'm not going to stop you. Just don't come in and do anything sneaky and treacherous because we have too much sabotaging happening. Real stuff, real stuff. So all right, so let me get started anyway. So yeah, I'd be curious to know if you have a thought on why the overwhelming majority of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Like, what do you think? I'm going to show you some stats that really kind of breaks it all down. That the research shows this is without question what's happening in America, and it's something that is disturbing because it creates a lot of stress. You know, money can be liberating, but money can also be stressful if you don't have enough. If you're worried about money, and this weekend, I had a great time, by the way, speaking with, I came to the Black Wealth Summit, and I got to give them a shout out from the Black Wealth Summit, which was hosted by a pastor by the name of Akeisha Jefferson. Akeisha Jefferson, she's a pastor down here in the DC, Maryland, DC area, and she went to Bowie State, her alma mater, and she paid money out of her own pocket to host this conference on wealth for Black wealth. And she said that it was expensive and difficult, and God told her to do it. And I said, you know what? I understand exactly what you're talking about because God tells me to do stuff all the time too. And when God tells me to do it, I listen, even though I don't know how I'm going to get it done. And I said, you know, it's funny because God told me to do the All Black National Convention. And how do I know that it came from God? Well, because the idea for the convention actually, which I'd never had a convention in my life, the idea for the All Black National Convention came to me when I literally went to sleep and I just woke up and the idea and the name of the convention just came. It was like you have to have a convention called the All Black National Convention. And I picked up the phone. I got up and I called my friend Lene Javette, Dr. Lene Javette, and I said, "Okay, Lene, we're going to have a conference and a convention, and it's going to be called the All Black National Convention." So I had the idea and the name and all that stuff. And I said, I'd like to do it in about 3 weeks. And don't ask me why. I said 3 weeks because I was stupid, because I'd never done a convention before. I didn't know that it takes more than 3 weeks to plan something like that. And but we pulled it off and it was amazing. We had a lot of great people there. The rapper Killer Mike came out, David Banner came out. We had a lot of great thinkers and attorneys. Judge Olu Stevens, if you know him from Kentucky, he's a really strong judge that really stood up for black people. Judge Olu Stevens was there. Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz was there. There were so many great people there. I can't remember everybody who spoke. Monica Ogando, Dr. Monica Ogando. We had about 15, 20 speakers. I have no idea how we did it. I literally have no idea. We just did it and it got done and it happened and that's what it was. And that's pretty much it. So anyway, also I want to say thank you to Amani. Amani's on our team, our support team. So if you have any questions about the Black Business School, Monty can answer your questions right there in the chat, or you can keep the email address for our support team nearby. And that email address is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. So shout out to Bowie State for hosting us this weekend. I don't know if y'all saw, I put a video on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. Dr. Boyce Watkins is the number one. And also my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. So on my Instagram, Dr. Boyce Finance, I put a little video where they had these cheerleaders that were cheering like for Black wealth, and he came through and they had this little cheer song, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. It really felt good, and it was really great to like get that energy from like young people to just see how many young people there are. I met a lot of 20 somethings who are already on the path to building wealth, and I said, "You're doing the exact right thing." And the reason I wanted to make sure I told them that is because so many people are trained to do the wrong thing. I said, "You're getting good information because so many people are not getting information. So many people aren't even looking for information." While we certainly had a nice turnout at the Black Wealth Summit, I just was thinking, wow, this is so interesting that if this was a rap concert, there would be 50,000 people here, right? And I can tell you, I've never ever in my life. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I've never ever in my life been to a rap concert that ever taught a black person how to survive financially in this society. Give me a yes or no if you agree with this. I've never in my life been to a concert where black people are learning the skills that they need for economic survival. Yet that's our number one problem. I've never been to a nightclub where they were preparing you to survive in a racist society, right? And I want you to understand the hypocrisy of this. I want you to understand just what this is. What's happening here is that people are asleep. They stay asleep until they get slapped in the face. They stay asleep until the world wakes them up. They stay asleep until a Donald Trump gets in office, and suddenly they're like, "Oh, I gotta survive that," right? Well, you've been asleep. Now you're waking up. The whole plan was being executed but while you were asleep. The whole project 2025 was being planned in 2021 and 2019 and 2014. And I was around in 24. We were talking about an economic plan in 2014. I've been doing this for 30 years. I taught my first finance class in 1993 at the University of Kentucky. I've been talking about the black economic issue since I was in my 20s, and I'm not in my 20s anymore. I got gray in my beard. And you weren't listening to nobody. Not just I'm not saying you should listen to me. You weren't listening to nobody. So now you want to go into panic mode. Now you want to freak out and say, "Oh my God, what am I going to do? I can't make it. It's so scary. It's so hard to be black." Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I say you should probably have a plan. Am I being mean when I talk like this? What do y'all think? I mean, do you think that um do you think that I'm being mean when I say things like what do you think? Or am I just being realistic? I don't want to be mean because it hurts people's feelings when you say, "Why are we being stupid?" Like I don't know how to say it any other way except for the plain way. What do y'all think? I mean, is that I because I get people there are people that tell me, so, "Boy, you shouldn't be mean." And I try not to be. And I don't think I'm a mean person. I think I'm a serious person when it comes to serious things, right? Like the fact that the white man done had his foot on our neck for the last 400 years, and I'm not interested in living like that. I again, maybe that's radical talk. I have no idea. But when you talk about why most Americans live paycheck to paycheck, I almost want you to understand that when you train your children for that, when you don't give your children, let's talk about the kids because the kids matter more than we do. When you don't give your children like basic financial literacy when they're young, if their educational process does not consist of a really solid economic plan, what you're doing is you're training them to starve. That's what you're doing. I mean, I know it's harsh, but that's what you're doing. You're training them to starve. You're preparing them to struggle. You're basically saying, "F you, I screw you, I don't care about you. I don't even, I can't, not only can I not be disciplined for myself, but I can't even be disciplined for you. I don't even love you enough to even try to make a plan for you. I'm just going to throw you out there. I'm going to send you to school so these wonderful white people from the suburbs can miseducate you, not teach you a damn thing, not teach you no trade, not teach you any business skill, not teach you how to make any money, not teach you how to survive. Now, I mean, they're not going to teach you nothing. I mean, I'm sorry, and I know that sometimes. Sometimes and this is what when I talk like this is what scares white people. This is why I don't have a lot of white friends. This is why my neighbors probably are scared of me because they all Google each other and stuff. I'm sure my neighbors have all Googled me by now. And but but I'm gonna tell you, I don't have nothing against white people. I have a DEI program in my. I'm kidding. We got affirmative action for y'all. But in all seriousness, though, I met a nice white lady at the Black Wealth Summit. She was from Fox News, and she had all these questions about finances and stuff. And I sat and I answered all her questions, and I love this lady. She came up and ran up with her little app and said, "Okay, Dr. Watkins, here's what I did. I set it up. I set it up, and I'm buying and I'm investing." And she was the sweetest lady ever. So look. I don't have no problem with white people as long as you're sweet. If you're sweet like this lady, we're good. But you come up in there with that white supremacy stuff. You come up with a big old oppression sandwich that you're trying to feed me. I might kick you in the face. Like I'm gonna fight you. I'm not that guy. I'm from Louisville, Muhammad Ali. Like that's what I was raised on. So we don't bow down to that kind of stuff. So that's what it is, right? That's what I'm saying. So let me keep going though. Let me just be honest with you. Here's the rope-a-dope. Millions of us are trained to send our kids to these horrible public schools that don't teach them how to read, write, or do math. They give them no trades, no skills. Why is it so hard to put a program in there that's going to teach them how to do carpentry or fix a car or do some plumbing, right? Why what's wrong? What's happening here? What's that? Because the majority of them, a lot of them can't go to college. A lot of them aren't cut out for college, and the ones that do go to college are going to graduate. A big percentage of them are, half of them, and the half that graduate are going to half of that half are going to default on their student loans. You do know that, right? The half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. Half of all black college graduates, these are the talented 10th. These are supposed to be the rich Negroes. These are the ones supposed to be the most successful. Half of all black college graduates cannot repay their student loans. So half of all black college graduates are caught in a debt trap that they cannot escape. And those are the good ones. Those are the ones who made it out the trap. But you didn't make it out the trap. You just walked into a bigger trap. You're just in a different trap. See, they got different traps. It's like tiers. Tiers of trapping. They should be white people should be making trap music with T.I. They should be in the booth just rapping because they got the trap music thing down. So and it's not all white people. It's really the oppressive racist capitalists who pretty much see the black community as a target that allows them easy exploitation. Now, let me stop talking like that and let me go ahead and give you some stats to back this up. Let me stop coughing because I'm choking a little bit. My apologies for that. All right, so here's some data to help you understand how bad the issue is. And I'm gonna talk about all Americans. I'm not even really just talking about black people. I'm gonna talk about all Americans. And I looked up some research, and basically, 64% of all Americans live paycheck to paycheck. That's according to Lending Club. 64%. So two-thirds of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, even high earners, even those making over $100,000 a year, nearly half struggle to cover expenses. Give me a yes if you agree if that's a problem. Give me a yes if you agree that that's not something that we want for the kids. Can we get on the same page with that? Can you give me like a confirmation that this is not appropriate? This is not cool. This is not where we want to be. We want to grow out of that. Um, Number two, only 32% of U.S. households follow a detailed monthly budget. 56% of Americans can't cover a $1,000 emergency expense. 56% have. The average credit card debt per household is $6,360. The U.S. personal savings rate has dropped to 3.9%, far below the recommended 10 to 15% for financial security. 60%, 60%, 60% of millennials and Gen Z say that they stress about money daily. So 60% of the millennials and Gen Zers, if you're a millennial or a Gen Zer, raise your hand. How many of y'all would consider yourself to be a millennial or a Gen Zer? And some of y'all, you can just lie if you want to. If you're like 60 and you want to be a millennial, that's okay. You can do that in this room. How many of you are millennial or Gen Z? Any millennials or Gen Zs up in here? Um, if you're in that category, it's unfortunate because 60% of you are stressing out over money on a daily basis. So instead of enjoying your youth, instead of saying, hey, I'm 33 years old and popping, instead of saying, hey, I'm 26 and I'm at the peak of my life and life is wonderful, you're struggling. And this is an intergenerational problem. This is what I refer to as almost like a financial STD that gets passed from one generation to the next and it doesn't go away because it's not addressed. It's not acknowledged. And we talk about that. We talk about what the real DEI is. The real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment means you're developing the kinds of youth that you want to see that can be successful in the world. Entrepreneurship means every Black child in America should have some training in entrepreneurship so they can be successful and survive in case they lose their job. And then investment means that the things you pour into are the things that will grow. The things you invest in are the things that will survive. If I plant two flowers and I water one and then I don't water the other one flower is going to thrive, one flower is going to live, the other flower is going to shrivel up and die. So the question I always ask people is, what are you invested in? What are you investing in? You got children. Are you investing in the children? Because here's the thing, I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm not saying that it's anybody's fault. I'm not trying to place blame on anyone. But if you have a 27-year-old who is stressing out over money on a daily basis, I really want to ask an intergenerational question. I want to say, who taught you about money when you were a kid? Who took over the curriculum? Did you have a father or a mother who said, no, we're not leaning on what this crappy public school run by white women from the suburbs is going to teach you. You're a Black man. I need you to survive as a Black man. I don't want you out here breaking the law, thugging out, killing people, taking penitentiary chances so you can get a couple dollars. So we're going to make sure that we override the educational system. We're going to override that process. I'm going to sit there and we're going to sit down. We're going to talk. We're going to bring you with me to Dr. Watkins' class. It's free every morning at 10 a.m., whatever it is, right? We're going to do something that's going to make sure that you have the essential skills that you need to be successful. I'm a father of daughters. I do not want my daughters out there sleeping with dusty ass 60-year-old men so they can get $500 to pay the rent. That is a reflection on me as a dad. That is a reflection on me or on our family. We're not doing that. We're not having, no, you're not going to be on the stripper pole unless somehow you just love dancing that much. And I got a little dancer in the house, and me and my wife are like, okay, we got to keep the baby off the pole because she likes to dance. But I'm playing, I'm kidding. But if she ever chose to get on the pole, which I hope that she does not, if she did, then it wouldn't be because she needed the money. It would be because maybe she just wanted to do it, right? Which let's pray for her, please. Pray for us. Anyway, with the point on that is that you have to make sure that you understand what's happening. We have to really sort of dissect the process. This is a problem. This is a financial cancer that is in not just in America, but in the Black community. So you know for a fact that if 64% of all Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, that probably means that 85% of all Black people are living paycheck to paycheck. Would you not agree with a statement like that? That 70 to 80% of Black people are probably doing that. If they say all people are 64%, Black people are probably in that 70, 80% range. When white folks get a cold, we catch pneumonia. So whatever they're going through, we're probably going through something that's worse. So, or like when I tell you that 60% of millennials and Gen Zers stress about money daily, I bet you that for Black millennials and Black Gen Zers, that number's more like 75 or 80%. Because I see what y'all talk about on the internet. I watch those balloon popping shows, which is the dumbest way on earth to pick a partner. It's crazy to pop a balloon in 30 seconds because you don't think he's tall enough, or to pop a balloon and because because her booty ain't big enough. That you're setting yourself up for failure when you do it that way, by the way. And then I also hear these crazy conversations, these 50-50 conversations. I told you how I was shocked when the young lady told me, 32 years old, beautiful, told me that she went on a date and the bill was $20 and the Negro wanted to split the bill 50-50. I said, you know what? I'm not here to, I believe in pro-choice. I believe you can choose to do whatever you want to do with your body, but I hope that you would never sleep with a man that is so financially stressed out and so financially ridiculous that he gonna go 50-50 on a $20 bill. But then that's my bias. I just thought that was crazy. And I also thought to him, I would say, why would you pass up a chance if you think this woman's awesome? Maybe he didn't like her or something. I don't know. But if this is potentially the mother of your kids, you should pay the whole $20. I think that's okay because most of the research shows that a man's ability to display some degree of financial intelligence and financial security is a factor that impacts his attraction. I talked about this in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I did research on this. You can't get around it. You just can't. You can't. You can't. Biologically, women for 100,000 years have been biologically wired to be attracted to men who have resources. You know how I learned this? You know how I really understand what people want? I watch shows like Animal Kingdom or the Discovery Channel and stuff where they have animals. Animals, they don't go to college. Animals don't vote Democrat or Republican. Animals don't become like liberal or conservative. Animals just do what's natural, right? So here's what I watch. Here's what I notice with animals, and this is true with most mammals. Are you talking about gorillas, giraffes, elephants, rhinos, whatever? Typically, the male that is the most attracted to the female is the male who's got all the stuff. The male who can dominate the other males, control the most important territory, and has the most property, food, hunting, gathering skill is the one that all the females are like, oh, I want to have a baby with him. I need him to be my baby daddy. That's just the truth, right? So I've seen so many interesting examples, but I'll just name one. I could talk about this all day because it's so fascinating. You got to watch this. All right. So there was these giraffes, and this male giraffe, they didn't have they like giraffes are not like they're not like they don't get their freak on like year round. They're not like humans. They kind of have a mating season. Like there's like a scheduled time of the year where you get together and you make a baby and then you do whatever. I don't know what they do the rest of the year because I'm not an expert on giraffes. But there was this giraffe, this big male giraffe who was like kind of the king. He was like the man. He had all the money and all the stuff, but he didn't have money because giraffes don't have money. But he had land. He had the most land. And because he had a lot of territory, the females would come. Two of them would come to mate with him and be like, yeah, he's going to be our baby daddy. And so he comes in, or he's waiting, and he's looking like his neck is out there, and he's looking over the trees and for the wind. He's like, where the ladies at? The ladies coming, and the ladies are coming. He sees the two ladies, but then he sees like this other male, this other dude who's like a young buck, who's like, I'm about to take your women and I'm about to fight you for these women. And it was really crazy to watch them fight. The refs fight with their necks. I don't know if you've ever seen how they fight. It's crazy. They swing their necks at each other because I guess they can't like punch and stuff. So anyway, these two giraffes, is the OG with all the land, was fighting the young dude who was basically like, I want to be the man now. You got to go. And the women didn't help. The women didn't say, well, that's my baby daddy. I'm going to stand up for him. Like they literally sat back and just watched. Like the female giraffes were just watching because they were literally like, well, who's going to win the fight? Because we clearly don't want to mate with a loser. We don't want the loser. We want the winner. That's what they did. That's insanity, right? That's ain't nobody loyal out here. So, and my point is to say that when you're talking about life, I really believe, fundamentally speaking, just my instincts talking in terms of the all the research and stuff I've read over the last 30 years, I believe that the world doesn't really like losers that much. And I think that the world, this is why the world is structured to make the black man into a loser. The world is structured to say, okay, how do we make sure we grab this little black boy? We're gonna make sure he don't learn nothing. We're gonna make sure that he's blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid by the time he's a teenager. We're gonna inundate the media with the most ridiculous imageries that a person could ever see. We're gonna give him the worst role models ever. We're gonna introduce him to some old raggedy ass, blunt smoking, out liquor drinking, drug dealing, ignorant, buffoonish, money spending, criminalized buffoon. And we're going to make that his role model so that he won't be competing with us. He's not going to be over competing with Elon Musk building rocket ships and all that. He's going to be over here with the thugs and the gangsters and the buffoons and the clowns and the losers. Again, this is society, right? If you notice, pay attention. The highest paid black men in America tend to be um, athletes, entertainers, let's see, rappers, comedians, and athletes. That's pretty much all you get. Rappers and like so for 30 years we had to sit there and watch Diddy dance around like a clown, it was a minstrel show. That's what it was. And but then next thing you know, Diddy's on the cover of Forbes as some model of black excellence. I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I never, ever, ever, not once thought Diddy was black excellence. I used to watch Diddy in the 90s when he would wear those weird ass, gay ass, shiny ass suits and dance and all that. And I was like, this is stupid. That's not a man to me. I grew up in the house with a real man. That's my daddy. I can't imagine my daddy dancing around in a shiny suit. But those who never saw a real man, who never really knew what success is supposed to look like for a male, would look at that and say, "Ooh, I want to be like that. I want to be like Diddy." So next thing you know, you got, a million Negroes running around dancing in shiny suits, right? Talking, fast talking, not no follow through, no nothing, right? So my point is to say, that I think that there's a goal, like there's a goal here to keep you in a trap. There's a goal to keep you blind, deaf, dumb, and ignorant. There's a goal to make sure that you stay as broke as possible because broke people don't have options. Broke people can't make choices. Broke people can't do much of anything. Broke situations struggle. The struggle is something that a lot of us go through for sure, but it's not something that we should be inheriting from our own family, right? I inherited the struggle from my biological father, who unfortunately was not the man that he could have been. I'm not going to say he was a loser. I felt for a long time I felt like he was a loser, but I've learned from my therapist that I have to give him a little bit of grace because maybe he wasn't prepared for life. I have no idea, but I do know that if he had been a different kind of man, I would have had more resources to start my life off with. I would have been in a better situation. I would have been prepared a little bit better. I had a stepfather that stepped in and said, "I'm gonna do this other man's job." And he did the best he knew how to do, but I still think that there's more, right? I think that when you're talking about the severity of how the economy works, I really think that you have to make sure that you put the first things first. Economic training should be at the top of the priority list when it comes to our kids. If you don't include some sort of consistent economic exposure to children when in their educational process, you're not preparing them to succeed. You're preparing them to struggle because what you're basically saying is, I'm not going to give you any resources. I'm not going to train you on how to independently acquire resources. The only thing I'm going to prepare you to do, the only thing I'm getting you ready to do, the only thing you're going to know how to do is go beg a white man for a job. That's it. Like that's it. Your job, your goal, and your what you will be able to accomplish will be able to is to fill out an application and to dress nice and to show up and smile and say what Elon Musk wants you to say or whoever's running the company so that they will hire you. Tell me if I'm telling the truth or lying. Tell me if I'm seriously. Think about how many millions of our people, all they know how to do when it comes to making money is fill out the application and apply for the job. They don't know who the owner of the company is, and it's usually a white person, right? So why would we do that? Why that doesn't that particular economic model does not work. It leaves you not just stressed out financially, but also even if you are in a position where you get some semblance of financial security, you still aren't fulfilled. You still don't feel complete. You get the job, and it's interesting. It reminds me of that video I saw where there was a lady who was in a car crying, and she said something like, "This is when you're driving to work for the job that you prayed for, but the job that you prayed for has you crying right now. You're crying." Over the job that you prayed for. So that means that if you didn't get the job that you prayed for, you'd be crying and praying to get this job. And now that you've cried and prayed to get the job, you got the job, you got the blessing, you got the big win, and your ass is still crying. How in the hell does that work? How does that work? How in the hell is it that either you're crying because you didn't get the job or you're crying because you did? That means either way, according to the black economic model that is taught to us from children, as children, we are trained to be crying no matter what. We always whining. I heard a great speaker at the Wealth Summit. I don't remember the brother's name, but he was a pastor. He said black people love to cry. He said we be whining like Keith Sweat. I said, man, you are right. We are good at what white people. That's how many. All that whining ain't gonna fix nothing. That whining is a drug. That's opium. That's like when Nietzsche talked about opium for the masses. Like that whining and crying, all it does is it kind of makes you feel better. Crying does make you feel better. When I get sad, every now and then I would cry. Like when my beloved mother passed, I cried and I told my wife, I said, it's funny. You would think that when I'm crying, I'm feeling bad, but actually I feel better. I said, y'all women have a little secret. This crying thing kind of gets it out of you, right? So I get it. Like we cry because it gets it out of us. But the question is it actually solving the problem? Or are you just creating a pathway for just more crying? Are you going to just cry through life? Is that it? Just cry all the time? There has to be a solution. What is the solution? That's the $1 million question. So let me and I will give you the solution, I promise you. But I want to lean into like some more stats to help you understand the severity of what you're dealing with. Now, the first thing I want to remind everybody of is if you are not on the text list for this class, text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to the phone number 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country, drboyceelevate.com. A few things. One, I'll send you some stuff later on today. I'll send out a text of some stuff that I have that might help you and your family in terms of preparing for your economic future. And then, second of all, we are going to go to Ghana this summer. I want to remind everybody of that. So, if you want to travel with us as a group, just text the word travel to that same phone number, 87948. So, text travel to 87948, and I'll send you information on our trip to Ghana. All right. So here are some sort of broader dynamics. And remember, when I've explained to you all before that the American economy is not really built for workers to be financially secure. It's just not designed that way. I think it's not an accident that public schools don't teach trades. It's not an accident that most public schools don't teach financial literacy. I think it's because if you are broke and desperate and on the edge of economic collapse, you're easier to control that way. It's much easier to convince somebody to get up and go to work every day if they are not financially secure. And remember, capitalism does not work without people that you can exploit that are at the bottom of the system. That's why I refuse to call myself a capitalist because I don't agree with that at all. I think it's wrong, but at the same time, I can't change the system. I can only tell you how to survive in it. So here are a few stats that or a few facts that will tell you why uh, a lot of Americans struggle. And these are more systematic, not just specifically on the individual. I don't want you to think that I'm blaming poor people for being poor or broke people for being broke, but I can tell you that there are solutions, and I encourage you to look for those solutions. So, number one, stagnant wage growth. Over the past few decades, real wages for most Americans, real wages adjusted for inflation, have actually declined. So, what the corporations do, what the government does, Democrat and Republican, is they refuse to do little things like increase the minimum wage at the rate of inflation. So, what you'll find is that your paycheck stays the same, whereas the price of everything keeps going up, which is kind of like a way of saying that your paycheck is actually declining. So, a lot of the jobs that used to pay pretty well, that used to give you enough for a good living back in the 1960s, don't do that anymore because they busted up labor unions and also they pretty much undermined the power of the American worker. This is because the wealthy people in this country took over the government, basically. Now your government is a capitalist government. That's why if you go to the Democrats and say, hey, you're Democratic, why don't you guys get together and raise the minimum wage? They won't do it, right? Well, why would they do that? Well, Nancy Pelosi's worth a couple $100 million. She's not really connected to what poor people go through. So this idea that one party or the other is going to really help the average American worker, I think, is false. Both parties could give a damn about the average American worker. It's very unfortunate. Number two, high necessity spending. Many households allocate a significant portion of their income to essential expenses like housing, utilities, and childcare. So basically, what's happened is as inflation's creeped in, the cost of just the necessities has really gone up as a percentage of your paycheck, and that's just the reality. And so the elevated cost of living, things like that, have been have really been part of the culprit in terms of making it harder for people to survive. So here's what you're looking at. Here's what you're looking at as intelligent Black people. You're dealing with a world that's becoming more and more economically complex. You're dealing with a world where the margin of error economically is much smaller. You're dealing with a world that is faster paced economically, like you're running a race. And before everyone in the race was running at 10 miles an hour, now everyone in the race has to run 20 miles an hour in order to have a chance to keep up. What does this mean? Well, it does mean that there are injustices everywhere. There's no doubt about it. But the fact that there are solutions out there means that I would say that smart people would look for those solutions, right? And also, if you can give the kids, for example, you talk about millennials and Gen Zers that are struggling economically, you give them a head start by investing for them when they're children. We've talked about the $5 a day plan. If you haven't seen it, just go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. So somebody type that in the chat so everybody can see it. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the $5 a day plan. So if I got a newborn baby, and I know they're going to walk out into the economic storm when they become an adult, I am going to ensure that I am participating in this economy as quick as possible. Because here's the thing about America that's really interesting. America has a lot of financial inequality. America has millions of people that are right there in the struggle, but America also has a ton of money. It has a ton of money. And that's the part that is so confusing, right? It's like, well, if America has so many people struggling, why wouldn't America be poor? How can America be the richest country in the world when you got millions of people that are struggling? Well, it's because you have a society that has become more capitalist. Rich people don't want to share their money. When Martin Luther King used to talk about the redistribution of wealth, what they first thing they said is, "You must be a communist, sir. That's a communist," right? But really, any logical person understands that America needs to redistribute wealth and also that America can redistribute wealth and still stay very wealthy. Like Elon Musk has $440 billion. He could give away $100 billion and still have $340 billion left, right? He could still be extremely ungodly rich, like rich beyond anybody's imagination. You could take 95% of his wealth and he would still have more money than anybody, any human being would need over 100 lifetimes. So the idea that you've got that those extremities, that you have some people that have everything and so many people that have nothing, that is a great crime in America. That's the great crime of capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist because I don't see where socialism or communism can really necessarily be better. I just don't believe that. I've seen communist societies crumble, right? And again, maybe it's because of outside influence. I have no idea, but I personally don't want to live in a society like that. But at the same time, I think free enterprise, where you have just enough free enterprise and freedom for people to kind of do what they want to do, while at the same time having social safety nets and protections for everyone, that's the best society. But here's the deal. Let's get back to reality, though. See, you've got this idea of what the world should be, right? We know what the world should be, but then there is a pragmatism that says, okay, we got to deal with the way the world is. And I'm a pragmatist. I'm the guy who says, yeah, we can dream and fantasize for a little while, but that ain't right. It shouldn't be like that. Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm kind of bored. I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting emotionally exhausted whining about what the world should be. I want to talk about what the world is. And then I want to talk, and then if you want to fantasize and dream, I choose to dream about, I choose to have dreams that I believe I can turn into a reality, right? If I'm a dream about something, I like for it to be a dream where I have some influence on the outcome of that dream. Does that make sense? Right? Like if you have me dream about America becoming a socialist society or something, like that's a big dream. I don't dream like that because I don't control the government. I don't even know anybody on Capitol Hill like that, right? But if you want me to dream about something, here's what I'm going to dream about. I'm going to dream about having a family where my children and grandchildren are financially secure and I can build a legacy of generational wealth. That's a dream that I have. I'm going to have a dream that because I have a certain amount of influence in my community with my people, that by the year 2070, we call this Project 2070, that B1 people can be the most financially intelligent, financially capable people on the planet. That's a dream I have, and I believe I can accomplish that dream. I believe that we're well on our way. I believe anybody who's been in this space for more than even 2 months, let alone those of you who've been here for a decade or 5 years and all that, you're super advanced. You're cutting edge. You're doing better. In terms of understanding economics, you understand it better than the average Jewish person, the average Asian person, the average white person. So all these other communities that we admire and look at as templates for economic success, oh, we've cracked the code on all of that. You understand all of this. This is what the Black Business School does best, right? That's a dream that I have. So dreams like that, I think, are the kinds of dreams that are just pragmatic enough that you can actually touch them, but also expansive enough that you can visualize a new reality. So here's a new reality for you. Here's a new vision that I hope you will consider embracing is that it is not required that Black youth in their 20s and 30s be financially desperate. There's nothing about being Black that says you're supposed to be in a struggle. There's nothing about being Black saying that you're supposed to be in a trap. There's nothing about being Black that says you're supposed to not be doing as well as the white kid next to you. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A Black child in America with two smart parents, or even one smart parent, hope preferably two, because I've talked to you all about how family and wealth are connected. At least one or two smart parents will be better off than the average white person in America. 64% of all people live paycheck to paycheck. And they didn't say 64% of black people. They said 64% of all people. So a lot of white folks are struggling too. A lot of white folks are in the trap too. The trap doesn't really discriminate. It just goes after the weakest link. So black people, we tend to have a reputation of being the most easily duped, right? Or the most vulnerable in the sense that we don't have any friends in Washington or any protection. So if you are selling unhealthy processed food, you'll market that in the hood. You'll market your gun shops and liquor stores and everything else in the hood. You'll put your check cashing places in the hood because there's nobody who's going to say, "Hey, get that out of here." Right? We don't have the HOAs and all this other stuff to say, "Hey, you're violating the zoning laws here, sir. You got to get out of here." We don't. Now they do that, but we don't do that, right? So there are some areas where we might be a little bit more vulnerable, but when you're talking about preparation, I would tell you that it's fully within our capability to be prepared. At that point, you got to start looking at culture. So while we can point to systematic variables that certainly say that workers have it harder in America, that the economy is unequal, or that black people are gonna be targeted in specific ways, that also does not negate the fact that there are 1,000 things that could be done culturally, 1,000 family specific adjustments that you can make right now that will help you and your kids to avoid almost all of that, right? Basic thing, invest for the child when they're a kid. That way they have two or $300,000 by the time they're 20 or 30 years old. They're fine. That right there takes them out of the trap, 80, 90% of it. They're not in the debt trap of student loans. They're not in the trap of having to get up and go to a job that they hate. They're not in the trap of extreme financial anxiety or financial desperation. They're not taking penitentiary chances to get a couple of dollars. They're not in a situation where they have to humiliate themselves in order to get money. That right there goes a very long way. And then if you add in some financial literacy, like, okay, I'm going to make sure you understand the difference between being a producer and a consumer, a renter versus an owner, an investor versus a spender, a saver versus a consumer, right? I'm going to explain all these things to you so that you know the difference. So you have an economic awareness that allows you to therefore navigate this economy in a way that empowers you as opposed to in a way that disempowers you. But that's really your job. That's really, I don't think the white ladies from the suburbs who teach in the Chicago public schools are ever going to feel the need to save black boys from economic desperation and despair. I don't believe that they care that much. And honestly, I don't really blame them. I think they probably, if I'm a white woman, I care about my white son. I'm not thinking about your son. That's your job. That's your son. That's not mine. Right. So when people walk around and say, well, they don't care about black people, I'm like, well, of course they don't. Are you thinking about white people every day? Are you worried about how they're gonna do? Well, some of y'all, yeah, some of y'all love others more than you love yourselves. But I'm not. I'm not. I don't have nothing against them. I just no. I'm not thinking about you. That's your kid. We got kids in our some of the kids in our neighborhood that are struggling. They happen to be white, and I'm like, dang, where's your daddy at? Where's your mama at? Like that's not my job. Like if you here, I'll feed you or something because you're a friend of my child. But I'm not raising you. Where's your parents at? Right. So the question that we ask before we sit around and speculate on whether or not white people care about black people, I think it's more worthy to speculate on whether or not black people care about black people. And then you can go deeper and speculate on why so many black people are waiting for white people to care about black people. Or even some of it, or even understand like why are some of us so stagnant? Because we're waiting for white people to take the lead. We tend to only really embrace stuff when we see we see it on TV, we see it in the media or whatever, right? Like Black Lives Matter. Yeah, Black Lives Matter. Well, they mattered before they started saying it on CNN. So why weren't you saying it before? Right? Or if you look at how many of our communities are just in absolute shambles, homicides and poverty and everything else, just dirty, messed up, broken down buildings. Whose job is it to come fix all that? Are we waiting for someone else to decide, oh, we need to help the black community? And then we're like, yeah, we got to help the black. Come on now. That don't make no sense. The black community is your community. It really starts with you. And it starts in your house. It starts with your kids. It starts with what policy you establish in that space. So when I lay out all these stats to you about people living paycheck to paycheck and so many people being in the struggle and the majority of millennials and Gen Zers stressing over finances, I want you to take a moment and meditate on that and say, I wonder if this could be prevented. And I can tell you, as a financial scientist, that is very, very easy to prevent all these issues. The biggest hurdle, the biggest thing you have to be able to do is think outside of the box. Because if you do exactly what they tell you to do, you're going to end up exactly where everyone else ends up. Where does it start? Well, you start with the public school system and you ask, well, what in the hell's going on? Why are these kids not learning essential skills for economic survival? And why are they not teaching them these things? I think that there's a reason for that. And then after you get into the conspiracy theories, then I want you to conspire for in your own favor. And I want you to say, okay, well, I got a conspiracy, or I'm going to make a plan that's going to thwart your plan, right? You've got Project 2025. Well, I've got Project 2035. So I'm not going to sit around and talk about Project 2025 very long. Now I'm going to talk about my Project 2035, which is I'm going to get my child and I'm going to make sure that I supplement their education to make sure that they understand real estate on a basic level, make sure they understand entrepreneurship on a basic level, make sure they understand all the different ways to make money. Some of y'all are even teaching your kids how to sell stock options and make money. And if you've seen it, you've seen how much money. I kid you not, I know people in this room right now who are making $5,000 to $10,000 every week selling stock options, and they're shocked at how easy it is. Like, oh my God, I didn't know you could do this. Yeah, right. A lot of people don't, but it's not hard, right? So you're teaching these things to your kids. These become essential skills. This becomes a scenario where your child has options. Your child doesn't feel like the paycheck is the only way for them to get money. They say, oh, no, I can make rental income over here. I can do something with my stock over there. I got a little business over here. I got a side hustle over there. I started a side hustle because my boss wouldn't give me a raise and I needed to make an extra $2,000 a month. So now me and my cousin are selling cupcakes at the church or whatever it is, right? Just something like that. Because what you don't, here's the crazy part. When I was talking to our 14-year-old, she's 14 now. When she was 11, and we were talking about careers and stuff, and y'all know how I am. Maybe I'm almost like a hippie parent or something because I'll be like when they say like what profession should I pick when I grow up, and I'm like I don't know. You shouldn't define yourself by a job anyway, right? Like I say things like that. And we were talking about like careers and stuff. And I said, well, really, I said the only reason that people have to really obsess about these things is because they don't have enough money and they need to go to the very same capitalists that we complain about. We have to go to those capitalists to work for them in order to get money. I said, so most people um have to spend a lot of time thinking about these things because number one, they don't their parents didn't really give them any like inheritance or any assets to start life with, right? That's not a cultural thing. So they're starting with nothing. And when you're struggling, you're broke, you have a deficiency, like a vitamin deficiency. Your deficiency is financial, which means that the people who can fulfill that void for you become your obsession. It's almost like or if you have a woman who is financially traumatized and she's financially desperate, she's looking for a rich man. And it's very natural to do that because money is the top priority. But how did money become the top priority? Well, it's not the top priority because it's the most important thing. Money is the top priority because right now you don't have any, right? If you had plenty of money, then money wouldn't be the top thing. It would be something else, right? So first thing is, I'm not interested in putting you out here financially desperate. So we're going to talk about making sure that you own some assets and all that stuff. I said, but also, um, I said, what's interesting to me is how people will derail their whole life because they can't solve what I call the $5,000, $6,000 problem. Let's call it the $6,000 problem because we have inflation. It used to be the $5,000 problem. And the $6,000 problem is, I said, instead of trying to figure out how to be a nurse or a lawyer or an engineer or a teacher and all these other things, where we spend the majority of our lives kind of pursuing these careers, I said, if you can solve the $6,000 problem, then you literally are freed from the trap. You're out of the matrix. You can go live your best life, do whatever you want, and be happy. And the $6,000 problem is, can I figure out how to make $6,000 a month somehow, some way, right? Maybe even without going to work. If you can solve the $6,000 problem, that kind of changes everything, right? And I want to help you understand this. I want you to imagine or imagine a time where you were financially struggling. For some of you, you may still be in the struggle, and I'm with you. I promise you, I'm with you. I don't want to sound like I'm beating up on you, nothing like that. But if you're or when you were in the struggle, and I want you to think about how differently your life would have been if someone had just said, okay, um, here's a side hustle that you can do in your spare time, and it's going to make you $6,000 a month. Give me a yes or no if you agree that it would have made a big difference in your life. Give me a yes if you agree that your life would have been like, oh my God, I can sleep better now. I feel safe now. I can buy what I want. I can live in the neighborhood I want to live in. I can get the car that I need to get. I can get what I want for the kids, right? Think about how different your life would have, like, it would have been much easier, right? So I said to her, I said, okay, so I like to look at the complexities of life and try to condense them down, collapse them. There's a mathematical term for this. We take multiple dimensions, you collapse it into a smaller dimensional framework. And what does that mean? That means basically like instead of me figuring out how to do this, how to do this, how to solve this, how to figure this out, I try to say like, what's the one thing that if I solve this one thing, it's gonna fix 90% of the problems that I have. 90% of the issues that come with being black and all this and being, living in America and all that. And one of those quite issues is can you solve the $6,000 problem? Do you follow what I'm saying? Is this making sense or am I sounding, I hope I'm not sounding too weird and theoretical. I'm a professor. That's what we do. But I'm not going to insult your intelligence by thinking this idea is over anybody's head. I'll explain it enough so you'll get it. The $6,000 problem means that if I train my child on how to solve the $6,000 problem. Like, how do I make $6,000 a month somehow? And you can help them do that, right? If you've been investing for them and they've got $250,000 in assets, which is easy to do if you start early. If you don't start early, it's hard. But if you start early, $5 a day, $10 a day, something like that, like literally invest the same amount in the stock market that you probably spend on your car note or your cell phone bill, then they'll have that money. They'll have a couple $100,000. That right there solves a $6,000 problem. Because a person with $200,000 in assets can very easily, very safely make six to $10,000 a month just selling stock options on the stock that they own. If someone owns a couple $100,000 worth of Meta stock, they can make several $1,000s a month selling options on that stock, right? That's just one example, right? Or if they or and if that doesn't work, a side hustle. If you understand the basics of entrepreneurship and you get together with your friends and you start a business and you're 25, 26 years old, even if it's not a great business, even if it's not a business that's making a ton of money, but you just figure out how to make just that $6,000 a month in extra income, then that changes so much. So many things become easier. So much stress just kind of goes away, right? And that to me is what we want, right? We really want our kids to be happy. We want them to feel good about being black. We want them to feel good about living. I want my kids. I try to tell them. I don't know if they see it because I'm not 20, 25 anymore, right? And I just think about how much time I wasted worrying about stuff that wasn't even that important, worrying about small, lower level stuff when really I should have just been enjoying being 25. It's like YOLO, let's have some fun. No, it's like, oh, how am I gonna get the money to pay the bills? I gotta work extra shifts. I gotta nobody want you should be doing all that when you're 25 or 30 years old. You should be happy, right? But I think you should be happy regardless, whatever age you are. But this is the thing. Money can be a big blocker of happiness. Money doesn't buy you happiness, but money can certainly block you from accessing it, right? Because it might force you to do things that are going to make you unhappy, right? So anyway, that's my 2 cents. That's my thought for today. I hope that this was helpful. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion. Just a quick reminder: make sure you're on the text list. If you haven't gotten on the text list, you can text the word "morning" to the phone number 87948. Text "morning" to 87948. Also, I see Aisha Verzi's in here today. Aisha, I mentioned your name the other day. If you want to share your number, Aisha does some stuff with insurance and financial planning, and and when you go talk to her, feel free to let her know that I sent you, and she'll be really nice to you. Also, what else? I'm going to for those of you that are doing the stock option stuff, I sent you all a Q&A and some other stuff that's going to get to you later on today. So if you have an interest in options, you want to learn more, text the word options to the number 87948. So text options to 87948. And if you'd like to get started with your financial journey, feel free to go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. So anyway, God bless you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. Today, I'm going to see Dr. Claude Anderson this afternoon. I'm very excited. I'll give him your regards, and and if he drops any knowledge, which he always does, I will quickly come back and share it with you. So I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and have a great day, everybody. Take care now. Bye bye.
Hello, 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 and welcome in, everybody. My name is Jeff Lightsey Jr. here with the Black Boss channel. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have a very special guest today. This is student minister Nuri Muhammad. How are you doing, brother minister?
Man, Brother Jeff, I am honored and privileged to be able to share space and time with you, my brother. So I was doing good before I got on the air, and now I'm doing even better.
Hey, this is a great thing to have you on here. I'm so privileged and honored to get a chance to have this conversation. I don't like to call these interviews anymore. I like to call these conversations, and just for you to enlighten us with the wisdom that you're about to. So much so, I felt so privileged that I had to step up my dress game. I had Dr. Wesley Muhammad on here, and it was late at night, and I was like, I know there's no way at 8 o'clock at night Dr. Wesley's gonna wear a suit, and sure enough, he did. So I figured if he did it, I knew you would. So I had to step it up just for you.
Well, it's out of respect, and in particular, a lot of people don't understand. There's even a science behind the suit and the bow tie. Um, as a general rule, anytime you see someone in a suit and a bow tie, they're either doing one or two things: either they're serving, or they are in a wedding, marrying someone. So in that context, we wear the suit and the bow tie because we are the servants of God and the servants of our people. So we want to present ourselves to our people as their servant. And then, of course, the same vows that a bride and groom takes to one another, we believe from the guidance of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, we should have that same kind of spirit and take those same vows when it comes to the mission of the resurrection, restoration, and redemption of our people. So, we look like grooms and servants. And of course, too, the bow tie also is a part of our wardrobe. Wardrobe.
I called it. I definitely
Yes,
called that.
whenever you are in guerrilla warfare and you have to establish a beachhead behind enemy lines, you have to dress like the dominant figure of that environment if you want to camouflage and maneuver without being observed as easy. So they wear suits, so we wear suits, and then two, we generally wear a bow tie and it has a clip on it because if we in a physical conflict, if I had my tie on a certain way, someone could reach behind it, pull it, and turn my tie into a noose. But if you reach for this bow tie, you'll walk away with a handful of bow tie and a mouthful of fist. So
I love it.
yeah, that's just part of it. But the big thing is it's out of our respect for the platform that God has blessed you with, and out of respect for your audience. And we want our people to know we serve them, and we are here through rich or poor, better or worse, in sickness and in health till death do us part.
I love that. I love that. Once again, we're talking to brother Nuri Muhammad. He is about to, if you've never heard this man speak, you are in for a treat tonight. Just be sure to share and hit the like button because it is going to be a great thing. Now, brother Nuri, before we get started, now we're going to have a lot of relationship talk. Before we get into that, I want to ask you, how did just from what I've read a lot, listened to a lot of your interviews, read some of the articles about you, read your bio. How did kind of a young street hustler from the streets of Indianapolis, Indiana, become student minister Nuri Muhammad?
Oh man, brother Jeff, it was accidentally on purpose. But you know how we open up our conversation. What had happened was,
Yeah.
to make a short, what had happened was, I was young, meddling in the streets, and I didn't like the way I felt hustling. I felt the love in me for what I should love, and my own humanity dying as I was killing my people. So I didn't like the way I felt, so I wanted to quit, and I did. And the only thing that I knew to get right is to go to church. So I started going to church with one of my associates in the neighborhood, and his father was an assistant pastor. and they had me going to everything. I was Bible studying, 2 services on Sunday. What I mean, I was doing it all. I was at every meeting, but I still didn't feel like I was I had the strength to resist the pull of the streets. And anybody that's ever been hustling on any level where they were getting any real money, it's just as hard to stop selling as it is to stop using. One's addicted to the drug, the other's addicted to the money and what the money can do for you when you get it. So, I was an addict and didn't know it. So at church, I didn't feel that pull to pull me away from the inclination of wrongdoing again. And my girlfriend at the time, father, was a supporter of the nation, had a lot of lectures and books. She started reading and studying, had already been listening to the minister ever since she was 4. We were only 16. And she laid 2 lectures by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in a book called Message to the Black Man, rocked my world. And I said, this is how I've been believing all of my life. I just didn't know how to say it like this. But from the outside looking in, this looked way too strict for me. I was like, oh man, I think I'll join, but I'm wait till I'm about 73. Wait till I get a little. And then I made a pledge to myself as a teenager. I said, if you can prove it to be wrong, you'll leave it alone. But if you can't prove it wrong, you'll submit yourself to it 100%. So I was spending 8, 9, 10 hours a day studying, learning the teachings, but also trying to see if I could find something wrong with it. And my little argument that I would take 8 hours for 5 days straight, I bring it to one of the brothers who wasn't even in leadership, lay out my whole exegesis of why this can't be. And in 5 minutes, they shut me down. And so, as time went on, I knew that I couldn't prove it to be wrong. And I knew that the scales had been removed from my eyes and I was becoming a resurrected man and operating in what I felt like I had power. So I knew it was the truth and submitted to it. And I guess because I studied so much, Brother Jeff, that when we had our meetings that we could talk, my statements had substance to it. So people were always pushing to put that brother on the rostrum. And I told him, man, I ain't come here to be on the rostrum. I told him, I said, I don't want to be in no leadership and I don't want to be in no ministry. I came to be a soldier. And I told him, I said, y'all never catch me in no dress shoes. I said, every time you see me, I'm going to be in some soldiering boots. I want to be a soldier. And they's like, well, you can be a soldier too. And they put me on the rostrum. I spoke. People were standing and clapping. I thought they just was being nice to this little teenage 17-year-old little brother that just joined the mosque. Lo and behold, they were really sincere, clapping and applauding. And they end up keeping me up there. And I end up becoming, as a teenager, an assistant minister. And I end up being made the minister here by the minister when I was the interim minister before I even turned 21.
Wow.
And we end up in about 6 months, we doubled in ranks from me when I was the interim minister. So I became the minister. And we were the most outstanding study group, most outstanding mosque, most improved mosque, all kind of accolades. But that's in a nutshell, that's how this became a reality in my life. It wasn't something that I was looking for. I wouldn't put myself in the category of Jonah in the belly of the fish. It wasn't on that level, but I didn't want the responsibility, nor that I felt like it's insincere. If you want to be in leadership, something's wrong with you. You should want to be a servant. And if it happens, it happens. So it happened.
That's awesome. That's an awesome story, Brother Nuri. And it's a good thing. I know the great people of Indianapolis are happy that you're there, and people across this country and across the world are happy that you're in the position that you are now in. But we are here tonight to talk about black love and black relationships. And you talked about
Yeah.
in that story about how at 16 years old there was a your then girlfriend
Yeah.
introduced you to the nation, and for some who don't know, that then girlfriend ended up becoming your lovely wife. And so you have so from 16 to now, you have a pretty good understanding of black love and black relationships. Brother Nuri, when you hear the words black and love together, what does that mean? What if somebody says that, what's kind is that vision to you?
Man, that is a very good question. And, of course, what a blessing it is to be able to break that rule. And me and my wife, we were together when we were 14 years old in junior high school.
Wow.
So, she remembered the actual date that we start calling each other girlfriends and boyfriends. And I guess that meant that she had some awareness in her mind, consciousness that we was going to make it. But we, my then girlfriend became my now wife. But I will say this: don't try that at home. Don't you try that, little young brother and little young sister. There's a website and an organization. I don't know the name of the organization, but their website is called abstinence.com. And it's a website and an organization that tries to promote young people keeping their discipline sexually and keeping their virtue, and wait until they get married before they start interacting with the opposite sex on a physical level. I thought that's a good site, but on it there's a study that they did where they found that almost 99% of all high school sweethearts never make it to being husbands and wives. So that's not, it happened. We was able to crack into that little 1%,
1%.
and I'm thankful for that, but it's not something you should try at home. Black, when most people see the term black, unconsciously we see it in a negative light. Mm-hmm. And that's because of the way that it's been used in language. If you look in the dictionary under the term black, there's 120 definitions. All of them are negative. But you look in the dictionary under the word white, there's 134 definitions, and almost all of them are positive: pure, clean, innocent, holy. But you go to black, as in, you and my brother, y'all were on the line. If y'all wouldn't have made it, y'all would have been blackballed. Look at that. Whenever you're having bad luck, you're behind the 8 ball, the black ball, the last ball to go in. The stock market crashed. It was called Black Monday. You're telling a little bitty lie, it's a little white lie, but you're telling a deliberate lie, it's a black lie. Think of so the math of black as a general statement has a negative connotation to it. The conscious community, a lot of times we use black, and it only is a description of skin color. But black is not just color. Black is also consciousness, and it's also a connection to the Creator. So when I think in terms of black, period, I think color, consciousness, and connection to Creator. Black love is that kind of love that grows out of the color of your spouse, the same as yours. Conscious, meaning you care about your people and the rise of your people, and you have a connection to the Creator in the sense that you are moral and you are trying to please God. That's my little take on what black love means to me whenever I hear the statement.
Awesome, brother Muhammad. That is a great way to put it, and that's a great way to start, because we're talking about black love and black relationships, and you gave a keynote at the All Black National Convention this year, and you broke down some statistics. One of those statistics was a long time ago that it would be 90% of black marriages, and they in almost 100% of those, 90% of black marriages would last. And those statistics, it went to from 90% of black on black marriages to 40%. Just can you break down some of that, and what do you think
Yeah.
are some of the causes to the lack of black marriages that take place now?
Well, of course it did help that it was against the law to marry white women
Yes,
as
that's
black
very
men.
true.
It
That's
did
very
help.
true.
It did help that we were being lynched from looking under a white woman's dress while it hung on a clothesline. But there was a 2015 McKinley Irving family law study where they went and looked at 1867, 2 years up from slavery, so-called Emancipation Proclamation. Whole nother show though, but
Yeah, yeah.
for that, because emancipate doesn't mean free. That's why they didn't call it the freedom of slave. The word emancipate comes from the Latin word emancipere, which means to free from the hand, but not from the control. So once you got certain commands installed into the psyche of a people, you don't have to regulate their hands and their feet anymore, because every voluntary act of the human body must first start off as a thought. And then the thought is what encourages the body to engage in the appropriate muscular activity that matches the nature of itself. So once the mind is locked up, you don't have to worry about the hands and the feet, because the hands don't move if the mind don't tell it. The feet don't kick if the mind doesn't tell it, etc. But in 1867, they found that out of eligible adults, black adults that could be married, 90% of all black adults were married to a black man or a black woman, and they had a near 100% success ratio. 2015, there was only 40% of black adults that could be married actually being married, and they have a 75% divorce rate. So if you've got 40%, that's 4 out of 10. And if you got a 75% divorce rate on top of that 4, that means for every 3 couples or 4 couples you see, 3 of them are not going to make it. So only 1 out of 10 will survive to meet the word that they gave, till death do us part.
Wow.
So part of it, of course, was that, number one, we had to unite with each other in order to survive. And it was against the law for us to even look at a white woman. You could literally not just be incarcerated, you could be lynched for a crime called reckless eyeballing.
Wow.
And when you were charged with reckless eyeballing, the slave master's children would come and grab you and lynch you for looking at a white woman too long. So part of it, that fact that we were connected to with our own woman as the only option and our own man as the only option. And we were not, how can I say this? We were in Africa and we had become strong. We was there living and conquering the jungle for 50,000 years. And we inherited a certain amount of resilience that allowed us to be able to endure the suffering of slavery. Mm-hmm. Slavery imposed a whole nother level of treachery on us. And then the next generations, they were able to have that genetic resilience to be able to survive in the recent years up from slavery. But now it appears as though that resilience, that strength, that fortitude that we once had is now beginning to wear off, and we're not as strong as we used to be. So I don't know how to say it, but we punk out too much. We punk out too much on everything, including marriage itself. So we have that pattern now of giving in when struggle shows up. We have the most damnable disease that's killing black people is not high blood pressure, diabetes, or AIDS or cancer. It's excuse-itis. And unfortunately, Brother Jeff, is even integrated and transferred over into the category of black love. Then when we put our word out there, because we were still somewhat connected to the genetic memory of our God-centered African culture, where we said, my word is bond and bond is life. And I shall give my life before my word shall fail. So when we gave our word that I will be your husband and I will be your wife through richer or poor, better or worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part, our word was bond. But now, with excuse-itis, with this high level of punking out on everything, with the loss of resilience, our word is not bond no more. Our word has become blonde. And blonde is weak, recessive. So we got to get back and return to our core system of values, where we knew that the family unit was really our power base. And when we knew it, we behaved like it, and we executed, invented, and built civilization. Now today, we don't see it like that, and we are the subject of being the number one consumers, but not producers. We are employees, but not employers. We work somewhere, but we own very little of anything. We have $1.3 trillion in income, but still only have 1% of the wealth of this country. That's bass accurate, brother Jeff. You didn't catch that. You didn't catch that.
I caught it. Trust me, I did. I definitely did. You're a lot more poetic with your words than I am, but I definitely caught it for sure. Once again, we're talking to student minister, Brother Nuri Muhammad. Be sure to hit the thumbs up button, like, share, subscribe, because we are talking about black love and black relationships. Now, Brother Nuri, you talked about love, not your word not being bond, but being blonde. And what that made me think of was something that you spoke about during your keynote about this thing that you called beckery. If you could, please explain to the audience what exactly is beckery and what do you think that's doing to our community?
Wow. Well, you know what? Anybody that remembers the song Lemonade by Beyonce, when she talked about Becky with the good hair, you know, it sounded like she was talking about a white girl sliding in and on her man. So beckery. I was making a joke, you know, I was joking but serious about how every so often they present to the ICD-9 book, which is a book of symptoms, to determine what a new condition is going to be that they're going to be able to diagnose and treat and prescribe, whatever. And I said I wanted to introduce a new condition to the book since they're doing it. It's called beckery. What is beckery? Beckery is the mental and the psychological mental and psychological castration of a black man as a direct result of a long-term relationship with a white woman.
Ooh.
And
now, Brother Nuri, you're not gonna make a lot of friends saying stuff like that, but continue.
but if we all you have to do, see, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this. He said, out of all of our studies, history is best qualified to reward the researcher. Scripturally, look at the story of Samson and Delilah. Delilah was a Philistine and Samson was a black man. He had locks, and they had tried to defeat this man all the years that he was winning as a warrior. They sent whole armies after him, couldn't break him, couldn't beat him. And so their last trick was to send a Philistine woman in to see if she can get close to him and break him. Philistine people are Caucasian. Next thing you know, you start hearing about Samson's locks being cut off and he had lost his strength. And ask any black woman, can they spot a black man that's with a white woman, even if the white woman's not present? And I guarantee you they'll tell you yes. You know why? Because as a general rule, they're a little softer, a little more punctified. They're not as masculine as they should be or would be if they was with that queen. So we were breaking it down, showing that, you know, whenever Napoleon was hired in the mid 1800s, he was hired by the King of England and other European rulers to go into Africa and destroy all of the images of black excellence. So he was getting rid of any image of the disciples that were black, Jesus black, Mary black, prophets that were black, angels that were black, and any signs of black excellence. And one of the things that he did was when he found that great pyramid Giza in Egypt, which is 451 feet tall and 451 feet deep, covering 13 and a half acres of land made of 1 million stones of gold, granite, and marble, stacked mathematically precise, east to west, north to south, up in the air, down into the earth. And we built it without John Deere or Caterpillar. We didn't even have a bulldozer. It was the power of the mind. Telepathy did. That's how powerful we were. So after he went into the pyramids, he noticed that the great images of what would be considered the gods, Osiris, Alafun, the great gods, Asa. Every time they seen Osiris, Isis was with him. Every time they seen Asa, Aset was with him. Every time they seen the great god male, Alafun, Illidah was right by our side. So when you go into the pyramid now, you can still see Alafun, you can still see Osah, you can still see Osiris, but next to them, somebody scraped away the image. And that image that they scraped away was them being with that black queen. Why? Napoleon knew that he could not allow a message to be sent down the line of time that not behind, but beside every strong black man has always been a strong black woman. So we want to try to, he was trying to start the disease of Beckery way back then. Here we are in 2021 and it's become full blown.
Once again, we're talking to Brother Nuri Muhammad. If you haven't noticed by now, the man's on fire, and we're just getting started. Now, Brother Nuri, I heard there was a saying that I heard once. I first heard it from Brother Ben X, and it was from Minister Louis Farrakhan. He said, "Romance without finance is a nuisance," and I heard you say the same thing. And I was like, my mind was blown when I had first heard it. And then it was blown even more when I heard it the second time. For our audience, what does that mean? And why is that so important?
Yeah, well, that's one of them old sayings. I call it from the gospel of Big Mama. We might have learned it from the minister, but it's an old saying that we had. And when I say the gospel of Big Mama, people know what I'm talking about. It's some stuff that Big Mama said that's just as true of what Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John said. Birds of a feather
flock together.
That's not the Bible. That's Big Mama. You lie down with dogs, you're going to get up with fleas. A family that prays together
stays together.
Wise man learn from others' mistakes. Fools learn from their own. A woman will either make you or break you. That's not Quran. That's Big Mama that said that. So it's some stuff Big Mama didn't put out, and one of them was romance without finance is a nuisance. Why is it? Because the nature of a woman is to put demands on the nature of a man, and the nature of a man is to put demands on the nature of the woman. And when you unpack the variables of the scriptures of the Old Testament, New Testament, or the Holy Quran, no matter which one you look at, it says by nature, man is maintainer, protector, provider, and woman by nature is help meet, comfort, and consoler to her man. So anytime that you have romance and there's no finance, how can you maintain? How can you provide? And if you've got maintain, protect, and provide as the three universal codes that you find in the Old Testament, New Testament, and the Holy Quran as the nature and natural function of a man, then at best, all they can do is protect, but he's missing the two other primary ingredients if he doesn't have any finance, because without finance, you cannot provide. Without finance, you cannot maintain. So it becomes a nuisance because it is the nature of a woman to put a demand on the nature of her man. and she's going to want and desire, not because she is, as they say, high maintenance or whatever, but it's the nature of a female. She wants to be made secure, and she becomes secure when that man is a maintainer, protector, and a provider. And without finance, without money, you're not going to be able to fulfill maintenance and provision. So it becomes a nuisance. That's where the nuisance becomes. It wasn't a saying that men came up with. This was a saying that came from women based upon life experience. I then got connected to a man. He don't have no money, no know-how, no will. He's non-productive. Therefore, he's a nuisance. And no woman wants to be with a full-grown boy. Every woman wants to be with a man. And when you put a diamond on the finger of a woman, she's excited, but the real thing she wants more than a diamond on her hand is to be holding hands with a man that has become a diamond among men. And you can't be a diamond among men unless you know how to hunt, unless you are a go-getter, unless you know how to go out and conquer matter, energy, space, and time, and bring back material reward to build a legacy for your family.
Wow, absolutely, absolutely, brother Hamid. That was the perfect definition to that very, very great saying by Big Mama. Now, brother Muhammad. Now I want to, but what about this? I want to pose to you this though. There are a lot of women who say that they are independent. Who say, what do you say to those women? Like, I can make my own money. I may not need a man. I can do this. There's a lot of independent women out there. To that. And say like, hey, I don't always need a man to be my best. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it is true. And it is a survival mechanism at this point. And I would be crazy to tell a woman, you know what? Don't even worry about it. Just wait around for you to meet a good man. As soon as you meet the good man, you can start having the things in life that you desire. But until then, just sit around and be poor, broke, hungry, naked, out of doors with nothing, doing nothing, just waiting on a man. No, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the woman, the black woman in particular, should be free to do anything that her heart desires, and she can do anything in the way of righteousness without violating her nature that a man can do. So it's nothing wrong with you being like that and being productive. In Islam, whenever a man marries a woman, it is customary that the man brings a gift of something monetary, either cash or something that has a cash value, and gives that to his new wife as what they call a dowry. And in Islam, whenever you marry a woman, what's hers remains hers. You don't get none of it. But what's yours becomes hers too. So it's nothing wrong with you having that spirit. It's just whenever you are in that zone and it's out of a compensation for the non-productive man that you're with. And I think that you would be wise as a woman if you know that romance without finance is going to become a nuisance. If that man doesn't have the skill set to go out and maintain, protect, and provide, then he's not worthy of becoming your husband yet until he gets to that status. If not, you're going to be married to a man, but you're going to be treating him in your mind, you will lose respect for him. And it's gonna really upset the balance of the home, because the language of a man is honor. And the language of a woman is security. She wants to feel secure emotionally, mentally, physically, and financially. She wants to feel secure. But the nature of a man is honor. And when that man is a non-productive man, he won't receive honor from his mate. And at a certain point, it's going to serve as a means of weakening the man even more. And he's not going to be loyal to you. He's going to be gone. So no, sisters, I understand. It is an unfortunate circumstance, and it's not by accident; it's by design. I encourage all of the viewers to Google the Willie Lynch letter and Google the "Let Us Make a Slave" document that comes from that letter of Willie Lynch, and look at the particular chapter or section on the breaking of the nigger female. And when you look at what he says, in paraphrasing, that make her to be independent of her man. By doing so, you will put her into, listen to this, he said, a frozen psychological state.
Wow.
Where she will begin to train her offspring to be as you would make them if you were their parent. Talking about slave masters. So check it out. They know that that's not the nature of things. The woman is not born and created by God to handle an undue amount of stress. And the minute that you become so independent that you have to become maintainer, protector, provider, and comfort, and consoler, and homemaker, and mother. When you have to do all of that, you are putting yourself under too much stress and pressure. You're weighing other than your own self psychologically. It's only a matter of time before it destroys you health-wise and emotionally. So it's not a good system, but I understand it for survival. Be as you have to be, but encourage that man to be as he should be. And when he gets to that point where he is that hunter and that go-getter, and he is able to do for you and your family, then let that stress go and let him carry that burden. Smile and live a stress-free existence, because you got a good man that knows how to take care of you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Once again, we're talking to Brother Nuri Muhammad. And now, Brother Muhammad, you have a series of books. Now, one of those books is titled Before I Say I Do. What are some of the things that you suggest to flourishing couples that are dating that you would advise, some of the things they should think about or maybe even consider before they say I do?
Well, that's a very good question. And this book is Before You Say I Do. This book is really designed to assist really a black man and a black woman on proper mate selection. If you notice, rich white people always marry rich white people.
It's very true.
And the reason that you see families marrying similar families among the Asians, the Jews, and Caucasians is because they are trying to keep a certain breed or a certain species of their people alive. So they are very selective. It's the same as it is with the dogs, the horses. You don't mate different breeds of dogs with one another. You don't mate different kinds of horses. You have a horse that is for carrying a wagon or one that's a race stallion. You marry stallions. You put stallions with stallions. So mate selection, is so important. In fact, I'm gonna step out of here and say this, Brother Jeff. Outside of belief in God, choosing the right mate is the most important decision you'll ever make in your life.
Wow.
Because when you choose a mate, either that mate will inspire you to grow into your greatness, or they'll confine you to complacency. They'll either be your other half, or they'll make you half of yourself. The minister said this one time. He said, a good mate brings out the best in you and makes you more youthful. And a bad mate brings out the worst in you and causes you to age prematurely. So choosing a mate is the most important decision other than belief in God you ever going to make. Why? That's why. So, phase one, remember, brothers and sisters, what is marriage called? It's called holy matrimony. It's called a sacred union, or in some writings, they call marriage a covenant connection. Covenant connection, sacred union, and holy matrimony. These are all spiritual terms. So when you are going to choose a mate, you should be looking more at spiritual and mental characteristics than you are looking at physical characteristics. And one of the things that we learned is that, see, before we were kidnapped and Caucasianized and Westernized, there was no such thing as dating among black people.
I didn't know that.
We courted. We courted one another. Even, have you ever seen The Godfather?
I have.
You do know, we don't have time to go into it, but the Spanish or the Italians, the Italians adopted many of the customs of the Moors, which were African Muslims that conquered Spain and went into Italy. So a lot of their habits that you see among the Italians are very similar to Muslims. We greet each other cheek to cheek. They greet each other cheek to cheek. They have brotherhood. They don't discuss certain things at the dinner table. It's about family. But you remember in The Godfather that when Michael was in Sicily and he was interested in a female, they went out walking with each other. But when the camera panned up, behind them, 100 feet away, was that little girl's whole family was out there. It was about 15 deep. They learned that from our African customs. We did not believe that we should ever engage in physical contact with one another until we were married, and that any time that we were even alone with the opposite sex, we would have a chaperone with us to make sure that we didn't get too excited, too physically attracted to one another, and then end up engaging in premarital sex. Sex, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, has a blinding quality to it. It floods the brain with so many chemicals, the serotonin, the endorphins, the adrenaline, and the dopamine that the brain is flooded with being sexually active is so strong that it begins to really corrupt the prefrontal cortex, which is the place in the brain that deals with judgment. So once the judgment centers of the brain have become, for the lack of a better word, distracted and distorted, now you can't even see the negative spiritual or psychological, mental, or personality traits anymore because you're too infatuated with the physical. So we, in picking that mate, say don't date, court. Dating is just two people involved with each other and whatever happens, happens. But courting is when two people are only communicating with each other because in their mind they have at some point finding someone that they're going to marry, and they're not going to be physical till that point. I know this sounds rough and strict.
It's real rough and strict.
You think about, I think you think about people talking about how hard it was to have Steve Harvey put out something called a 90-day rule. Oh Lord, how we? No, but if you really want to be serious and you want to have what you're looking for, which is that happily ever after, you got to do it right. You can't take the wrong road and expect to end up in the right place. That's the way it goes. So that became an issue. And what happened, Brother Jeff, is that talking to people all over the country, we were being invited to speak by all different kinds of people at different sets. But almost always the freedom fighters, the revolutionaries, the activists that brought us in, they always had domestic or relationship problems. And I said, man, do you know your home is supposed to be your spiritual recharge center?
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be the place that you unplug from this wicked white supremacist world, and you can come home, let your guard down, and come to an environment where you can plug into a pure source of love and extract peace and power from your home. But man, if a man or a woman is out fighting for their people, fighting to make a living, and then they come home and they got to fight again, how are they ever going to have the energy on either side to perform well for freeing the people, well for building the business, or well for each other as husbands, fathers, and mothers and fathers? So I kind of really was tired of having these little sidebar meetings all the time. So I said, let me see if I can come up with something that can help stop this a little bit and help it. And I did Before You Say I Do. And then we kept going. And then everybody said, well, I'm already married. I still want to talk to you. I was like, I got to do another After You Say I Do. So now I got both before and after you say I do. And I just say, look, take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
It's like an aspirin.
Like old doctors used to say when they going door to door with them little leather bags, I say, take 2 of these. So far, we haven't had anybody really call back because they've been pretty good guides in helping mate selection, and then really helping to practice what I call courtship after marriage, which is also a system that keeps things going and alive. That's in the After You Say I Do book.
That's awesome. You can find both of Dr. Nuri, of Brother Nuri, not Doctor, Brother Nuri Muhammad's books. You sound like a doctor. That's why I was like, man, you're prescribing the right medicine right there at NuriMuhammad.com. That right there at NuriMuhammad.com. Now, Brother Nuri, I don't want to keep you all night, but I do have just a few more questions. I do want to ask you. I want to backtrack a bit. You spoke about. Well, I wanted to ask you about interracial relationships. We're talking about black love. We're talking about black marriages. We're talking about black, being together, black relationships. But there is an influx of interracial relationships that take place within, particularly for the black man. Let's call the brothers out, because it's really happening. Sisters happen, but it's really the brothers. What do you think? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I'm more of an advocate of, I feel like black men should devote themselves to black women, but I don't judge the guys that do otherwise. But what are kind of your thoughts on the interracial relationship thing?
Well, we don't believe in it. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was taught by God that, and common sense tells us, anytime that you are with someone that you call your spouse, you call them your mate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go in your closet and pick up a red Reebok. Go in your closet and pick up a pair of white Air Force Ones. Go in your closet and pick up some Concord 11s. If you have one Concord 11 in your hand and you go to the closet, or somebody goes to the closet and comes back out with a red Air Force One, say, here you go. You say, no, this ain't the mate that goes to this shoe. Why? Because it doesn't look like. It has to be the counterpart of. It has to be the match to. It has to be the mate of. So that should be a criterion in mate selection. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan did say this, though. He said, love can transcend color. He said, however, the problem with us is that we did not choose a white woman instead of a black woman out of love. We chose it out of a sickness where we feel closer to our slave master, therefore we feel successful. We actually believe, and you look back, and as we gave the example of in the beginning, why was it easier for us to stay married to a black woman, or a black woman to a black man? And it's because they wouldn't allow us to even look at a white woman's dress while it hung on a clothesline, let alone be, looking at a white woman or being in a relationship. You can get lynched for reckless eyeballing. Well, look at what happened to us. Do you know that Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the early 1900s was not the only place in America where there was independent black economics operating. There was Rosewood. There was other places.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we had our own dry cleaners, banks, grocery stores, bus lines, hotels, restaurants is because white people would not let us in theirs. So because they would not let us in theirs, because of segregation, we
Mm-hmm.
were forced to build for our own, and we didn't just survive, we thrived
Mm-hmm.
doing for self. But the minute that Negroes start going into the sitting at the bar stools and getting spit in their food, rate water hose and beat, I want to sit on the toilet next to white people. I want to get drunk next to white people. I want to sleep in a little nasty hotel room next to some nasty white people. The minute that they said, all right, you niggers can now start eating with us, coming to our movie theaters. You can start going to our cleaners, our grocery stores, and sleep in our hotels and ride on our buses. Guess what happened? Our
Auto
hotels busted. All the black
disappeared.
businesses went away.
Disappeared.
So,
Mm-hmm.
so integration with white people meant disintegration of black power in the sense of economics. Turn that into this whenever you have black men running with another woman. Integration ends up becoming disintegration of the power base of black people, which is the black family. So it is not that love can't transcend color, but what made you like them enough to choose them over someone that looks like you and came from the same life experience? I said, and even if you don't want to get into the Quran or the Bible in the story of Samson and Delilah, your mama's a black woman. How are you going to watch her suffer and struggle all those years trying to do for you, and then you want to pick somebody that looks opposite of her? Brother Jeff, the black woman has been the most loyal woman to her man more than any other woman of any other nationality, race, or group of people on the face of this earth. She deserves to be maintained, protected, and provided for. We owe her a debt to look out for her and make sure we take care of her like she's been taking care of us all of these years. So that system of doing it, and I'm saying that if you have already made a commitment to someone, I'm not telling anyone, and we don't promote that from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. If you made marriage vows, we're not going to tell you just go get a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
No, if you've already committed, then you should honor your vows. But I will say that in order for you to reach your full potential as a black man, you're going to need that precious black woman with you to help bring out the best in you where you can reach your full potential.
Wow. Once again, this is why we had Brother Nuri Muhammad on. He drops the gems. He gives the facts. This is what we love to hear. Be sure to hit the thumbs up button and share this video. This needs to be seen by as many people as possible because we love what the student minister, Brother Nuri Muhammad, is saying right now. You're giving a sermon. I feel like I'm in church right now. So I see what the good folks in Indianapolis, what mosque number 74, correct?
Yes,
Mosque number 74. I see what they get each and every week, each and every day, because this is amazing. Now, Brother Nuri, I'm going to get you out on this. I want to say, now, during your keynote, you spoke about how black men and black women want to be loved differently. I'm not going to tell you to give that whole 45-minute speech. If you want to go see that, we have that at allblackdigital.com. That's allblackdigital.com. But what, just if you can, just summarize that just a bit about how black men and black women love to be loved or respected or loved in different ways. Just kind of, if you can, just I know it's gonna be hard, but just kind of summarize that in a bit. We don't have to get the whole acronym, but just a little how they like to be loved and respected in different ways.
Thank you, Jeff. Well, I learned this from the minister once. There is gender specific commands from God on how a black man can get the best out of his woman and how the woman can get the best out of her man. And even though we are two twin halves of a single essence, as the Quran says. We are different in the way that we receive and the way we are communicated with when it comes to love. You have some people that wrote a book, they call it the four love languages. I don't know how accurate that is, but I know that in Ephesians 5:33, there's a verse that says this, and men should love their wives as they love themselves, and women should respect their husbands. I said, wait a minute. Why did it say love when man to woman, but respect from woman to man? As you heard me say earlier, the language of a man is honor. So we, in that message called How to Love a Black Woman and How to Love a Black Man, we went through what it means to love and what it means to respect. So in the context of love, they did a study in 2012 on the Today Show where they interviewed women all over the world to find out what is it that they were looking for in a man. Different groups of people, different nationalities all over the earth. And they kind of consolidated it into four basic ingredients that all women were looking for in their men. And one was loyalty. Two was to love. Three was to labor, meaning they wanted a hardworking man.
Mm-hmm.
Four was to listen. So loyal, and you know that as a general rule, women are one man, one women, but men have not been one woman men. Mm-hmm. So they were looking for somebody that, as Kendrick Lamar and Rihanna said, had some loyalty. And then they wanted someone that would love them, labor for them, and listen to them. And the fifth thing that they said was laughter, had a sense of humor, made them laugh. And we added to it. You can't just be no good man to a woman if you know how to listen, make her laugh, you labor, and you know how to love, and you loyal. The minister said this. He said, an ignorant man will never be a good husband to a woman. So you also have to be a learned man. You got to be learned. You got to be smart. Mm-hmm. So that kind of a breakdown is what makes love from a man to a woman bring out the best in her. Mm-hmm. And then respect. We took respect and broke it down into an acronym. And the acronym is when every letter in a word represents another word, like CIA, the Cocaine Import Agency, and FBI, find a black man to incarcerate, media most effective devil in America. You understand what I'm saying? Respect. So the R, we're not going to break it all down, but R stands for respect itself. Show honor to your man. Respect him. Show him that you have a sense of dignity in looking up to and you admire him. E stands for esteem. And esteem is a little different than worth. When someone has self-worth, that means what they think about themselves based off of what God said about them and what they see in the mirror. But self-esteem is what you think about yourself based off of how other people see you. So if you're going to esteem a man, you have to show him honor and respect in front of people that he honors and respect. And then the S, we broke it down as it stood for his sight. Stay beautiful. Smile at that man. Let him know that you're happy. If hopefully you are happy, because if you're not happy, I'm gonna say this to the brothers: the goodness and the greatness of a man is heavily determined by the size of the smile of the woman that's with him's face. If you want to know how good you're doing and how great you are as a man, look at the size of the smile of your woman. If she ain't smiling that much, you ain't doing too good. Then of course, sensual touch. Men are more physical than women. So you have to be, as a woman, you have to know that he's more physical and give him more sensual touch. And then the P, stands for, I believe we broke it down to represent power, or show him that he's powerful, or that you are proud of him. Honor him, compliment him. And then, of course, the other E is eating. What food do you feed him? You don't want to just be as a wife. You don't want to just be a cook. You don't even want to just be a chef. You want to be a food scientist that knows how to study what his purpose for living is, and what kind of energy output is required for him to perform successfully at what he does to make a living for you or your family. And then you figure out the balance of carbohydrates, protein, and amino acid. What fruits and vegetables go well together that give him the strength and keep his health up, so that he can eat good at 6 o'clock on Wednesday and wake up early on Thursday, ready to go conquer the world for you. So eat. And then the last is C, show compassion to that man. Men are more sensitive than they act to be. Be kind, be compassionate to him, speak to him in a kind way, and show him that you care. And last, the T, train your children to love their father. Train your children to know that what the father is out there doing. Because, as a general rule, Brother Jeff, children don't spell love Love. Children spell love Time. So what they deem as love is spending time with them. But when a black man in this world is trying to survive, normally we got to work so hard that we don't have a lot of that Time. But if you've got a wife that would train the children to love their father and let them know daddy's not here, but he's out there putting in work to make sure that you have that coat, that you have those shoes on your feet, that we have something to sit down on, that we have a warm home and we have food in the refrigerator. That's his love for you. So when he comes home, soon as you hear them keys jingle, that door open, you run to that door and you jump on your father, tell him how much you love him and that you missed him. So that's kind of a simple little formula to love her and her respect him. And if we follow that little simple template 7 days a week, 365 days in a year, we would be back at 90% of all adults married again, with a near 100% success ratio, staying together. Good black man with a good black woman, building a future for our people.
Absolutely, absolutely. Those who are listening, please give Brother Nuri Muhammad a digital round of applause. Brother Nuri Muhammad, you were a blessing to all of us tonight. We appreciate you coming through. You can connect with Brother Nuri Muhammad. They got him banned on some social media, some shadow banning going on, which is super garbage, but you can understand why. You can understand why, because if we had 1 million or 10 million or 100 million Brother Nuri Muhammad's in this world, our community would be a better place. You can connect with Brother Nuri Muhammad right here at NuriMuhammad.com. That is NuriMuhammad.com. Thank you all for tuning in. Brother Nuri, I want to say on camera, thank you so much. This was an honor to share this space with you tonight. I appreciate it so much.
Man, thank you, Brother Jeff. And I look forward to coming back and being with you again. And I just challenge you to field the questions that come from the audience. And then in a few weeks, come back.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Questions that came from the people as a result of what they might have heard today. And no questions, off limits. And let's have that raw conversation so we can get our power base back.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. For those who want to, you can send your questions to Brother Nuri right here at his website, or to me right here on Instagram. That is at JLightsy7. That is at JLightsy7 on Instagram and Twitter. I appreciate you once again, Brother Nuri. Thank you all for tuning in tonight, and we will see you next time. God bless. Peace. Brother.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Now, today we're tackling something that's quietly impacting every part of our lives: processed foods. Did you know they can shorten our lifespans up to 18%? But it doesn't stop there. Processed foods are affecting how we think, our moods, our focus, and even how we relate to others. Now, we're going to dig into how these foods are linked to cancer, dementia, autism, and other health issues. Most importantly, we'll talk about real solutions, how we can make healthier choices for ourselves and our families. This isn't just about food, it's about reclaiming control over our health, our minds, and our lives. So let's get into it. I have a panel of beautiful queens, royal, beautiful panel today. We have Tiara Williams, producer and actress. We have Constance Carter, wealth activist. We have Dr. Alicia Watkins, social worker and human rights advocate. And we have Aisha Verzi, financial expert. Ladies, now first, I'm going to just kind of ask you a simple question. Do you struggle with your weight? And do you see, if you do you see a difference when you eat healthier and non-processed foods? So I'm going to start with you, Constance.
Absolutely. So I try to work out. I've been working out for at least 16, 17 years. Like I go faithfully. I go to the gym because I created this habit. Do you guys know about creating a habit? You do something for 21 days and you create a habit. So I get up and I go to the gym every day. Sometimes I don't get up out the car. I stay up in the motherfucking car, but I go to the gym every single day. Okay? Because it's a habit.
It's a habit.
It's a habit. So, but I do go to the gym, and the last couple of weeks, because I had started this podcast, I hadn't had a chance, just trying to, do the content stuff in the morning, but I hadn't been to the gym. I went to the gym yesterday, and boy, it kicked my ass. That's the reason why I know that I don't stop going, is because I know when you stop going, that it's hard to start. But then, as far as eating, yeah, like the other day, like I try to eat like cookies and stuff, but the other day I had cookies because I just wanted something real quick and my stomach was hurting. And I think when you're so used to eating junk and your stomach hurts, it's just part of life. But when you don't eat it and your stomach and you're feeling fine, and then you start eating it again, it kind of messes you up.
Yeah, it definitely can. How about you, Dr. Alicia?
Hey, self-care is self-love. So I pay myself first, like when you invest. So I'm an accountability person. I have to have another person there edging me on. If not, I'm just going to sit on the couch. If I don't sign up for a race and have a reason to get up and go do my run-in, I'm just going to sit on the couch and eat. So I need to sign up for things and to just get out there and have interactions with other people. That's what helps me to exercise. So I sign up for the boot camp. It's not that expensive. And what's more expensive is having a healthcare problem, being unhealthy. That's very expensive. So I invest in myself because I love myself and I pay attention to what I eat. So I don't eat street food. And I grew up in a household, we didn't eat street food. So it's paying attention, it's setting, like Constance talked about, it's really making these habits of taking care of yourself and loving yourself.
Exactly. How about you, Aisha?
Good morning, everyone. That's a great point. And I also love what Dr. Alicia said, is the habits that you form, right? And for me, it's really taking cold showers. I take cold shower to just really wakes your body up so that when you eat, you feel clean, and the food that you prepare and the habits you form around food. And growing up in Africa, our food is very clean anyway. We go to the market, practically you feel like you're in the market 3 times a week buying fresh foods, and if you don't get there on time, you don't find anything because it's finished. So we're used to that, and I do the same thing here in America. My kids are not used to eating anything other than home cooked meal, and it's fresh foods all the time. So really, for me, I'm used to that. It's part of my life, the way I was raised, and I love it. And really, if we're not careful, in my field in finance, they actually talked about that. They said more Americans are going to have chronic illness. It's going to be the number one problem we have. Not even dying, is chronic illness. So 7 out of 9 people, 7 out of 9 are going to have chronic illness because of the diet we have. So self-care and, just really being intentional and forming great habits is so important. And that's how I stay in that space, make sure I keep good habits that I was raised with.
That's a really high number, but you're right on point with that. So how about you, Tiara?
I'm a bit of an extremist too. Like every year, before the new year, I have to run 100 miles into the new year to set myself up. I juice. I'm like, I'm going vegan for 6 months. I'm doing this. So I'm very extreme in that way. What makes my life hard is my daughter. She be like, Mom, let's go get some ice cream. Let's eat pizza. You know what I want? Let's go get a burger. I be like, yeah, burger. So my daughter is she's the angel and a bad influence. She is the serpent in my garden. She is a bad influence. So lately, her and I just go to the gym, and then I've just been making fresh vegetables actually I'm 28 days no processed food right now. So she just kind of got and I feel great. But I've been making foods, and she's been like, I've been feeling healthy at home with my mom. But she go to her dad's house, she's eating sausage and biscuits and rice and gravy. They from the South. So, so.
And I grew up.
Girl, my mouth is watering. Don't say it.
I'm eating oatmeal.
Well, me, all of my life, I have battled weight. I have always been on the chubby side. I've always struggled with it. And I never understood why, because we had a homegrown garden, and I do mean a big one, because I grew up on land. We also grew our own beef, and we had chickens, and we had all that stuff. So I grew up in the country. But just because of that, you also use lard, you also use full butter, and I struggled with weight my whole life. It wasn't until I turned 49, 50 and I'm now 54, that I've been able to be very stable with my weight. So I've lost a total of 135 pounds. Yes. And so now I'm in maintenance, but I also have gained a little bit because I'm an emotional eater. And with the death of my sisters, I struggled with that. But one thing that has also helped me with that is the thought of my sister who used to run 7 miles a day. I too run now. And like you, Tira, I kind of do what you do, but every year since I've lost my weight, I've run the mileage of years, like run, walk. So 2025, I will get 2025 in by the end of the year. And I've done that now for 5 years straight. So I think we all have expressed, like we all deal with it. But I can tell you right now, when I stopped eating processed foods, baby, life, clarity, I felt better, woke up better, no headaches, none of that. But it could be very, very sneaky for us. And food is really kind of hard to, you think you're eating healthy until you flip that package around and you really see what's in there. So I'm asking you, family, are you on the struggle bus with food? Do you find it hard to eat healthy, or are you okay just eating what you get out of the grocery store to make, I call it convenience food that's already prepared for you? What are your struggles? And we'd love to hear that from you. But I want us to look at this video because I think it's very important for us to continue our conversation. Let's check this out.
We are getting destroyed, and it's very recent, and it's accelerating. The stats speak for themselves. You know this very well. 74% of Americans are overweight or obese. 50% now of American adults have type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. These were diseases where there was 1% of Americans in 1950 had type 2 diabetes. Now it's 50% of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. Alzheimer's, dementia are going through the roof. Young adult dementias have increased like 3 times since 2012. So early onset dementias, we're seeing this 1 in 2 Americans are expected to have cancer in their lifetime now. 1 in 2, and young adult cancers are going up 79% in the last 10 years. We've got, of course, the autism rates are absolutely astronomical. 1 in 36 children has autism now in the United States. That was 1 in 150 in the year 2000. And in California, where I live, it's 1 in 22. 1 in 22 with a lifetime neurodevelopmental disorder. We've got infertility going up 1% per year. 25% of men now under 40 have erectile dysfunction. A quarter of the country. This is fundamentally a metabolic disease. We've got 77% of young Americans can't serve in the military because of obesity or drug abuse. We've got autoimmune diseases. Some studies are saying they're going up 13% per year. It's really unbelievable. And I could go through so many more diseases. Of course, we've got heart disease, which is almost totally preventable as the leading cause.
These numbers are absolutely frightening. Armando, who is one of our stable watchers. Hello, Armando. Thank you for coming in today. He says, yes, I have developed my own eating habits to stay healthy and grow food, to keep learning how and what to eat. And, I think that most of us really need to think about that. It's really not that hard to grow food. You can even do it in pots on your patio. But we're going to discuss what that Joe Rogan interview, although I don't like him, I think the subject is great, and what that means for us in our lives. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want
Queens 87948. You don't want to miss any of our shows, and you'll get a notice every day when we go live, so that hey, whatever you're doing, you forgot what time of day it is. Ding, ding, ding. The Queens are on. The Queens are on. So you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Yes, yes, and yes. All right, ladies. After losing so much weight and really getting focused on the quality of food that I eat, when I talk to people, because they always ask you how you do it, but then when you tell them what you're doing, they don't want to do what you do. They want some magic pill. So, Dr. Aisha, what is the first thing you think of when you hear processed foods?
Dr. Alicia or Dr. Aisha? Dr. Alicia or
I'm
Aisha?
sorry.
I was like, wait, who are you talking to?
Yeah, I'm mushing us all together. Sorry about that, Dr. Alicia.
All right. So, processed foods. Well, processed foods, I want to take a different stance on that. Processed foods is cheap. Fruits and vegetables are expensive. So how dare us sit here and talk about buy fruits and vegetables and eat healthy and all of this stuff? Have you been to Whole Foods? Have you been to the grocery store and see what is expensive, what grocery prices are increasing, and what is affordable? Have you been to the McDonald's when they had their dollar menu? Do you understand that it's easy for some people to talk about eat healthy foods when ramen is 90 something cents? So, processed foods is bad for you, and we're giving you all this information, but what's the point of doing stuff like that if it's so expensive? And that's the real problem that we have. And Constance Carter, thank you so much, sent me some very, very troubling information related to food. I'm changing the subject a little bit, but Donald Trump or the Orange Man just ordered a federal spending freeze on temporary assistance for needy families. Talk to them about fruits and vegetables. And the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children.
It's directly tied, Aisha. I'm not. I keep want to call you Aisha, Dr. Alicia. It's directly tied because our communities are the ones who are always first affected, period. So I lived in Louisville, Kentucky for a long time, my whole life, and we had our first Black grocery store in the West End. They were the last to get the deliveries for any fresh food. They were the last of everything. In fact, it didn't even last a good 2 years. That grocery store had to close. So the government doesn't care about us at all. This is not shocking to me and whatsoever. Matter of fact, I'm surprised this orange Muppet didn't do it on day one. I feel like I'm living through 2 years and we've only been 1 week. So what we need to do is to really focus on not what they're taking away from us, on how we can get together to help us be more healthy, to be more active, to spread the wealth, but you got to want it. So our community needs to want it. He can take all the fuck things he wants to take away, but I am not going to let him take my joy, period. So fuck him. All right, next. I'm sorry. I'm so
That's
sorry.
why we weren't talking about foreign aid today. That's why we didn't want to do that, because we just want to keep Lala in joy. Go ahead, Lala.
Joy.
We're not going to bring up Donald Trump today. It's all good. We'll talk about him tomorrow.
That's okay, but that's what he's planning on doing. So we're not going to allow him to steal our joy. All right. So this actually does bring up something, though, because this does tie into this. Like, Dr. Alicia, you mentioned very clearly, and I'm with you. Like, how much is freaking food? Like, I know when I'm eating healthy, my food bill goes through the roof. But guess what? There's also stores like, that's why I love Trader Joe's, because it's more affordable. But, you know, you got sneaky things like Whole Foods giving you processed food. And you think just because you're shopping at Whole Foods and paying 4 times more that you're getting the healthier version when you're not. So now I'm going to say the correct name, Aisha. Do you check the food labels when you go grocery shopping?
That's a great question. It depends on what I'm shopping for, right? I try not to buy things that are processed anyways. It's just not how I was raised. So I don't even gravitate towards that. But if I do pick up something, if the ingredients are more than 3 that I cannot pronounce, I'm not buying it, because I understand that it won't even taste right. So I'm not even going to buy it. And one thing I do try to do, honestly, is try to shop what is in season, right? God is so merciful to us that if we just follow the rules of nature, we don't have to suffer that much, because every food in season is in abundance. It's in abundance, and you grow it faster, quicker, and they're actually looking for a way to store it because there's so much of it, right? So just try to eat what it's in season. And if you do that as much as you can, it makes it easier for all of us. But if we try to eat food out of season, then now it's been preserved so that we can have what we want. So sometimes that affects us. So reading the labels, to me, it's only if I have to, but most of the time is what I know. Spinach, potatoes, tomatoes. That's what I'm buying, and that's what I'm making at home. I don't make it complicated. Eat the same kinds of food most of the time, and it makes my food eating clean, right? But really, that's how I stay away from even trying to read labels. It's just buying foods in season, in abundance, and just use it.
Well, you know what's really interesting about that? You're right. You know, when you're buying fresh, you know, you kind of know, okay, you have a little bit of control over that. But like and this ties into to, you know, eating healthy and also economics and those who have more and more and not. So when you get a can of green beans, you would expect you wouldn't have to read a can of green beans, right? But when you flip them over, one of the first ingredients you see in that can of green beans is sugar.
Sugar.
Yeah.
And salt.
And
Who
salt.
the hell needs that? And a can of green beans, right? I mean, it's a struggle. So, Constance, you know what's that one processed food, that one that you just can't seem to give up?
First, Lala, I need to really address the elephant in the room. On that video, I don't think that we discussed. I feel like, you know, we're all going to die, and there's all these different ways to die, but having a man that's 40 years old with erectile dysfunction is a problem for me. That's where I draw the line. We all gonna die one day, but this ED thing we gotta address. Black men start eating right. We out here. Listen, I'm almost 50. I'm at my peak. I need you guys to be functioning properly. Stick together. That's all I got to say about that. I don't know what else.
Thank you, Constance. That's a great comment.
We need that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, why are we gonna gloss over like that wasn't just said?
Oh, I can't. Okay, but I gotta get back on topic. Y'all really got to you know, y'all help a lot today. You have changed. You say you go back and forth with things, but you know what? How do you feel after eating a meal that's made with fresh ingredients? You know, you've kind of taken out the sugar, you've kind of taken out the salt. How does this make you feel?
I feel better. I feel better around the board. Like you said, just looking at because what I know is from our diet, we are either used to like sweet or savory. Like Americans need a certain they need certain texture to their food and they need to taste a certain way. But it just felt good. Like I'm like, okay, I can't take my taste buds feel like they've changed. Like I'm not eating things that are. Have you guys ever watched there's these TikTok videos and I wish I would have added it to this show where you can see like what 56 grams of sugar looks like. It'll have the food and then have all the grams of sugar stacked up. You know, that can't be good, right? Or if it's showing you all the milligrams of salt that is in your food, it's just like overdose. Like it just feels like too much. And so what I was doing was I thought I was being healthy. I was drinking like I go to the gym, I have a Gatorade and be like, I'm getting my electrolytes, you know, not knowing that I'm also with those electrolytes, also getting 60 grams of sugar every time I have one, having them every day. And that's just my drink on top of the things that I'm already eating, the occasional donuts. I'm like, ooh, there's a donut. It's just one or one cookie or, you know, so, you know, I feel good. I really do. I feel less inflamed. I really
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, I noticed that when I'm eating better, like I don't wake up with that headache or I don't wake up with that hangover. Like, you know, that I don't feel so good hangover. I'm 54. I will be 55 next month. I'm going to tell you, I feel better now than I did when I was in my 20s. Like I can
Yeah.
get up and not have the same hangovers or not like, oh, my back hurts. And let me tell you something else. I have three bulging discs in my back. And they were bothering me all the time when I was 285. I was just miserable. I couldn't move. I couldn't sit long, you know, and it would take my breath. Like if it shifted, I would can't breathe, you know. And then when I lost all my weight, poof, gone
Yeah.
because it doesn't have that pressure on my body anymore. So it's safe to say that, you know, we all need to be aware of what we're putting in our body. We are not separated. We are mind, body, and spirit. And as Dr. Alicia said, you know, self-love is loving yourself too, right? And so sometimes we just don't think about the things that we put into our bodies could be affecting us on all three of those levels. Because
Yeah.
if you don't feel good, you definitely don't feel good spiritually, and your body don't feel good either. So, you know, it's just, and sugar is so dangerous in so many different ways, and it's in absolutely everything. But we're going to take a
You
quick
know,
break.
oh,
Oh,
okay. Well, I was just
wait.
going to ask Dr. Alicia. I would love to know after the break, like if we've listened to the statistics that they said about like autism and neurodivergent conditions and like all the things, if you can like shed some light on how processed foods are changing our moods and all of that stuff, I would love that because I don't think people know that those things are linked.
That sounds good. And I think we also have some wonderful graphics to support all of that. So we'll
Okay.
be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. Listen, we are Fly Nubian Money. So this is what we do. We help you to get it together. Listen, we have wonderful free resources for you. So you just need to do a little tipping on your computer and go to flynubianmoney.com. We have a lot of resources for you who may be just confused about where to start. or you just confused, or maybe you're afraid to even look at it. Let's face it, sometimes, a lot of the times when you are in financial stress, you put your head in the sand and you don't want to look at it. Well, you can't get started if you don't know where you are. We can put you at the starting line. We're there with you because now we can help you see the goal. So all you have to do is make sure you go to flynubianmoney.com, get your free work resources, and get your financial house in order. Now, I'm going to actually turn it over to Dr. Alicia to answer that question that Tiara had before break.
Yeah, we all know the link between what you put in your body and the effect that it has on your mental health. We all know the right foods to eat, but there's still a block there because people aren't doing better, even though they know better. And I think I want to comment on the emotional eating piece. Comfort food is there because we don't have a connection with the people around us. Things happen to disrupt things. And just like all addictions, being addicted to food and turning to what we consider comfort food to make us feel good when we're going through psychological distress, that's a way of coping with the lack of connection. And when we are connecting and we have positive, happy relationships with people around us, then we tend to treat ourselves better. And so I think that that's a signal to you. If you've been grabbing at the chips and grabbing at the cookies, that's a signal to you to be able to stop and figure out what's going on in your life that you're not dealing with. And, you know, I do a lot of exercises with a lot of my Healing Haven folks. Hey, y'all, my Healing Haven folks, we do mindfulness practices. Mindful eating is one of the things that we talk about that's in my workbook. It's being present when you're consuming food, not on the phone, not watching TV, not all of these things. Don't eat chips and stuff while you're watching a movie because the whole bag will be gone and you just totally disassociated from your body. Your body's telling you you've had enough food. You can't be hungry, but really what you're starving for is connection and attention. That's a little bit of what we do in Healing Haven. Mindful eating exercises is to have nothing there and just be present with your food. Touch it, smell it, taste it, eat slowly. And I like intuitive eating personally. You know, don't stick to some diet. Get in touch with your body and try to figure out, okay, I think I would like to have something sweet. It's okay. So intuitive eating, mindful eating, mindfulness. I was talking about this yesterday with Joe. Hey, Joe, mindfulness is the answer for everything. Practicing mindfulness is the answer to all of the issues that are happening, as well as eating foods that you know is not good for you.
And unfortunately, people think there's a magic pill because, as I've actually said before, you know, when people ask me, how did you do it? I'm all for telling you how I did it. And this is what I did. And this is what I did. And they get these deer in the headlight look and they go, I'm not doing that. You know, they want a magic pill. They want these shots, these Ozempics and Wegovy's, and they think that that's going to keep it off. When in actuality, once you get off of those things, you're right back to where you are. You need to face what the root of the problem is. Now, I will tell you guys, I told you I've been overweight all my life, and there's two things that caused me to help be overweight, and it's not just because I wanted to eat everything. It's because of that. I needed comfort. One, abandonment issues. My birth mother left me when I was 3 years old. And even though I knew that I was loved, I still had abandonment issues. Okay. So, and I was told, you better finish your plate. Well, okay, I'll finish my plate and give me another one. Okay. And then two, sexual abuse. I hid that because of that too. I didn't want to be attractive. I didn't want people looking at me. So the root of the problem is not just that you're eating more. You need to stop and look at why. Even though it's going to be tough to do, you have to see what the root of the problem is, period. But we have some great stats because this does affect you in so many different ways. 18% lifespan reduction. Eating ultra-processed foods could shorten your life by nearly 1/5. Wow. Obesity connection. More than half the calories Americans eat come from ultra processed foods, contributing to weight gain. Childhood obesity. Over 19% of US children are obese, and processed foods are a major factor. Addiction factor. Many processed foods are designed to make you crave more, leading to overeating. There is massive studies showing what they're putting in the food to make you want more and more and more. So it's no longer just eating 3 little chips or 5 little chips. Once you get that trigger from what the additives that they put in there, you're going to eat the whole thing. You're going to eat the whole bag. So we are fighting this battle on all fronts. Mentally, spiritually, body, also what they want us to continue to do so that we continue to buy. So I'm going to ask you, Constance, do you think, what are the biggest barriers that you see to eating healthier?
So I think it's the biggest barrier is probably like how you were raised. I didn't develop good eating habits when I was a kid. Like Dr. Alicia, she was like, we didn't eat this. And I'm like, yo, every time I hear Alicia talk, I'm like, damn, why couldn't my parents be like yours? I can't say, why couldn't I have your parents, but why couldn't my parents be like your parents? My parents is from Arkansas. My mama still eats chitlins. Did I really get offended? Like, why the hell are you eating this slave food? But, growing up, I always went up and down. I've always gone up and down. I was, chubby when I was little. And my mama was so cruel. I used to be like, Mama, they laughing at me at school. She'd be like, quit eating then. And I'm like, well, that's not very
Nice.
Yeah, you didn't make me feel better about myself. It's like that grandmama said, you knew you was big before you went to school. It's like my mama was kind of like that. And then when I got older, like my ex-husband was thin. I would say we were like the number 10. I was a little rotund. And then I remember, he didn't eat a lot. And I used to be like, well, he's like, he don't eat to get full. But I'm like, but how do you know when to stop? You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't stop until you get full. So I don't understand the concept. But my mama always said, because my mom used to be really thin, she used to always say, you don't eat to get full, you eat to just satisfy your hunger. But I think most people eat to get full, and we just crave certain things just because of, how we were taught growing up. We weren't taught healthy habits.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then also, like I said, I was taught no matter what we had, they would fill my plate, but then they would also tell me I needed to eat everything on my plate, whether I was full or not. That was a requirement. And I did not do that with my son. Tiara, was that something that was a part of your life as well? Were you told to eat everything on your plate, or were you allowed to only eat until you were full?
Or I was going to get a whooping. You better eat everything on your plate, or you're going to sit there all night, or I'm going to whoop you. I'd be like, I don't want it. I don't want no more. I definitely had that. And what's so funny is that now when I go back to New Orleans, I can't eat the way that I did before I moved to California. So of course there was gumbo, there was all the things, all the buttery, savory things, the etouffees and all the things.
Please,
all the
please,
gravy.
please.
Yes.
I beg of
So
you.
good. Yes, the gumbos, the biscuits, all the things. And then I got to LA and I was like, oh, so y'all don't put gravy on it? You got a side of gumbo? Like it was that. And then and now I go back to New Orleans. I'd be like, do you guys have a side of kale? They be like, girl, go on out of here with that.
Right.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing. So I had to learn. The culture in LA is very different. And I think in California in general is like you see people running down the street. It's always 70 degrees. So there's just a culture of going to the park and walking. And so it really changed my mindset around, and even when you said somebody said something, these big portions that we would have growing up, you think about how big your portion. It's like, let me give you 3 scoops of macaroni and cheese or mashed potatoes and all those starches, and you wonder why you like Constance said, a little rotund. It's not our fault. So I think I've learned living, thank God for California, and thank God that I moved here and was able to just be like, okay, there's vegan spots on every corner, just the culture.
One of my favorite things in California, and I miss it so much, is the fruit man on the corner. You can stop and you get the fruit, the fresh fruit. They chop it right there in front of you. You can put a little chili lime on it. You don't need no sugar because it's delicious. And I miss that so much that I tried to make it at home now. So like if I really want something sweet, I'll make a fruit bowl and use that little chili lime on top of it. Be a happy girl. So I'd rather have that than candy now. But I think, it's just our communities who don't think about that. So if that's something you're doing to your child now, really think about that, because they may not be hungry. It's not that they're not ungrateful. Their little bellies are full. So that doesn't set them out on a good and healthy path, as well as
Can I say, to your point, like my ex, he used to do that. He would stock these little bitty kids with these grown ass plates, and then be like, you better eat your food. And so then I was like, you can't feed these kids adult sized portions and then whoop them when they don't eat it all. Like, and so, but that's very common because that's something that was taught from generation to generation. You go get these kids all this food and whoop them if they can't eat it all. It's like crazy.
Right.
But that's
right. Or then reward them with something bad. If you eat it all, I'll give you ice cream. Like what the balance?
All the calories, 3,000 calories in one sitting. But you're not thinking, we haven't been trained to think that way. Have y'all ever seen a little boy? He has the glasses. I think the family is from New Orleans, but they give him these big.
He's not eating all that. He cannot.
Yeah, I'm like, that?
Yes, I watch him.
He be like, I just gotta give glory to God because my mama had made this food.
He be like, Mama, it's so good.
But the plate is literally like this big, and he's just eating it. I said,
he can't be eating that whole thing. I'm like, this is just for presentation because they are not stuffing that little boy with all that food. Please.
But I have actually seen it. I've actually seen it in Kentucky. That's the thing, because they say food is love, right? That and the more we love you, the more we gonna feed you. And as you get older, you start thinking, wait a minute. Food is love, and then you got a total disorder of thinking that food is love. Love loves me. If you ain't feeding me, then you don't love me. Or it's really hard when you put those things in people's brains at an early age. So yeah, I have actually seen that. Now, David Crothers says, I was in the hospital just recently due to my diabetes. My sugar was so high, 687. I was sick. I could have got worse. I was drinking a lot of sweet drinks, processed food too. So my next question for you, David, because now we all up in your business, thank you for sharing on that with us. So did you change your diet? Are you looking at changing your diet, and how are you doing that? We're so glad that you're still here with us, but how are you going to change this to help you be better? So we have a couple more graphics that I want to go through before we move on to the next break. But he mentioned diabetes. So the diabetes epidemic, processed foods and sugary drinks have doubled type 2 diabetes rates globally in the past 30 years. Let's back it up a little bit. People who eat, okay, thank you. I will do that next. My mother was diabetic. My auntie, who was a nurse, was diabetic. And when she came up, she was like, all you have to do is take this insulin shot and then you can eat anything you want. She was a nurse. Okay. So she told my mother that. So my aunt ended up having her leg taken. My mother, she couldn't keep her sugar in. And before she passed, I had to give her shots. That is absolutely traumatic. So I want to know, do you have a history with diabetes? Are you struggling with diabetes, or someone that you love very much in diabetes? Let's start with you, Dr. Alicia.
Okay, so it's interesting. My son, no, I don't have diabetes, but my son, his really good friend is doing cancer research. And they were talking over the Christmas break, and he said, Mom, he told me that with the cancer research, it doesn't even make sense to get a cure for cancer because there's already a cure for cancer. And I said, what? He was just like, staying away from the sugar, eating right, staying away from processed foods, exercise, dieting, no drinking, no alcohol, no drugs. that's the cure for cancer. We already have it. So they're researching all of these things. Oh, and being in a positive mental state. He said, if you can follow all of that, you'll not have cancer. And it's true. I mean, I love scientists. I like science. I like numbers. I like data. And we know without a shadow of a doubt why cancer rates are so high. It is directly connected to diabetes.
Yes.
Diabetes is the foundation of every disease that will take you out of here. And it's just unbelievable how people know this, have diabetes, and they still trying to go to Wendy's. They're still trying to go to McDonald's. They're still
My auntie was a nurse.
They can't make the connection, and they just have this desire for whatever's happening emotionally to do things that's going to destroy them. It's self-destructive.
It's an addiction.
Yeah.
Food is an addiction. It's an addiction like everything else.
What are you bearing? And that's another thing. Like, we get into this world where people aren't validated. They don't even want to talk about what's going on. When you silence someone's voice and tell them they're not worthy, what are you going to do? You're going to go to an addiction. And food, alcohol, drugs, all of these things is where we're at. We live in a toxic world.
Yes, and most
Society
people do
is
not want to
toxic.
believe that. They do not want to believe that food is an addiction. Most people will tell you, just stop eating. Okay. All right. And with that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Listen, when we tell you we do all the things, we do all the things. We come here, we talk about things that are of interest to our community. We help you master your mindset and your money. We give you great things to think about. We give you homework. We give you laughs. We sometimes talk about very difficult things, but we tackle them and give solutions. But listen, if you just are busy, you're just so swamped right now and you can't catch us live, the cool thing is we're on Spotify. So you can take us on that jog. You can take us in that car ride. If you can't listen to us live, you can go back and watch any of the ones that you've missed. So go to Spotify and make sure that you download us at Fly Nubian Money. Then give us a 5-star so everybody else can find us. But I just told you was busy, right? Because there's really no other reason that you would miss our show. But maybe you need to learn to delegate and get some work done that doesn't need to be on your plate. You can do that too. All you have to do is to email us and we can help you with the things that maybe you need a little bit of help with. Free up a little bit of your time at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Yes, we do. Oh, duh. Okay, we need to hit another video. I still am going to come back and tackle another question on with you guys, but let's check this out and let's see what you got to say about this one.
It's not an overstatement to say that I learned virtually nothing at Stanford Medical School about the tens of thousands of scientific papers that elucidate these root causes of why American health is plummeting and how environmental factors are causing it. For instance, in medical school, I did not learn that for each additional serving of ultra-processed food we eat, early mortality increases by 18%. This now makes up 67% of the foods our kids are eating. I took 0 nutrition courses in medical school. I didn't learn that 82% of independently funded studies show harm from processed food, while 93% of industry-sponsored studies reflect no harm. In medical school, I didn't learn that 95% of the people who created the recent USDA food guidelines for America had significant conflicts of interest with the food industry. I did not learn that 1 billion pounds of synthetic pesticides are being sprayed on our food every single year. 99% of the farmland in the United States is sprayed with synthetic pesticides, many from China and Germany. And these invisible, tasteless chemicals are strongly linked to autism, ADHD, sex hormone disruption, thyroid disease, sperm dysfunction, Alzheimer's, dementia, birth defects, cancer, obesity, liver dysfunction, female infertility, and more.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
Did you see that list? That list is so full. Autism in our babies. You know, our babies. They come out, and if you're not breastfeeding, not to shame anybody who doesn't, I'm just saying, but if the things that we give them is going to be directly related to how they grow up in their health. So studies suggest that diets high in processed foods during pregnancy could impact autism rates. These are our babies, y'all. But how do we get around that when we know that there are places like Monsanto, whatever it is, have taken over the whole farming production, where our food is being grown with particular seeds. And if a farmer chooses to use another seed, they get punished for doing that. So our government has a lockdown on our processed food. So if you think you're even getting like really healthy greens and kale, they're being sprayed by pesticides, right? So it's difficult for us to wrap our heads around what we need to do other than what we are, unless we're growing it ourselves. So, Aisha, I'd like to know, because you come from two different sides, and I'm going to talk about that too, you being overseas and then in America. So what small changes can someone make to cut back on processed foods?
Yeah, wow. That video was very loaded, right? Just listening to the statistics just make you want to actually cry that the government is allowing this to happen to its own people. These are the generations that will take care of this country, and what they're feeding them already is like, wow, you're setting up for failure already. I think some of the things that we could do, I am doing personally, is farmers market, right? Sometimes if you can't grow the foods yourself, your local cities usually have farmers that love to farm, and they have excess things they want to sell. You can just browse there and get a few things that will kind of reduce our need to go to the market to buy processed foods, right? But we have to make the time. The key is also prioritizing and making the time to make this work. And what I do to try to help me do this, because I know it's not easy. I have kids that are born here. And like Tara was saying, Mom, we haven't had a hamburger for a long time. Can we have that today? Mom, my friends are having hamburger. Why can't we have hamburgers and French fries? So I have to also deal with those things as a mom from Africa that I wasn't raised with. We can't even afford to buy that when I was growing up. We didn't even think about eating outside. We only eat at home. No matter how much money we have, we always eat at home. So I'm used to just living my life in such a way. But with my kids, I try to balance it out, right? So go to the farmer's market, get what you can get, and also go to the markets that are halal or Jewish market, because they do not believe in chemical foods. So if you can go and shop there, down the street, we have a halal market. There's a Muslim market. Everything there, at least most of the fresh food, they're raised properly. The meat, everything, because they're very clean in their diet, goes into such place. And just, if you buy less, you eat less. You don't have to eat the processed food. And I also grew up fasting. We have to fast, right? So when you fast, you eat less. So really just little things like that can help you. You don't have to get away from the processed food sometimes, like the beans and the corn, but perhaps like do less of it. Go to the farmer's market, go to your local, garden that people have in the cities, and get some from there. And that will help to reduce your amount of processed food. That is what I think we can try to do, because our government is not helping us. We have to help each other with our neighbors and our local farmer's market.
You
And
know,
then
I'm glad that you brought. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
I was just
Tiara.
going to add, because I know what Dr. Alicia said earlier about us being able to maybe not afford those things, but Dr. Alicia, I would beg to differ in the way that we spend money, the way we prioritize, right? Not saying that Black people will, not all Black people. I'm not generalizing, but I know that Black people. I know us, right? I know that we will prioritize certain things and deprioritize others. So it's quick to go, I mean, it's easy to go get that $1 cheeseburger from McDonald's, but you have Jordans on your feet, or you have an expensive Gucci belt. I don't know, but don't see the value in going and spending that money on your food. So I would also just throw out for the people that are eating ramen because it's 90 cent to maybe just maybe fall back on something else that maybe make it a priority. Make it a priority because you want to live longer. You don't want your Gucci belt to live longer than you. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I would just
No,
say
I mean,
that.
I want to. Can I respond to that? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's still a problem because I lived in Black neighborhoods on the south side of Chicago for 8 years, and I
Mhm.
know it's a food desert out there. There's no fresh grocery stores. I know there's some whistleblowers that the fruits and vegetables that you do see in the neighborhood, they're not as fresh as it is. You have to drive out to the suburbs just to do some decent grocery shopping. So I kind of beg to differ. I kind of feel like you are going to see a shoe store. You're going to see what's the famous shoe store? I can't remember the name of the
Foot
store. You're going
Locker?
to see shoe stores right there on the corner everywhere, but you're not going to see fresh places to get fruits and vegetables. Not in the south side of Chicago where I lived a lot of
I
my life.
definitely.
My family is from there. You're not going to see that. It just wasn't available for you to be able, and the food stamps only went but so far. So, I lived in that community. I worked with the beautiful people in that community. I worked in the schools. I did all my social work and training happened on the south side of Chicago. So I saw firsthand about the difficulties that a lot of the parents had with getting access to nice, fresh food.
Yes,
Affordable.
and let's talk about
For
that.
sure.
We flashed up some really good graphics, and I want to bring those back up because I think they really need to be addressed. Because I touched on it too. Like in Louisville, they tried their best. The west side of Louisville, you don't get fresh food. So food access, millions of Americans live in food deserts where
For sure.
processed foods are only the option for them. Now we got liquor stores and everything else in the West of Louisville, but not fresh vegetables and fruits at the grocery store. So you have toxic food is fed to us all the time. It's totally killing us. And until we address the fact that we have to make sure that fresh food is available in all communities, this is not going to change. So check this out. Check this out. Oxygen Tank. Rapper Dave Blunt's recent performance at Chicago's United Center during the fourth annual Juice World Day has become the talk of the town, but not for the right reasons. During the show, the 23-year-old rapper was seated on stage, hooked to an oxygen tank while performing. This is our reality. This is what we're seeing more and more of. And then you have people saying you should never be ashamed of your body. Well, we're not telling you to be ashamed of your body. We're telling you that you got to get to the root to love yourself more in order to see what the root of the problem is. Fat Joe talked about it all the time and why he lost so much weight. Big Pun, he directly talked about Big Pun and how Big Pun used to be slim and then he just didn't care. And then he went into a depression after a major issue happened in his life. Okay. And that's how he ended up being Big Pun. He ate himself to death. So this is something that we do need to address. Depression, food deserts are very, very real. And we have a problem with us being healthy as people. We are sick. In some form and fashion, we are sick, whether it is addiction, depression, whatever it is, we have something that we have to get to the root of. Now, I do want to finish up a comment with David Crother because we did ask him if he's changed his lifestyle. And he said, I'm changing my diet, lifestyle, and walking 30 to 45 minutes. Not fun at all. Well, you know
Mhm.
what, David? We're proud of you.
Mhm.
We are so proud of you. You keep going. Because after a while, because when I lost my weight, that 30 and 45 minutes wasn't working for me either, brother. When I first started walking, I couldn't walk around the block. Okay. There was a hill in my neighborhood, and I would have to sit down on my neighbor's stoop before I walked up there. I walked only a block. Then I would come home and cry. Okay. Because I hurt. Then the more and more that I did it, I want to encourage you, brother. The more that I did it, the further I went. Further I went. Then I was like, damn it, I got up that hill.
Yeah.
Then one day I started saying, hey, I'm going to try this jogging thing. All right. 30 seconds. That's all I did. 30 seconds. But damn it, I did it. And before you know, I'm running 7 miles. Brother, I want to encourage you.
Come on, Lala.
You can do it. I know for a fact that you can do it. I believe in you, and we want you to check back in with us because you matter.
Yeah.
And this is what I say. Be the light. Let me be your light today. Let me be your light today so that you can be the light for someone else behind you. We can do this together. I know this like I know. Face what it is that you need to face and press forward because we got you. We got you. And we can't wait for you to come back and tell us, hey, I dropped another 5 pounds this week. You got this, brother. We're proud of you.
Come on, Lala.
Right.
Lala. We can end the show on that note. Lala, listen. Oh, I love Lala. I love her heart, and she means that. I love it so much.
I mean it with my whole heart.
I know it
with my whole heart.
I know
it's not hopeless. It's not hopeless. See, everything we talk about on here, we do try to give you solutions. We give you different perspectives, and it's because we do love you. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't be doing this show to inform you and to help you get on your own feet. So I just want y'all to know that I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And so does everyone here. We're family and we have to keep it that way. Right? All right. Do we have another break?
We supposed to have a break. We supposed to have a video.
We gotta have. Let's do one break so I can take a deep breath. And I want y'all to soak all of that in. We'll be right back.
Do you want to make $1 million this year? What? Was that a yes? Oh, then guess what? You're in for luck. My name is Vanessa Gopal. I am a successful entrepreneur and owner of Winter Remodeling, Inc., a general contracting firm. Over my career, we've procured millions of dollars for myself and for clients. And I partner now with the Fly Nubian Money Club, where I'm going to teach you some of the successful business strategies that I use that involve B2B, in-face networking, and also B2C. Because one thing I do know is if you don't sell, then your business will surely fail.
Man, when I tell you we got things going on, Listen, the Fly Nubian Money Club. Y'all, this is new. This is something that's really going to push you further in getting your financial house in order. You're not going to be left behind because we're not going to let you. All right. So this next session is coming up soon. You're going to learn a lot from Vanessa. She's a smart lady, right? Okay. Well, she's not the only one that's been there. You just get all this extra stuff. Like we had a training last week with Athena who taught you how to do AI. No reason for you to get left behind with that. Don't let that stuff scare you. You better jump in and swim. All right. Then we had Constance. Who taught you how to bring shipping digits to your portfolio financials, right? Okay, now listen, you know you don't want to miss that. Constance keep you laughing anyway, right? Okay. Then you had me and my crazy self. All right. I taught you how to buy a house, and I taught you not only how to do that there in America, but also worldwide. Because you are a world citizen, baby. So if that ain't enough to convince you, I'm saying there's something wrong. Go ahead and sign up right now at flynubianmoneyclub.com and really get your financial house in order, right? because that is what matters. Now, listen, I know we're kind of toward the end, but I do want to share one more video with you, and then we can go into final thoughts. But this is really important because this is the basics of living. You can't live without eating, right? So we have to learn how to relearn and program our bodies to be healthier. Let's check this out, and we'll be right back. We gave you options, and you can do it. Listen, sometimes after you go back, if you get your habits together and then you go back and you have something that you had before, you want to spit it out because it doesn't taste the same. So when you treat your body right, your body will treat you right as well. So we've talked about a lot of heavy stuff today, but actually good stuff. So what are you going to do about changing your habits? Because we would love to hear your stories. Put them in the comment. If we've motivated you in any kind of way, we would love to hear your comments. But it's time for final thoughts. And I'm going to start with you, Constance. Final thoughts and where we can find you, love.
So I was actually looking at, just the different countries, because when Aisha was talking, I was just trying to see, where my next move was going to be. And I see, some of the countries with the highest cancer rates, which are Australia, New Zealand, Denmark, the United States, and France. And then the ones with the lowest cancer rates are India, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, and Pakistan. So you got to wonder why. The diets are different. The foods are different. They're organic. Just like Aisha said, they're trying to kill us. And then I said, okay, within America, what are the cancer rates among the races? And whites have the highest. They have the highest cancer rates, but blacks are die at a higher rate because of medical discrimination, early prevention, things like that. But out of all the races, 460 cases out of 100,000 for whites. African Americans 440, Hispanic 360, Asians 330 out of 100,000, and Native Americans 310. But the mortality rate is highest for us. We get 190 out of 100,000. White Americans 170, Hispanic 130, 110,000. So it says something to me because I'm always looking at things from an angle of how we can better ourselves as a race. So a couple of things we got to do. I mean, we know that we have these food deserts in our neighborhood, like Dr. Alicia said, which is important. Having this knowledge of the alternatives are out there. The reason why we have diabetes at such a high rate is because of the foods that are, first of all, we don't know how to eat. We haven't learned the correct way to eat. We're taught this whole food pyramid, which is also a scam. But then we have these food deserts in our neighborhoods, and they're exacerbating the cancer and the illnesses. And then we actually end up not getting the same treatments as our white counterparts. So I'm just saying, I want to encourage you all just to be more vigilant about your health. This is your temple. This is the only body that you will ever have in your life. And so just take care of it. That's all. Where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter.
And she does mean everywhere. Constance is doing a lot of things right now, y'all. And if you don't follow her, then you won't know what she's doing, right? So make sure that you go and follow her at I Am Constance Carter. See all the beautiful things that she's doing, okay? Because she really means it when she's here to help you and raise your level. She means that. She means it. So make sure that you stock and chicken hawk. Dr. Alicia, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you, please?
Okay, so the cure for addiction is connection. The cure for overeating is connection. The cure for over drinking, all of the things in your life that's not good for you is connection. And I am here to tell you that I am hosting the blackloveweekend.com. Y'all know Joe gonna be there. Y'all know Miss Felice gonna be there. All the wonderful therapists that are really experts at connection. They're going to join me on the Black Love Weekend. That is Valentine's Day weekend, not the 14th, but the 15th and the 16th. That's Saturday and Sunday of February. Go to theblackloveweekend.com. General tickets are right now $99. Hello. And you can upgrade to a VIP and have personal one-on-one contact with Miss Felice, with Joe, and some other therapists that are wonderful. And they're just going to bring us a great weekend of connection. How to connect. If you're in a relationship with somebody, how can you strengthen that connection? If you're ready to get out there and start dating, what do you need to look at in terms of connection? And so that's the Black Love Weekend. It's the intimacy edition. It's the weekend of Valentine's Day, Saturday and Sunday. And go to theblackloveweekend.com. Be sure to get your ticket, digital ticket.
I love it. Right around Valentine's Day, the ultimate day of love. Dr. Alicia, that sounds so great. Make sure that you guys go and do that. The blackloveweekend.com. That sounds lovely. Because guess what? You can't really love nobody else fully if you don't love yourself. So Dr. Alicia got a big heart too. So you better go on and get some of that love because I know she's
Lala, you get a gold star today. If I knew you in person, I'd give you a gold star sticker. Because you self-disclosed all sorts of wonderful things today, and I'm very happy that you spoke.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. So Aisha, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
What an amazing show today. Thank you, ladies, for sharing your heart. I just love it and helping our community do well. I think my final thought is just keep things simple. If you are able to focus on what is on, the harvest that is happening, that whatever it's in season, try to swap that gradually with whatever you're eating that is processed. Just keep that simple and don't overthink it. If you just make simple changes every single day when you go to the market, the foods in season are cheaper. Just try to get those and then use them as much as you can and keep your diet simple. Don't eat things that you don't understand or you can read the labels. That's where I will start. That's my final thought. And you can find me at aishaverzi.com and on IG I'm Aisha GFI. And the GFI is God favored individuals because I believe in God, I love God, and I think if we just keep things simple, we'll be blessed. So thank you.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And she's giving you where you need to go and stock the chicken up. Don't do it right now. Okay. Don't put it off. Every last one of these ladies. I love them dearly. So you want to make sure that you check in with them and follow them as well to see when new things come up as well. So let's go to our beautiful producer, Tiara Williams. What are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As someone who grew up in the projects, right? I grew up on syrup sandwiches and all the things that probably were detrimental to my health. I'll just say this, like it's just been about growing and exposing myself to other things and looking around and seeing what's available, making health a priority, making my health a priority, but also just like I said, stepping outside of those walls. Sometimes when you're trapped in situations like Dr. Alicia said, sometimes, growing up on the south side of, growing up and seeing these different projects or hoods or whatever, it just can feel like prison. But I encourage people to go outside of those walls of what it feels like and find things that can make you better and, expose yourself to different foods. Like I'm downloading cookbooks about like, okay, I don't know how to put these vegetables together every week and just trying to put things together. It's not perfect, but I know in the long run, it's not sugar, which will make me have cancer in the long run. I just know it's just starting with the little bit that you have and prioritizing yourself. So I would just say that as my final thought. Also, like we said earlier, Vanessa Gopal is coming to the Fly Nubian Money Club. I'm so excited to have her. She's doing a sales training and to help entrepreneurs. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're an influencer, whatever you are doing with your life, listen, if you are trying to sell a product, if you don't know how to sell that product, then your business will certainly fail, is what Vanessa says. So I just wanted to make sure that you all have access to somebody that's going to be teaching you these skills that you need. So come to flynubianmoney.com. Can you put that banner down there for me, Gwen, please? flynubianmoneyclub.com. Right now we have a 30-day trial. So even if you're, if you're saying, man, I wish I can go, you can come. There's nothing stopping you. We're making sure that you get exactly what you need to take it to the next level. I love you, and I'll see you in class in a couple weeks. You can find me at Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood on all platforms.
Yes, you can. And that is what she is, Miss Black Hollywood. She does it all. She runs this. She can help you with your business. She's got beautiful things coming up. She cares enough about you that she put this FlyNubianMoneyClub.com together. And guess what else you get, y'all? I have a freebie for you. When you do go to FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, I have a free budget guide for you. And it's not just some do this, put money here, blah, blah, blah. It literally is a workbook, 14 pages. And it's going to walk you through budgets. Like, what is debt to income? Am I spending more than I'm bringing in? Well, it really makes you look at what you're spending. 14 pages for you to work through and really get yourself together. And then you couple that with Fly Nubian Money Club. And then you couple that with all of our freebies that we give on our website. And then you come back here and you learn some more. And hey, you got a plan. Yeah. So that's all you have to do. Make sure you go to FlyNubianMoneyClub.com to get that freebie, because we love you enough to give it to you. All right. Now, listen, here's what I got to say. It just takes one step. That's all. You cannot do everything overnight. Just because you have maybe gained 20, 30, 40 pounds, sometimes 100 pounds. Okay, I've lost 130. You can't lose that overnight. There is no magic pill. But what you can do is to take one tiny step a day. If that means that you're going to not drink 10 sodas and go down to one, okay, good. If that means you're not going to eat McDonald's today, you're going to go home and make your own hamburger, that's a positive step. Start where you are, but never give up on you. Told you I've been overweight my whole life, struggled with my whole life. I'm 54. I'm finally getting it together and loved myself enough to tackle the things that caused me to be unhealthy. And you can do it too. So where you can find me is www.laurakey.net. I have a lot of freebies there for you, great blogs for you to read about real estate and also possibly moving abroad. If that's something that you want to do, you can actually do that. But you need to see where you are, starting process. I have a quiz there that you can see if this is something that just may fit into your lifestyle. So go to www.laurakey.net. Now, listen, we've had a wonderful show today, and I want to say thank you to a lot of our viewers today. We had leather and luxury cars. We had Joe. We had Black Lexicon. We had Terry Wilson. We had Armando. We had Double A. We had Deborah Wynn. We had Chairman of the Poor. We had so many beautiful people joining us today, and we are grateful for you. So thank you so much for being with us today. And listen, thank you for hanging with us. It's a longer show today, and we know that you could be somewhere else. But thank you for flying with Fly Nubian Money today. We hope this conversation opened your eyes to the risks of processed food and the changes we can make today. Remember, your health is your first wealth, and the choices we make every day matter. Share this episode with someone you care about. Stay connected with us for more real talk. And let's keep building healthier lives and stronger communities. Until next time, take care of yourself and each other. Peace out.
Yeah, it's CC, CEO. Wanna change your life? Come see me, yo. I'ma teach you how to build up wealth for your family, not just for yourself. I'm a bestseller, a house flipper, a businesswoman, a go-getter, a big investor, a goal builder that could teach you to get richer like millions, baby. You really about to fill your savings. You about to have multiple streams to pass your children, baby. Let me teach you to get your credit on track in the long run. You'll make it all back at Catalyst and watch it all psychology black on firm, but we ain't all black.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl, Constance Carter. Listen, I'm excited to be here. You know, I come live every day of the weekday, not every day of the week like Boyce Watkins does, but I come live every day of the week. So if you want to get notified when I go live, I need you to text the word Constance or my name. Text Constance at 87948. Text Constance at 87948. Y'all coming in. We always like to talk back to you. We like you to talk back to us and talk black to us. So make sure in the comments, put where you're watching from. B1, what's up, everybody? What's up, Sophia? Look at Sophia be on here every day. I love it. I love it. I love it. Sophia, what's up? Lovely JR. What's up, Dennis Spraggins? Much love. You guys, put where you're watching from because I know we have people that watch from all over the world. So whether you're in Chicago or Detroit or Dallas or the DMV. Oh, you see all them D's? That's called alliteration. You see all them D's, how I did that? You got to put them nouns and verbs together like that. So wherever you're watching from, I want you to put in the comments, okay? Because every time we go live, we want to shout you out. All right. Oh, Delaware, there go another D. What's up, Naomi from Brooklyn? I see you. I saw you yesterday too. And then the second thing, listen, within this political climate, it's time for us to get information and take action. So we have to work with us. We have to do business with us. So if you have a product, if you have a service, please, please, please put it in the comments because I want you to be able to share with your fellow viewers what kind of business you have, okay? So put it in the comments. That's number one. What kind of product or service or business that you have. And the second thing is where you are and then how can they reach you? Because we want to make sure, like, we don't want to just see that you're a black owned business, which is great, but we want to be able to patronize your business. So how can they get access to your business? So we want to shout you out up here too. What's up, D from Savannah? Baltimore in the building. Seattle. What's crack-a-lackin' Big Mac? And so also, let me just say, I don't know where you're watching from. I know we're on about 8 different streams, but make sure that you follow Fly Nubian Queen, follow our and subscribe to our channel, please. Make sure you follow I Am Constance Carter on YouTube as well. Listen, it's important that we get visibility on our content because when you share, when you like, when you hit the heart, it pushes us out a little bit more and it alerts more people when we're going live. And listen, if you want to close the wealth gap, if you want to get people to get this information, it's important that people actually see it. And so if you share it, each one teach one, then more people will get access. And then we can send this out to the masses. And finally, maybe together, we are going to close the wealth gap. So make sure you like, you share, you subscribe, and give us some hearts right now. What's up, GM Heath from Compton, California? And Joe Corley, what's crack-a-lackin', big man? Oh, we got to have Joe on the show. So I want to introduce to you my co-host, the beautiful, the lovely, and the amazing Miss Black Hollywood. We about to get and she's clear today.
Hey,
oh my God.
I'm in the gym. I know I'm clear.
I'm just crossing my fingers that you stay clear because she'll come on clear, then it'll kind of go away. And this only happens on this broadcast, but yeah. I see you very clear today, baby. What's happening?
Okay, listen, I'm good. How are you? I'm in the gym today. What's up?
We in the gym. This is the Grow Your Money podcast. And we want to just talk to you all about wealth and finances and health, mental, spiritual, physical. It's everything. Wealth is a holistic experience. It's not just about the money. Money is a small part of the currency, but it's everything. Wealth is happiness, and you can have all the money in the world and not be happy. Now you're going blurry again. You'd have all the money in the world and not have any amount of wealth because wealth doesn't mean money. It means happiness. It means that you are in alignment. It means that you are living in your purpose. And that's what we want for you, right, Tiara?
That's right. That's what we want for you.
Yeah. So listen, today we're talking about the faces of welfare. And many people have this misconception about what the faces of welfare looks like. And we have been disproportionately affected. We could talk about it till our face turns blue, Tiara, but there has been just such a smear campaign for Black people, Black women. When you look at reality shows, and remember, you told us the secret that you worked on a reality show.
Yeah. Shows up.
You were in Black ones?
Yeah, black ones, white ones. I worked on The Apprentice.
Okay. And so we're portrayed in a certain light, a certain, we are the aggressive ones. We want to fight all the damn time. We want to argue. And I don't know any women who act like those women on those reality shows.
That's
But
right.
that's the portrayal that they put out there of us. That's propaganda that's placed on black people, especially black women. And so we were coined welfare queens, which was further exacerbated by Ronald Reagan and the Reagan administration to say that black people were lazy, to say that black people didn't want to work. But in reality, that's not the case,
Not
because
never.
42% of the welfare recipients are white women. 42%. We are not the face of welfare. And so when it's put out there, they think that we're lazy. How are you gonna be lazy, Tiara, when you'd have built a whole country for
Right.
400 years?
Right.
How you gonna be lazy when you breastfeeding they babies and you doing everything and they sitting up in the house watching you? How are then we portrayed as lazy?
Come on, you preaching it here.
So it's a smear campaign. It's propaganda placed by what's my favorite term? White supremacist.
White supremacy. I mean, because if you can tell people the story, me understanding story, right, y'all? I work in Hollywood. I love story. Story is my love language. If you can get people to believe a story, if you can paint a story and tell people who they are. I mean, think about how many things you watch, ever how many movies you watch, how many shows you watch to get motivated. It makes you feel something, right? So I just think that the powers that be know that if we tell them the story enough times, they'll accept the narrative.
Why though? Why is there such a campaign and an intentional effort? And you look in so many different ways. You look at by what you put in our communities, by what you put in our food, by how you destroy our wealth, by where you put us in our housing, like everything. It's just like it's just James Baldwin said to be black and relatively conscious in America is to be at a rage at all times.
Yeah.
Like it's coming at us from all different angles. And then to have other people try to minimize it and say that we are playing the race card or we're being victims or it's really not that bad. When you have no idea, you've never walked in our shoes, when there is a consistent effort to make you look bad. And it's so subliminal. You think, oh, it's just entertainment. I'm just watching the housewives and, you got doctors.
Pleasure.
Yeah, right.
Pleasure.
You got doctors fighting and shit at the pool.
Yeah.
Like, why are these black women fighting? You guys are doctors.
Well, at this point, they're conditioned, right? Like, unfortunately, there's nobody that we could make fight. When people audition for the Zeus Network, they literally have to fight in their audition, but I think they come with that energy, like they fight. That's what they do. They walk in, they're on camera, yes, cussing and all of that, and then they fight.
Are you
as a part of the audition? So I think that we believe it. We buy the reason why I said that is that we're inspired by the story that we've been told, and so we take it and we run with it. I think that reality show. I think that reality TV has definitely it's just destroyed our especially black women, our ability to communicate with each other. I think that people go from 0 to 100. I think it hasn't been a good thing for our conflict resolution and how we communicate with one another. You notice, you can step on somebody's shoes and you at some point you'd be like, my bad. Like before you would be like, my bad, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. People ready to fight, they'll shoot you.
Yeah.
And I just think that it's a combination of what we're seeing, the things that we're consuming, Constance.
Though, the people that I know, Tiara, I don't know those types of women who gonna go from 0 to 100. I don't know the type of, I know women, and maybe it's because I try to put myself, and I'm intentional about who I put myself around. Like when I'm around you or I'm around my friends, I'm trying to uplift them, tell them they're beautiful, have a good time.
Yes.
Don't nobody want to be around no mess and no drama.
No.
But I think when you look at what show was even R&B Divas. Did you work on that show? Remember the R&B Divas?
No,
I remember they said it was supposed to be a positive show about R&B singers.
Yeah.
And they had to change it to where, we need people to watch. And it's like, no, people, I don't think they really understand. I don't think that, or maybe they don't want to understand that it would be people want to see something different. We want to see something positive. And the amount of success I think that they would have if they actually portrayed positive women online on these shows, I think it would be fantastic. But I think it's just like a gangster rap. You know, they don't put money into love music. They don't put money into positive music. They put it into the things that's going to destroy us.
Yeah.
And that's by
You know,
design.
yeah. You know, when I started my production company, The Real Network, many years ago, I want to say in 2012, the reason why I saw Deborah Lee, that used to be CEO of BT at the time, and she was saying that Black people, she was hearing our complaints in 2011, 2010, and was just saying like, listen, Black people don't want that, because we make good things, but they don't watch it. So we make what, people will watch. And it just so happens to be mess. And so I read that article and I was outraged. So it's actually how I met Boyce in 2011. I reached out to Boyce because I saw he had written an article about it. And I was like, what he said, who is this? And I looked, and it was Boyce who had written the article. And I reached out to him and said, hey, can I reference your article for I want to start a production company, and this is why, and I love what you said. And he was like, yeah, well, actually, just call me, let's talk about it. And we've been friends ever since.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, it's
So
not
it was
really true
based
because
on that.
I haven't seen any shows that were actually positive. I have not seen that. That's not been my experience. I haven't seen enough positive shows to determine whether I want to watch it or not. But I don't watch TV like that. But Joe said, I know damn well those women didn't endure what they endured to get on TV and look ignorant.
Yes, they did.
He said when they had those Black women doctor fighting, that's when I got off reality TV. That was the last season that I saw Married to Med, because I was just like, this is ridiculous. But then it goes back to, the stereotype of, the welfare queen and the aggressive Black women and this propaganda to destroy us as a people. And so when you look at the history of welfare, it was supposed to be there to help. But what would happen was when you were Black, they would not allow you to have a man in your house. I want this video is so profound and it's heartbreaking because it shows you the breakdown of the Black family and why we are in the position that we're in right now as a result of what happened when we had quote unquote welfare.
The policy and the housing authority was to move the poorest of the poor, the most dependent families, to Pruitt-Igoe.
Before we moved into Pruitt-Igoe, the welfare department came to our home. They talked with my mother about moving into the housing project, but the stipulation was that my father could not be with us. They would put us into the housing project only if he left the state. My mother and father discussed it, and they decided that it was best for the 12 children for the father to leave the home. And that's how we got into the projects.
The welfare department had a rule that no able-bodied man could be in the house if a woman received aid for dependent children. If a man lost his job, he's looking for work, he still had to leave the home. And there was even a night staff of men who worked for the welfare department whose job was to go to the homes of the welfare recipients, and they searched to find if there was a man in the home. Sometimes men came back at night to be with their families. Some were found in the closet hiding.
We're in the gym, baby. I love this show. I do. Go ahead.
But imagine what that does to a man's manhood. I don't care what kind of poverty that you in. Imagine what that does to a man's manhood. First of all, I can't provide for my family because they're simply not giving me work. I'm applying for jobs and they're saying no. And then I have to leave my family so that my kids could be taken care of. I'm sacrificing. And then I want to come home and be with my family at night. And these white motherfuckers come up in here and I hide in the closet. Like, imagine the level of emasculation. These white perverted ass motherfuckers get off on demasculating or emasculating Black men. Can you imagine being a big burly black man who has a sense of pride, and they get caught hiding in the closet of their own damn home? What does that do mentally?
Yeah.
Let's bring Jermaine on. We have a special guest, and let's bring her on so she can just join in the conversation. But what are your thoughts on that, Tiara? And then I want to ask Jermaine, what do you think about what you just saw?
You you just see today, obviously, the effects of that. It's like there's so many complaints about black men not being in the home, and how again, that story, like I said, you tell somebody a story long enough and you don't kind of know where things came from. You have no idea. And we're at this point, we can't know our history, right? Like they're trying to erase it right now. So we won't know where things came from. We'll just think this is just the way black people are. This is just the way and so I just see the game. If nothing else, like I see, okay, like how can we destroy the black family? Because what did J. Edgar Hoover say, Constance?
The biggest threat to America was Negro unity.
That even meant the family. That even meant the family. How can we move the family apart? Welfare. Let's put this system in place where black men can't be in the home. Fast forward how many ever years it's been. Now black men are not in the home. And not in every situation, but I'm saying you find how many, I don't know the percentage of single women. I don't know that percentage right off top, but I just know it's a large percentage. And
Girl,
I just
it
think
angers me. It angers me so much what they do to our people. It angers me.
I've never seen that clip, but it opened my eyes to some things. So, but coming from a family, like my parents, we grew up, they never used the welfare system. They never went into it, even though we weren't rich. Like there were poor moments. There were moments where they didn't have the money. But I know one thing: my father never left the home. That was never an option for him to leave the home. I remember even listening to a conversation. They were having like some tax discussions or whatever, and the tax advisor advised them to file separately. My parents refused. They said, no, we're married. And so they weren't there. It was never an option. And so I never knew, the connection to welfare and the man leaving the home and that being an option. But unfortunately, me raising my son alone as a single parent, I came across a time where I was unemployed. And for 2 years, I needed help. And so I applied for that assistance. And with the fact that his father was already absent, I didn't have to deal with the man can't be in the home. But I did find that it was still oppressive.
But so you said it's oppressive. So you're a college graduate, educated, right. 2-parent household. Right. How did it feel for you to have to file for welfare?
It was humiliating. The process was humiliating at the time because I lost my job. I had burned through my 401k. I didn't want my family to know that I was unemployed at the time. I think I went 6 months with being unemployed. And it was actually a man who told me, he said, listen, you need to go to social services and apply for everything you can get. He was like, that's what all these white people doing. Go get everything you can get.
62% of the welfare recipients are white people. They are not black people, as you have heard. But you guys, 65% of black in the 1960s, 61% of black adults were married. 61%. Now let's look at today. Let's look at today. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful black couple, black families. Only 34% of black men are married and 28.6% of black women are married. But then if you look at the other races, Hispanics, 45% of Hispanic men are married, 43% of Hispanic women are married. And then you go down to Asians, 58% of Asians are married and 63% of Asian women are married. Oh, women are married in every race. I think they're like the most sought after female group in this country. And then you go down to the white people. Look, I ain't shit. 55.
The shade.
55% of white men and 52% of white women are married. But that also correlates with Black wealth. Wealth is correlated with marriage. When you have two-parent households, when you have two incomes, that actually extends to the amount of wealth that a household. Yeah, Joe, you know I ain't shit, right? That extends to the amount of wealth that you have in your house. And so when you see us married at a far lower rate, number one, the reason why is because of this welfare system, right? Because you have a lot of people who grew up in single homes just by sheer survival. They needed to survive, and they couldn't have a man in the home. And then that became part of the culture, because now we don't have a man in the home. Now we don't need a man in the home. And now we independent Black women, we don't want a man in the home. And so then there's this other cycle. I don't know. Okay. Are white people that smart? I know they're that diabolical, but are they that smart to really look and say, if I do this and this and this, this is what's going to happen to them? Like, are they doing that?
No, it's what you said the first time. They're diabolical. It's not about being smart. You know, that greed, envy will drive you, will motivate people. And that's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I think people are, what COINTELPRO taught me, that white people will sit around in a room and say, how can we dismantle the Black race? Here's some, and I feel like they had meetings about it. Obviously, you sending letters to somebody else. Who would think to do that? To send letters to somebody else, to think that it was the letters being sent to somebody else. Like, who would do that? White people.
Because the biggest threat to America is Negro unity. Because what happens is they think that we are going to, they were so diabolical in their colonization of our people. They raped, pillaged. They just did all of the things, brought diseases, and just evil. The most evil things you could think of, fed our babies to crocodiles, and just, have you ever heard of the story of Mary Turner? Y'all ever heard of the story of Mary Turner? Mm-hmm. Mary Turner, she was a Black woman. This was in the maybe early 1900s, late 1800s. This was after slavery. And her husband was accused of something. I forget what he was accused of. And they were going to lynch him. She spoke up against it and said, don't lynch my husband. Mm-hmm. So they lynched him. And then before they lynched her, they hung her up on a tree. She was 8 months pregnant. Yeah. They cut the baby out. The baby came out. Oh, then they shot her up too. Then the baby came out and they stomped the baby. The baby was crying. They stomped the baby. Yeah. This is the kind of evil and diabolical things that these people, these savages, have done to our people. Understand? So when you look at that, and then the propaganda that they try to put out to the world is that we're lazy, that we're evil, that we're criminals and all that, when they have proven time after time after time, this is what they do. Yeah. So I think the thing is, they think that we're going to do to them what they've done to us, the brutal atrocities that has been done to our race at their hands. I believe that they're scared. They're definitely
I feel like they fear the very thing about us that attracted them to us. They fear the fact that we're strong, we're resilient, that we work hard. And it's like, oh, that's why we wanted them. That's why we enslaved them, but as long as we were under their control. But now that we're no longer under their control, it's like, okay, well, how can we break them down?
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. How can we break them down? So they are sitting in a room saying, what can we do?
I mean, you don't think Trump did it? You don't think Trump and his cronies have done it? You don't think that they all sat around and talked about Black people? I mean, they didn't wake up one day and say, you know what, let's get rid of DEI. Let's declassify Martin Luther King, the files. Let's do that. Like, just,
let's just smear everything about them.
Smear everything. Let's get rid of the history. I mean, the federal government is not going to acknowledge Black history. Federal workers are not going to acknowledge. They don't want them to talk about the Tuskegee Airmen in the Air Force anymore. I mean, just all these things. It feels like somebody had to talk about it before.
Yeah, they had to talk about it because it just didn't come out. They ain't talking about it. It's been talked about since the inception. And the unfortunate thing is we've been asleep. We've been asleep, y'all. We've been comfortable. Yeah. We've been asleep. We thought we had little privileges and stuff. Yeah. We've been sleeping. So
we thought we arrived and we were safe. We thought we were safe.
We got a little money. We got a little influence, a little affluence. Like, we doing good. Our bills
paid. No more civil rights.
Exactly. You know, speaking of this whole idea of white supremacists, I want to talk. I want to show you a video of this black white supremacist.
Oh Lord.
You know, I can't stand her, but they say, well, I'll let you guys. I want to know what the audience think, and as you're watching, y'all, if you guys are here, we are talking about the real faces of welfare. This is Constance Carter, and I'm on the Fly Nubian Queen channel. Make sure you're subscribing to the Fly Nubian Queen, and every time I come live, if you want to get notified, please text Constance to 87948 so you can receive notifications. You may have received a notification when the broadcast was over. Thank you, Boyce. It's okay because they're receiving the notifications. Better late than never. Better late than never. But make sure you text the word Constance to 87948. But I do want to go on this black white supremacist, and she makes me sick most of the time. But let's see what she had to say about it.
Welfarism did this to Black America. It is a fact that in the 1950s, under Jim Crow, that Black Americans were outpacing white Americans in terms of growth. Well, what happened was, despite there being Jim Crow, or because of Jim Crow, Black Americans couldn't rely on government. There is this simple thing that when your back is against the wall, you will fight, you know? And so then LBJ, who was the most racist president, I mean, this man was dropping the hard R-N word for breakfast every day. He hated Black Americans. And yet, we learned in public school that he was our savior because he inked the Civil Rights Bill. But he had to. That wasn't by choice. Literally, he had a figurative gun to his head. And there's more stuff that he did in terms of trying, you know, the draft, wanting Black Americans to die first in Vietnam. He was so committed to racism. And he said, I'll have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. And in one fell swoop, he signed welfarism in. And that's what broke down our families. Black America will literally say the absolute most about how bad government is while insisting that we have more government.
What say you? Does she have a point?
Jermaine, we can start with you. What you say, sis?
It's just like we said earlier, a broken clock is right twice a day. You know, she has a point. And historically, we've known that the Democratic Party started out where it was not the representation for Black people. You know, and but I don't think Republicans are either. Like, it's not we want Black people. It was always, how can we get this group of people to work for us? You know, the Emancipation Proclamation came about because Lincoln needed us on his side so they could win the war. It wasn't because, I just want Black people to be free.
Right.
And that was Republican move. And then, so I just feel like, for one thing, I feel like both parties need to be reformed. It's hard to align. I can't align with either one right now. But I know who I don't align with.
Unequivocally.
Right. It ain't that orange one that's in there. You know? So, but you know, so we can look at politicians on either side and find flaws. We can look at every president and find flaws. We can look at the savior Obama and find flaws in the policy and how it helped or did not help, per se, Black people. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I feel like we are responsible for us, and we have to get outside of these party lines. And we, like you said, we have to come together in unity, whether you be rich, poor, educated, uneducated. We got to come together and recognize, like, ultimately, they don't care about us.
Michael Jackson said, all I really want, they don't give a fuck about us.
Right.
I'm sure he didn't curse. I'm sure that wasn't.
Michael probably cussed with the best of them.
Yeah, so you know, we have people who are obviously aligned in this room with Trump and people who are not.
Brian Shank. No. Brian. No, we gonna call him. We got a new name for him. Brian Stanklin. Go ahead.
Brian is sitting on Trump's ball sack every day. That's what he just sits on it. He just, because he loves it. He loves him. You know, it's what's interesting about all of this is that I feel like we need it. We need Trump to come in and show us, because I think, like you said earlier, we've been lullabied long enough, and at this point we have to see the hard facts. We have to see what Candace is saying, and seeing it in real time and being offended. It takes for us to be offended for us to move. And so hopefully the facts are there. We see it in plain sight. We can't, I mean, I guess Brian doesn't. Y'all, I don't understand how people cannot see it at this point. It's like we can't even be aligned. I want to use Brian as an example though, y'all, because there are Black people that exist like him that are really hanging from Trump's ball sack. They're calling him daddy on national television. Like, we're seeing this this romantic, I don't know, like they in love with this man, right? So there's people that still don't see it, and I don't understand. What do you say about those people that just don't see it?
You know what? And the thing about, he said he's sitting on the principles of Dr. Claude Anderson, but you know, the thing about it, Tiara, is like, for what I don't understand is, I could see maybe possibly prior to the election, this farce election, okay, maybe you kind of align with some of the ideals of Trump. But for this to be the second week or third week of his office, second week of him being in office, and everything that he's tried to dismantle, and you still say Trump 2024, you still on his proverbial ball sack, even after, speaks to your mental health. So I just either think Brian is a self-hating, bucking ass Negro. What's up, Brian? Or I think he may have some mental illnesses, because I don't see how any sane Black person could say that any of the shit that this man has done is okay.
This week.
Yeah, this week. Right. And then, like, so we don't agree. We don't always agree with Republicans. We don't always agree with Democrats. A lot of Black people are really moderate. We don't believe in the super ultra liberalism. Like, there's some basic principles that we have as Black people that we don't fuck with that shit.
That's right.
However, what they've masterfully done is they've, even like when you look at the leaders like Al Sharpton, you're supposed to be a pastor, but you're aligning with these quote unquote liberal values. That it doesn't make sense. Most Black people don't align with those super liberal values. And we don't align with those super far right values. Most Black people are somewhere in the middle. We typically vote Democrat, because the Republicans will show us that they don't give a damn about us, but the Democrats will pretend that they give a fuck about us. And we have been, like you said, lullabied for the last 50 years. We've been, what did you say? We were in a fog. We've been in this fog for the last 50 years, thinking shit's sweet.
Yeah.
But shit just got real.
You see some Black celebrities, you see Black politicians, and you feel like this is progress. But when you look at the numbers, Constance, the numbers say, and you always say this, everything that is bad, everything that is bad, we are at the top. Everything that is good, we are at the bottom. So, as a matter of fact, I don't know what the percentage was. I hate that I don't know what the percentage was, but it was basically saying that we were I think Dr. Claude Anderson said this, that we were better off right after slavery than we are now, in terms of like what we own, our ownership, assets, all of that. Like, we were better off after slavery.
Think about this.
How can that be?
Right after slavery, there were 16 Black people in Congress, and they were like, wait a minute, these Negroes is making laws, and now they running, and it was the ignorant mob-like mentality that got Black people out. And then they said, we're going to just force this segregation. Well, Jim Crow, right? So Jim Crow was birthed out of the need to put Black people in their place post Reconstruction. But yes, I last week on our show, I put 20 neighborhoods, affluent Black neighborhoods all over the country. They were redlining us. They wasn't giving us loans. They wasn't giving. They were taking. They were mobs. They were bullying Black people. They were destroying our neighborhoods. But yet we still thrived more so then than we do now, where you had a lot of affluent areas. You don't have a lot of affluent Black areas. Not a lot. You do have some, but not like we did before. And the federal government bombed. They just said a couple of weeks ago, they just announced. Now, we've always known that the federal government was also responsible for the bombing of Black Wall Street. It wasn't just the mobs burning it down, but they also bombed it. They just admitted it not too long ago, okay? So they bombed it. Then you have these other ones where you have, quote unquote, urban renewal, where we're just going to put a freeway through here. We just go, all that in an intentional effort to destroy our wealth.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers is diabolical. You said, yeah, for real.
That's
They're like, we can't get rid of their black asses. We can't ship them back to Africa. So what do we do? Let's just kill them.
I wish we would have before, when Abe Lincoln was like, all right, met with our leaders and was like, listen, I want to free y'all niggas, but maybe after I free y'all could just go somewhere. Like y'all can go to Haiti, y'all can go and live somewhere else. But I think y'all should leave.
They were not getting back on that boat.
Right.
But
I wonder, GP, if we would have left, right? If we would have actually left, I feel like
to come, they were not getting back on that boat.
Man, I just feel like we would be better off psychologically.
I do not deny that, but I just feel like there's no way you're gonna see the horror that you saw when you got on the boat, and then time to get back on and hope
you think
it
about the atrocities that those people experience. But there were a group of black people that went back to Sierra Leone. You guys do know that
and
there
Liberia.
Liberia. It was Liberia. And do y'all know what they did? So I meet people from Liberia out here, and their name is John Smith. I'm like, oh, you from Liberia? Because they have Americanized names.
American names, right?
And they have heavy African accents. But you know what them Negroes did? They went back there and started trying to oppress the Africans from what they learned here.
Yeah.
They thought they was better. After they just got their ass beat by why did we pick up the role of our oppressor and then we try to oppress our own people?
Wow.
Yeah, that's what they did in Liberia. So we did have some of that. And then you think about Haiti, because you guys mentioned Haiti. You guys know the story of Haiti, right? So Haiti got their independence in 17 something.
Yeah.
And then the French said, well, now that you have revolted, you now owe us millions and millions and millions of dollars because of the money that we lost on slavery. And you have these institutions like Citibank and all of these institutions that back them. And so the reason why Haiti is such a poor country is because the French breaking down their infrastructure because of the debt that they owe. That's the reason why Haiti's so poor.
So they basically say, you're going to pay us for the free labor we were going to get off of your backs.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened.
Insane.
And then you hear these, and then so I remember on the 700 Club. What's the motherfucker's name on the 700 Club? My daddy used to listen to him. Whatever that.
700 Club.
Pat Robertson. Pat Robertson had the nerve to say, and then I've heard Shawnee's husband say this as well, had the nerve to say that the reason why the Haiti were able to overthrow the French government was because they practiced voodoo and it was witchcraft and the devil helped them. And that's the reason why today Haiti is in the shambles that it's in. But it has everything to do with not only the French, but but America too.
I feel like Haiti gets so much hate and so much shade because they did revolt, because they did show people, hey, you can overcome this. Mm-hmm. And so now they're like, no way do they want them to be a good example of what happens when Black unity comes together. Yeah. So they just keep on dogging them out, keep them in debt, keep them looking bad, because there's no way we want them to see that something good could happen if they unite.
But you see the story. But you see the story, right? The story that was created when they did revolt. It's like the story. It's the story.
Propaganda.
It's the narrative. If you want, who controls the narrative, who controls the story, who controls the narrative, controls the people.
That's it. Okay, so I don't even want to get on my soapbox with that, but you even think about religion. So the religion was really about control. So you look at the Catholic religion and how they dominated the world through control by fear, their fear tactics. And that's the reason why they were able to fall in line and say, well, if you don't do this, you're going to go to hell. And so what do I do? And I don't want to go to hell in the afterlife. And so I got to do this and this and this to make sure I don't go to hell. So they were able.
So they got to go do their rosary and their Hail Marys and whatever it is.
It's all of that. But then you think about, because I seen today where, y'all, did you know they deporting Dominicans from Puerto Rico? They all look the same. They all look like Black Spanish people, right? So ICE is out in Puerto Rico deporting Dominicans. Mm-hmm. And so they're crying like, oh no, whatever, right? And so, a lot of Black people like, I'm minding my Black owned business, my Black business, I'm part of the 92%, holla at me in 4 years, it's whatever. But you also think about what the DR does to Haiti, how they discriminate against Haiti because they are the darker skin, they are the Black, and they don't want the Haitians over it. And if you guys know geography, they're on one island. They're literally on one small island that's separated by like a freeway or something, or a bridge or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
And so they were deporting Haitians. Now Donald Trump deporting them from Puerto Rico, y'all.
Wow.
I wish
I
I
don't
had
want
some tea. I wish I had some tea to sip right now.
I mean, I think we should just mind our Black business. You know what I'm saying?
That's
like
what we doing. We minding our Black business.
That's what we doing. Let me show you guys
passports though.
Right. You know, that's the thing. So let me ask you this, because I know this is off topic, but I do want to know. And somebody said, wait, let me just address this. Somebody said they're going to try to destroy the wealth in Prince George's County too. Somebody said they are about to destroy the middle class wealth in Maryland. They are intentionally dismantling the federal government in DC. PG County and Charles County will be affected. So I'm actually going to be talking. So for whoever is here in Prince George's County tomorrow, we're going to be talking to Aisha Braveboy, who is the state's attorney, and she's running for county executive. And that's the very thing that we're going to talk about, is how this administration's policies are going to affect the people in Prince George's County.
Yeah.
But the fact that you mentioned you better get your passports, is anybody willing to move out of the country?
I've been researching it. I'm telling you, I went to Ghana 2 summers ago and fell in love with it. I went to Colombia, fell in love with Colombia. So when the Colombian president was getting into it with, oh boy, I was like, oh, please leave Colombia alone. That's I like to go escape down to Colombia, because there's so, like, what surprised me is how many Afro-Caribbean people are down in Colombia.
In Colombia?
So many people, yeah, so many, especially like Kali, so many people look like us.
It's fine men out there too? Fine Black Colombians? I'm just saying. Asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend.
I mean, yeah, because you like them light skinned, so there's a lot of them out there.
That is so not true.
You like the light skin.
Why would you say that? No, it's not true.
You like a light skin. Oh my God.
That's not true.
But
they
no,
say
I have researched it, and even before this administration, I researched it just because I know that these American dollars that I'm making now are going to go so much further, say, if I were to live in another country. So I've been researching it just because when I retire, I don't think I'm going to retire in the United States.
You know, I figure if I could move across the country from my parents, I could probably live in another country. The only problem is, like, I was talking to this guy a few months ago, and he was saying, you know, it's great. Like, if you go to Nigeria, it's great. You'll live very well, but you got to think about, there might be times where you don't have no electricity for a couple of days. Like, it'll just go out because their infrastructure is not great.
Yeah.
Or just like when we have No Melinda on our podcast, like, her shit be going in and out because their Wi-Fi is not that great. Yeah. And so you have those inconveniences in those countries because they're not as developed as ours. Right. And so I think maybe that might be the thing.
I mean, what's better? Like a little inconvenience for 2 days, or them burning down or racism? The poison, sis.
Yeah, I know. You know, we did say yesterday about, you know, the fact that we always have to think about being Black. We talked about that. Remember, Athena's from Jamaica. She's like, I didn't have to think about being Black until I came to America. And now it's like it's something that's constantly on your mind all day. Yeah. And then you also have the conveniences. And that's the reason why it's so hard for us to boycott, because we are so used to the conveniences. I was like, I'm boycotting motherfucking Amazon. And then the other day I was like, damn, I need a thing for my microphone. Yeah. Right. And the first thing I do is go to
right.
God damn.
But I'll tell you what I'm doing. So, you know, with the whole Target DEI thing, but what I'm doing, so because there's several brands that I absolutely love and I've only gotten them from Target. But what I've started doing, and I'll probably build some content around it, is looking at those products and finding out that I can buy them directly from that particular brand. I don't have to go into that store. I can still support that Black brand, but I don't have to go into Target, you know. And I don't know, I saw Tabitha talking about, you know, please still go buy, support Black business. Girl, I'm not getting ready to make massa happy so that the in-house slave can be happy. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we don't stand on for something, y'all, if we don't stand for something, we will fall for anything. And that's the one thing that I think that Black people just have in the last 50 years haven't been able to do. We just haven't been able to like get real clear and focused on one thing to say, this is what we're just gonna stand on business about. We stood on business when we canceled Chrisette Michelle. We stood on business. Yeah, that's my homegirl, right? We now Snoop. So I talked to Warren G. I told you I talked to Warren G the other day, Tiara. And so I was like, what happened with Snoop? He's like, man, I just told him to just ignore it. So he's been ignoring it, right? I just told him.
He has. We haven't heard a thing from him.
Yeah. And at some point, I'm like, though, he gonna have to address it. Like he effed up. What was he thinking? Huh?
He did.
He addressed it. But they still going in on him. And then I see some detractors.
He's hoping that it just goes away.
That's what he's hoping, that it'll just go away. And so he's like, so you see some of the people in the comments are saying only white people are mad at him. No, it's Black people on here too, but they're trying to kind of curb the criticism because they're trying to water it down and say it's only white people that are saying that he's a sellout. But no, it's Black people up in there too. But they're just trying to minimize, because I don't know what's going to happen with Snoop. We do have short-term memories, but that whole 4 years, Chrisette Michelle couldn't work nowhere. She couldn't do nothing. I felt so bad. She lost, so much money. And honestly, she does have a heart of gold. Like she's a really, really cool chick, and she didn't deserve that. It wasn't the best choice for her to do, because what she did is she was like, I'm doing it anyway. Like everybody told her not to do it. She said, I'm doing it.
Check. Yeah. Which makes even, I really don't understand why Snoop did it, because he doesn't need the check. That man is employed everywhere. Between him and Kevin Hart, they are employed everywhere.
Yeah, they said that man was making $1 million a day at the Olympics.
I don't know who his management team is, but they are his agent. They are on it. Like he is in everything. So I didn't understand why. I understand Nelly. Nelly got new babies. He not really hot. He needed a check. Snoop didn't need a check.
Yo, they canceling Ashanti. They done took down her
tour. She was about to do a tour, but her husband.
I see the thing on Facebook saying that he's coming to the area, and I just seen a bunch of laughing emojis on the thing. I'm like, damn, Moses, go, because he got on there in front of them white people. He didn't interview with nobody else, but he got in there in front of the white people standing on business. Like,
Brian might go see him though.
Huh?
Brian might go see him.
Brian Stanklin.
Brian might go see him.
I'm gonna look at this last video. It's the faces of EBT fraud. Now, I'm not going to admit anything, but have you guys ever did 50 for 100, 100 for 50?
Then what?
100 for 50.
I know what you're talking about.
100 for, oh yeah. I mean, yes.
I haven't.
Yes, bring them. Please bring them. I buy 150 now, Jesus.
Anybody in the audience?
Eating groceries? You see the price of groceries?
I guess I look at it from a different perspective, because, like I said, I went through 2 years where I did have to use public assistance. I had to use food stamps. And the amount that they gave me, it was not I needed to eat. No, I need these. I was going to the grocery store. I got to fill up my cabinets. No.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, this happened a long time ago. This is not recent, y'all, so don't judge me. So I had a hookup. I had a little hookup where, she called me up and was like, this is what she would say. This is what she say. Hey, Niecy, want to do some business? I'm like, hell yeah, where we meeting at? That's how every time. Hey, Niecy, want to do some business? So I go meet her up. We make the exchange. I go to Costco. She got $600. I give her $300. I got six. I didn't even have the regular basket. I had the
cart. The flatbed cart.
My kids was little, right? I was looking toe up. The kids looked like baby kids. They was running we were just looking real ghetto. We was just doing the most. We had a whole, you had the lobster. We had everything on there, right? So I go up to the thing. And the lady, I got a black Costco card. Like I got the platinum black, So the bitch gonna ask me, well, this don't match this card, so you can't use it. Now I have a friend that works at Costco. He said she wasn't supposed to do that. She was Peggy. Her name was Peggy. the bitch Peggy was gatekeeping. She was trying to prevent me from being great. And so she would not allow me. And so she told the people that they had to take the damn groceries back. And them black dudes, they came over there, they was looking like, you got it. They see all that, but they was like, you got it. You kidding me? So I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna go out like no sucker. I paid that whole $600. I was like, I'm just, you're not finna have me going out like no sucker. So I went ahead and paid the money. But
right. And back in the day, like I'm sure that was a lot of food.
It was a lot. I'm feeling
like when I was at Costco, she was like,
my kids was bad. They was running around like babies. I just felt so ghetto. I was like, I can't go out like this. But there are a lot of people who may have had the 150. I don't know. I don't know anything about. I remember I was in this elite leadership program. And it was kind of like The Apprentice. You had to like do all this stuff to get in. And so it was all the elite people of the Sacramento area. And I mentioned, somebody had called me. I was like, oh shoot, this girl got this stuff for me. And I had mentioned it to one of the girls. And she was like, isn't that illegal? I was like, oh shit, this bitch about to report my ass. Because I'm here with all these elite black people, like the creme de la creme. I don't even know how I got in. I got in by the skin of my teeth. I mean, I made more money than everybody put together, but they were working for the Senate, and they were all these, creme de la creme black people. And I was like, these bitches, I cannot relate. But anyway, I just want to show you this last video about the faces of EBT.
Walked in one by one, some hung their heads, others wore their feelings right there on their t-shirts. Today, the Manatee County Sheriff's Office announced an undercover operation they've been working on for months resulted in more than 100 arrest warrants and close to 40 arrests.
This is a huge problem, and we're like one of maybe 3 or 4 law enforcement agencies in the state of Florida that have decided to do something about this.
And it has to do with just that. Meal tickets in the form of EBT cards for low-income individuals being fraudulently used. One part of the investigation centered around Gerald Millis, a local restaurant owner who police say purchased EBT cards from people for 50 to 60 cents on the dollar, and then stocked his local Pizza Pros restaurant with food he bought using those cards.
We were able to determine that he used 53 different EBT cards at Sam's Club.
Police say 55 people were also caught illegally selling their EBT cards to undercover detectives.
A couple of them said, I'm headed to go get some rock cocaine.
A beyond frustrating reality for taxpayers who today learned their hard-earned money is being misused.
So I couldn't hear any of that because it kept cutting in and out, and I didn't watch the video prior. What happened?
Basically, white people was selling their cards, giving their cards, selling their cards.
Yeah, there was a guy who went and they said he did he went to Sam's and he used 62 different cards to.
Shit.
Yeah, 62 different cards at Sam's to purchase items, and
for his restaurant.
Right, for his restaurant. And a lot of the people that he bought from, of course, they didn't have the same hue as us. And they were going to buy rock crack or something. They said they were going to take the money that he gave them to go buy some crack rock. That's what the video said. Can't leave out the fact that they was going to go buy some crack rock.
Right. Telling the story back is hilarious. Anyway.
Okay. Wow.
I wasn't expecting that. That's funny.
It's so funny because the actual face, from what I've seen and what I hear from people who work in social services, is that you have a lot of Middle Eastern who are on EBT. They will drive up in their Mercedes Benz, and there'll be business owners. So they may own a hotel or they may own a liquor store, but they only report a certain amount of income. And that's what a lot of people do, right? If you make $1 million, but you only reporting $20,000, you could absolutely qualify for EBT. And so what'll happen is they'll be sliding they EBT card, probably buying stuff for their businesses, and then walk out and put they food in their Mercedes Benz.
Right. Or they're the employees of that business, and then they give themselves a low salary, so you qualify for low income benefits.
Exactly. So that's what happens a lot. Ends up happening. The face of welfare fraud ends up being people who look like us, simply because, not because we do it at a greater level. It's just we just don't know how to play the same game that they're playing. Right. We don't know the game. That's what it's
we
so
don't know the game because we go to work. We are not what they say they are. We are not lazy. We are not conniving. Like we generally just want to have an equal playing field and go to work.
Absolutely.
Let me get my share of the money.
Right. But there's a lot of things that I think that, and I'm glad that we're just not people who are just trying to get over the system. I mean, a couple of people are.
There's a lot of us now.
Oh, girl, that said
Right.
one be some
There's some
business
scammers now.
There's a lot.
I know.
For the most part.
For the most part, but even with wealth building principles, y'all, it's just there's a lot of information out there that a lot of us aren't privy to. And that's the reason why I make it my mission to be able to educate people on those things, because there's little things that we can do to move the needle that we just either that we don't know or we're scared. You know, a lot of people don't invest in like stock. When you talk about the wealth gap and you talk about how there's this huge disparity in wealth between the races, the reason why is because Black people aren't investing on the same level that white people are. You know, and when we do invest, when we do have like real estate, it's our primary residence, but we're not investing in stock because now we're scared to invest in stock. We're scared because we think it's gambling.
Go to the casino
and play the lottery. And play the lottery.
Right.
Oh, we won't look at the lottery, man.
Oh my God. But
oh my God. And be really like
stock.
My mom be like, really? Like, if I win this $1 billion this week, I'm gonna give you all the money you need. I'll be like, Mama,
you not finna win it. Mama, get your ass about the casino. Mama, go ahead and diversify your portfolio. Right. You might win a couple of dollars. You know, it's just like, you know, but we're so short-sighted because it's like my kids. They with Cash App now, they have the ability to invest in stock. So we always talk investment in my house. And my youngest son, he was 16. He was like, Mom, I put $10 in a stock, but it went down. Well, that's what happens. But that's what happens with most people. They don't understand that the market is cyclical. It goes up and down. And so you have to be in it for the long game. Imagine if you would have bought some Google shares 20 years ago, you would be filthy rich. Imagine if you bought Apple 30 years ago and you just let it sit in there, you would be filthy rich. That's why Project 2025, when you talk about playing a long game, them motherfuckers played the long game. They were doing this. They've been planning this since 1980.
Yes. Yes.
Long motherfucking game. So when you think about Black wealth, we're not looking at the bigger picture. We're not looking at the long game because we've been deprived and shut out so much that when we get a little bit, we want to hoard it. We want to spend it. We want to show it. We want to floss it. We want to flex it, but we don't know how to keep it. Yeah. And that's the reason why I do what I do with the Net 7 Collective. I want to show you guys a little quick video about what I do with the Net 7.
Attention Black women. Yes, I'm talking to you. 2025 is among us. You have a unique genius that people will pay handsomely for, but you don't know how to monetize it. You want to build your net worth, but you don't really know how. You want to get out of that rigid 9 to 5 and become an entrepreneur. You want to be able to communicate effectively and tell your story, to sell your story, to generate passive income. You want to be able to build an entire ecosystem that runs fluidly and makes you money while you're sleeping. Well, these are the things that we do inside the Net 7 Collective. This is where I'm helping Black women from all over the country that are brilliant just like you and looking to monetize that brilliance. The next cohort is coming up soon.
So if you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman, we start the Net 7 Collective tomorrow. And I have one spot available, but my goal and my passion in life, Tiara and Jermaine, is to help Black people increase their net worth to 7 figures. I think that we all can get there because that statistic in Forbes that said Black median wealth was going to be at 0 in 2053. I don't believe it. They done fucked around and gave us the internet. They done gave y'all me. And I'm going to give you all the game. So if you want to book an appointment with me, go to net7bbs.com and let's schedule something because I have room for one more person and we're starting tomorrow. So this is urgent that you do this today so that we can talk about how we can build your wealth tomorrow. So we're going to get out of here because we're almost at the 1 hour mark. And I love talking to y'all. What was the biggest takeaway, do you think, from the conversation today? I'm going to start with you, Jermaine. What was your biggest takeaway?
Oh, why would you start with me?
Because you the guest.
You the guest.
My biggest thing to take away is that we have to stop looking at party lines. You know, we joke and laugh at Brian, but we really got to stop looking at, okay, you're pro-Trump, you're pro-Democrat. And we got to look at the fact that we need to come together in unity as Black people and figure out how we're going to continue to level up and not let our rights be stripped away.
Yeah.
You know, if that comes to where, you know, someone who has a different understanding of what Trump is trying to do, rather maybe present that to the people who aren't receptive to it, so that we might have a different approach to it. Because right now I can't hear anything he's saying. But maybe if you present it in a way that's not condescending or that's not
maybe not from
dark,
him, maybe not out of
you
his
know, maybe we can
maybe
say,
somebody
okay,
else.
well, you know, just like with Candace, she's a broken clock that's right twice a day. You know, but I just feel like we really have to get beyond that and figure out how are we going to come together to make sure that they don't step on our necks and we don't lose our rights and we can continue to level up.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Shout out to Dee Dee. Net 7 is awesome. You will learn. Dee Dee is an attorney, a prominent DC attorney in the Net 7 collective. And as a result of being a part of the cohort, she ended up getting remember she said it on our show, remember Tiara, she ended up getting another revenue stream where she's legal counsel for another company. And she's like, I got money coming over here. I got money coming over. She writes movies. That's why I wanted you to meet her, because she's writing movies. You in Hollywood, like, let's make them connections and let's make this money. Yeah, I mean.
Hey, Dee Dee. What I took away, you know, what was disheartening and just a reminder was that first video. Like, I want to say it shot me through my heart. Really. Like, I was like, wow. And so it just reminded me of the stories that we've been sold about ourselves, the gaslighting that we've had to endure, the trauma that has been put on our community. And so it's like at the end of the day, you wonder, like, if somebody has been sitting in a room planning your demise, how can you really, and you don't even believe it's happening? As a community, we just can't fathom that somebody is sitting around thinking about how to keep us oppressed. We can't fathom it. But I would say that we need to start doing the same, not being petty, not being not looking to oppress anyone, but really start to strategize. And so that's what I would recommend. I think we just need to plan. And so, you know, obviously work with Constance, but if you can't work with Constance, we have a Fly Nubian Money Club that is right now we have a basically, like, it's free for the 30 days, but I am committed to bringing top experts bi-weekly in to teach you skills that keep you competitive in this market, right? We know that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but I'm gonna come save you with Fly Nubian Money Club. I'm coming, right? I feel like it's my duty to bring people in. So we had Constance, who came in and taught a 7-figure blueprint. I have someone coming in, Vanessa Gopal, who's coming to teach you sales, because if you don't sell, your business will surely fail. That's her tagline. And so we've learned about AI. We've learned about buying real estate internationally and domestically, because things are crazy out here. And I think as long as y'all have the skills and y'all know, you know, you have the skills and you can pivot and you can be powerful, and we don't have to depend. I think this was the thing. We don't have to depend on the government. We can look inward and depend on ourselves. Yesterday we discussed it. We have $1.7 billion in trillion with a T, $1 trillion. And we're still sitting around waiting for reparations. That's our reparations, coupled with the internet. And working together, that's our reparations, y'all.
They can't stop us.
Come on. A few years of us really being focused and thinking and strategizing and planning, you won't be able to mess with us. I was about to cuss, but I'm
gonna say that. You won't be able to fuck with us.
Thank you. You won't be able to rock with us. So, you know, I just encourage you, if you're not, next 7 is the way. But if you want to just join a group that bi-weekly you can get the game, and we give away free giveaways every week, go to flynubianmoney.com.
What are we talking about? So we got a podcast right after this. What are we talking about today?
We're talking about processed food killing us.
Okay.
Right? So
I seen something about Trump sending people.
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about 4 and 8 until tomorrow. We're going to talk about processed food today because it's affecting our mood. The things that we're eating, Black people, is affecting our mood. You know, cancer, some of these videos are disheartening to watch. Autism is up, diabetes is up. Cancer is like 1 in 2. Every 1 in 2 Americans are getting cancer. Like, those numbers are insane, and it's affecting us most.
cancer is not even like if you're gonna get cancer, it's like when.
When. Yes, and it's really from the things that we're putting in our mouths. Since the first of the year, I've stopped eating processed food. No salt, no sugar, no processed food. Constance says she's gonna join me. Did you join me today, Constance?
No. I need the plan. Like, if you give me the plan and I could like just like read it, process it, and then like prepare for it. Because if I'm gonna say, okay, tomorrow I'm not eating no processed food, and then my stomach start growling, then I'm gonna go get some processed food.
Yes.
But if I plan for it, then it's gonna be. So I need the plan. Give me the plan.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the plan. But I'm 28 days without processed food.
How much weight have you lost?
I don't know. I haven't stepped on the scale, but baby, I'm sexy. I know you see me glowing. You feel me? Y'all see it. Listen,
I see it.
But my face has slimmed down. Like, I don't feel inflamed. I've been going to the gym. I've just been like feeling good. Just eating oatmeal and vegetables. Yum.
You on your shit. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it because I gotta get my sexy back. I'm out here, single, ready to mingle. Y'all don't want this extra little, when you come, he don't want all this extra. So I'm gonna get my stuff together. All I gotta say, man, is I appreciate you guys coming today and listening to us and talking back and talking black to us. You can listen to us every day, every single day. Well, 5 days a week, right here on Fly Nubian Queen. And if you want to get notified, even if Boyce sends out the notifications 2 hours later, you gonna get the notifications. Text the word Constance to 87948 so that you can get notified every time we're live. And we're always trying to just talk about stuff that's relevant to us as a people. But the biggest part, because it's not just about giving y'all information, but it's giving you the game so that you can grow your money and not blow your money. Because if you blow your money, it ain't a damn thing funny. That's why we got the Grow Your Money Club. You can listen to us on Spotify and everywhere, Apple Music, iTunes, all the things where you can listen to podcasts. Make sure you listen, you tune in, you share this information. And my final thought is this. I'm going to go back to James Baldwin. To be Black in America and relatively conscious is to be in a rage at all times.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
You're a little bit off basis from what I understand.
Woo, child. Hey, everybody. I'm just sitting here having a fun time talking to two men who are therapists, and there ain't nothing better in the world than a man who is a therapist and understands all of the psychology of relationships and understands what's healthy and what's not healthy. And we're having a good conversation behind the scenes here, but I'm going to bring all y'all in here because I am so excited today. Of course, today is Monday, and this is Mental Health Monday, and I am Dr. Alicia, and I am joined by two men, real men, y'all. Joseph Carley with Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Y'all check him out every Tuesday night. Hello. He's bringing the male voice here on this platform, and I think it's so wonderful. And he got his friend in here, Carlos with a K. Look at that, Carlos Lyons.
No better way.
The better way. I love it. It's the better way. Have confidence in who and what you are. And that's what I'm getting from you, Carlos. And y'all know, we're going to talk about men and intimacy. But listen, y'all listen to these two men because they're going to be joining me. Valentine's Day weekend. Hello. And y'all have to tune in to my my wonderful event that I have, Valentine's Day weekend. That is February 16th and 17th, 15th and 16th, Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th. I'm doing a special Black Love Weekend. It's Intimacy Edition. And I'm going to have these two gentlemen on here with me. And if you go and sign up for the VIP, you'll get to have their wonderful ear, and they'll be able to talk to all of the men about what masculinity really is and what it means with intimacy. And I'm so happy to have both of them here today as we talk about this topic. Oh, let me give y'all the website. Listen, go to, theblackloveweekend.com and sign up. I'm going to leave the website up, but I'll go back to the website. I want to let everybody know that when you want to be notified, when I do all my little wonderful interviews that I have, like today, text love, LOVE, to 87948. And then you'll get updates on when I have conversations, when I am here doing YouTube videos and on Facebook. Hey, everybody on Facebook. I see y'all on Facebook. But anyway, y'all go to theblackloveweekend.com. It's $99 for general admission. You get 2 days of workshop. You get to my brain about all about intimacy, all about what it means to be connected and be connected with the person that you love. Hello. And I already got people signing up. We got the early bird going on right now, sale going on. The Black Love Weekend. If you want to do the VIP, because the VIP you'll have it be in contact with Joe and Carlos and their Black male therapists. Hello, you get to talk to them and have one-on-one interactions with them. And so I think that is super duper valuable. So be sure to check me out, theblackloveweekend.com. And that way you'll be able to sign up. And if y'all men out there who are tuned in, y'all want to know what to get your woman for Valentine's Day, I'm sure she would love for you to give her something where y'all two can spend time together talking about your relationship. And no better opportunity to do it with a whole weekend series of how to connect and how to love each other, because Black people, we need to know how to love each other. But anyway, I'm done. I want to say, I want to welcome, I want to start with Carlos with the K. That's the best way. I love that. I just want to thank you for coming on. This is my first time meeting you, and I just love talking to you. I want to start with you. I'd like for you today's topic is breaking barriers, men, vulnerability, and the journey to intimacy. That's our topic for today. Carlos, tell us some thoughts and insights in relation to this topic, please.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Alicia, for having me and the invitation that was extended. It's a pleasure to be here. I love talking about all things mental health and just wellness in general. That's become a part of my livelihood. So thank you so much for the invitation. As far as the idea of breaking barriers, men and vulnerability, and the journey to intimacy, I think when we talk about this idea of vulnerability, just that term in and of itself, one person I think about is the vulnerability guru, I would say, is Miss Brene Brown. And she talks about the courage to be vulnerable, but how that process first starts with ourselves and really kind of diving into our own transparency with self. So before I can be in relationship with other people, what is my journey with my relationship to myself? And that takes a lot of unraveling for a lot of men. I think we come into the world with certain kind of presuppositions that we're given from other men, from our context, from our family. And there's just like a script that I think a lot of men exist with when it comes to what they're comfortable talking about and they're comfortable exploring. And it just takes a little bit of digging deep. And there are some men that are actually very emotionally intelligent. So I don't want to paint with a broad brush and say that all men are not tapped into their emotions. But by and large, I think as a cultural narrative, most of us aren't given the freedom and the model for how to be vulnerable without some fear of rejection or ridicule or criticism or something of that nature. And so exploring ourselves becomes more difficult in that process.
I really like what you're saying, because I'm thinking about what little boys are told when they're playing outside and they come back and they're hurt. Mm-hmm. You want to give them a hug. You're supposed to give them a hug and tell them, yes, you are hurt. Let's bandage you up. You're supposed to meet little boys, because they're children. Meet them with that love, care, and attention. And how sometimes we're given that messages where we'll say, man up, man up. Stick your chest out, go on out there and take them. And I'm thinking about youth sports. I'm thinking about all of these things where very young age, they're given these messages that it's not okay to even be hurt or to even acknowledge that you're hurt. You have to man up and tough through it. How can you be transparent and be yourself when you're in your most vulnerable state and no one's letting you express all of that. So yeah, they do get these messages, and it's reflective of our society, and it's reflective of what men were told and saying to other people. So I really love that. And I love Brene Brown because she's a social worker like myself. So I'm partial to her. She does a wonderful series on, oh my God, on authenticity and being transparent and being vulnerable. It's so tough to be. So Joe, what's happening? He's the Fly Nubian king over here. Coming in here.
Right.
I miss you, Joe. I haven't been on with you in a while. I miss talking to you. I need you back on with me. Come back on the day I'm there. But yeah, I mean, what do you think about this emotional vulnerability that's often seen as a weakness in men? And how can we start to change some of that perception?
Well, it starts with community first. Like, if you have a large amount of brothers that are coming to the space and learning how to be vulnerable and taking away some of the shame that comes with being vulnerable and, making it, so erasing the taboo and the stigma around it, then, you can, you're going to have more healthy and whole individuals. And, for me, I'm always telling people like, this is who you truly and genuinely are, and this is the mask that you're wearing, and you're pretending to be someone you're not. And the further apart these two individuals get, the more room for depression, anxiety, and all the things. Depression and anxiety, usually for us, showing up as anger, when really we're just, most times afraid or sad, and unable to process those emotions and communicate those emotions. So, with authenticity, and you bringing these two things closer together, you are dissipating the shame around, showing vulnerability, and it does not looked at or viewed as a weakness. If you are, confident in your masculinity, then you really can't be shamed. So that's what that's the message that I know myself and Carlos and brothers like us are constantly pushing out. Like, you cannot be ashamed, or you can't be shamed by someone if you are confident and understanding of who you are. Everything that comes with us came from somewhere, usually somewhere early in our childhood. We have developed these emotional triggers, and they have gone unaddressed for so long. And when something comes about that triggers, so to speak, triggers us, then, like I said, it shows out as anger. But as we're for myself specifically, as I understood more about what those emotional triggers are and what they were rooted in, they started to dissipate, and the anger goes away. And so it's okay for me to say, hey, I'm sad today, or I'm afraid today, and I can communicate that with the people in my life that matter.
I like this. What you're saying is that a community of men who get together and they're modeling for each other, led by real men, modeling for each other what it means to be yourself versus your mask, and making sure that, okay, you do have to have some sort of a mask, but you want to make sure that the mask is totally reflective of who you really are on the inside, keeping this close together. But when that mask and who you really are starts separating, that's when you start to lose it a little bit. You start to have all of this mental illness steps in because you're not being your true authentic self. That is really interesting. And then you're walking around, you're not understanding how to deal with some of this. And then you start to have all these feelings. But what's been shown to men as acceptable is anger. Anger has been the most acceptable way to express yourself, when really you're feeling all sorts of feelings in there. And when you're walking around angry, how you going to connect with people? How you going to connect with your significant other? How you going to connect with your children? How you going to connect and have really good pro-social behaviors and pro-social experiences with this disconnection? And it's funny to see men when they finally let down their guard and they start addressing their triggers, how more full they become and not so insecure. Oh my goodness. Carlos, weigh in on this. This is really interesting.
Yeah, I love everything that's been said. I thought of talking about the dissonance or just the distance between the authentic self and then this. I think of the mask as more so the roles that we have to play or the roles that we think that we have to play. So the narratives that we tell ourselves of how we should show up in the world, what is, as you mentioned, acceptable behavior for us. And I also feel like it's not even just that. I'm gonna kind of dig a little bit. It's not even just the fact that men have been taught this to other men, but I would say that there are some expectations from women as well that men should show up with a certain type of bravado and strength and toughness that some women have taken. I've even seen this in my own practice. Some women have taken advantage of when a man is willing and wanting to let that guard down. That's looked at as being weak or less than and not earning or yearning for more respect from her.
So what do we do with that? If you're coming across men, I mean, it's definitely once a man because this is interesting. So what you're saying is that when men are becoming healthy, because I think when the mask is together and it's more of your authentic self, that means you're really healthy. When men become healthy, there are some women that don't even want any piece of that. That healthiness. How do you deal with that?
And healthy in the sense of like, if I share with you how I really feel about certain things, will you be able to accept me and handle me for what is really true to me? Or do you want me to continue to play the role that you have placed me in or that I have kind of allowed society to put me in? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, it makes perfect sense. So what do you say? What do men do? All you men out here, y'all let me know in the chat. Y'all got some men in here? I got Dennis. Dennis is talking about the mask we wear. Yes, I think that's a typo. I'm sure it's a mask. Dennis, weigh in. Men in the chat, y'all weigh in. Do you feel this pressure from us as women? I'm here listening. I'm actually taking notes. I got a whole page full of notes. I'm taking notes here. Is it like, do you get this from us that we feel more comfortable with you being in this masculine Old Spice man role? Are you feeling that when you're vulnerable, you have women around you that can handle all of that? Like, what advice? Give me some advice. I want some from the chat. Jesse's talking about it's a lot of pressure. Tell me about the pressure. They do feel pressure. Okay, Wayne Solomon and Jesse McDaniel is talking about how they feel pressure. And Chris is talking about the Old Spice men. Okay, here I am. Ladies, we got to listen up. Okay, anyone of y'all can go.
What I'm just thinking of is like, you know, before we get to that part, I want to just say like the roles would be, I'm supposed to be the breadwinner, the provider, the protector. And then when I get some of these roles in place and I'm getting your attention for those things that, you know, you want from me, I don't know if I have the freedom to do anything else or be anything else. It's where a lot of men, they're in that space. So it's like, once I check those boxes, what else do you need? Oh, and also I got to be good in bed too, right? So like all of that is a part of the process. What else is there that shapes me or that I can be open about? I mean, Joe, is that accurate?
Yeah, if I don't check these boxes, then I absolutely have no value. And it becomes pressure to perform, because a lot of times it often feels like more people, you know, the outside world is more concerned with our output and our production than they are with our emotions and our vulnerability.
Correct.
You know, hey, yes, the world is tough on you, black men. I understand, but you still have to go out and you got to suck that up and you got to go out and perform. And I can't be concerned with how I'm telling you to go out and perform either. You know, you just have to go out and perform. And I don't have the time or the sensitivity to massage your emotions to prop you up all the time, because then you may, and this is just for some women, not all women, you may become a burden to me, or I'm going to present you as a burden. And then, if you happen to just deal with one of those women and you get on to the next woman who is emotionally intelligent, has an understanding, you've already locked in your mind that if you show up with any vulnerabilities or any hurt, then you are a burden. So you have closed yourself off emotionally and made yourself unavailable to this woman who is willing to accept your vulnerability. And you have to be taught again that this is a safe space for you to be vulnerable. All the things, So, in answering your question, what do we do as men? I would say what we do as men, we trade the mask in for a fence. The fence, and we can consider that fence a boundary. So, understanding your vulnerabilities and also your boundaries, what you're willing to put up with, what you're not willing to put up with, the things that bother you and hurt you, and you're willing to accept and not. You have to know and understand these things, and then communicate them with whoever. And my understanding is for most women is, most emotionally whole women appreciate that a lot more than you just hiding and pretending to be something that you're not. Wearing that, take that mask off and put up that gate, and then decide if you want to cross into this space where I'm emotionally vulnerable. You have to accept with some of my boundaries, or at least be able to negotiate, so that we can exist in the same space.
Yeah, that's so good, man.
Oh my God. I mean, this is really something. It really pains me to hear that men are coming, and I'm seeing this in the chat, by the way, that men are coming across women like this. Like, this is painful for me to hear this, because I'm listening to women and women are saying, this dude is hurting my feelings. And when I tell them that my feelings are hurt, they looking at me like, you're complaining that I hurt your feelings. That's disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pay the bills. You got clothes on your back. You got a roof over your head. What else do you want from me? Leave me alone, woman, and let me watch the game. Like, these are the things these are the complaints that I'm hearing from women. And I don't like that either. Like, what is going on with these men who are just saying, what else do you want from me now? And I don't like that. I don't know. I'm teasing all of this stuff out, in my office space, about trying to get down to where, of course, childhood wounds. Someone mentioned trauma. I'm teasing a lot of this out. A lot of it is based on some really uncomfortable, unprocessed feelings and experiences. But this is what I'm getting from a lot of women who are complaining too. So it's complaints going all over the place. Yeah. And we're not spending enough time getting down to the fact that really it is all about vulnerability is necessary for intimacy. And I see so many men and women, especially men, when they got an abundance of women out there, because y'all men be having choices, right? But at the same time, these men with all these choices are still lonely. They're still searching for intimacy, and they're still not quite getting it. I don't know. Any one of you all can take it from here.
I wanted to say about what you're coming with, the women that have come into your office. What I have heard from, and I've worked with couples and men, individually. I think sometimes what is presented to them isn't just, well, that's just the way I feel from the woman. It's they take it in as criticism of them. So I'm doing all these things, and then when you come to me with something else, it's like another indictment on what I'm not doing right as the man, and I'd rather check out and not hear it and kind of stonewall and separate myself emotionally from tuning into what you're sharing. That's kind of what I've seen, is like a lot of times it comes back to them as you not doing enough. I feel that you're not doing enough. And therefore they may interpret that as I am not enough for you because I'm not doing these things, or I'm not this. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, because that makes perfect sense. They forget that, yes, I appreciate you, and yes, I have a lot of gratitude for everything that you've done, but I want to know who you are. And I want us to be able to do some of these other things together so that I can feel safe and secure emotionally. It's not just protection physically and providing and how much money is in your checking account. It really is. I want closeness. I don't want to be lonely in this nice big old house that you have. Like, I really want that. And I think sometimes men hear that and they're not understanding that, yes, women do appreciate you a lot of times, but they also want these other things from you that you ain't got enough money. You can't write a check for this intimacy and this closeness. You can't write a check for it.
Right.
If only you could, you would.
Right.
Oh, Joe, what you gonna say to that?
I want to say, a lot of times with, tomorrow night on Vulnerabilities and New Sexy, we're going to try to have a very nuanced conversation about some of these gender wars, and we're going to talk about, how I'm going to try to talk about how the marriage or any relationship is a system. And the problem with, people going into these systems, we got women that blame men for things, we got men that blame women for things, but understand that any part of a system, if it's malfunctioning, the whole thing is broken. So we have to know and understand what the other purpose, what the other partner's purpose is inside of that system. And like I said, negotiate and talk about these things so that the whole thing can function the way it's supposed to function. And a lot of people are going into relationships without having these conversations, obviously, because a lot of us haven't been taught how to have these conversations. And, I know that, a lot of us grow up not seeing what these healthy relationships could be like. And then we all come into relationships with our own emotional triggers. And I think it's very important to understand your partner's emotional triggers so you don't step on them. And that's just part of a system. You may think something is not important or not a big deal, but you don't have the same lived experience as your partner. So you are minimizing and invalidating their experience by not taking the time to understand, where this trigger came from, how it developed in them, and how it's grown over time. Most times you're going into a marriage, you're marrying an adult. So this is somebody that's lived with these live with these emotional triggers for an extended period of time. And if you're, most, like I said, most couples that I see, I don't know about you, Carlos, most couples that I see, they haven't done or dealt with, their own individual emotional triggers. They just know that their partner keeps stepping on them.
Yeah.
Of course.
Off. So there's a lot of communication that needs to go in. It's a system, guys. Let's stop blaming the men. Let's stop blaming the women.
Yes.
And let's start talking about you as an individual and the things that bother you, and give your partner the choice to decide whether or not they want to respect those boundaries and emotional triggers.
Oh, my goodness.
Can I add
Go
on?
ahead, Carlos.
I was going to add on to that. I 100% agree. I think what I hear is unmet expectations and miscommunication in that process. A lot of what I see with couples and working with men as well is that it's just like we don't know how to communicate our expectations, and that healthy dialogue really has to be, as you've said, Joe, systematic. And I always say, I believe in abundance of communication. When I talk to clients, an abundance of communication. Do not assume the other person knows. Do not assume the other person gets it or understands. We have to really break all of that stuff down. But honestly, to understand your expectations also requires you to go explore your own narrative. As Joe mentioned about, you come to the relationship with all this stuff. I spend time with individuals, couples, all the things, right? Kind of walking through and unraveling the narrative, going back down the line of where this first started to present itself and pop up during the course of your life and your life experiences, to see why that became that trigger, why that became that landmine for you in your life. And, just seeing that plain as day, sometimes they're like, oh, I never saw it that way. They start putting those two things together, and they can see, because for change to happen, the awareness has to be first, the thing that they notice, right? Awareness of what is the issue. then they can begin that process of change. But they got to come to some level of awareness. We call that contemplation in addictions therapy. So yeah, I just think it's unmet expectations and miscommunication, along with not understanding your narrative.
Whoa, my goodness. Okay, I want to comment on Joe and Carlos. I got words to say to you all, but before I do that, hey everybody, how y'all doing? Y'all listening to this? I want you to like and share this. Women, Deborah, I want you to share this to all your men that you know. Take the link and share it right now to all the men. Ladies, share this with all the men. And I think ladies need to hear this too. Y'all need to share this. Share today's video. Please share it with people. And I just want to remind you guys, don't y'all like what Joe and Carlos is talking about? Oh my goodness. So they're going to be with me at the Black Love Weekend. Go to the blackloveweekend.com and sign up. It is Valentine's Day weekend. It is Saturday, February 15th. And Sunday, February 16th in the morning, in the day. If you're VIP, you get the recordings. And if you're trying to figure out what to get your significant other, what to get your son, you know your son is dating somebody, what to get your son for Valentine's Day. We got birthdays coming up. All of this is $99 for general admission. And then you could just upgrade for little or nothing for VIP. And then you can have the ear. You'll have Joe and Carlos will be able to talk to you in the men's group. Hey, Jesse, sign up. Jesse, it's your birthday. So what a great birthday gift for yourself, Jesse. I want to see you in there. You get to talk to Joe and Carlos and get to listen. You get to share. It is going to be a safe space to be vulnerable. Hello. So come on in. We want to see. Jesse's going to sign up for sure. So we're going to be in there. And so that's what I just want to remind you all. And of course, to know when I go live on YouTube, who knows when I go live on Facebook, YouTube, and some other places, you can text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And then we'll send out a message and make sure you're well connected. So the Black Love Weekend, be sure to go there and sign up. And okay, so today the title of our presentation today is Breaking Barriers, Men, Vulnerability, and the Journey to Intimacy. And boy, oh boy, Joe, okay, you were talking about stop the blaming. Everybody stop, listen. Any problems y'all got in your relationship, stop pointing the finger. Do not point the finger. There's enough blame to go around, and you could take accountability for your part of the problem. And it's not always 50-50, I find, with a lot of my couples. Sometimes I do find one person being really belligerent toward the other person. And so my work is to try to empower the person on the receiving end of this to speak up some more, and then have the other person kind of deal with this. So it's not always 50-50, but there's something to be said. What I'm finding with accountability, and it's not always men, but I will say 9 times out of 10, it's usually the man. And sometimes I have found women. Sometimes for men to be able to open up and accept that they did something wrong is so debilitating to them. They just fall apart altogether. It's like they can't separate what they did from themselves. So they think that if they are to blame in any way, that they are a bad person. And I have to spend time saying, listen, your behavior, you are better than this, but your behavior was very insulting. You violated this person. You broke the trust in a lot of ways. You have to be accountable. And I just want to follow up, just make a comment about how difficult it is for some people, not necessarily men, but that happens where it's difficult for some people to say they're sorry, for some people to show accountability without going into a deep level of depression because they think, oh my goodness, there's something wrong with me, not something wrong with my behavior. And so that's my question to you, Joe. What do you have to say to that?
I can't argue that much with you, honestly. In my experience in couples counseling, if you continuously bring blame to the man, he is eventually going to blow up a lot of the times. That's
Yeah.
the experience that I have, and Carlos might have a different perspective, but um, men do not go into therapy to be told that they're doing something wrong. Most most times they have entered the space because they already have understood that they're doing something wrong, and they want to know how to change their behavior and get on the road to redemption and move past it. So if we spend too much time, and this is my experience with the woman, not all the time, but some of the time, she wants to spend a lot of time dealing with the hurt and
Yeah.
not exactly ready to move past the pain. I always liken it to, a woman sleeping soundly in her home, and then, in the middle of the night, there's a home invasion, and people come in and they break the windows and set things on fire. And then, the police and the fire department are called, and you're standing outside, and everybody, and the fire gets put out, and the burglars are arrested, and you tell the woman, go back in there and sleep peacefully.
Yes.
We haven't changed the security system. We haven't replaced the windows, changed the locks, or nothing. But you expect her to go back inside after you have, basically taken away her safety or her feeling of safety. And, brother, it just doesn't work like that. So we're not
I
here.
love that scenario because it's almost like she got PTSD. You don't have to deal with some of her things here.
You have to change the locks. You have to get updated security system. You have to maybe even move. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that you need to do in order for that woman to feel secure in that space again. And same thing for the men. Different.
Yeah.
But so basically, what I'm saying is that I want you to come into the space not to be blamed, but to just understand your woman's feelings and validate them. I got you. I'm not going to let this turn into a blame session for you. I'm not going to do that. But you're going to have to validate your wife's feelings or your girlfriend's feelings, and you're going to have to take some accountability for it. And then we're going to understand why this behavior showed up with you in the first place, and and then we're going to address it. And then, because I'm almost positive that the man is not 100% to blame for him showing up.
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean? So it's all about perspectives, man. You just have to be willing to learn and validate each other.
Oh, that is so true. And you're right. It's a signal. The house burning on fire is a signal of, okay, something wasn't right in that house to begin with. There was faulty wiring. There was something that was going on that needed to be addressed. And then on the other side of this whole thing, it really could be a very nice, beautiful relationship. But it really is, you really do have to tease through that. And usually what I tell people is just like, is it worth it losing her? Are you willing to lose her? Are you willing to break away? Because if you really want this, you're going to have to dig in. So I use whatever I can as leverage. You want your children to see you on the weekends? What do you want? Because that's where we're going if we don't address this and come to terms with all of this. So thank you, Joe. Okay. Now, Carlos, I want to ask you a question because you mentioned miscommunication and healthy dialogue, which thank you for that. That was a beautiful thing. And in what I'm finding too, and I do find this with men, and I don't know, listen, women, we got our own set of problems that we bring to relationships, but I'm finding this sometimes with men too, where growing up, I'm finding that men who aren't comfortable or weren't encouraged to talk about what they want growing up, communicating what they need, because hello, as women, and Deborah, you can put this in the chat if you want to, like, I can't read your mind. I don't know. I'm trying to be psychic. I would love to be clairvoyant, but I'm not clairvoyant. Like, if you don't tell me what's going on, I'm going to assume everything is okay. Right. And so I'm finding that sometimes it's hard to get men to like finally open up and say, let her know what you want from her, open up. And partly is that they're just not encouraged all the time to open up. And sometimes it's scary because if you start opening up and you start asking for what you want, that's even more frightening. It's easier to just not say it at all, because if you ask for what you want, so much anxiety comes over men where they're just like, okay, is this person going to give it to me? Because if they ain't, why did I just make myself vulnerable asking for what I want? And I'm sitting here waiting on it to happen. So it's so difficult. And you brought up just wonderful point there. Can you expand on that?
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, it really is a thing that I've seen a lot with a lot of the men that I work with, that finding that voice, like ownership of that space. And I use terms like advocate for what you need, advocate for what you want. It's self-advocacy, right? Showing up in that way. And when it's in reference to couples, I spend time trying to kind of teach them good rapport building communication skills, using what we call I feel statements, or when this happened, I felt this way about how so-and-so went down, and et cetera, et cetera. Another thing is, just before we get into the communication of what it is that we want, I've spent a lot of time with men and just learning how to tune in to the body. Emotional attunement, body attunement. Let's sit with ourselves for a minute. What's coming up for you in this moment? When this comes across your mind, when that comes across, what are you feeling? Again, as I said at the beginning, once I understand that relationship with myself, then it's much easier to begin to communicate those things. But if I'm not even really aware how to, like, that level of self-awareness does take a little bit of practice. Again, as you mentioned, with not being taught how to do that or not being encouraged to do that. And so therapy can be a wonderful tool to learn how to just sit with yourself. Yeah, I enjoy doing emotional attunement, body attunement work. And really, it sounds lofty, but it's literally just, we're going to sit here for 5 to 10 minutes. I want you to just tap into your breath right now, like a little mini meditation period. I want you to notice your body, what you feel, any tension, any tingling, any weird sensations, getting in touch with that part of yourself. And not even surprisingly, but it's just cool to see how, when I do that, they're able to be like, I do feel this, and I'm sensing this, and this is what's on my heart, or this is what's in my shoulders. I feel this emotion in the back of my neck. Just all of that starts to stir up because they finally gave their body a chance to speak up. They start to tune into what their body has been trying to tell them. So when it comes to when she, as if they're in a relationship, if she like says something in a certain tone of voice, right? A snide, remark, or when this is going on with the kids, or what happened at work today, things become compounded, and then I'm able to kind of offload those things, maybe write my thoughts down before I go into that conversation, be able to kind of systematically look through what it is that I'm feeling in that moment, and then broach that conversation when you feel it's safe, when you feel it's appropriate. You have their ear to begin having those conversations with your significant other. But it first starts with just that attunement to self, I believe.
And it really means that you have to break away and take some time for self-care. Self-care is self-love. And get into a mindful place. I'm starting to, and I've always felt this way, but I'm starting to really believe that mindfulness is the answer.
I'm on that wave. I've been on that wave for a little while in my practice. In fact, if I wasn't on that wave, I don't think I would be a therapist, because I had to coach my own body back to wellness. I'm just be honest. I went to the hospital. I went to a neurologist. I went to therapy. And it wasn't until I really just began to be okay with just sitting in whatever the discomfort was that the healing process started to happen for me. And so that's my wave. Like, we talking about mindfulness, breath work, somatic experiencing. That's the wave.
Let me tell you, and we don't even need to talk about plant medicine and all sorts of stuff. I'd be dabbling and all that stuff, but I need it. I mean, as therapists, we need it because I think we just hold on to so much. We absorb. I really have to have a daily peaceful meditation every single day, twice a day, to just do this type of work. We're healers. We are healers.
We are.
And I have to sometimes I have to go away for the weekend just to sit and meditate and have my plant ceremony and my Native American chants and all of that happening in order to like totally release it so that I can do the work that I'm here to do as a healer. Go ahead.
Add on to that, like, let's make it practical, right? So if there are men out there that are not actively engaged in therapy right now, or if you don't have time to go on a solitude retreat and do all these extra things, I'm simply saying, first thing in the morning, can you just sit up in your bed and just take a few deep breaths? Can you just pause before we get the day started, before we look at the phone, laptop, all the things? You can start a mindfulness practice just by taking a pause. It don't have to be this lofty, we're in the Himalayas, you know what I'm saying, in our nice
Costa Rica, Chile.
No,
5 minutes of silence, man. Just
5 minutes of silence, and just begin to tune into that clarity that comes from the inside of you, and then you're able to move differently, so that when things come into your awareness, into your space, you'll know, like, I'm feeling some dissonance right there. There's some incongruence with me right now. I need to speak up on this. I need to advocate for what I need. And the words don't always have to be perfect. It just has to be honest and just speak from the heart, right? You don't have to be rude about it. Like, I'm feeling this way right now.
That's right.
I will say my husband meditates almost every day. He does a lot of quiet meditation, and it really, that's what I liked about him. I'm like, you meditating too. Both of us are meditating, but he meditates all the time, and he's always in a meditative place. But when he finally opens up his mouth and starts talking, it's the most profound thing that you ever want to hear. I'm just like, all right, you done blown me away today. I'm done with you. I'm done with you, But it's a whole, we're just crazy and unique anyway. how we are anyway. Y'all don't be listening to us. We crazy. We unique. There is no other relationship I've ever seen quite like the one I'm in now, but it's very, very unique. But it's something being married to somebody who is so meditative and very powerful person. And so it just there's something to it. But I think that you get to that point when you meditate, it's like that sort of piece. If you don't get to meditate, you're going to be like, I gotta meditate. I can't do nothing else unless I meditate. You'll start to lean on it and know that you need to do that. You start to understand, hey, before we make a decision, let's sleep on it. You start to trust. And what I find, I think this conversation is going another direction, but what I find is that the more you lean on meditation, the more you start to get in tune with what's going on, and having that as a way of showing gratitude, expressing gratitude, but also making decisions mindfully, that the more you practice it, the more it comes to you, the more you're strengthening a muscle in your body. Absolutely. Where you're just like, I have to meditate on this because I trust myself more than anything, and I can move forward in myself. Joe, you want to come in?
Yeah, no, we're not. You're not taking the conversation. It's the same conversation, right?
Okay.
Because a lot of men need to understand what Carlos is saying about starting your day with a different in a different way, like in a meditative state, and practicing self-care and mindfulness, because a lot of what we're feeding our mind in the morning, I don't know the percentages, but I would say a large percentage of people reach for that phone in the morning and they start feeding their mind with the outside world, and the outside world is a comparative place.
Grind.
Right. Is past the negativity and all the other things that you're going to put in, you're going to start comparing yourself. A lot of what you're seeing on social media, and that's making you feel inadequate and adding more pressure to, what you're trying to accomplish or who you're trying to be. And as a man, when you don't feel adequate, you find the most unhealthy ways to feel masculine that you could possibly find. And that's when you find yourself getting in trouble, man. You look for the situation that's going to make you feel like a man. or make you feel like you're in charge or something, or and that's when you're doing damage to your life. It's those unhealthy behaviors. But if you start your day, in quiet and in peace and meditation, you'll find that you can focus more on what it is you're actually trying to be. Like you're not going to make decisions that go against the person or the man that you say you are, because most times when you make those decisions that those bad decisions that make you feel more like a man, more masculine, depending on the kind of man you are, you usually hate yourself for it, or you feel worse about yourself, and then you're just making the real situation, the authentic situation, worse, and then you're separating these two things, and then you're going to find yourself depressed, anxious, or feel less than, because ultimately, if you are a certain kind of man, treating your woman poorly will make you feel more or less like a man than anything.
Treating your woman poorly is going to make you feel less like a man.
Than almost anything.
I love it. Yes. Let's say, ladies, come on. You feel that one. Yeah, because Kenneth is talking about, I put his comment up here because he's like, what's the first step to begin meditation? I have never meditated. I think meditation is the simplest. It's easy, but maybe not that simple. What do you say?
If you can't figure it out, go into your Apple Music, type in, or if YouTube, tap in guided meditation, and just it'll tell you it's more, you're focusing more on your breathing, pushing out your thoughts. And it's really crazy that if you start focusing on your breathing, how you're concentrating on that, and sometimes some outside thoughts will come in and you just gently push them out, you know what I mean? And just kind of focus on, being in the present. So it's really easy, man. There's all types of guided meditations out there.
Yeah. Netflix has a whole series on them.
Yeah, right. Go to Netflix. Go to Netflix, Apple Music, YouTube, whatever, man. Just go, find guided meditation. You can learn just simply how to sit with yourself and push those thoughts out of your mind, and kind of start your day off focusing on really what's important to you.
And can I add on to that, Joe?
Go ahead.
When I think about, we talked about narrative a little earlier. When I think about narrative, technically we are, when we're, obviously developing and coming up as children in the world, we're inheriting stories from our family, from our ancestors. There's just a lot of things that are just kind of downloaded into our DNA, into our bodies, that help define and shape who we are. And I look at meditation as an opportunity to detach from those parts of our story and our narrative and our existence that no longer serve us. And the things that do serve us, obviously we can take those in and continue to cultivate that. But all of that other stuff, all that noise that's in our head that he mentioned, from the cell phone, from television, from mom and them, from daddy and them, from grandma and them, that just no longer serves us, I'm pushing that out as I take in these deep breaths, and I'm exhaling, right? I'm inhaling who I want to be, and I'm exhaling out what no longer serves me in this moment, to be grounded in this present moment and becoming a detached observer of my own life experiences. But our lives are just dictated by all these stories and these scripts all of the time. And meditation is an opportunity to see ourselves separate from that. Over time, it's just the practice of, again, if it's just 5 minutes, set your timer for 5 minutes, focus on inhaling deeply through the nose, exhaling through the mouth as if you're blowing through a straw, or blowing into a leaky tire or something like that, and just focus on that repetitive motion over and over again.
I really do believe that we all have in us the natural desire for health.
Yes.
And healing.
Yes.
And if we really tune into that in ourselves, it will immediately emerge. It can't help. And detachment is how you really get in touch with that. You're detaching from all these things that don't mean nothing anyway. And really getting into what's important. Every decision that you make. And, you know, really, my goal is to have every waking hour a meditation, a ceremony. I take the ceremony with me everywhere I go. You know, may everything I say be part of this whole detached ceremony, to be in it but not of it, of course, because you know we got some real life problems can kick you into you know what.
Right.
It's easy to detach and to be all meditative, but then as soon as somebody say something to you and you get all triggered, you start going back. You be like, leave me alone. And no one can do it to you like your significant other.
Yeah. Right.
You'll be coming back. I know my kids do it to me. I'll be coming back. I'll be so meditative. Then they say something, I'll be like, get out of here. We want to go. But you know, this is where mindfulness has to come in place. But you know, this is life just happens to us. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. And we're like beyond the top of the hour. And I promised that I would only have these gentlemen in here for the top of the hour. But listen, hey everybody. I am Dr. Alicia, and this is Mental Health Monday. And today we talked about breaking barriers, men, vulnerability, and the journey to intimacy. Let me tell you something. Joe and Carlos here have dropped a whole lot of wisdom. They are male therapists, and they represent manhood. This is what manhood is about. We have a lot of examples of toxic masculinity, but not here. Here we got what real manhood is about, and it's not about whiteness. It's about who and what we really are. Thank you very much. It's not about whiteness. I don't even want to get political on us today, but you know what I mean. But I just want to say that this is beautiful. And these two gentlemen are going to be joining me for the Black Love Weekend, but they're only available for the VIPs. And I got a special going on right now. If you go to theblackloveweekend.com, you'll be able to further this conversation. They're doing a men's group. So Chris, the men's group, join us. I feel if you wake up on the side of a woman in the morning and you see the real her, and you don't jump up and run out the room, I feel like you're going to be that woman for a long time. Chris, you are hilarious. I love that comment.
That is not the parameter we're using, Chris.
Let me tell you, I just randomly picked the comment. I thought, oh, waking up with a woman. Anyway, Chris, you join because these two men will put you in your place with these comments.
Yeah.
But I just want to thank you two for being here. Y'all make sure you go to theblackloveweekend.com. It's $99 right now. This is the early bird. It is Valentine's Day weekend. It is Saturday. During the day, y'all can do what y'all want to do at nighttime, Saturday night. But during the day, you'll be with me. I have a wonderful workshop for you guys about intimacy, about how to love each other. Black people need to learn how to love each other. We definitely know how to hate each other very well. We got that nailed down. So let's get into loving each other, figuring out how to love each other. We're going to be talking about that. On Saturday, you're going to have Joe and Carlos in the afternoon. They're going to be coming in and they're only meeting with the VIPs. So make sure you get your VIP ticket. It's digital. So, and if you're VIP, everything is going to be recorded. You'll have access to the recordings. But if you just want to drop in and say hey to everybody, you could just do the general admission. It's $99, y'all. That's not that bad. And then it could be a nice little gift for you and your boo. You and your boo, if you're trying to find a nice, beautiful gift and you're trying to like racking your brain, you don't know what to do. Lexicon, cuddling a woman is like a teddy bear. Okay, so these men love physical touch, by the way. I don't know what it is with y'all men and physical touch. They talking about cuddling a woman and sleeping, waking up next to a woman. This is what the comments are saying. Anyway,
physical touch is one of the easiest love language to understand for the most part. So
men love physical touch. I know my boo, he loves physical touch. So I'm like, okay, physical touch, that's good with me too. So yes, cuddling with a woman like a teddy bear is intimacy. Yes, Black Lexicon, I want to see you there. Anyway, okay, let's wrap it up. We got to wrap it up. Can you do this again? Patricia wants y'all back again. Listen, if you wanted to come, be sure to go to theblackloveweekend.com if you want to know when I'm live, because who knows when it's going to be these days. I'm very busy, but it's text the word love to 87948 and you'll get information from somebody be sending you information on that. But really, the best thing for you to do today is go to theblackloveweekend.com. You'll see Joe and Carlos, and then we'll end with Joe and Carlos. How about you just give us what question can I give you guys? Parting words. We need advice. These men and women in the chat need advice. What would you say to us? They're loving this physical touch thing. Men who love physical touch. And anyway, parting words. We'll start with Joe, Mr. Joe. Parting words and last thoughts about men vulnerability and the journey to intimacy, and then let everybody know how to find you, Mr. Joe.
Sure. My parting words are going to be with I'm going to steal some words from my brother Carlos earlier when he was talking about using those I statements and whatnot. When this happens, I feel this and I need this. When you are discussing things in terms of your own feelings, it's very difficult for someone to argue with your own feelings. If it makes you feel hurt, if it makes you feel sad, if it makes you feel disregarded, how can I argue with you feel that way? So my only perspective should be is to understand, why are you feeling, instead of getting upset about the fact that you feel that way and taking it personal as to why you feel that way. Let me understand, well, what am I doing or what am I saying that's making you feel so disregarded? Why is this occurring? I don't get it. If you didn't get there, then I implore you to call one of these brothers here or Dr. Lisa herself and get some help in understanding where the communication gaps are, because most of the time we're talking about two people with the same mission. You may want to run the ball left. I may want to throw the ball right, but let's agree that we both want to score a touchdown, right? We have the same goals. And if we don't have the same goals, your relationship is on a whole different situation. But in a healthy, typically loving relationship, we have the same goals. So it's illogical for us to fight, is what I'm trying to get you, basically what I'm trying to say. So start with your feelings. And you can find me, to set up any type of session or appointment at consulting.com. You can book a free consult right on there. And tomorrow night, I told you every Tuesday night, but tomorrow night we're going to have a very, very nuanced conversation about gender wars. I'm going to be very specific about how we're doing it. We're not coming to the space to argue about men versus women or anything like that. We're really trying to understand how to communicate with each other so that we can meet each other's needs. So I implore you to join me tomorrow on the Boss Network for Vulnerability is the New Sexy.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. Okay, Carlos.
Yeah, I want to just say a couple of things. That first, men, please understand, or just anybody in the viewing audience, please understand that your emotions are not the enemy. We are taught to look at this separation between our emotional selves and our lived experience, but your emotions are not the enemy. In fact, your mind, your body, all of it is inextricably linked together. It's just more important for us to move in harmony with all of it in a way that becomes more intuitive. And the other piece is, when it comes to vulnerability, understand that my starting point for vulnerability is not necessarily about the other person's reaction to my decision to be vulnerable, if that makes sense. It's more so about me being honest with myself, first of all, acknowledging what my true feelings are, what my true thoughts are, and my expression is, and then being willing to share that with another soul. But it can't first start with being concerned about the other person's reaction, because then we begin to people please and kind of edit ourselves based upon what we feel somebody's going to say or think or have an opinion about my true self. So just keeping that in mind, that your emotions are not the enemy. Vulnerability has to start first with an authentic acknowledgement of your truest self. And then lastly, if it just comes down to, wanting to speak with a therapist, I think a therapist is going to help you along your journey. We don't fix all of your problems. We are not here to just give you the aha advice magic potion. to all of your problems. But I want to say that if you are with the right therapist, they're going to help you get the tools so that you can go run this race and do it even on your own. Just be equipped to go be that authentic man. And so if you want to journey with myself, I love to work with any of your viewing audience. If you're in the state of Texas, I'm credentialed in the state of Texas. And so I'm on the Davis Counseling Center, which is daviscounselingcenter.com. You can find my profile on Psychology Today. That's Carlos with the K, Carlos Lyons, Lyons. And then I think I'm on Instagram. Yeah, I'm on Instagram at Mr.K Lyons, Mr.K Lyons. That's Mr.KLYONS.
All right, I'm gonna follow you on Instagram, Mr. K Lyons on Instagram. Okay, y'all. I don't know how much I don't think people understand this is a treat. It's a treat to get black male therapists to answer my phone call when I be calling y'all. Y'all be too busy. I don't know what's going on, but I be making fun of y'all. So, okay, we learned a lot today. I've been taking notes. I statements. Make some I statements when you talk about how you feel. Just say, when this happens, I feel this way. Get a community. Y'all men out here, it is so important to have a community of which you can take off that mask and be your authentic self. Understand your triggers. Understand how to deal with anger. Anger is sanctioned feeling, sanctioned emotion for men. And there's probably a lot of other feelings that you have. We also talked about how sometimes us women, ladies, we be putting pressure on men to be the breadwinner, provider, protector. We put a lot of pressure, and then we want them to be good in bed at night. Then we want them to share all their feelings. We be putting a lot of pressure on men. We need to stop. We need to stop and think about that. We put a lot of pressure. All of these roles that they have to play. We got to take accountability. Stop blaming each other. Take accountability. We got to get into Brene Brown. Y'all look at her up. She's a fellow social worker. She's talking about being your authentic self, transparency, being honest with yourself. Hello. Then we talked about how to communicate. Sometimes we mistalk. We miscommunicate. We need to have this healthy dialogue. And we need to advocate for yourself. And if you're having problems with that, you got 3 people right here. I'm licensed. All of us are licensed therapists. And by the way, to be licensed is very important. That means that protects the public. The license don't do nothing for me. The license protects you. That means I have to be on top of evidence-based practice. That means every word that come out of my mouth, a lot of it is my opinion, but most of it is evidence-based, or why am I saying it? So anyway, that's the thing. That's my public service announcement, because there's a whole lot of armchair therapists to be saying, do y'all know 80% of these armchair therapists have that stuff be wrong? I feel like this is wrong, just bad advice on the internet. This is information that you can trust. And if you want more of this, go to theblackloveweekend.com. Support us. Support me. Support all of us. All these good things that are happening. Theblackloveweekend.com. And of course, if you want to work with me, you very well can. I got a lot of good practice. You can follow me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And of course, you can come to my website, there it is down there, coachingwithdralicia.com. Fill out the intake. I got to charge for consultations now, Joe. I'm at that point. Ooh. I got to charge. It's only $20 for consultations, but I have to, because I'll tell you off air why I have to charge people. But anyway, people just no, I'm not relaying a message to my husband. If you want to talk to him, so you can get a hold of him on your own. I'm trying to talk to my own husband. Don't send no messages through me to talk to him. But anyway,
I get it.
Boy, oh boy. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alfonso. Thank you, Wayne. I see y'all in here. I see some people have signed up. I don't even want to call y'all out, but I really appreciate you. Look at all the men in here. Black Lexicon. I feel like that's a man energy right there. Raymond. Come on. Walter, Ella. I guess that's a lady named after her father, probably. We got Wayne. We got all these men in here. Lots of men's in here. So I appreciate y'all for coming in here. And thank you, Joe and Carlos, for joining me. We're going to have some fun Valentine's Day weekend. So bye, everybody.
Good night, y'all.
Yeah, it's CC, CEO, wanna change your life? Come see me, yo. I'ma teach you how to build up wealth for your family, not just for yourself. I'm a bestseller, a house flipper, a businesswoman, a go-getter, a big investor, a goal builder that can teach you to get richer like millions, baby. You really about to fill your savings. You about to have multiple streams to pass your children, baby. Let me teach you to get your credit on track in the long run. You'll make it all back at Catalyst and watch it all psychology black on firm, but we ain't all black.
What's happening, everybody? It's your girl Constance Carter. Come on in. I'm so excited that you are here. You know I come live every single day. I've been having some technical difficulties. I don't even know what's happening, but I see that you are all on. I see y'all coming in real strong. Come in. You know I come live every single day. So if you want to get notified when I come live, please text Constance to 87948. Text Constance to 87948. And you know, I love for you to talk back to me and talk black to me. So where are you watching from? Because I know we have people that watch from all over the world. Are you watching from Chicago, from LA, from England, from Barbados? I want to shout you out. So make sure in the comments you put where you're watching from, because I want to shout you out in the comments. And remember, y'all, this is all about doing business with one another. This is all about collective economics. When we talk about growing your money, it's not just about growing your money. It's about growing your wealth. And wealth is a holistic experience. It's not just about money. It's about your life. It's about your health. It's about your spirit. It's about your family. It's about relationships. It's about all those things. But when we talk about practicing collective economics and doing business with ourselves, with each other, we want to make sure that we have a safe space to be able to do that. So in the comments, put in the comments, if you have a product or a service, I want to make sure that we can put you in here and that we can share this information. So what is it that you do? What you do? What do you do for a living? Where you're located, and then where they can find your business. But I want to shout you out because I always love to see who's watching live with us. I see Solomon from Winter Park. What's up, Robert from Houston, Texas? Crypto from Los Angeles. What's up, Sophia from Stockton, California? Chanel, Omaha. We got somebody from Africa. We got Amala from Nairobi. Hey, Kenya. Hey, Michelle from Houston. What's up, Michelle? Happy Wednesday to William from Brent Martin, Tennessee. What's up, everybody? So I want to get right into it because we have a very, 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 very special guest. And but before we even talk about that, I want to bring on my co-host, Miss Black Hollywood. Hey, girl. Hey.
Good morning.
What's up, girl? We getting in the gym today?
I'm in the gym. What's up?
Yes.
Hey, everybody.
What's up? So you trying to grow your money today or what?
Always trying to grow my money. I got to come to the gym at least once a day.
I love it. Let's go to the gym. So I want to hurry up and bring our special guest on, but let me ask you a question, audience. What if I told you that right now, in real time, policies are being put in place to dismantle the economic and social progress of our communities that we've worked so hard to build? What if I told you that billions in contracts, grants, and programs that help create one of the wealthiest Black counties in America, which is Prince George's County, were now being stripped away? Today, we're going to dive into this critical conversation about the rollback of DEI policies. We're going to talk about Prince George's County, what it means for Black wealth of our communities, of communities around the country. We're going to talk about entrepreneurship and our community's future. And to help us break it all down, Miss Black Hollywood, we got a powerhouse today.
Yes, we do.
State Attorney Aisha Braveboy, who spent her career fighting for justice. She spent her career fighting for equity and the economic empowerment of people. I am so happy to talk to her. But before we jump into this discussion, you guys, bring her on the stage. Let me properly introduce my guest. Aisha is the state's attorney for Prince George's County, where she leads efforts to ensure justice and public safety for over 1 million residents. She is a proud graduate of the University of Maryland and Howard University School of Law. She's been a fierce advocate for consumer protection, for criminal justice reform, and creating opportunities for minority-owned businesses. But before she became the state's attorney, she served as Maryland's state delegate and was the chair of the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland. She's been a champion for policies that uplift our community, policies that are now under attack. So, without further ado, I want to bring to you Miss Aisha Brayboy. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good morning.
Wonderful. First of all, thank you for coming and talking to us today. Aisha you're just a dope individual. I am glad to personally know you. You know, when you were one of the people that were so welcoming, and I said, hey, let's see how we can add value to each other. Let's sit down and let's have breakfast. And we had breakfast, and we went and hung out, had cocktails. And so she's been always just really great. So thank you for just being so open and so generous. And, I'm an outsider. I'm not from here, but you welcome me. So thank you.
And no one's a stranger, and, I'm a woman of faith. And when you walk in those footsteps, you never meet a stranger. And some people you get to know better than others. And I'm so grateful to have gotten to know you because you're just such a bright light and you uplift people. And it's just so great to know that you decided to move here to gorgeous Prince George's County.
I love gorgeous Prince George's. You guys are so dope. And when I tell you Black excellence is so abundant here, I love being here. And I always tell my girlfriend Tierra, Miss Black Hollywood, like how dope it is because she's in California, by way of New Orleans, right? And I'm in Prince George's County, and I could just, the neighborhood I live in is so great. It's similar to what I lived in California, but nobody looked like me at all. So I could walk out my house and I just see Black excellence everywhere, and it's just a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful sight to see. In fact, I went to one of your there was an event someone had at their house over in Oak Creek, and I was like, this is like Black Pleasantville. It was so cool. It was so cool. Me and my daughter was sitting there just toasting. We're like, it's just great. So I just love being around that. You grew up here, Aisha. What was it like growing up in Prince George's?
I did. I grew up in Prince George's County. I was actually born in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
And like many in the late 70s, early 80s, many families from DC moved to Prince George's County. Young professionals having, kids wanting a backyard, wanting to buy their first, single family home. There were so many options in Prince George's County. So a lot of folks moved from the district to Prince George's County. And as a result, Prince George's then went from being more of an agricultural majority white county to a more suburban and in some places urban majority Black county. And it was one of the very first counties in which when African Americans moved in, the income level went up. The educational attainment level in terms of the number of college degrees and higher went up, and the number of business owners went up. So it was the African Americans moving in, many of them federal workers, contractors. These are the individuals that really built this Black middle class here in Prince George's County, which then, of course, became the wealthiest Black county in America.
Yeah. So what made you decide to get into law and then run for state's attorney? What was that transition like for you?
Sure. Well, I started out my legal career at the Federal Communications Commission thinking I was going to do telecom law. But a couple of years in, my father said, hey, I think you need to work on a campaign. So I said, all right, Dad, because, I have a Caribbean father, and if anyone knows about Caribbean parents, they will tell you they will not let you, go. Like they will not let it go. Like if they want you to do, you will at some point just acquiesce, right? So I said, okay, Dad, I'll work on this campaign. Well, anyway, the person happened to win. So that individual said, hey, can you come work for county government? So that's when I first started my kind of foray into politics, was actually working as a liaison between our executive and our county council. I then ran a real estate office in the county. So I did all of the leasing, the acquisitions, the disposition of property. And that was a really great experience. It was during that time that I decided to run for my first political office, which was state delegate. So I was a state delegate for 8 years. During that time, I chaired the Black Caucus. I also was chair of the Consumer Protection Committee and did a lot of work around equity, inclusion, and justice reform. So it was a great experience. But then, being on the legislative side, I realized there was only so much I could do.
Really?
So I went into private practice. So I practiced law for a while, and then went to work for Children's Hospital. And then when there was an opportunity to run for a state's attorney, I took that opportunity to ask the public to support me once again. And they did overwhelmingly, and I was very appreciative. And I've been the state's attorney for a little over 6 years now.
So when I first moved here, and it was I moved here in August of 22, and I was like seeing all the billboards, right? You saw all the billboards, and I was like, oh my God, listen, we're not used to this. Even here in LA, we're not used to seeing just Black people on billboards everywhere, running for stuff. And I noticed you, Aisha. I was like, oh my gosh, she's beautiful. Like I'm noticing, I'm like, this is so dope. And so it's so great that I actually got to meet you and then become friends. But for you, like how hard was it, going from, private practice to running for a state's attorney and then being able to win? Because that's a whole thing in and of itself.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I had already been a state delegate, so I was really, I had been used to running in campaigns, and I've worked in other people's campaigns. So campaigning is something that I have come to know. But when you campaign countywide, it is a little different because you're going into areas that you may not have as much in common with as your experience in the county, because our county is made up of more urban areas, which are older established communities, the more suburban areas, which I live in, and then you have your rural areas. And each area of the county has different issues that come up. And so getting around the county, learning about, what's important to everyone based on the environment they're in, based on their economic conditions and other things, it was really eye-opening.
Yeah.
And so running for a countywide office was really amazing, and I was grateful to have, in a 3-person race, received 63% of the vote. And it was that was a big deal. It was a big deal. Like we all, we wanted to win. We said, hey, if we win by 1 vote, we're good. But to be in a multi-person race and to really dominate in that way told us that we had the right message and that people believed in us. And, they knew I cared about the county and I would do a good job. So I was very, very grateful for that.
Yeah. The cool thing about this is Prince George's County, the median household income is $90,000, one of the highest. When you look at nationwide, our average income is $23,000. So the median income for around in this area is $90,000. Home ownership, nearly 65% for Black residents. Okay. Now, 43% of Black people are homeowners nationwide, but 65% right here in Prince George's County. Government workforce, 28% of the workforce is employed by the government, and minority-owned businesses in the county generate over $1 billion annually. So folks are really doing some amazing things in this area. What do you attribute that to?
I really do attribute that to, in so many ways, the district. I attribute that to having folks like Marion Barry, who, when he was the mayor of DC, focused on getting young people jobs. And a lot of them not only got jobs as teenagers, but they transitioned into DC government and also the federal government. Yeah. So a lot of them were able to stay in these government jobs for a significant period of time and build some wealth, build savings, and be able to move. And so, but the District of Columbia, I mean, it was expensive. It's still expensive.
Yes.
And for people who want that family-friendly lifestyle with a big backyard, options for pets, and walkable communities that have trees and this and that, they're going to move outside of DC, and so Prince George's County became the place to move. And I attribute a lot of what we're seeing in terms of the decision for some of these high income earners, these individuals who went from being government employees to transitioning into being contractors. A lot of that is attributable to what started with Marion Barry helping people get jobs. Then the jobs growth occurred in local government and federal government. Those folks decided to move out. Some of them stayed in government service. Some of them became contractors. And it really grew our economy here. It grew business here. It grew opportunities here. So, we owe a lot, to the district and quite frankly, Marion Barry. And if you talk to a number of people who are doing well, they will tell you about an experience based on something that happened as a result of Marion Barry's.
That's what people don't understand. This is I need you guys who are watching right now to really understand this, because I'm from California, right? And Vince Black Hollywood's coming back on. I'm from California. So the thing about it is, when you hear about Marion Barry outside of DC, and I always do this test when I'm talking to somebody from the area and somebody that's not from the area, right? So I always say, Tiara, what's the first thing you think of when you think of Marion Barry?
A beloved. I think of a beloved leader.
Okay.
But then I also think crack.
That, right? So so if you're not in the area, Aisha, most people, they automatically go to that. Yeah. But you ask somebody in the DMV what they think of Marion Barry, he is the second coming of Jesus. Like, everybody loves this man to the highest level that I've ever seen anybody beloved in the world. I've never seen anybody more loved and respected outside of like Martin Luther King than Marion Barry, because of everything he's done for the people in the area. So much Black wealth, so much Black success was attributed to Marion Barry. And I think I really need people outside the area to understand, like, Marion Barry, like, what you seen was a snapshot, was a snippet. I didn't even know until I moved here how significant his contributions were to the wealth of this area for Black folks.
Absolutely. A lot of our developers, a lot of the contractors, they got their start by doing business with DC government under his leadership. And these were people who were absolutely talented, but would never have been able to have been given that level of opportunity outside of the District of Columbia. And so they took that wealth, they brought it out here, and I think in hopes to also creating another opportunity to grow a government that is responsive to especially African Americans, who have historically, we have been economically depressed, not being able to fairly compete. And so DC showed us that you can do that. In fact, some of the wealthiest people, not just here, but around the country, can talk about an experience with the District of Columbia. I remember, and his name will come to me in a sec. There's a very wealthy Black developer who built a hotel down on South Beach in Miami. But he was the real estate director under Marion Barry. He transitioned to being a developer and left city government, became a developer, and was given opportunities in the district, multiplied that. He's now a billionaire, and he's doing, a development around the country. And so, that's possible. So what I think Marion Barry showed us is that, all things are possible if people are truly given an opportunity and there's a belief in them. It's not about a handout. It's not about picking winners or losers. It's about having everyone compete fairly. And when they do, there's going to be people of every race who rise to the top. And so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's what I say. Like, when I walk out my house and I see Black excellence, like, some of my neighbors have bowling alleys in their houses and Lamborghinis as a result of the opportunities that they've gotten. You know, some of them, my girlfriend she's done over $500 million in business because of the federal government. You know, I know someone who has an $800 million contract, $1 billion contract. Like, these are major. And when you talk about the impact of DEI and inclusion, you know, because companies like Walmart and Meta and McDonald's are scaling back, the federal government has eliminated these grants. What impact? Because actually only 6%, I think I read, 6% of the federal contracts go out to Black-owned businesses. So we're not getting the lion's share of the business. What will that then do, and how's that going to impact the folks who want to work with the federal government, or the people who are actually employed by the federal government?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, we have about 30,000 federal workers in Prince George's County. We have thousands of federal government contractors, or people who work for federal government contractors, as well as individuals and companies who are grant recipients. A lot of our nonprofits rely on federal grants to keep them afloat. I can tell you that even the state of Maryland relies on federal grants for some of our most pressing issues. And one of them that directly affects my office as state's attorney is the Violence Against Women Act grants, otherwise known as VAWA. Those grants help to fund things like services for victims of domestic violence. In fact, we are able to provide housing, secure housing, for our victims of domestic violence by using these grant dollars. When we were told a few days ago that all federal funding would be frozen, that actually had a direct impact on our ability to offer services to victims. Now, there was a federal judge who had the good sense to stop or halt that federal freeze temporarily until I think February 3rd. So we're still in limbo right now. We're still very concerned about what this means for those who really do need support. In addition to Medicaid and Social Security, which at least for now they intend to fund, there's other things like housing assistance and food assistance, temporary cash assistance. I mean, there's so many different federal programs that act as a safety net for people who are in need. And we could look at those individuals and say, well, they should just do better. But I mean, where's our humanity? You know, where's our humanity? And there are people who are trying their best. You know, it would be nice if everyone came from some type of means and had opportunities, and they didn't go through any challenges in life. That would be great, but that's just not the reality for so many people. And I even think about those who are struggling with mental health challenges that sometimes find themselves homeless. And sometimes when they're on their meds and they're strong, they can work and but it's up and down. And some of them have children. And so now we have children who are kind of in a situation where there's chronic homelessness or hunger. And, we have to be a nation, honestly, and we have been, or we purport to care. We purport to be this example for other countries to follow. And to me, it's always how we treat the least of these, right?
That's what the Bible says.
Defines us, right? That defines us as human beings, as a country. And my question now is, who are we? I don't recognize this.
This is not America.
We have been through Republican administrations and we've been through Democratic administrations. And the reality is, for the most part, for the average person, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference, honestly, in some respects, in terms of their quality of life.
Right. Yeah.
But this is different.
It's different.
Because this is not Republican or Democrat. This is about
humanity
takeover of the values of a country. Because whether you're a Republican or you're Democrat, you talk about the American dream and how everyone should strive to attain the American dream. But I'm telling you that this administration seems to want to pick winners and losers, to seem to believe that not everyone is entitled to the American dream. And that's something that we just haven't heard expressed ever in my
It's been on somebody's mind. I mean, somebody's been
They've
thinking
been
about
talking
this.
about it.
Yeah, I mean, but at that level, at the level of president, it has not been expressed. Even if you say, well, cutting welfare funding was a problem, or this or that was a problem, there was always something else, because there was always this idea that we can't let Americans fail.
Right.
But now that is not the idea anymore, and that is problematic.
It's problematic. It's scary, because it's like, the Bible says what you do for the least of those, and that determines the strength of a country. And when you saw that Republican who was on CNN yesterday that says, hey, go out and get a job. Like, okay, these kids in elementary school who need Head Start, who need this extra, who need breakfast, who don't have breakfast, they're supposed to go out and get a job. And it's like, come on, guys. So the thing about it is, like, I got to pay you my taxes, right? And we can't take care of the poor. So are we going to get our taxes back? Are you going to reduce our taxes, or are the taxes only going to be reduced for the 1%? Like, what's going on?
What's the plan?
Well, the answer is clear. Yes, the taxes will only be reduced for the 1%. I think he did promise that. And the thing is with him is that he is delivering on what he said he was going to do. So this is not something foreign to us. He didn't hide the ball. He said this is what he was going to do. Now, maybe some people didn't believe him. Maybe some people thought, oh, well, he's just saying this for, to get elected, and he's really not going to do this, because who would do something like this? This is crazy.
It's crazy.
But you know what, Constance, if I can jump in, I didn't think that he could do this. Like, I didn't think
we'll
it
see.
was
I mean, that's where everything is being tested now in the courts.
Aisha, he has the House, he has the Senate, he has the courts.
He doesn't have every court. He doesn't have every court. He doesn't have every judge. And these fights oftentimes will be fought at the federal court level. Now, the concern obviously is, as these cases, are appealed. And, the concern is going up to the Supreme Court, what will happen, because there is a majority of conservative judges on the Supreme Court. So these are some of the concerns that we do have around, how the judicial system may not work the way it has in the past, which is to protect us from radicalism at the federal level. But I say that all to say we have to stay vigilant. We have to use every tool in the toolbox to protect our people. And I think right now the courts are our only line of defense. If this federal judge had not enjoined the Trump administration from moving forward with these funding freezes, at least temporarily, today, I don't know that I'd be able to offer services to victims of violence. That's the reality of it all. So, I mean, we can't not fight. We can't say, oh, well, we just have to deal with what we got to do. No, we have to fight back. And I think ultimately the goodness of this country, the promise of this country, I believe will win. We're going through a tough period right now. I think we have to look ahead to 2026. I think we have to take back one of those houses, if not both, in the midterms. I think we have a really good chance of getting the House of Representatives in our hands. And I think that's really important, because that can stop some of the idea to downsize and to move federal agencies. I mean, that would really devastate a county like Prince George's County, where we have NOAA, we have the Census Bureau, we have agriculture, we have a lot of federal installations. And you know what? We won the FBI, and that should be coming too. So, I mean, we have a lot. Yeah, we have a lot at stake.
Mm-hmm. And Aisha's like, oh, go ahead.
No, I was about to ask about the infrastructure. So this morning I was listening, and it's like, if these things happen, there's not really an infrastructure to handle what's happening. Like, how do we there's going to be chaos. So I guess my question is, how do we, as just normal people, like, how do we fight? What does fighting look like? We say fight, but what does that look like?
I mean, I think what I'm saying is that you're going to have to rely on folks like us who are in government to use the tools and the power of government to fight back through the courts to ask for reviews of these policies and determine whether or not these things are actually legal, whether they're actually constitutional. I mean, he wants to freeze funding that Congress has already appropriated. And so there is a separation of powers here for a reason. And so the executive branch shouldn't infringe upon the rights of the legislative branch. So there's a lot of issues that we'll probably hear for the first time because no other president has decided to do these types of things, taken these types of actions. So I think there'll be a lot of new law created, hopefully good law, and a lot more court battles that you'll see. You're already seeing it. I think Tish James, hey Tish, go Bisons. Tish James is leading a lawsuit now.
I saw that.
The federal some of the new federal mandates and policy changes. So we just have to work together. We have to resist. We have to be smart and strategic about it, but we cannot let this go without a challenge.
Aisha, I think one of the issues that a lot of people, the fear that's been seeping in is we haven't heard from anybody. Like we haven't heard from the Democratic Party. We haven't heard what the plan is. It doesn't seem like anybody's fighting back. It seemed like everybody, I call them a bunch of pussies, and I'm gonna just keep it real. It's like, what are we doing? How are you protecting people? And how is this man really able to wield all this power at this time and nobody's doing anything? And so it's just like, that's the fear. But you guys probably very well are doing things, but we just don't know. The public just doesn't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are folks at the federal level that really need to lead this fight because they are in a much stronger position to hold him accountable. But for us at the local levels, I can tell you, and I'll be hosting an event tomorrow where I personally will be talking about these issues because the loss of federal funding isn't, it will be felt disproportionately by the people in the county that I love and represent. And also, I think the trickle down effect, people don't understand. It's not just the loss of those jobs, but those individuals who work in these federal agencies, guess what? They go to have breakfast and lunch at restaurants near these facilities. And so we're talking about restaurants who will be impacted. We're talking about dry cleaners, because if you don't have a job, you don't have to get dry cleaning, okay? The dry cleaners, stores that serve folks. So this will devastate industries. And I remember Mayor Muriel Bowser is asking folks to come back to work. She wants the federal agencies to come back to work. Why? Because the commercial areas of the District of Columbia have been impacted negatively. The commercial office space, all of that has been impacted. And so now at a time where, okay, maybe federal government workers will come back to work, but then they're saying, okay, well, we're going to downsize by 40%. Okay, so now how does that impact it? And we may relocate some of these facilities. And if they relocate the facilities, can all those workers just leave this area where they have invested in, where their children are in school, where they have bought their homes? It is.
Aisha, make the shit make sense. Make it make sense. It don't make sense.
Aisha, I just have a question, right? So it feels like Trump plays politics a little different. He doesn't even play politics. He's just doing it his own way. And it feels effective. It feels like I can just come in and sign an executive order and get things done. Help me understand how the Democrats haven't been able to be as effective.
Well, I think,
or push their way. It's like they play nice. They play.
I think there has historically just been a culture of understanding that neither party is going to push the envelope but so much. But that is not an agreement that Donald Trump has made. Okay, so when just being realistic, if you think about the Bush years, if you think about the Reagan years, if you think about all of these individuals who were presidents, by and large, if the economy was doing well, then you lived better. If the economy wasn't doing well, you didn't. But it wasn't like there was a huge shift in life, right? Because it was a Democrat or Republican in the White House.
Right. Didn't affect us daily, right? Didn't affect
Right.
our
It
daily
didn't-
lives in a
It
major way.
didn't. But I think it's just different now because this guy does not play by any rules. So there was this idea that, okay, we're going to have a sense of civility. We're going to care. Like I said, we're going to at least say and pretend like, if they didn't really believe it, that we want everyone in America to achieve the American dreams.
Right.
It's basically saying we don't want that.
Right, right. At least
We don't want
pretend. At least pretend like you want us to succeed, but you telling us everybody's criminals, we deporting, we taking jobs, we like, huh? Yeah, but
So
it's a clear
very different. And people, but on both sides, especially Democrats, there are some Democrats that don't believe or agree with the policy that the Democratic Party has had with respect to immigration. That is a fact, which is why, unfortunately, some Democrats voted for Donald Trump. But I said, whether you fall on one side or the other on this issue of immigration and having migrants or undocumented people in your communities, can't we all agree that everybody should care about each other as human beings? When I hear of the stories about families not wanting to send their kids to school because they're afraid that ICE could raid their school, or people not wanting to show up to work, I'm concerned that victims of crime won't report them if they're not documented, and which means people will be suffering in silence, which means, groups like MS-13 and cartels and other groups can more invade those immigrant communities here because no one's going to say anything. I don't want that. I don't want that. We were just at a place where, I could go in and say, look, if you're undocumented, but you're a victim, just come to me. I got you. We're going to get justice for you. Don't worry about immigration. We'll have you fill out a form to get a U visa so that you can have a legal status in this country. We'll work with you. But now I feel like they're not even going to, trust that. Not because I've changed, but I'm not speaking as loudly as Donald Trump. They see the news. They see the ICE raids. They're on social media. They see what's happening, and it is very concerning. And I don't know how, you can live, or you feel like you can live fully thinking that at any time someone could snatch you up, separate you from your family. It is just it's just hard.
But Aisha,
it's giving slavery.
But 55% of Hispanics voted for Donald Trump. Right? I mean, why? Like, it goes back to like that fuck around and find out. Because you go back to Lyndon B. Johnson, and I always say this quote because he said he says it. He said, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best color man, he won't notice you picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. And that's the situation that we're in. All these people who losing their benefits and their WIC, and they're crying on the internet because they about to lose everything. They voted not for their own best interest, and now they done fucked around and found out what's really gonna happen.
Well, what I've learned in this election, and so we have to. So when Barack Obama ran, there was this feeling of change,
hope, unity,
and hope and change were powerful messages, and they're really powerful feelings. Because I always said, hey, hope is. This is my quote. Hope is the greatest currency in the world. It really is. If you have hope, any and everything is possible.
Yeah.
Right. If you don't have it, nothing's possible. So hope really, I think, empowers people in so many ways. And I always believed, and I still believe in so many ways, that hope is more powerful than fear and hate.
Come on.
But in this election, the message around hope, around the future, around change, as a party, as Democrats, we did not push that. And as a result, this idea of vote your hatred, vote your fears, that became the central and most powerful message. So that even people who would be negatively impacted by Trump's decisions, because they hated the immigrants because they hated transgender people, because they hated something, because they felt that somebody was getting over. They hate the idea of diversity, because what does that mean? That means you're taking something away from me. All of that became the central focus for far too many voters.
Yeah.
And I think as a party, we failed America by not sticking to our core values of hope, of change, of taking care of working people. Working people.
Yeah.
We are the party of working people.
Yeah.
Somehow they co-opted that, and they said, well, you working people, y'all are hard at work, but then you have immigrants coming over, not really doing anything, taking your tax dollars to spend on them. That was the message being pushed by the Republican Party. And because people were dealing with economic depression in so many ways, because inflation was on the rise, because the price of utilities and food and everything else was on the rise, people felt that pinch.
Yeah.
And then they went back to saying, well, it's their fault.
Yeah.
It's their fault.
Yeah.
And so that's what happened. And so we just have to honestly be on message, continue to represent the interests of the people who we represent, and know that that's enough. Know that that's enough. As a party, we are the party of hope, change, opportunity, inclusion, uniting America. Look, I'm fired up.
I love it, and I love you for this because you're a change taker. And so I've been talking about this a lot. And my biggest thing is, okay, because we seen that we Black people, because I talk to Black people, and I like Black people to talk to me because my whole life has just been around serving Black people, helping Black people, closing the wealth gap. That's just my life's mission and all that. And so when I look at, okay, when Kamala came, we got in formation. The Black women raised money. Then it was the white women and the Black men. We had a purpose. So now it's like, okay, so we've been trying to figure out what is that one thing we can all come behind to rally against or rally for, so that we can all be in alignment. Because the problem is within our community is we have so many different ideas, and we have so many people who want to be in charge, and we just need to have one thing where we can just focus. We can all say, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do this, and that's it. And Aisha, and I also want to talk about, because you are doing something that is also, I think, extremely excellent, as you are running for county executive of Prince George's County. And I want to talk about that. And I want to talk about what that means for the county and what that means for history and all those things.
Yes.
Well, for me, what it means for this county is that they will have someone who will have their back, who will always speak truth to power, but also has knowledge and experience. I have experience. I have been a manager. I manage employees now, manage a budget, manage federally funded programs currently. I have state funded grants as well, where I am making things happen on behalf of the people of my county. I've been a legislator, so I understand how to use the power of the legislature to support the work that I want to do for the people here in Prince George's County. But more importantly, I believe I will be the first county executive that absolutely has a wealth agenda for the residents of this county. We absolutely must, because we see what's going on at the federal level. We can't rely on opportunities just in that space, which is what we have done as a county. We have to buy local. We are a $5 billion enterprise. Prince George's County is. We purchase billions in goods and services and construction projects every year. County residents get a very small portion of that. And so in order for us to really grow our wealth base, we have an opportunity with what we have as county government to spend on our county businesses first. We have an opportunity to say, and look, We don't have to, be apologetic about it. I will be unapologetic in saying we need to be able to get the trickle down benefits of every dollar we spend. We need to ensure that if we are purchasing goods and services, if we can get them from a Prince Georgian, let's get them from a Prince Georgian. Because if I procure from people who live here, not only do I get the benefit of the good or service, but then I also get the benefit of an increase in our commercial tax base, income tax if they're hiring more people. I get the benefit of, their real estate taxes because they may want to now buy a bigger home. There's a benefit when you buy from the people who live in your communities. And that's what we're going to do here in Prince George's County.
I'm so glad you said that. This morning at the gym, I ran into Emmerich Peace, right? Been knowing Emmerich for 15 years. And Emmerich said, I told him I was going to be talking to you today. He said, Aisha is the only viable candidate for this county. Emmerich said that. And then he said, because she's not an insider. Like she can come in and shake things up is what he said. And he also said that one of the problems that Prince George's County has is that for so long you have people who used to live in Prince George's County, but they have these 30, 40-year contracts that they're still doing business with these people and they're out of the county. They're not even in the county.
Yeah, they're not in the county.
So that change has to be made, because if we're talking about giving to the locals, then we got to really talk about the people who actually live here now, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So we got to connect with Emmerich. I got to connect you with Emmerich so we can put I know. Huh?
Oh, that's my boy.
Yeah. So we got to have an event at his office. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's have some coffee there and talk business. But no, we really do need to grow wealth. And now more than ever, I think the writing is on the wall. We cannot rely on traditional ways for us to grow our businesses. And so we have to really look inside and find those opportunities as well. Look, I am so excited, Constance, to talk to you and Miss Black Hollywood. Love both of you.
You got to get
to talk to some amazing, intelligent, and fly sisters about these really important topics. And I know that your audience is made up of many individuals, men, women, who are as fly as you all are too, but who really need to know that they're people who have their same values, that are thinking the same way that they're thinking. And some of us happen to be in positions where we can be spokespeople for them. So I just want to let you know that if there are things you want to get out there that you feel like, hey, from your platform, I can talk to this group, but Aisha, I might need you to talk to the folks on Capitol Hill or in Annapolis or what have you. Let's work together.
Amen.
And that's all I ask. Let's just work together and make this thing happen.
Amen. I know you got to go. Yep. Any final words you want to tell the people?
Well, let me just say, I thank you for allowing me to be here with you. This has been a tremendous opportunity to kind of discuss a little bit about who I am, my values, my perspectives on what's going on now, and of course, my hopes for the future. And I appreciate the opportunity to be on this platform. So thank you.
Aisha Brave Boy for county executive. She's making stuff happen as a state's attorney. She's about to really make things happen as the county executive. And I'm proud to know you and proud to be a supporter.
And also Miss Black Hollywood.
Yes.
You too can become a resident of Prince George's County.
Listen, I already came. Listen, Aisha, I already came with my name.
You ready?
Miss Black Prince Georgia County is my new name.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you, she's ready.
I'm not Hollywood anymore. I'm just gonna be Prince Georgia County, Miss Black Prince Georgia County.
She's gonna be part of the gorgeous Prince Georgia.
I love it. Yes, you'll fit right in, girl.
I can't wait. I'm coming.
Right. I'll be calling you, lady. Thank you again. I appreciate it. Enjoy.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Miss Black Hollywood. Wasn't that great?
That was
what do you think?
Amazing. Oh. It's just so great to see women doing powerful things. One thing I love is Black dynamic women and men. I love Black, but there's something so special about seeing a woman who is out here just doing her thing, because I'm a woman, so I get really inspired by that.
Yeah, that was really, it was great. It was really great to kind of see what the dynamics were, and I was trying to be careful and not to say like anything alienating about the motherfucker that's in office. So because I didn't want her to be affected, negatively impacted by anything, or her to be singled out or anything. And I wanted to say something about the Orange Muppet, but I wanted to be respectful of her in her office and her plight to be elected for county executive, because it's important. She knows what she's doing. She's for the people. And like I said, Emmerich Peace is a friend of mine. I've known him for 15 years, and he owns the largest Keller Williams. He has over 700 agents. And he said today at the gym, he was like, she's the most viable option that we have to make change in this area and just continue that wealth and that growth. And the other thing is, like, I'm telling y'all, for the people who ain't from here, when you think about Marion Barry, these people worship that man because he's created so many Black millionaires and so much access and opportunity for Black people to do the damn thing. It is unbelievable. And to see it play out in real time, and to see that this person is really trying to take these opportunities away from us, like intentionally saying, I don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
Is crazy.
Yeah. It's so funny because, even after the whole thing, the whole scandal with Marion Barry, people still reelected him. So I knew then, like, he was like the original Obama for that, for the DC area. He was,
right.
Even being in the South, I've heard about this man's legacy. So maybe that was just me being a journalist and a nerd, but
it had to be, because most people that I hear, those people I come in contact with, they just say crack. So I say it's crack. And it's crazy because I'll be anywhere I'm at. When I'm with somebody from California, I'm with somebody from the DMV, and I'm like, hey, what do you think about Mary Berry? They'll be like, crack. Then I'll ask somebody from here, and they'd be like, Jesus. I mean, it's just simple. And I've done that so many times, but just the people here also, I think, live in a bubble because there's so many opportunities that I see that they have, a lot of us don't have. And so, I pray that this is a blueprint for other areas. Because somebody said, well, what about non-affluent areas? This can be the blueprint for you too. A lot of the reasons why they have this wealth and affluence is because of the education, but it's because of the opportunities. There's not only government workers, but you have a lot of CEOs, you have doctors, you have attorneys, you have those people who are, who are highly educated that have stayed here and that also contribute to the economy as well. So it's the blueprint. It's to get educated, educated. And that might not necessarily mean book smart. It might mean starting a business. It might mean doing something, having a trade. It might be doing something different, but the big thing, Tiara, is contributing to your community.
Yeah. Dr. Claude Anderson said that basically there's no Black community. We just have Black neighborhoods. So maybe if we maybe went back to those, and I'm not saying go back to the neighborhoods that we came from, but there has to be like a balance between us being able to build up our own neighbors, taking our neighborhoods back and really being able to build them up, because how do we get to Prince George County status if I go to, unless other people kind of gentrify that area, you know what I mean? How do you get back to how do we buy back the block and then take care of that block? Like, it just feels like such a huge feat. What do you think? I mean, being a real estate queen, like, how do we start to do that?
Yeah, it is that. It is investing in real estate. And Dr. Boyce said education is a lot of things, not just going to school, also contributing to our community is more important than making some corporation happy. I'm 100% completely in agreement with that. It is about the things that we contribute to our communities. But the real estate, number one way, start investing. If you got a house, get another house. If you got another house, get another house. Build your wealth portfolio. Diversify your portfolio. Invest in other things. Stock. Invest in businesses. Invest in other things that are going to add to your value. And I think that's what we got to open up our horizons. But that's the reason why, Tiara, podcasts and Fly Nubian Money, Fly Nubian Queen, Boyce Watkins, all of these channels are so important because we are giving y'all the game.
Yeah.
We're giving y'all the game. We're giving y'all the blueprint. It's up to you to follow through and execute. It is up to us. Each one teach one. We got to take action, because if we don't know now, out of everything that's happening in the world, we got to.
Yeah. It's so interesting that you say that, because I think for some people, they listen and they think like, well, maybe I can't afford to buy the block. Maybe I can't afford to buy another property or do what she's saying do. I would just say, look at your neighbor. You know, it's so often we don't look at our neighbors like brothers and sisters anymore. You know, do you know who your neighbors are? Who do you
Right.
know who your other Black neighbors are? We
Yeah.
have lost that sense of community. It's like, can you start having those kinds of conversations with the people around you? You know,
Yeah.
let's buy the block. I don't have enough money, but here's how much money I have. Let's put it together. Let's
That's
invest it.
Yes, you know that's what we teach inside the B1 Real Estate Mastery training in the Black Business School. If you go to b1realestatemastry.com, I teach. So not only am I teaching them how to invest, but I'm teaching them how to invest together. Use collective economics as a group, as groups, because you may not have all the money, you might not have all the resources. Perhaps you can get in another way. Maybe you have the smarts, maybe you have the ingenuity, maybe you have the ideas, maybe you have the work that you could put in it. But we're working together so that we can build together, and I think that's important. And the days are gone when we're saying Black people don't work together. You know, we're crabs in a barrel, and we don't want to trust each other. No, we do, and we are. And so it starts with us. We have to change the narrative of how our community is seen out in the world, because if we are adopting the talking points of white people saying that we can't because what they've instilled in us, then we'll never do it. But if we change the narrative, we change the talking points, then girl.
Yeah. You know, story is my love language. I say that every day of my life. Story is my love language. And we've definitely got a hold of a story that is not true. And so I think we pick it up and we take it with us, and like, Black people don't do this. We don't do that. We don't have the money for this. We don't. It's like, we are not victims. We really are not. I mean, I think about this $1.7 trillion every single day, Constance, that we have in our community, our spending power. And meanwhile, I hear people saying we need reparations from the government. I feel like that $1.7 million plus the internet is reparations.
Mm-hmm. They done fucked around and gave us the internet.
Yeah, it's in between the internet and that $1.7 billion that we toting around. If we didn't give it away, what was it? Well, how was it? 2%? Was it 2%
2% goes to Black owned businesses. We have $1.7 trillion in spending power. We spend 6 hours with our community, and only 2%.
2%. Man, we have to be mindful about the way we're spending money. 2% of that $1.7 trillion. What was that? It was like 300 and how much was that? Lord Jesus.
35 million, 35, but it was, I don't know. It was, what was it?
It was not a lot of money that was spilled. Yeah.
Black people, y'all giving y'all money to Jews, y'all giving y'all money to Asians, y'all giving y'all money to white people, y'all giving y'all money to Hispanics, and you're not giving your money to people who look like you. You know why? I'm not going to paint us with a broad brush, but a lot of us don't want to see other people succeed. And that's the reason why they've taken on the talking point that I don't do business with Black people because Black people don't do good business. The reality is you don't want to see somebody doing better than you. And again, we have to change that mindset.
I don't know. I think we just don't know. I don't know what my Black brothers and sisters are doing. So actually, one of the things that I did was because of everything happening, I'm starting a Fly Nubian Money Black business directory. That is super long, but but all you have to do, if you have a Black business, your Black business, I will add to our directory. I am compiling a directory. Black people, send your business information to me, and I will put it as a part. And so at some point on our shows, we're going to just start sending them out, just so you know. If you can't, yesterday my daughter and I, we were looking at the list of DEI companies that do not support the rollback and the ones that do. And so instead of us going to Target, we went to Aldi's. And instead of we went through the list, and she was like, I really want to go to Starbucks because I love this latte macchiato thing with the drizzle or whatever. And so we talked through it, why it was important for us not to patronize Starbucks. And she was like, okay, all right. I said, because you've been convenient. She's like, but I want it. I'm like, but so I said, let's go get those things that that it takes to make this macchiato, whatever. Let's go get it from the store, and then you come home and make it. That way you can have 10 of them. And she was like, oh, okay. So it's just kind of reshaping and reframing how we're thinking.
I agree. We gotta recondition ourselves to take the convenience out and look at the bigger picture. That this is for the betterment of our people. If I want people to respect me, if I want people to do the things that I need them to do, then I have to be willing to make sacrifices. And that's what business owners do. We make sacrifices so that we can create sustainable businesses. And we got to start thinking like that as consumers. If we want to be investors and not consumers, we have to change our mindset and stop thinking about what's quick, what's fast, and what's convenient, and think about the bigger picture and the long game. We got to do that, y'all.
We gotta do it.
2%. 2% with
2%.
our community is crazy work. It's what they say, what the young people say, what they say on the internet is diabolical. It's diabolical.
It's diabolical.
Man, this has been such a cool conversation. And tonight, Net 7 Collective starts tonight, and I'm doing interviews all day after the second, because there's still people who are interested. If you're interested, you better hit me up today. Go to, well, you know what? Let me just show you real quick, and then we're gonna head out of here because we got to get ready for our next podcast. What are we talking about on our next podcast, by the way?
So we are talking about this great halt. Right, that's what I'm calling it, the great halt. Everything that's been stopped, everything, and how we're gonna take it, we're gonna take it to the next level. How we can get around this great halt, what's been stopped. We're gonna look at the list of companies, like I said, that support DEI rollbacks and that do not. We're gonna approach this from a different perspective, but I'm gonna make you look at it from a different perspective and how we can come out on top.
That's why I love you as a producer. Am I hosting today?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's why she's the best producer.
She has not looked at our notes clearly. Anybody else want to come on Fly Nubian Money as the host? Just let me know. I'm
getting fired. My days are numbered. My days are numbered.
You about to lose your job.
You are about to lose your job up in here. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna look at the notes as soon as we get off. So tonight, today, so we're gonna be talking about all the things that are halted, what's going on. But the thing that we always try to do on here, on Fly Nubian Queen anyway, on this platform, on this YouTube, is we try to figure out what are the solutions, because we know that there's tons and tons of problems. But what is the motherfucking solution? What are we going to do? And so that's what we're gonna be talking about today on Fly Nubian Money at 1:00 Eastern. So make sure you tune in. And then every time I come live, please text Constance to 87948. Please text Constance to 87948 so that you can get Boyce. If you're still watching, send my text, send the reminders out, please.
Because we know they ain't went out yet.
They'll go out when we go off. You will get a notification at 12 o'clock that I came on at 11.
You will get a notification later about.
But it's okay because we love you, boys. So make sure you text Constance to 87948, and remember. And then also, if you are interested in Net 7 Collective, go to net7bbs.com, fill out this form, and I could talk to you. I still could talk to you, because tonight is our first meeting. It's just a bonus meeting where we're just going to have conversations, and then our actual 12 weeks start next week. So we're still adding people on. If you're interested, I got maybe 1 or 2 spots left for Net 7 Collective. This is for Black women. If you are a Black woman or a Black woman, please send them my information, and I can go to net7bbs.com. And let me just show you
3 or 4 years. Real quick. I've been praying for a business coach. I knew that a coach, I read many times that all the most successful people have a coach. Coaches have coaches. I've learned how to purchase land. I've learned how to do overages in real estate. And I even learned some different things with credit, that I've gotten my credit cleaned up with my bankruptcy, that I'm almost in my home stretch. Doing everything right now and applying it.
I finished 2 ebooks. If I could do it, anybody can do it. And started a nonprofit.
Gotten more out of this than I ever anticipated.
Constance has done an amazing job at placing systems to allow us to understand how to prosper in our businesses.
I'm telling you, I would move heaven and earth not to miss one of these sessions.
In other words, Constance is the truth, y'all. If you don't
know what? I didn't see anything. This StreamYard stream is crazy. I don't know what's going on, because I didn't see nothing. I didn't hear that. And I was like, are we?
We saw it. Yeah,
okay.
We saw it.
Bet. So if you are, go to net7bbs.com. We're going to get out of here. But, before we get out of here, I did this video for my friends, and then I posted it, and it kind of went viral a little bit. But I did this because when I was like, they like, when you coming home? When you coming home? This is the reason why I ain't coming home. I'll just show you this, and then we're going to head out. My gym, all Black. My grocery store, all Black. In my neighborhood, it's definitely all Black. I ain't never going back to Cali.
Overcomplications, gone too soon. Wait, we was just hanging. I
You ready to move
Miss
yet?
Black, Miss Black DC, Miss Black, y'all. What is it? Miss Black Maryland,
Miss Black, Prince George's County.
Miss Black, Prince George's County.
Are you ready?
Yo, Miss Black. I'm just trying to figure it out.
You trying to make it roll off your tongue? You trying to make it roll off?
It gotta roll off.
I sent that to my friends, and I wasn't gonna put it online. They was like, "You should put that online." I was like, "I don't know." I put it online.
Since earlier, I just got a message saying I said 1.7 billion. I always do that. I don't know why, but
You said what? You said million, and then you said billion, but I corrected you and I said trillion. But like
Jesus, I don't know why I do that. 1.7 trillion.
With a T.
With a T. I do that every time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. To answer Dee's question, Net 7 is not just for business owner, it's for Black women. If you have an idea, if you want to just change your life in whatever way, I'm here. So it's not just for business owners. There are women who work 9 to 5s in Net 7. Like it's all types of women, but it's for Black women. Yes. Glorious Prince George's. Glorious? I thought it was gorgeous Prince George's. Okay. All right, bet. All right, lady. We're going to get out of here.
Black, glorious Prince George's. Miss Black, gorgeous
Prince George's. Miss Black, gorgeous Prince George's.
Glorious. Ooh, I like that. TC, that's a ring. Miss Black, glorious Prince George's.
She said she on the way, y'all. Hey, everybody in the DMV, y'all better look out for Miss Black Hollywood. She about to make her transition to the gorgeous Prince George's.
The glorious. Miss Black, glorious.
TC said no, it's gorgeous. TC said it's gorgeous Prince George's. But you're going to make it glorious Prince George's. Miss Black, glorious.
Gorgeous Prince George's. Ooh, I like it.
Y'all, we love you. We appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you go to Fly Nubian Money. We're going to be on in about 90 minutes, 55 minutes. And we're going to be talking about what we can do and what with alternatives, what we got to do. So thank you guys for tuning in. We love you, and we will see you tomorrow, same time, same back channel.
Peace.
We got a closet full of shoes. That's kind of what happens as an American. You have an overconsumption of things that you don't need. I got 2 dogs. I only probably needed 1. I got 2. And the funny thing is, when I got the first dog, I had him for about a year, and I said, you need a dog. I told the one dog, you need a dog. So I got 2 dogs. So this is the mindset of the overconsumer, just consuming. So I like to add that in there, that I'm with you. I'm not exempt from a person of overconsumption. Also, I wanted to show you something this morning about there was a group of people that Biden had released from prison, and it was the Cash for Kids. These judges that Biden released from prison were these judges were not good people. These were the kind of judges that basically was like, you found the kid walking home from school, okay, fine, let's put him in jail. But there was another judge who was not a part of going to jail. She was a judge out of Tennessee. And I wanted to show you all how this woman, 100%, how this woman is vile. And what vile looks like, because a lot of times we as a people, we see judges and attorneys and we automatically think, oh, this is a good old person. This person got a good education. They got good money. They ain't done good with their life. Meanwhile, your father, who's a garbage man, I'm just throwing out occupations, but your father, who's a garbage man, you don't give him no respect because he does an honest day's work that consists of labor, but he doesn't get the same respect. But if you see a judge walk through here, you'll give her all the respect in the world. You'll give him all the respect in the world. So I wanted to share this with you.
really quickly because I wanted you just to see this story was crazy. All right, if you can see, say I can see. So look at this woman right here out of Tennessee. This is the crazy part about a lot of these people out of Tennessee, these judges, is that they get a chance to do the most evil things and still, keep their jobs. It's kind of crazy. That's just number one. They get a chance to do the most evil thing and still keep their job. All right. So here's what I will say right here is that Judge Davenport has been considered to be a controversial figure after she created a system to lock juveniles up, in which she falsely imprisoned and arrested thousands of children who were revealed to be as young as 7. Huh? Arresting 7-year-olds? Guess what? She created an environment for the police department that was so hostile that she basically said, if you saw a child walking without a parent, arrest them. Huh? And guess what? She was arresting or having young Black children arrested. She was sitting on the court as a judge. Okay? So the families were able to sue. They did a class action lawsuit. But listen to this. Payouts for the settlements were divided into 2 classes: wrongfully arrested, wrongfully detained. Wrongfully arrested got $1,000 each, and wrongfully detained received about $5,000.
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to remind everybody this podcast is on Spotify. If you like Spotify and you want to come hang out with us there, look up Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I've covered everything in the stock market, particularly this stuff going on with this crash. I think that it's a buying opportunity. I think it's a chance for you to make some bread. I hope that you pay attention because the market went down a lot. Everything's on sale, and I think this would be kind of like that old Kmart blue light special. And I want you guys to make money because I want you guys to get access to the real DEI. The real DEI for Black people is not diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's not what it was. The real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So I want you to develop your own businesses, establish an entrepreneurial mindset, and invest in yourselves, invest in your families, invest in your community. Give me a yes if that's okay with you. All right, so there's a lady named Tabitha Brown who's an extraordinary entrepreneur. I like Tabitha a lot. Tabitha Brown is one of those people that I admire immensely. I think she's super smart. I love her voice. She's got that real smooth, nice, comforting Southern Black woman voice. She makes you feel like, baby, I'm about to make you some warm buttered biscuits. And I'm telling you, I just love it because I'm from the South. I'm from Kentucky, so I love Tabitha Brown. Now, Tabitha is in the middle of a lot of controversy, because of her affiliation with Target. And basically, she actually went out and sort of spoke about what happened with Target and their decision to get rid of their DEI programs. Basically, if you don't know, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but let me know in the chat if you've heard about this. But basically, Target has been in the crosshairs. They've been a target of boycotts because they folded to the Trump administration and they got rid of their DEI programs pretty quickly. And this is interesting because a lot of people don't know this, but just a few months ago, Target was getting boycotted by the conservatives because of what they did. I think they did some kind of a special that related to the LGBT community. And so they're kind of just caught in the middle. They're just in this really ugly situation where they can't win for losing. When they go too far to the left, they get boycotted. They go too far to the right, they get boycotted because they're caught in the middle of these crazy culture wars. That's what it is. Right now, society, America done lost its damn mind. People are all over the place. If you're a political extremist, left or right, I'm gonna just tell you, I can't rock with you. I just don't. I'm not into extremism. That's not my thing. I'm into ideas that make sense, and I believe that good ideas are on the left and good ideas are on the right, and that's where I stand. And you can't talk me out of that. I'm an extremist about not being an extremist, so I'm extremely committed to not being extreme. I don't know if that makes any sense, but anyway, so if you want to talk about the Tabitha Brown controversy, basically Tabitha, came in and kind of defended Target against what was happening in the black community. A lot of people, perhaps rightfully so, that believe deeply in DEI, the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They pretty much were like, no, Target, you don't get our money if you don't believe that there should be efforts to keep us as part of your organization. You're taking our bread, but you don't give us opportunities. You want to keep our money, but you're not investing in us. And I think that that's a valid point. I really do. I'm not against DEI at all. I'm a fan of DEI. When I got my job at Syracuse University, I was on the finance faculty for over a decade. I did that. I was kind of a DEI hire, but being a DEI hire doesn't mean you're unqualified. Being a DEI hire means that the company you work for is so racist that they don't hire black people, so they had to force them to hire black people. They didn't hire black professors. All the smart black PhDs in the world, they couldn't find one that was qualified, so they said, we're going to find some people that are qualified and make you hire these people. And I was the only African American on the planet in the year 2002 to get a PhD in finance, and so I was kind of hot stuff. And they hired me, and I think I did a great job, but it was kind of controversial because I'm a black man even in broad daylight. I didn't code switch. I don't know how to play the game. I don't play games. When it comes to my success, my future, my family, my life, I don't play games with that. So it didn't work out so well, but still, that's what they had to do. Now, with that being said, the Tabitha Brown situation, in terms of why she's been getting this pushback, is basically when Target started getting hit with all the controversy and all of the boycotts and everything else. Tabitha went on her social media and she specifically asked black people not to boycott Target. Right? She specifically said, hey, there are black suppliers here. There are black people that have their products here. I hope that you don't boycott. And she made the statement on Instagram. She said, the thing that concerns me the most, and I can imagine her saying in her sweet baby voice, she's like, baby, look. Baby, look. I can't do Tabitha Brown, but I probably sound weird doing it. But I just love Tabitha. If you're watching, I love your voice, right? She's like, the thing that concerns me the most, and I want you to hear me and hear me well. If we all decide to stop supporting said businesses and say, I can't buy nothing from there. You go, I can't buy nothing from there, baby. The businesses who were affected by the DEI ban, what that does is you take all of our sales and they dwindle down. And then she goes on to make the accurate argument that if the sales decline, then these brands are going to get dropped from Target. They're gonna get dropped because Target, the executives, because you know how white folks ain't never gonna stop being white, and they're gonna come in and say, well, hey, Tyrone, we really like your Afrocentric coloring book. But it's not selling, and so we got to let you go, buddy. Sorry, right? So really, what Tabitha is really saying, I'm gonna do a translation real quick. Tabitha's basically saying that if y'all boycott my boss, I'm gonna lose my job. That's what she's kind of saying. And I'm not making fun of Tabitha, because I told you I love Tabitha Brown. I tell you that sweet little voice. Her voice sounds like molasses and honey mixed with like warm oatmeal. Like really like I get it, right? And I understand where she's coming from. But I think that it's interesting to me because I would love to ask her a couple of questions. And if Tabitha sees this, I know people that know her. I don't know her. I don't reach out to people like that because I'm antisocial. But I would love to ask her. First question I'd like to ask Tabitha, if you're listening, is I'd like to know, well, who put you up to this? Was this video really something that you chose to do on your own? Or did somebody tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, we need you to talk to the Negroes, and we need you to bring your sweet molasses and honey voice and talk them down, right? Because if they did that to you, if they convince you to do that, that's not a good look in my opinion, because that's what they've always done with the house Negro, so to speak. Not that Tabitha's a house Negro. I'm not calling her a sellout. But you in this world, and you've always had this economically in America, you've had the black people that lived in the house next to the massa who were eating good and living good. And then you have the field slaves who are like, oh, we're gonna kill all, we're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And then somebody comes out, they're like, Bucky, we need you to go out and talk to him, right? So Bucky runs out and he's got his white chef's hat on. He's like, calm down, y'all, calms down, right? No, because there's 5 of us in here. If you burn down the house, you're gonna burn us too. Right. And that's when it becomes complicated. That's when you get into the downside of warfare. The downside of warfare is that in many cases you have collateral damage. The downside of warfare is that even though Tabitha makes a very good point that there would be some black suppliers that would be hurt by a Target boycott, the reality is that in war you kind of have to always you end up having to look at the bigger picture. War is not black and white. War is not good and bad. War has many shades of gray. And sometimes you have to make difficult decisions to say, yeah, I know that if I shut down this business, there are some black employees who are going to lose their jobs. Because that's like, honestly, when you are a supplier to Target, unfortunately it becomes like an employer-employee relationship. Because here's the reality. If you're Tabitha Brown, my first thought, honestly, is you're Tabitha Brown. You've got 10 million followers. You can make money. You're probably making millions of dollars outside of your relationship with Target. So you're gonna be okay. But it sounds like Tabitha's making a legitimate argument to say that not everybody's gonna be okay. And this is actually where the real DEI comes into play: development, entrepreneurship, and investment, financial literacy, economic intelligence, the things that I teach every single morning to you guys in our millionaire training camp, which is free, by the way. I'll tell you guys how to join if you want to join. What we talk about every morning is how you can strategically position yourself economically to prepare for situations like this. See, so here's the thing. Let me explain this. And again, I want to say this without in the least bit giving any signal that I am disrespecting Tabitha Brown. Give me a yes if you understand that how much I love this lady. Give me a yes if you get it. I really think Tabitha is just a beautiful soul, a blessing to the world. I love the fact that she does the children's videos. Like if I was a little 3-year-old, oh my God, I would have fell in love with her as a baby. I'd be like, Mommy, let me watch some more Miss Tabitha because I feel cold and sad today, and I need she warms me up on the inside. Okay, I want to make this clear because I don't want this to sound like this ain't no hating. This is not a hater fest. But here's the thing. Um, you have to understand, economically speaking, the consequences of partnering with the devil, right? Not that Target would be defined as the devil, but they are part of this thing that we've had to confront for many hundreds of years as Black people called systematic racism. Systematic racism, driven through capitalism, is where they have this habit of coming into Black communities and taking money out and giving nothing back. Do you understand what I'm saying? They love to sell you a product, but they don't want to offer you an opportunity. Right? They want you on the bus and to pay admission to be on the bus, but they'll never let you drive the bus. They don't want you owning the bus. They don't want you to be a person that decides even where the bus is going to go. And so effectively, what's happened here is Target has basically, unfortunately, said to Black people, hey, look, we're not really committed to DEI, just like they probably weren't really committed to the gay community when they did the whole gay thing that got them boycotted by the conservatives. They're like, we're not gangster with it. We're like Snoop Dogg. If you know Snoop Dogg does that, Snoop Dogg will jump out and be like, let's fight for Black people. Then he'd be like, I'm sorry, boss, I apologize, I didn't mean it. Right? So Snoop he ain't really gangster like that. Snoop will back up and run away the minute the heat gets too hot because he's got too much money on the line. So my position with Snoop would be like, don't jump out there if you're gonna run like a coward every time it gets hard. That's what Snoop kind of has done. No disrespect. I know Cube and I respect Snoop, but Lord Jesus, man, you make a decision, stand on something. What do you stand on? So Target is a little bit like Snoop in that regard, where Target positions itself, and this is what a lot of corporations made this mistake, and I'm gonna point out evidence to help you understand this. Target positions itself as a company that never really believed in things like DEI. They never really believed in things like, the LGBT displays that they did and all that. They did it because they felt like that's where the money was. Some people want to go where it's popular and profitable to be. And then when it gets too hard, they walk away. When the boat gets too heavy and starts to sink, it dips. Why am I making this point? Well, because when you look at which companies got rid of their DEI programs, when Trump made the announcement that DEI is no longer popular, if you look at the companies that dropped their DEI, every company didn't run away from DEI. Some companies ran away. Some companies like, oh, shoot, we don't want that kind of smoke. We out, boss. Walmart, a couple other companies. I forgot the names of all of them, but there were quite a few companies that completely dropped their DEI like a bad habit. But then there were companies who said, no, no, we're not fly by night. We didn't start our DEI program when George Floyd got killed. That a lot of companies did that. Hundreds of companies started DEI programs after the murder of George Floyd because they saw the wind was shifting. And but there were some companies that said, no, this has been a core value of our organization since the very beginning. We've been doing this since the 70s. So we're not gonna jump off this perch just because the political climate of America has changed. We lose a little bit of money, so what? That's okay. Costco was one of those companies. Apple was one of those companies. And I think that they deserve credit for that. All right. So if you are a believer in the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, then I think that those companies deserve to be shouted out for their commitment to DEI. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm skeptical of DEI, just like I was somewhat skeptical of even affirmative action, which was a stronger version of DEI. I saw a Black Enterprise article that said on the cover that only 4% of DEI positions are held by African Americans. So I'm like, wait a minute, if DEI is supposed to be about Black people, which a lot of us think, why would only 4%? Why would we only get one out of every 20 DEI positions? Is that 20? Did I do the math right? It's not even one out of every 20, like one out of every 25. So out of 25 people they hire for a DEI job, let me know if you get this stat. Let me know if you're following this. Out of 25 people hired for DEI, there's the one Black woman. You ain't even gonna hire her husband. Her husband ain't got it. The one Black lady she's the DEI director, and then you got all these other people, gay and trans and white woman here, and all this other stuff that are benefiting from DEI more than us. So if you want to know if I'm really out here fighting on the porch for DEI, the answer is no, not because I'm against it, but because I don't think it's been effective. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? And that's my right to feel that way. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm and analyzing it the way I see it. So with Tabitha Brown, I think the complication that she runs into is that the wealth level of Tabitha and her friends, who all were lucky enough to be the one fortunate Negro out of 1,000 who got a deal with Target, their wealth level is not as important as the needs and values and beliefs of an entire community, right? They're doing the elites doing well inside the big house is not enough, in my opinion, for someone to decide whether or not we're going to burn the house down or not. I think that the conclusion is it's just like in a business. If you start a business, uh, you're going to lose money and you're going to make money. It's never clear, cut and dry. It's not a paycheck. It's not like you're going to only make money or only lose money. You're going to do a little bit of both. So just like in war, business is war, war is business. So when you go to war, it's not like you're ever going to go into a war where no one's going to be killed. That's my point. You're never going to go into a war where there isn't collateral damage. You follow me? You'll never have a war where there isn't somebody who didn't deserve it. Somebody got popped and they didn't do nothing wrong. They were just standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. You have to deal with that. You have to live with that, which is why war can be so unfortunate. And what's the reality is that in America, unfortunately, because of the way Black folks have been treated so badly, because of the way we've been so economically neglected, most people understand that economic warfare is a necessity for Black people because economic warfare has been declared on us. How many of you understand this? Do you get this point? I can tell you, I'm an expert on economics and finance. That's what my PhD's in, and I can tell you with complete certainty that economic warfare has been declared on your community since slavery. Their goal is not just to take your money and limit the money that you have. Their goal is to use their money to control you. Their goal is to use their money to keep you from standing up. Their goal is to use their money to shape your thinking, to shape what you do with your children, to shape what you do with your life, and to manage you. Slavery ain't dead. It just changed form. If you want to see slavery, go to the American prison system where they make billions of dollars putting Black inmates away for 20 or 30 years and making them go fight fires for $1 a day or whatever. Or if you want to see slavery, go talk to the Black person who has worked 30 years, doesn't have a nickel in the bank, has no investments, no backup savings, no nothing, no financial security, but they've been working 30 years and they want to do something special that day. They want to go live their dream. They want to live their life, but they can't because they have to go to work. That's what slavery, that's a type of slavery. Slavery is a lack of freedom, a lack of ability to do what you want to do. So economic warfare has been declared in the Black community for a very long time. And what my goal is, my job, my belief is the reason I talk to you every day is because I want you to fight back. I just want you to fight. You lost some of your fight, man. You give up too easy. You know, and the way you win a battle is you prepare. There's a book called The Art of War. And in The Art of War, one thing that Sun Tzu says in The Art of War, Sun Tzu is the author of that book. He says, battles are won before they begin. Battles are won through preparation. If you talk to my kids and you say, what is the one thing that Boyce says to you all the time? I'm their bonus dad. I'm not their biological dad. But I repeat myself a lot because I feel like I'm preparing them for battle. Every day, if you ask them, say, what's the thing that he says all the time that just drives you crazy? They would say, preparation is the key to success, right? And every time something goes wrong, I'll be like, preparation is the key to success. You're getting ready for the cheerleading competition. Preparation is the key to success. Oh, it didn't go so well for you. Oh, well, preparation is the key to success. Why do I repeat that? Because I like to say little things over and over that are going to make a big difference. In the economic warfare in America, preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. What does that look like? Well, that might look like connecting yourself with 2025. Y'all think Trump's the only one that got a project 2025. Oh, I got a project 2025, 2026, 2027. You think the white men are the only ones who can make battle plans? Oh, I got whole roster of the battle plan. I got a project 2070. So I ain't worried about your plans. You better be worried about how you're going to defend against mine. My project 2025 is, I said DEI should not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI should stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So preparation is the key to success. So what does that mean? Well, that means you develop a community that has its own institution. So you don't lean on the targets when you need to get something done. Development means that you develop children who are prepared economically for the battle that is going to come upon them. Yeah, either you do that or they're going to be financially stressed. Development means that we develop the kind of community that is prepared to fight these battles instead of whining and crying and complaining and being sad. We can actually fight back. So here's the deal. Let's go back to Tabitha Brown, the lady I love so much. Y'all, give me a yes if you want. If I've convinced you that I love Tabitha Brown. I want to just make this clear because I don't want nobody to think I am not the person who's going to be up here hating on Tabitha Brown. But I'm gonna tell you where I honestly think that her message could use some understanding here. When you talk about development and preparation, my thought is that if you are a supplier for Target and if you're making money from Target, I commend you and I congratulate you for that. But one thing you must understand about economics is that economics is gang affiliated. Economics is like some straight up Compton gangster shit. And what do I mean by that? Well, what that means is that when you decide to join an economic gang, like if I was to join the Crips, because I want to get more clout in the neighborhood. I want to have more security. I want to have more friends. I joined the Crips. Well, one thing you got to understand is that when you join the Crips, not only have you increased your number of allies, you've also increased your number of enemies. Now that I've joined the Crips, I've taken on their assets, but I've also taken on their liabilities. So now that means that if I join the Crips because it's beneficial for me to be a Crip, well, that means that now I got to worry about every blood that sees me might want to take my head off, right? At least back in the day before they started to really start to get along better. And I was really happy to see that. But back in the day, if you decide to be a Crip, that means you're going to have to now deal with the Bloods. And you can't go to the Bloods and say, hey, look, I'm not really a Crip. I just joined the Crips because they was paying me money, right? I just got affiliated because I just needed some protection. Don't hurt me. No, they're going to say, no, you're one of them. You signed up for this. Right, so Tabitha and her friends signed up for whatever. Let me go full circle in my analogy because sometimes people get confused when I throw it out like that. Tabitha Brown, when you and your friends decided to do business with Target, you took on all of Target's friends and all of Target's enemies. So if the black community, for those who feel passionately about DEI, for those who feel the need to boycott Target because of DEI, Tabitha, you are a Target supplier. You are a Target employee to some extent. So you are connected. You are affiliated. So if I got Target in my crosshairs, it's going to be you too. So them sending you out there with the white flag saying don't burn down Massa's house, that's not effective because I'd be like, well, why are you in the house in the first place? You supposed to be out here with us anyway. And that's where I think Tabitha, if I was her friend, I would advise her, like, whoever told you to make that video, you should have told them to go to hell. just do it in your sweet honey and licorice voice, and so they don't feel so bad. Because Tabitha could probably cut you out and make you feel good about it because her voice is so wonderful. But really though, like just tell them like, no, baby, I'm not getting in the middle of your beef. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into that meeting and tell you need to change your behavior. You need to get these DEI programs back in place, because what good is it for you to be inside Massa's house if you can't convince Massa to do the right thing? Because at that point, what that looks like is that it looks like the tail is wagging the dog, and it looks like they are using you to fulfill their agenda, which is unfortunate because I think that you're too powerful for that. I think Tabitha Brown is a woman that is going to make millions no matter what. Tabitha Brown I saw her Instagram and her Facebook and her YouTube. I know how much money you can make with an independent platform with that many followers. I've done this. The Black Business School, we've been able to do things and get things done. And I don't make deals with Target. I don't make deals with Walmart. I don't make deals with Citibank. I have a lot of economic trust. I have a whole doctorate. How few people have a PhD in finance, like a real one, not these fake ones. I'm talking about a real one. Yeah, I could go to banks and say, hey, if you pay me money, I'll go tell Black people to bank with you. I could go to Chase and be like, hey, just write me a little check. I'll get Black people to get accounts at your bank. Because they'll listen to me. But I don't do that because I don't want to be caught up in your BS. I don't want to be gang affiliated. I do enough crap on my own to create enough enemies on my own. I don't need your enemies too, especially when you're over doing some silly stuff. And let me tell you about Target. Before I do that, could y'all do me a favor? Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I should tell you all about the daily class that we do. We do a millionaire training camp every morning. It's 100% free. You can bring your whole family. You don't have to pay money, but you got to pay attention because I can get you ahead of the curve economically. We do this every morning in a private Zoom. There are thousands of you that have already signed up. Over 10,000 people are signed up and come in every morning. So you can join too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And also, I should mention that I'm speaking at the Wealth Summit at Bowie State. I'm going to give the State of the Union address on the 1st of February. So if you live near Bowie in Maryland, you want to come and say hi and shake hands and I'll give you a hug. Feel free to go to thewealthsummit.org. I believe that's the URL, thewealthsummit.org. I'll be there in Maryland next week. But here, let me get back to this. Okay, so Tabitha Brown. Here's the issue that I would have with Target when it comes to DEI. Again, I'm a fan of DEI, but I don't believe in the effectiveness. I believe that the real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's where I stand. But still, though, my issue with Target and DEI is this. When you talk about diversity, have you ever noticed how so many companies, every company had some stupid diversity statement that they didn't even believe in themselves? Has anybody ever noticed that? Like every company has this like dumb little statement where they're like, we don't support discrimination for race, religion, or whatever, and we believe in diversity and blah 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 blah. Like they really go in and write all this crap, and it's all a bunch of BS. It's just words, right? Well, different companies have different levels of commitment to DEI. There are some companies that have been down for the cause for a long time. Again, I mentioned Apple and Costco, and there's a few others out there that didn't budge on their DEI statement when the Trump administration came into power. But then there are others who just jumped on the bandwagon. And Target is one of those companies. Target really started digging into DEI after the George Floyd killing because they were like, oh, if we do this, then more Black people will shop with us. For them, it wasn't a matter of having a core value that they were connected to. It was really a matter of them trying to do a money grab, trying to get, in my opinion, that's the opinion that I had. Because what I noticed was that Targets, now that they've sort of put themselves in the middle of a massive culture war that's really divided America, this Democrat Republican stuff, this liberal conservative stuff is really causing a lot of friction right now. They got caught in a situation where they were being shot at by both sides. And that's what happens when you become kind of this mercenary where you're like, I'm going to go to whatever side looks like they're winning or whatever side can make me money right now. So what happened was, if you remember, any of y'all remember this, a few months ago, Target was getting attacked big time, not by the liberals, but by the conservatives, because they did this whole gay display or something. I don't know what it was, but there was a big gay display that they did, and the conservatives got mad. And next thing you know, it became like a shit show. Target, and then they did the exact same thing in that situation that they did to the liberals. You know what they did? They just got rid of the whole thing. They were like, oh no, we're sorry. We don't want to make you mad. We apologize, blah, 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 right? And so, so then there's again caught in the crossfire. You got the conservatives boycotting you, and then you've even got the LGBT community that's like, man, screw you. We thought you were down for us, and you were just trying to make a couple of dollars. And you didn't stand on it, right? You did a Snoop Dogg with us, right? And then now you have the same thing with DEI. So I think that honestly, if I'm sitting with the board of directors at Target or sitting with the CEO of Target, my advice to them would be like, look, if you ain't about that life, stay out of it. Like, don't try to jump in and jump out just because you can make a couple extra dollars this quarter. You got to figure out who the hell you are and who you're going to be. And once you choose who you're going to be, you have to marry that idea. You have to be committed to that idea, for richer, for poor, through sickness and health, till death do you part. You got to stand on that. One thing about the culture wars that I believe is that flip floppy, fly by night, go where the wind blow type people get crushed. You get absolutely crushed. And then what's interesting though is I sound like a hypocrite because sometimes I get accused of doing that, but actually I'm an extremist myself, and I'm an extremist about not being an extremist. I'm an extremist in the sense that I don't vote in the elections. I don't vote Democrat. I don't vote Republican. I vote for black people. I vote for black wealth. That's where my extremism kicks in. My extremism is you're not going to tell me to be whatever you need me to be. I'm going to be Boyce, whether that works for you or not. If that don't work for you, then I need you to go somewhere and figure that out. Work that out with yourself, or maybe you'll never see me again. That's okay. But Boyce has been Boyce. You can go back and look at content I did 12 years ago, and that Boyce was just like this Boyce, except he was a little bit fatter and a little bit younger. That's really it. That's the only difference you're going to see. You can go back to the 90s, and I was saying the same things that I say now. I just say them in a different kind of way because I have a little bit more education than I did when I was in my 20s, and that's supposed to happen when you become a grown-ass man. So at the end of the day, my extremism is that I'm extremely committed to being who the hell I am and standing on that. You won't see me whiffle waffle and wobble based on where the wind is blowing, because if you do that, you're going to lose. I heard Bill Cosby say this. Bill Cosby is weird, as complicated as he is, right? As much we know the legacy of Cosby, it's complex. He did say a lot of wise things though. One wise thing Cosby said was he said, "I don't know the secret to success." He said, "But I do know that the secret to failure is to try to please everybody." And what I believe is that corporations like Target, when they're trying to please everyone, when they're like, "Oh, you're gay, here's the gay stuff. You're black, here's the black stuff. You're conservative. Well, we're conservative too. We're conservatives just like you." I think that really doesn't work. I think that ends up putting them in this awkward spot where they end up getting beat up by everybody. And I think that it's going to be bad for the company long term. Whoever's running this show and making these decisions, is making a mistake, in my opinion. So that's what I think. And I'm gonna tell you. Let me just finish with this point because I want to make this clear. I love Tabitha. Tabitha, if you watch this, I love you. I will never stop loving you. I admire. I love that honey and molasses voice you have. I think that you have a gift. I think that you are an asset to the community. But I think in this particular case, I think that you're wrong. I think that you shouldn't have let them use you in this way. I don't think that the response is going to be what you want it to be. And I think that the overseers in these companies have to understand that the days of sending a Negro ambassador out to calm black people down, those days are gone. They could do that in the 60s. They did that a lot. They would undermine black leadership. When black folks started to revolt, they would say, "Okay, who's going to be our black leader? We're going to grab and put that person out front in everybody." And that used to work maybe back in the 60s because you had less access to media. The CIA was involved, and they would put certain people in front of us, and it would affect the masses. I don't think that works anymore. I think it only creates something worse than what you had before. So I think Tabitha shouldn't have gotten in the middle of it. I think Tabitha should have just said, "Okay, do what you're going to do. But if you choose to come to Target, my stuff is in aisle 7." That's because I think there are a lot of people that are still going to support Tabitha no matter what, and I think that I'm one of those people. I like the lady. I don't care what nobody else says. I think she's great. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. Also, don't forget that we have class tomorrow, and so if you want to be on the list to receive a text message when we meet for class in the morning, you want to come to the private Zoom. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also one other thing I admire about Tabitha is she loves her husband. Her husband loves her, and I can relate to that because I love the hell out of my wife. Y'all know this. And my wife happens to be a therapist, and in the Black Business School, she helped us to create something called the Black Financial Therapy Department, because she's a therapist. She's a full professor of social work, and she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. So you're getting the best of the best, and she brings together the best Black therapists she can find to help us understand what psychological barriers we have to overcome to build Black wealth. And I think today is Monday, actually, and she's doing Mental Health Monday tonight, actually. And so if you'd like to be notified when she's meeting with the therapist tonight, pull out your phone, text the word love to that same number, 87948. So text love to 87948, and you'll get an invitation to her private Zoom where she's going to do her thing, because I really want to get the brothers out here. We got to support the women. Successful Black women are not a threat to you, but I also encourage the women, like, you got to love your men. Like, we got you. We're good. We're not all rappers who hate women. We're good people, so you just got to give us a chance and find the right brother, and don't be chasing after these buffoons. And then you end up like Tabitha and her husband in a nice, healthy, happy relationship, which by the way, healthy relationships are one of the most fundamental keys to financial security. I hope y'all know that. I hope you know that when they destroyed your families, they destroyed your wealth. So if you rebuild your family, you're going to increase your generational wealth 5 or 10-fold, because families are better at building wealth. This goes back to the real DEI: development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Develop strong families, you will be developing Black wealth. Entrepreneurial energy means you know how to develop your own institution, so you don't have to worry about what the targets are doing. You're focused on what you're doing. Investment means that when you are pouring your money into things, you pour money into things that are going to benefit you. When you pour your time into things, you put time into things that are going to benefit you. That job does not benefit you. Your investments are going to benefit you. When you when you invest in things, most investments have nothing to do with money. So raising those babies, raising them to be economically minded, raising them to prepare for the battle coming, making sure that you invest for those children, that's going to be the key to their success and their survival, so they don't end up in compromising situations. White supremacy cannot win in the face of Black excellence. White supremacy does not have a chance when Black excellence is in the building. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you understand that when you choose to be Black and excellent, when you develop protocols for excellence, when you are committed to the investment in Black excellence, white supremacy doesn't have a chance. Can't nobody stop a determined Black man. Can't nobody stop a determined Black woman. And there are plenty of examples of success out here. That's what we need to talk about. That's what we need to market. That needs to be our target, pun intended. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a good day. Thank you so much for listening. And my book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get a copy. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. We also have a whole educational system for children. We have workbooks and flashcards for kids, all kinds of stuff. So feel free to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Peace.
So I just want you to see what Tabitha Brown says, as she says, she did a video, all right? She said, if we all decided to boycott, our sales will drop. Our businesses will be hurt. She said, explaining that reduced sales could give corporations justification to remove Black-owned products altogether. And it further goes on to say that Brown pointed out the logistical and financial hurdles small businesses face, from storing unsold inventory to finding alternative retail opportunities. She emphasized that boycotting without a strategy could unintentionally harm the very businesses the community wants to uplift. Brown urged followers to stay intentional and strategic, choosing to support specific brands within these major retailers while avoiding others. She encouraged, she basically said, boycotting may not be the best thing to do. Now, what are your thoughts on this? Because here's what I believe. To receive something that you have never received or get somewhere that you've never got, you have got to do something that you've never done. So I do believe that there will be casualties when it comes to Black people standing up, when it comes to Black people deciding that I no longer want to be in the middle of madness and nonsense, when it comes to us deciding that one sense of injustice is too many. When we make that decision altogether, then it just don't matter whose product is on the shelf. It don't matter. Just like when they bombed Black Wall Street, it didn't matter if children were present. When they bombed Black Wall Street, it didn't matter if businesses were operating. When they bombed Black Wall Street, it did not matter what was happening. It don't matter to them. So we cannot think that we're going to be ethical and strategic to an unethical place, to an unethical environment. Now, I ain't giving nobody no ideas. Let's be factual on that. But what I'm saying is, you cannot reason with the devil. I ain't about to sit down with the devil and start talking about strategy. I ain't got time. It's not going to happen. So that's my thing, that we have to continuously realize that you're talking about people who are unethical, who do not have a sense of morality. You're talking about corporations who are willing to slowly give you cancer in the name of profit. You're talking about food industries that will put coloring in your food so it can look nice and it will kill you in 30 years. How can you strategize with a mind like that? How? Okay, I'm not going to get going with you all because that's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to get me riled up early in the morning, have my dogs looking like, what is she screaming about at 9:30 in the morning? But that is the reality. You cannot strategize with the devil. All right? You got this is the thing. So all that to say, I don't have any additional input regarding that. Tabitha Brown. Oh, another thing. I did a video on this on Madam President, one Madam President on Instagram. And on the video, I shared with you, basically, we have these unrealistic expectations for people. We want people to, do things that we're not willing to do. Excuse me. They did a class action lawsuit. But listen to this. Payouts for the settlements were divided into two classes: wrongfully arrested, wrongfully detained. Wrongfully arrested got $1,000 each, and wrongfully detained received about $5,000. Let me just tell you something. Imagine having a moral obligation to sit on a bench to protect and serve, and you are so greedy and evil that you will literally have children arrested. And this is why it's important for all of us to be on one accord as a group of people. This is why it's so important for the mother and the father and the auntie and the grandmother to all be on one accord, and the children to be on one accord. Children must listen to their parents, and I hope that God give you all the sound mind and sound heart to give your children good direction. Because when I tell you that there's a system that is open to ruining the life of your child, you think I'm playing. You think I'm being dramatic. You think I'm being silly. You think I'm being over the top. But this is real life. The woman sat as a judge. They were collecting kids, arresting them. And this is what happens when you are Black and you are poor. You're vulnerable to the court because you don't have the finances, the economic requirement that's needed to fight the system. You remember, folks, Sandra Bland was locked up. She needed $500. 500, not 5,000, $500. She said, I called my sisters. I called my mother. Look, this is how we treat each other. I am God. And I don't want my daughter sitting in jail for $500. Ain't no system getting her for $500. That's the problem. So all right, you get what I'm saying. I won't beat a dead horse. Don't forget, you tuned into flynubianmoney.com. This is what I do. I'm going to get some guests on here this week, you will not hear from me every day. I'm going to have some guests. We're going to have some empowerment, some financial literacy. We're going to have some, some things that is just needed for us to be elevated, especially as we continue to go through these different challenges and changes. I want you to know that one of my friends who's a federal employee informed me that Black History has been canceled on the federal level. They was like, we don't want to see no Black History. Don't put no Black History, nothing up. So with that being said, Donald Trump said, I'm coming through here. I'm canceling all of that. No Black History. Huh? I'm so glad that I don't need Donald Trump to give me permission to celebrate Black History. That's just number one. Number two, there is a climate change. Don't be twisted. But a lot of those things, I will say, that was in place from previous administration. As you can see, these things wasn't even cemented in. These things were interchangeable, which is a problem. How could you pass something and create something that the next person can just change? No. Anyways.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I got up this morning. I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8 a.m. club, which is just, I'm almost embarrassed. But then again, that's a good thing, right? That means the fact that I'm sad and I feel like I was lazy because I slept till 8 a.m. really says like maybe I've got a pretty good schedule. So have no fear. I will be back on track tomorrow, right? So sometimes you fall off the wagon, but you get right back on, and sometimes you got to rest, right? Self-care is very important. And I was having a conversation yesterday with my father about happiness, and he was explaining something to me that I kind of knew, but I was, how it is with your daddy. You just sort of still listen, and he was basically saying that when you accomplish big goals like being married to your mother for 50 years, he said, I wasn't happy every day. He said I had a lot of sacrifice. I wasn't happy every damn day. And I said, yeah, I get that. I understand you're not going to be happy when you're accomplishing a big goal, but what I do think happens is that when you talk about investing as a foundation of happiness, when I talk about investing, I'm talking about things that don't have anything to do with money, right? So don't think I'm talking about money. I'm talking about investing your time, your energy, your love, all these other things. Happiness is a balance between short-term and long-term happiness, short-term and long-term gratification. If you lose that balance, then you're going to struggle, right? People that focus on instant gratification, they have a really great time in the short term, but their long-term lives are terrible, right? They make bad investments because they engage in what economists would refer to as we call that consumption. If you are consuming, then and never investing, never delaying gratification, never making sacrifice, then long term you're going to pay a price for that, right? Like the person that goes to college who doesn't study, who decides I want to have fun, I want to be happy, so I'm going to party all the time. Well, that person doesn't have a good life. That person ends up having to work 10 times harder later on in life because they didn't make any investments. They didn't put anything aside for the future. They didn't make any long-term sacrifices. So now you got to spend the next 40 years in a job that you hate, living a life that you didn't want to live. Whereas that person who studied really hard and worked really hard and made the right choices when they were young, they get to skate for the next 30, 40 years because they already put in the work. They use the value of time. And there's always a balance, right? If you go too far one way or the other, um, you know, it's one of these things where everybody has to have their own process for how they do that, right? Everybody has to have their own process, and balance is really essential for that. So what I told my dad was, I said, yeah, I understand that being married 50 years is hard. I was there for the whole thing. I watched it. I saw the ups and downs, and I commend you for that. I said, and I agreed. Every day isn't going to be good. It's like marathon runners. Marathon runners are probably not comfortable when they're running marathons. They're running is hard, right? They're exhausted, they're tired, they're whatever, but they're thinking about the bigger picture, right? They're not thinking about whether or not they're enjoying the run right now. They're thinking about how they're going to feel when they cross the finish line. They're going to think about how they feel long term when they say, I ran 5 marathons this year, or I'm in excellent shape. I look in the mirror and I love what my body looks like, right? So that's the gratification that they're seeking. So ultimately, really, in all this stuff about investing in wealth and financial consciousness, it's all about that balance, that gratification balance. I want you to be happy. At some point, you're going to be happy. If you make good decisions, you're going to be happy. If you make sacrifices, you're going to be happy. If you watch what you eat, you're going to be happy. If you work on your relationships, you're going to be happy. If you invest and save your money as opposed to spending it all, you're going to be happy. But short term, you may not be. Right. Short term, you may feel like you're missing out. Short term, you may feel like you're in the struggle and everything else. And I just think a lot of people don't, young people don't have enough nuanced conversations about that. Like, so for example, like they'll get in relationships, it'll go bad for about a month, and then they'll be like, I had to leave because I wasn't happy. Well, of course you ain't gonna be happy. Like, seriously, I've seen people go to college and they'll be like, I was in college and I wasn't happy. Going to class didn't make me happy. And I'm like, yeah, but is working at Arby's gonna make you happy? Like, because now you're working at Arby's because and you got two baby daddies, and you're trying to pay bills with two baby daddies and an Arby's paycheck. Does that make you happier? Are you happy now? Are you happy? So I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not. I promise you I'm not. But it's life, right? Life kind of has this boomerang effect. I had this friend in college when I was 18, and I remember she was super smart. She was a little white girl from the hills of Kentucky. The University of Kentucky is an interesting school because like all the like more modernized kids were from Louisville. Kentucky is a little bit like New York, where the state of New York, in case you don't know, you've got New York City, and then you got the rest of New York. And so when I moved to Syracuse, everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're going to New York!" Like they thought they pictured me being in this big city with big buildings. It's like, no, I'm living in Syracuse. Syracuse is very, very slow, very, very dead, very, very just damp, economically damp, right? And anyway, Kentucky is the same way. In Kentucky, you've got Louisville, which is popping and big and modernized. And then you got the rest of Kentucky, which is much different. So when I went to college, I would meet a lot of really very country people, from like small towns, Eastern Kentucky, backwoods, redneck, if you want to call it that, Appalachia, like everybody's on meth type towns, ain't no jobs. Everybody hangs out at the Walmart on Saturday nights because they don't have anything out there that they can do, right? Stuff like that, right? But a lot of them, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of them were really good people. That's the funny thing too. People who don't spend time around like country white folks from the South think that they're all like these gun-toting racists that just want to wake up and kill black people for breakfast, and that's just not true. But they are conservative, right? So like they got their Bible, they believe in stuff like that. They take care of their families, not all of them, but they believe in stuff like that. They believe in hard work and all that, right? So when you so sometimes what I found is that they don't understand like hip hop culture. When we market hip hop culture, where it's like I want to smoke weed, have 8 babies, mamas, and kill black people for a living, which is in a lot of your music, they think that that's ridiculous, and I think it's ridiculous. I think it's all just this horrible propaganda that makes the black man look like a degenerate, which that's not what we are. We're not degenerates. We're just as hardworking as everybody else, assuming that we're raised that way, right? So anyway, long story short, when I was in Kentucky, I met this girl. She was as country as they came, and she was from the hills of Kentucky, and she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. And this was one of my biggest life lessons. I was just kind of watching this young lady's life. So we were 18, and I think she probably liked me, but I told you I'm allergic to white girls. Like it never would cross my mind to date a white. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. You come back. Don't leave. Don't go. Because I'm not saying I don't like you. I'm saying I don't. Well, I don't like you, but not in that way. I like black women. That's just what it is. But anyway, she would come and hang out with me, and I had this job where I would sit desk in the dorm, and I would stay up all night. It was a really hard. It was a crazy job. I would either work the 12 to 4 shift or the 4 to 8 shift. Both of those shifts I could handle because you're either staying up late or you're getting up early. The shift that was the absolute beast was 12 to 8. That's entirely unnatural. And just as a reference, as an FYI, in terms of investing in health, just so you know, it's not. It really will mess up your health, your long-term health if you work that graveyard shift. So be really careful about that. Sleep, I found that sleep and water are far more important than I ever knew that they were. Like those are two things that like if you don't get those things right, you're getting Alzheimer's, cancer, all kinds of stuff later on. So anyway, I would stay up on this job from 12 to 8. and I'd be tired as hell. So to stay awake, she would hang out with me, and we would throw the football. She had a real good, nice tight spiral, and so we would just throw the football in the lobby. It was like a little Nerf football, and I remember her telling me about what she wanted to do in her life, and I remember her telling me that she was a straight A student in high school, valedictorian, and she was going to be a neurosurgeon. That was her plan. And I just assumed, oh, great, you're better than me because I had terrible grades, and I don't know what I'm gonna be. I know I ain't gonna be broke, and I ain't gonna let the white man tell me what to do. But I don't know what my plan, what my future looks like. I'm just gonna do my best and see what happens. So anyway, as I move forward, really quick, Frankie says I'm breaking up. Can you guys hear me? Okay? Am I coming through all right? Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through. Okay. Okay, I need some yeses just to make sure. Okay, Shaquana, Jason, Robin. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. So Robin's my mother's name. I love that name. All right, so Karen, thank you everybody. I appreciate you help. Okay, yeah, sorry, I get self-conscious about that. So anyway, so here's what happened, and this I promise you, this story relates to investing. It really does. So I remember that she had a really bad first semester. Like my first semester was like a breakout, like almost like a basketball player that has a breakout season where they average 30 points a game and suddenly you're an all-star. My freshman year was a breakout. Like that was when was finding myself and like, holy crap, I'm actually good at this school thing. I just got to put my mind to it. For her, it was the opposite. She was a person that was used to making straight A's, and she got like I think a couple of C's on her report card, right? And, and that's a shocker a lot of college students go through. Like when I became a college professor, I learned that this happens a lot, that sometimes students will come in with a lot of overconfidence because of what happened in high school, and they don't know that this ain't high school no more. Your mom and your dad are not going to get you out of bed in the morning because professors, we just didn't care if you came to class or not. Also, we were gonna challenge you. I used to teach a class, Calculus 1, and it was specifically designed to weed out students. Like that was the goal. We were like, we're gonna punish them. We're gonna push them hard because we want to know who's serious about becoming an engineer and who's not. And so half the class would change their major after it was done. So, long story short, she got hit pretty hard. And rather than sort of taking that as a challenge and coming back harder, I think it kind of demoralized her. It really made her sad. It really deflated her. And so next thing I know, she was dropping her credit hours down from 18 hours to like 12, because she went in kind of survival mode. And then I remember her telling me a year later, she said, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna move off campus. And I was like, but you're only a freshman. We shouldn't really move off campus as freshmen, should we? I read that in a book. That's too early. And she said, no, I'm gonna be fine. And she moved off campus. And then later on, she's like, well, I'm gonna drop down to part-time temporarily so that I can make money or something, right? A lot of people do, right? So it was all these temporary fixes, right? And I was like, you're gonna go to school part-time and you're moving off campus. And so when she moved off campus and she's like going to school part-time and working and trying to make money, I started to see her less and less. I saw her less and less. So I would go, I was trying to be focused because I felt like I didn't belong. I felt like I wasn't supposed to be doing well in school because I had never done well in school ever in my life, where she's doing her thing. And she was changing. Kids find themselves in college, right? So she's getting all these tattoos, and this is back when tattoos were kind of a unique thing when everybody didn't. Now everybody got tattoos. They got entire sleeves made out of tattoos and all that. I ain't gonna lie, I'm old fashioned. Like the women that have the tattoos everywhere. That's not my thing. So anyway, so starts getting the tattoos and she's smoking the cigarettes. I remember she would smoke the cigarettes, and by this time it's like our junior year. And I remember then she's like telling me she's taking a semester off. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to take a semester off so that I can." Again, it's always like I'm going to go make money and then I'm going to come back and resume my regular life. And so by the time her junior year comes around, I had not seen her for months at a time. She had dropped out of school temporarily. She shows up at my door and rings the doorbell, and she's smoking cigarettes and telling me about her life. And then she tells me that she's pregnant, right? Holding a cigarette in her hand, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. It's Kentucky. Things happen. And she tells me she's gonna go back to her hometown to have her baby. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't, I'm 20 years old. I don't know how to respond to everything. I'm trying to listen and be supportive. And she goes home to have her baby. And I did not see her probably for another 4 years, right? So she goes home to have the baby, and and then I came back to grad school because I'd had struggled. I struggled in grad school trying to because I didn't know enough math, so I had to go back to University of Kentucky to I got a joint master's in math and statistics, and I because I math was my weakness, and I just got good at it, and so when I was there, I saw her and she was working at this restaurant called Fazoli's. Anybody know, you know Fazoli's, right? They got the real good Italian food. I love Fazoli's. Anyway, so she's working at Fazoli's and I'm eating at Fazoli's. And now the story, every time I would see her, the story would embellish. Every time I saw her, her life was a little more complicated. Every time I saw her, there was always like more interesting kind of things happening because I'm kind of in this mindset of like staying on the straight and narrow because I'm a black male. And I felt like I always learned early that black males have a smaller margin of error than everyone else. Black men, I knew black men that went to prison just for being in the wrong car with the wrong person. I knew guys who got murdered because they were in the club and people started drinking and somebody started shooting. I know black men who got 30 years in prison because their friend who's the drug dealer had something in the car they didn't know about. Like so to me, I just kind of had this protocol, like, and I wrote about this in my book. It was called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? I wrote this book in 2005, and it's about that thin margin of error. And if you ever want to know my irritation with people like the Joe Bidens of the world, the reason I can't forgive is because I saw what they did to black men in the war on drugs and how many people I knew that were good people, that were redeemable, that could have come back and really made a contribution to society who were kept in prison for way too long. And that's what they do to us, right? They'll give us just these crazy draconian sentences, and everybody else is like, "Oh, Hunter Biden, he's a good kid, and we're gonna give him a pardon," right? I'm like, well, what about Pookie? Pookie was smoking all the crack too, but y'all gave him 30 years. So that's me. That's Boyce. That's my bias. I admit to that. So anyway, so I'm on the straight and narrow. Her life is kind of like this. So her stories will get more and more interesting. So by this time, 4 years later, she's working at Fazoli. She's talking to me. She's making minimum wage, and she's got a baby daddy. Because white girls get baby daddies too, and her baby daddy was in. I said, "So where is he?" She said, "He's in jail right now." And so, of course, she's a single mom getting no help, and her baby's maybe about 3 or 4 years old. And so she's working at Fazoli's at the minimum wage to survive. She's in the kind of survival mode. And I stuck in my head, I stuck back to the original point. I was thinking about the original conversations we used to have back when maybe I just was being nostalgic, but I look back when we were 18 and now we're 24. And I looked at 18 and I remember thinking about those long nights where we would throw the football and she would tell me about how she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. Right. And I thought that was going to be her path because she had done so well in school to that point. And at this point, we're 24. So we're still young. Right. You're 24. You can still do anything you want to do. But now the whole thing had become complicated. Right? Her life has started off like this clean slate, like this clean sheet of paper. And then, you start writing on it and it gets messy, right? It gets complicated, right? You can't put the things on the paper that you want because you've scribbled in and filled out a lot of spaces. So her trying to pursue that dream as a single mom with a baby daddy in jail, working at Fazoli's making minimum wage would be much harder than when she was an 18-year-old with no responsibilities, no bills, a full scholarship, and her whole life in front of her. And here's where I knew that the dream had died. Here's where I knew that she was never ever going to go to medical school because I'm this almost like ridiculously stupidly optimistic person, right? I'm the person who would go to my friends and say, "You can still do it. Come on, we can try. You can get it together. You can fix it. Come on, we can do." Right? I was that guy, and I was giving her that pep talk. But then I remembered, I'll never forget that I said, when we were talking about her being a doctor. And she said, "Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna do it, but I gotta do one thing first before I go back to school." And I said, "Well, what?" She said, "I want to pay off my student loans first." And I said, "Well, how much are your student loans?" And she said, like $11,000. And I was thinking, but you make $4 an hour and you got a baby. How you gonna get $11,000? Like you ain't never gonna pay the 11. Like I remember just thinking, like the math ain't mathing. And then I realized, oh, we're just talking now. We're talking theoretically now. This is not ever going to happen. This is a false dream. The dream has officially died if that's your requirement for you to pursue it. Because in my math was pretty simple. I was like, just borrow more money, get through school, and then you'll be a doctor and you'll be making $15,000 a month, right? Then you can pay off everything. You can go back and fix everything financially, because now you got money. Like why not do that? But in her mind, because she just wanted to pay off these student loans. And here's the thing, I don't think it was because she wanted to pay off the student loans. I think it's because she also knew that the dream was dead. But sometimes it's hard to admit that. Sometimes it's hard to say it out loud, right? And so literally now I think she and I are Facebook friends. Now we're both in our 50s. Now that those two 18-year-old kids who threw the football in the lobby, they're long gone. They don't exist anymore. And now I think she's probably a grandmother. And when I tell you that watching this little white girl and her life and her choices and how everything played out was one of the biggest lessons about investing that I've ever seen in my life, I'm not kidding you. When I tell you that watching her life play out was one of the biggest lessons about choices that I've ever had, I'm telling you that. Like when I tell you that story, that her experience watching her was like one of the biggest lessons I ever had about the value of time and not wasting time, I'm not playing. When I tell you, like, I teach stock options, right? But stock options doesn't exist without the word options. And you know what options are. You know what it feels like to have options and not have options. When I tell you that was one of the greatest lessons in life I've ever had about options, I'm not kidding with you. Like because when we're 18 and we've got no responsibilities and we're young and energetic and we have all this time, then the whole world is open to you. You got options like crazy. You got a million. That's why I get so mad with the hip hop music industry whenever I hear any rapper marketing drug addiction to 15, 16-year-old kids, it makes me angry because what you're doing is you're killing off all their options. They're gonna have brain damage now because you got them hooked on Molly, which a lot of these drugs destroy their brains. Fentanyl, all that. It's hard. Some of the stuff is hard to come back from, right? So you're killing their options, and that just makes me very sad, right? And I mean, what is youth if it's not a space full of possibility? If you have the right mindset and the right coaches and the right people encouraging you, then being young can be the most wonderful experience in your life. But if you don't have the right people around you, the wrong mentors, then it can be horrible. It can be miserable. It can be sad, very disgusting. So when I looked at her life, when I looked at those choices and those just really bad investments that she was making in herself, it taught me, like, okay, when God opens that window of opportunity for you, the biggest mistake you can make, I think, is to believe that window is going to be open forever. That's what we do. We think that, okay, or you're in love with somebody and y'all start to fighting or whatever, and you're assuming that you can pick up the phone and call them and go back to their house and apologize. It's going to be okay. But then you forget that then maybe one day you'll get to a point where you can't do that anymore. And then at that point, all you have now is a lifetime of regret over the fact that when you could have picked up the phone and called that loved one and apologized, or that girlfriend and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, let's work on this." You didn't do that because you assumed that option would always be open for you, that you could always do that, right? But now you can't do it anymore. Or you're young and now you can travel, you can go do stuff, you can expand and explore and live your life. One day you'll be a senior citizen in a wheelchair, maybe in hospice, and that option will disappear. You're 18. She was 18 years old. She had the option to be anything she wanted in life, but by about 24, 25 years old, that window of opportunity was slowly closing, and then it eventually shut. And now you're a 35-year-old single mom. Now she's got 2, 3 kids, a couple baby daddies. You can't go back and be that 18-year-old anymore. That option has shut for you. So really, when I think about the things that we study in finance, we study things like options. We study time. Time is a huge variable in investing. I've mentioned this before. Uh, one of the biggest things that I think carefully about is, Boyce, don't you waste any time. Don't you dare waste time. My version of financial consciousness is that I meditate on time. I meditate and remind myself that today is January 26, 2025, and I'll never have another January 26, 2025 ever again. I could walk in my wife's office right now and tell her I love her and give her a kiss. I can't assume that I can do that forever. And even when my mother was here, I would think that way. So when she finally was gone, I don't have any regrets because I was always aware that if you don't take advantage of the opportunity now, that opportunity may disappear on you, and they disappear very quickly. The wormholes shut very fast. So ultimately, when you talk about investing, I would encourage you to think about things like that and not just think about the money side. I think the people that just think about money when it comes to investing are really missing 99% of the picture. You know, we're not talking about money, we're really talking about life. You know, we're talking about just regrets. We're talking about, like when you talk about investing and you have FOMO, right? We have FOMO where like some of y'all will have the stock and you sell the option and then the stock goes up and then you're like, dang, I could have made money but I didn't, right? Then that's financial FOMO and that sucks. But the worst kind of FOMO is when you just have FOMO in life. When you're like, damn, that she was the one that got away. Or the FOMO of like, dang, I wish my kids were babies again so I could spend more time with them instead of focusing on my career, right? Or the FOMO of just saying, man, I wish I was 19 years old again so I could spend more time being happy and focused instead of wasting my time being sad and distracted, right? So life FOMO, I find, is far worse than financial FOMO because with money, money is interesting. Money allows you to manipulate time in a certain way. You can go back and get money that you lost sometimes. A lot of times money there's a lot of do-overs in money if you know how to invest, but there's not a do-over in life, right? And life is far more valuable, and so there are no do-overs. So when you're in that moment, you got to live in the moment. You got to meditate on that. Like really think about that. And then that way, as you're going forward, and these windows of opportunities are shutting. FOMO is fear of missing out, by the way. That's what that is, fear of missing out. And that's actually a big financially scientific concept. There's a lot of research papers about investor FOMO. A lot of times when you all come to class and you ask me about a certain stock, I know 9 times out of 10, the reason you asked me about that stock is because the stock has shot up a lot in the last week or two, like maybe gone up 100% in the last week. And now it's in the media and everybody's talking about it. And so people have FOMO and they're like, dang, I missed out. I wish I had bought this before it went up, or Bitcoin. But there's a lot of FOMO around Bitcoin. I mean, a lot of people are mad that, damn, if I just bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2013, I'd be a multimillionaire now, which is a horrible feeling. I think 100 Bitcoin, what's 100 Bitcoins worth? Let's see, 10 Bitcoins is $1 million. So 100 Bitcoin would be $10 million. Is that right? Yeah. So you could have bought 100 Bitcoin for $100, maybe $200, depending on when you bought it. And for it to be like $100,000, it just makes you want to vomit, right? And so with investing, this is the idea, right? With investing, it's a matter of not torturing yourself, right? In fact, Jeff Bezos, who's one of the richest men in the world, he talked about his strategy in terms of what led him to decide to quit his job and start Amazon. Because a lot of people are like, well, why would you quit a good job to go start this raggedy business? A lot of you go through this now. And he said that what led him to make that decision is something that he calls a regret minimization strategy. Regret minimization means that he knows you're going to have regrets. He knows that hindsight is 2020. He knows that 20 years from now, you're going to look back on your life and look at areas where you could have done better, mistakes you made, opportunities that you missed. But he said, I figured that I would minimize my regrets by trying to do Amazon because he learned something that they say, for example, when they study old people, they find that older people that are on their deathbeds, they have more regrets about things they did not do than they have regrets about things they did do. Right? It's not trying to start the business that they regret. It's not like they're like, dang, I tried to do this and it didn't work out. I wish I hadn't done it. No, it's when you had it in you and you could have went for it and you didn't because you let fear guide your decision making. And then next thing you know, you're constantly wondering like, well, I wonder what would have happened if I had tried. I wonder what would have happened if I'd pushed myself. I just talked just now, right before I talked to you, I talked to a cousin who's about 32 years old, and he was asking me about advice about business and life and everything else. And I said, one of the biggest things I would tell you is, don't make decisions in life out of fear. If you make decisions out of fear, which is unfortunately, fear is very contagious. I think in our community, I think that because of what we've gone through, we just kind of, fear is always just this thing. And I'm gonna just tell you, if you're ever trying to convince me of anything, whether it's something political or otherwise, if you use fear to try to convince me, then it won't work. I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you want because I'm going to identify that instantaneously and realize that no, I'm not making this decision out of fear. I make my decisions out of desire. You see, risk, which is another very big financial concept, risk is something that can be good or it can be something that's bad. Risk has a double-edged sword. Risk has the benefit of taking a chance and going to the highest heights. It also has the scary side of that things may not work out and you'll go south. And how many of you notice this? How many of you notice that in a lot of our families, when you talk about trying to do something different, you talk about trying to really go for it, you get a lot of fear. You get a lot of people warning you about how this isn't a good decision. It may not work out. And what if this and what if that and this, and it's very depressing. It's very demoralizing. It makes you more afraid. You start to fixate on this. Your consciousness becomes collapsed and trapped because all you're focused on, all you're seeing is the downside. You're walking on this tightrope. It's already hard. It's already dangerous. And then you start looking down and saying, oh my God, what if I fall? Well, guess what you just did? You guaranteed that you're probably going to fall. You've increased the likelihood that you're going to fall. So really, my belief is, look, if you're trying to warn me about a problem I'm going to have, if you're trying to tell me about an obstacle, like, well, if you try to start a business, the white man ain't going to let you get too rich and, white folks control everything or whatever, then don't just tell me about the problem and then let that be the end of the conversation. Tell me about the problem and then also help me formulate a solution. Like if I tell you, look, I'm determined to climb Mount Everest, I'm going to go climb Mount Everest. I don't want you telling me all day about how many people that have died on Mount Everest. I don't want you sending me, Instagram reels about people that tried to climb Everest and froze to death. I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want you like, well, the odds of dying are 20%. Man, shut up. Like, no, tell me how to not die, right? Tell me how to survive. Tell me how I can get on the good foot and the good side of the people that actually climbed Everest and succeeded. And you can warn me, like you can let me know, like, hey, be really careful. Like, wait, like with investing, like I will tell you, if you are in my class, I will talk all day about the downside. Like, in fact, I talked to a student that was doing stock options and he started doing credit spreads. And he said, yeah, it kind of went bad. I said, yeah, that's the thing about credit spreads. They're very deceptive. It's like this beautiful, gorgeous, really attractive woman who might stab you in your sleep while while you're knocked out, right? Or beat you up over the head and take your money, right, and drug your drink. So basically, I will talk all day about risk, but you shouldn't talk about risk without also talking about reward. Risk and reward are evil twins of each other. Risk and reward, they travel together. They're like Satan and God. They say Satan used to be the biggest angel in heaven, and then he went south and became like the biggest person in hell, right? So risk and reward are like that. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, the bigger reward, the bigger the risk. And it's very, very difficult to embrace one without understanding the existence of the other. It's hard to talk about God without talking about the devil. It's hard to talk about the devil without talking about God, right? So ultimately, if you talk about risk, you got to talk about reward. Anybody who only talks about risk is, in my view, that's like a financial version of worshiping the devil. Like that's all you're fixated on the negative. You're fixated on what can go wrong. You're fixated on limitations. You're fixated on fear. You're fixated on a limited lifestyle, limited outcome, limited mentality. And anybody who trains you to only acknowledge limitations without acknowledging possibilities is unfortunately passing a disease onto you, a disease of the mind that affects too many people where their dreams are this big, but they're living in this tiny little box because the box feels safe. They're so afraid they haven't. And again, this goes back to healing from trauma. I've told you the number one challenge for Black wealth, the biggest challenge that we have is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. That's what destroys your relationships. That's what destroys your finances. And traumatized people have a very hard time processing risk. They have a hard time processing failure. Failure happens. It's like, oh my God, I was supposed to fail. I knew this wasn't gonna work. My cousin and my mama and my brother all told me that it wasn't gonna work out. And here I was being stupid. I shouldn't have done it. What's wrong with me? Right? You process it. If you process it the wrong way, then yeah, failure is gonna suck. But there's also a way to, as Aisha Verzi is saying in the chat, that there's a way to fail forward. There's a way to fail and say, gosh, either sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. Right? There's a way to understand that there are rules in the universe like no pain, no gain, risk and reward. Right? So No pain, no gain means if I'm going through this pain, how do I flip this into a gain? How do I convert this into something that's going to actually benefit me long term? How do I go through this really hard experience and realize that 10 years from now, when I'm detached from it, I'm going to look back and say, man, that was one of the most valuable lessons that I ever learned. I paid big tuition in the school of life. I paid big tuition in the school of regrets. I paid big tuition in the school of failure. And now I got this advanced diploma that I can carry through life that makes me tough as nails, smart as a whip, and I can identify problems long before they arrive because I've been through something. See, what you got to understand is that you can't really even talk to anybody about overcoming something if you ain't never been through nothing. If you ain't never been through nothing, then you're not going to be a good coach for anybody else. And when you go through tough experiences, you're not going to know what to do. The smartest, most capable people in the world that I find are the people that have failed so badly that they literally, the lesson was literally embedded in their skin. Like they literally had it tattooed on their brain. It was branded and everything else. So ultimately what I would say to you is you have to know how to process risk. You have to know how to process failure. If you know how to process risk and failure in a healthy way, then all these things are going to propel you forward. That's what's going to make you great. That's what's going to make you powerful. But if you don't process it properly, what it's going to do is it's going to make you quit. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you afraid. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you limit yourself. If you don't process it properly, you'll never go for anything other than what is handed to you. And then you're going to sort of look back one day and say, damn, I could have had it all, but I was too scared to go for anything. And that's why I got what the world gave me. And I just do believe this too. I believe that when you're black, the world don't give you much. Like I just believe that, like in right now, we're dealing with the new president and everything else. And DEI is gone, and so all these other things are gone, and it's just like, I'm sorry, I kind of feel like, um, I don't feel like white folks give us much of anything, and then when they give us things, they decide later they're going to take them away. So my feeling is I'd rather do the hard work now so that maybe I can give myself something that they can't take away. Um, they can't take away my PhD. It would be harder, much harder for them. It would be easy for them to take away my job. It's much harder for them to take away my business. They can't take away my experience. They can't take away my grit, my guts, my work ethic. They can't take. I mean, they could theoretically they could take away my family, but it would be very hard for them to do. So the things that I have in life that I value the most are not things that are given to me by massa. The oppressor they will give you things, and unfortunately, in many cases, when they give you something, I feel like it usually comes with a trick attached. Like I think it comes with like a strings attached. Like, okay, we'll give you money, Negro, but you better do what we say, and you better, like Diddy, we'll make you the most famous person in the world. But if you get out of line, we're gonna tell everybody what we let you get away with. I don't think living in that world is very safe. I think that or we'll give you this DEI position, but the minute we decide DEI is not interested anymore, we're gonna let you go. We are your friends until we just don't need you anymore, and I think that's what you're dealing with. So what I believe from an economic circling this back to economics and investing is I think that I think one thing that we have to kind of accept and understand is that sometimes life tricks us into believing that there are shortcuts. Right? Sometimes life tricks us into believing that you can have it all very quickly and you can look fly the entire time and it could be easy and a piece of cake. Like I know a lot of people, I know people that have made over $1 million doing DEI related stuff. Maybe they go to college campuses and tell white people why they're racist and explain, like cultural sensitivity, and I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that as a career, but I always felt like I said, gosh, what if they just decide that they don't want to be nice to you anymore? Like, what if they decide they want to just get rid of all this, and then suddenly, you had a certification in DEI, and now that certification is worthless. That was the risk I always thought about. Because there's the history where people have not ever really been all that nice to black people. And I personally think that things like owning a business and learning to build wealth in a very solid, consistent way, kind of the Booker T. Washington way, I think that we ignore the lessons that were given to us by our ancestors. We ignore them because we traded in integration, for example, in the civil rights movement, we traded our land and our businesses for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. We thought that doing the dirty work of building a nice carpentry business or building a company that can do plumbing for people, that's beneath us. You know, I'm going to Brown University. I'm going to get a nice job with a nice fancy office where I don't got to get dirty every day. And the sad reality is that those jobs did not build wealth, and many of those jobs could be taken away at the drop of a hat. But if I have a skill, like if I have the kind of skill that a black man in 1945 could make money doing, because there were black people that were actually doing okay at that time. There were black people who were prospering, and a lot of it started off with having that solid foundation, saying, look, I just want to own me some land. Maybe I'm gonna raise me some pigs. What I mean? I'm gonna grow me some crops. I'm gonna learn how to fix stuff, right? Like I think that sort of solid sturdiness was kind of lost because I think that we got very comfortable when we had things like affirmative action that opened doors and possibilities and opportunities. And even in my own family, my career path was very different from my father and my grandfather. My father and my grandfather are the types of men who could fix anything in the house, anytime. Me, I became a college professor. I hire people to fix things in my house. I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy who's going to go and figure out how to make the air condition work. It's just not my thing. And so, but what is my thing? What did give me that sturdiness was when I said, wait a minute, I got to go and start my own business. If I don't start my own business and invest and own something, then he will always own me. If I cannot have something that's mine that I can sink my teeth into, that I can hold on to, then they can take it all away from me. And I just don't want you or your kids to be in that position. So you really cannot get away from the ownership of assets, the hard work required to actually develop and build something of your own. And the great thing about it is that if you're smart and if you love each other, you only have to do it one time. You only got to go. So one person has to make the sacrifice. Like in football, when my Ohio State Buckeyes won the championship, the running backs and the quarterbacks and the wide receivers got a lot of credit, but it's really the linemen who cleared the path because the linemen block for the quarterback. The linemen are probably the most special players on the field because their job is critically important. When the offensive line doesn't block for the quarterback can't do anything. He gets sacked every time. He looks really bad. So the offensive linemen to me are special because they do the most important job and they get the least credit for that. Right. So in economics, in black wealth, in black empowerment, we're going to have to figure out who are going to be the linemen, who's going to block for the next generation, who's going to make the sacrifice without getting all the shine, all the glory, without being able to, floss and brag and throw money up on Instagram. Right. Who's going to be the generation that's going to make the sacrifice? And if you have somebody in the family that does that, that really at a high level that commits to that, then what happens is that if you are appropriate in the way you distribute the benefits of that hard work, then you have children and grandchildren that never have to work for anyone. They're very happy. They live a good life. And it kind of sucks though, because sometimes if you don't teach them the right values, they become these little ungrateful, spoiled little SOBs that we just want to kick them, because they don't know how hard somebody else worked to create that life for them. Right. And that's the other part of it too. That's a really hard part about sacrifice is that sometimes you make a sacrifice and you don't even get acknowledged for it. Nobody even really thanks you the way they should. Nobody understands like what you did to create that possibility for them. And so you have to kind of be willing to accept that. And if you are, then I think you have a great opportunity. That's what I've noticed in terms of the secrets to black success. It ain't DEI programs and electing Democrats or Republicans. It comes from core values, raising the kids right, educating at a high level, eating right, mental health, working on mental health, healthy relationships, investing consistently. Things like that is what typically creates security. You don't really get security from a job at all. Like jobs are not secure because if the corporation decides they're bored with you, they'll just flick you off like a blunt, and then you next thing you know, you're right back in the struggle. So I don't think that that's what you want for your children. Okay, so a couple things I want to mention before we head out. Number one, we are going to do another financial slumber party. You guys seem to like that a lot, so we're going to do another one. This is going to be February 7th. Financial slumber party. In case you don't know what that is, that's where we get together really late at night and we wear our pajamas and we bring our popcorn and we talk finance. But it'll be like a weird, like 11 o'clock, like it starts at 11 p.m. And I'll do a special lecture and a training and we'll play some music and have fun. So if you guys want to join us in the financial slumber party, it's all digital. So we hop on a Zoom basically and do this. And you guys guys loved the last one so much that I said, let's do another one. So this is going to be February 7th, and we're going to cover exchange traded funds. I'm going to break down ETFs and how ETFs are a pathway to wealth, different types of ETFs, how to pick ETFs for your family, and that will be the training that we'll do that night. So you guys will get a link where you can join the Financial Slumber Party. Those of you that are in the Black Stock Market program, you can actually come in for free. So if you can do a free trial in the Black Stock Market program, you can get in for free, or there's a fee. I think it's like $55 or something like that. But you get lifetime access to all the materials, and you can share it with your family, so your family can have the recording forever. So there is a recording max after it's done for anybody that comes in. So so we're doing one of those. Number two, don't forget we're going to Ghana this summer, and Ghana is oh gosh, Jay Cameron. Jay Cameron is going to guide us through Ghana. And so if you want to learn more about Ghana and the other trips, they do other trips as well. But the B1 trip will be Ghana, but there are other trips that Jay's company does. So if you go to b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com, you can actually take a look at some of the stuff that's there. Or you can also text the word travel to 87948. So if you text travel on your phone to 87948, I'll send you links and information on trips that we have coming up. We are going to also visit Black Wall Street and basically go there and support financially, but also learn. We're going to learn the history. The real history. You'd be amazed how much stuff you just never hear from anyone. So that's going to happen. Now Miami, the thing in Miami, we're going to do the Live Millionaire Training Camp in Miami, and I mentioned February 21st, but what happened, some things popped up, so we're moving that date back a little bit to March, and I believe it's going to be the weekend of March 7th now. So sorry about that. Sorry to change that. But logistically speaking, we had to move it a little bit. So March 7th is the weekend that we're looking for the Millionaire Training Camp, and that's live, that's in person. So we're all going to meet down in Miami. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. So anyway, all right. So I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for listening, and don't forget, if you want to be notified when we meet for class every morning, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So besides texting morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country. And I see Errol and Aisha in there, and I know both of you do consulting and things like that. So feel free to drop your information in there as well if you'd like for people to get in touch with you. And I'll leave the Zoom open for a second for you guys to do that. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. I think that's a great point you make, Athena, because when you're talking about artificial intelligence and just opportunity, let's just focus on that. Let's look at that bigger picture part. I think that there's a perception that as Black people, we're supposed to sort of be left on the sidelines while everyone else is enjoying the fruits of America. That we're kind of always sort of left out of everything, like almost like wealth is a highway and we can't get on the highway. We're down on the ground looking up at the people driving by, and that's just not true, right? There are ways onto that highway if you have the right attitude. You have on ramps, right? On ramps might be, for example, participating in the stock market. So I actually had made a list of stocks that I sent out to all the students in this class and said, look, if you buy these stocks, you will benefit as AI emerges, because AI is not going away. And your other point that you made that I thought was really great was you were talking about the Stargate project with President Trump, and he has Sam Altman, Larry Ellison from Oracle, and they were all announcing this alleged. It's my Oshi-san, can't forget him because he runs the Vision Fund, which they've got just I think over $100 billion that they're deploying and investing. And the thing is that um, it is interesting, like you said, that we we'll allow people to tell us why they can't afford reparations, but then we will sort of sit back and be okay when Democrats or Republicans make these $100 billion announcements. Like, well, we don't have 10 billion for you black people who got us into office, but we got 100 billion for these people over here who didn't do anything. These are, in fact, they live in a whole nother country, but because we expect y'all people to do what we tell you to do, you're gonna support us as we go do this. You're gonna carry water for us. We'll never carry water for you because after all, we're not Negroes. We don't work for you, right? And I find that to be kind of weird and offensive, rather whether it's Democrat or Republican. It's kind of crazy.
Exactly. So, Dr. Boyce, I want to touch on something, right? You were talking about the highway. Immediately, I thought about Miami traffic and Miami highway, right? It is ghetto. It is horrible. I hate having to drive to Miami. But guess what they did? They opened up the express lane, but you got to pay a toll. You got to pay an investment to use that lane. The last time I was in that lane, traffic was backed up all the way, and I was on this freeway, listening to my music. I love Lil Ratch. Listening to my music, flying by, going down the highway. And that is what AI is for us. If you want to be in the bumper-to-bumper traffic, stressed out, then you can stay over there. But if you want to make an investment in yourself as a person and your abilities into your future, it is not going anywhere. It is not going anywhere. Then you do that. And you need to be the type of person who is forward thinking, who's willing to act on things, who's willing to read the tea leaves and see where the wind is blowing, where things are going in this direction. This country, also known as Scamerica, all right, I'm a trademark that, Scamerica, is not invested in helping Black people in particular, but also not invested in helping a certain group of people, right? If you look at how things are structured, especially from an immigrant perspective, I can talk about this because I am an immigrant to this country. The United States government makes investment in people who are willing to work in certain labor in certain functions. So infrastructure and construction, science, technology, and professional careers. So that's how my father was able to come here, because he was a scientist, right? He was a geologist. There's not too many geologists walking around. And they're more invested in importing the labor because they already have the expertise and everything than to build up its own people to get them to do those same jobs.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our Millionaire Training Camp, where we cover the art of economic elevation. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week. We don't stop. We don't take weekends. Weekends, I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean or rude when I say this, but you know what? When you grow up in a world of champions, weekends are for suckers. I'm kidding. You enjoy your weekend. Don't be weird like me. But really though, and you don't understand. See, I'm also super inspired because I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, which is the home of the great Muhammad Ali. So I grew up kind of seeing that as the standard of greatness. I mean, I just watched a big long documentary by Ken Burns about Ali and his life and every great thing that he did. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it's so inspiring. I love watching his life, and he knew a lot of people. He lived in a lot of the places I've lived in my life, and he knew a lot of the people who I knew or were connected. He spent a lot of time with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad right there in Chicago and in the South Side. I lived in the South Side, around the corner from that house where Farrakhan. I remember Minister Farrakhan taking me around the house and showing me and telling me about the story of how in the 1970s the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave him the house. And it's interesting, and he spent all this time in the South Side of Chicago and Louisville and went out and just did these awesome things and just had these ideas and these beliefs about what we need to do as a people to be great, what we got to do to be our absolute best. And I'm gonna tell you, it's for a little kid that grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, that was born around the time of the peak of his career, that grew up watching my father watch him fight against Leon Spinks and that unfortunate fight, Larry Holmes, the Thriller in Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle, and all that stuff, and just to have that be right in my city, man, you talk about something that just gives you fire. Oh my God, I love that man so much. I have so much admiration for him, and it's really exciting. And also, his daughter Layla is a friend of mine. So it's just really cool kind of having to go full circle and kind of saying, okay, I think I understand now. I think I understand God's mission. I think that God's mission is that we are supposed to continue what people before us did, right? We're supposed to take that same courage, that same hard work ethic, that same commitment, that same relentless and really tireless desire to make our people great, and we got to run with it, so I think all of us are the greatest, right? So we are the greatest. That's what we are. I am the greatest, you are the greatest. Can't nobody stop us. See, when you show up in your greatness, in my opinion, and you believe in that, can't nobody stop you, man. Can't nobody stop you. I talked to a young black man the other day, and I was explaining to him, I said the biggest battle that any man or any woman has really is the battle with yourself. Most of us unfortunately become our own biggest haters, our own biggest critics. We don't like ourselves very much. We feel like we need validation from white people in order to feel comfortable and in order to be somebody. And I just reject all that stuff. Like I just reject all that. And my belief is that the biggest battle I have every day is the battle against Boyce, right? The battle between the mediocre Boyce and the excellent, outstanding, and empowered Boyce. And he's going to win. This guy's going to win. The empowered Boyce, he's going to win that battle. And it's a daily thing. That's the thing I want to share with you guys too. Is it's a daily thing. It's a constant thing. It's intra-daily. I mean, it happens all day long, every day. In the next hour, are you going to be excellent or are you going to be average? Right? Are you going to be your best or are you going to be your worst? Are you going to stand up or are you going to sit down? Are you going to give up or are you going to keep going? Those little decisions are made every single day, all day long. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that everybody feels that. Everybody goes through that, right? So anyway, and in fact, if you look at the life of Ali, just since we're talking about him, if you look at Ali, you'll notice that in the course of his life, you saw times where he was extraordinary and outstanding, and then you saw times where he was mediocre. You saw times where he did his best and he showed up, and and he'd fight like hell. But then you saw times where he didn't show up prepared, right? And sometimes he had to get his butt kicked, right? Shout out to Joe Frazier, a great fighter, right? Joe Frazier knocked him on his butt, and a few other people did. And every time he got knocked on his butt, he would come back and he'd say, okay, I got to go back to the basics. I'm going to go back to what made me great. I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to go back and stop acting like a celebrity. I'm going to start pushing hard again. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to make sure I'm ready. So this is the interesting thing that I want you to understand. And this is not even related to our topic for today, but God tells me what to say and I always listen. Is that remember this, that when you become great at something, right? So let's just start the conversation off right. How many of you want to be great at something? How many of you believe that you are capable of being great at something? How many of you are striving for greatness in your life? I hope that I've convinced you that Black excellence should be just mandatory for all of us. And everybody's version of Black excellence is going to differ. Everybody's version of what it means to be Black, what it means to be outstanding is going to vary, right? But how many of you want to be Black and excellent? Give me a yes. Excellence, I think, is something that should be required for us to even come in this room together, a commitment and a belief in that. Well, here's the thing I want you to understand about greatness, in my opinion. There's a difference between being the best and being at your best. This is where I become a statistician. One thing that we do in statistics is they'll say, so what's the volatility? And you'll say, well, this is the volatility. And then they'll say, well, what's the volatility of the volatility, right? Or they'll say, well, what's the average? And you'll say, well, the average is 12. And they'll say, but what's the average of the average? And what people don't understand is that there's always a layer beneath what you think is the bottom layer, meaning that there you might say, well, who's the best basketball player in the world? And you might say, well, I don't know, LeBron James or Steph Curry or Michael Jordan or whatever, right? But then you might look at Michael Jordan's life and say, on what days was he actually showing up as the best? And what days did he show up as somebody else? At what days did he show up as the Michael Jordan that we remember, the legend, the amazing guy that we know he is as an athlete anyway? And what days did he just show up as an imposter, right? What days did he think that just putting on the number 23 and just showing up with a basketball under his arm was the same as him being the great Michael Jordan? At what point did he forget that to be a Michael Jordan or to be great at anything, it requires a certain number of ingredients, right? It requires a culture, it requires a certain approach to things, right? It requires a standard. It requires being prepared for the battle, preparation for the battle. And some days he did not prepare for the battle, and the days he did not prepare were the days when he did not do as well as he wanted to do. Those are the days where he failed. Right. And a lot of us go through that every single day. There's something to prepare for. There's some kind of battle. And one thing I tell the kids all the time, and this is an economic statement. This is an investing statement. This is a statement about investing. I say preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to, if you prepare at an optimal level for everything in your life that matters for you, then you are going to win. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. If you prepare for all the things that matter for you, you will succeed. You will give yourself the best chance of success. You may not always succeed the first time, but success is more likely to show up and greet you when you show up prepared to receive it. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Wealth ain't nothing but financial preparation. Financial security ain't nothing but economic preparation. Being rich ain't nothing but the fact that in the past I prepared for this moment. I'm showing up to you in this moment as a guy that's got money in the bank, as a guy who's got financial security, as a guy I'm talking to you right now, and I'm sitting here talking to you from Europe, right? I'm literally in Denmark right now. I'm showing up in this moment in a certain way because I prepared for this moment. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? If I had not prepared for this moment, then this moment would not exist. When it comes to the life you want, economic life, otherwise, and not just the money, I'm talking about also the things that are more important than money, the other things that you invest in that money cannot buy, you have to prepare for that. If you want to have an excellent family, then, I meet some of you, you say, this is my beautiful wife and my 7 kids, and the kids are all sitting there all well-behaved, and he's an engineer, and she's a scientist, and she's got her own business, and he's got $1 million in his portfolio. Well, that tells me that you prepared. You didn't make all them babies in 30 seconds. Those are not babies that were born last night. When you show me what you are looking like right now, and you're this really healthy, successful family of 7, and I've been married to my wife 30 years, and we're worth over $1 million, and we got 7 kids, and 2 of them are in Ivy League schools, and the other 2 are making millions of dollars a year. That tells me that there was thousands of little steps that took for you to prepare for this moment where you're presenting this to me. Like you're presenting this masterpiece, like an artist. You're presenting this masterpiece that you've been painting for the last 30 years in a very intricate way. And I'm like, wow, look at that art. That's amazing. And this is a financial consciousness exercise. This is a consciousness exercise because unfortunately you live in a world where people believe in this Disney fairy tale, this myth, this big, fat, stinky, fat, nasty ass lie called instant gratification. You got people that really think that you can make success the same way you make a pitcher of Kool-Aid. Just add water and put some sugar in it and stir it up real hard. It's going to taste delicious. You can't create success like Kool-Aid. Success is it's like your mama's crock pot. You remember your mama would put food in the crock pot in the morning, and it would take like 12 hours for it to stew while she's at work all day. That kind of thing. Except it's like even worse than that. It's like a crock pot that sometimes you got to let the stuff stew in the crock pot for like 20 or 30 years. Right? You have to, that's what greatness looks like. That's what economic success looks like. That's what a strong family looks like. That's what health looks like, physical health. When somebody shows up with all big muscles or they looking good and they slim, that's hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the gym that you're looking at. That's thousands of little decisions to pick up the carrots instead of the potato chips, right? That's thousands of little choices to say, I'm gonna get my butt up out of the bed at 5 a.m. and go to the gym today, even though I'd rather sleep in and eat, and eat ice cream and hang out with my friends, right? So remember, everything is a culmination. Everything is an accumulation process. Most things in life that matter for you, most things that are really worth something, whether you're talking about greatness or you're like Ali, or you're talking about, greatness financially or anything else, it's an accumulation. That's what wealth is. See, that's what you got to understand. In finance, we refer to wealth as what you call a stock. It is a stock. It means you've been stocking. You've been stacking your nuts for the winter. You've been stacking your paper. You've been stack, putting stuff in the storeroom, right? Now you got this big storeroom full of money, and that's wealth. That's why we call it a stock. But see, people don't see the stock. They're not thinking about the stock. Like we talk about stock markets and all that's connected. It's deep stuff. What people see in the world of instant gratifications, they don't see the stock. What they see is a thing called the flow. The flow builds the stock. See, here's the flow. The flow is income. How much money you make? How much I gonna get paid? What's my paycheck gonna look like? Oh, he doing good. Look at how much money he's making. That you ever hear people talk like that? Like they just say, well, how are they doing? Oh, they doing good. He got a good job, making good money. So what they're talking about is the flow. They're not talking about the stock. In mathematics, maybe you might say they're talking about the first derivative, not the second derivative. Whatever, however you want to look at it. The first level, not the second level. Because really, if you want to ask a question about how somebody's doing financially, you don't say, well, how much money they're making. No, what you say is, well, how much wealth did they create with that money? Because money doesn't mean anything if it flows in your pocket and out, then goes out. If it comes in the front door and goes out the back door. It's like Mexican food. You eat it and then it leaves your body and then you're hungry again, right? So if all you focus on is the flow and you don't think about the stock, then you're missing the majority. You're looking at the tip, but you ain't even paying no attention to the damn iceberg. See, what you got to understand is that income means nothing without wealth. Income is the little brother, wealth is the big brother. Income is an opportunity to create wealth. And if you think about this, pay attention. Most people in America don't build any wealth. They work 50 straight years, make millions of dollars, thousands of hours at the job, and they got nothing to show for it. Their income, and I'm not making fun of anybody if you're in this category, because they trick you into this. They trick you. Remember, you're in a world of instant gratification. So don't think I'm shaming you for being tricked. It tricks a lot of us, right? So because we're focused on the flow and not on the stock, we make the money and then the money's gone, and then you have to go make more money because now you're out of money because you spent the money that you made and right? And so when we talk about the word poor, what does the word poor stand for in this class? We talk about poor all the time. Poor stands for what? P-O-O-R. Give me the acronym. Type in the chat. POUR stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So if you are a hardworking person who has busted your butt for some corporation for many, many years, and you still feel poor, you still feel financially strapped and everything's kind of stuck, then what's probably occurred to some extent, and I want to say this without you feeling like I'm beating up on you. I am not holier than thou. I'm not a man who's never made mistakes. I am not here to sit here and shame you about your life. So let's just make that clear. But poor, what's happened is that you passed over opportunities repeatedly. I bet you when I come in here and I tell you depressing things like, well, if you had spent $1,800 on Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million in the bank right now. That pisses you off. That it should. It's like, man, wait, what? Huh? Nobody told me that, right? Somebody told me I had to spend $1,800 at the club, or I need to go on vacation that year, right? You're like, damn. Right? You get mad, right? You get FOMO, but that's okay. That's that first step. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get mad. See, what I've noticed about champions and great people, like I was talking about Ali, is like I think people that have a high standard for themselves, that have high expectations for themselves, that believe in the pursuit of excellence and are willing to sacrifice for that, they tend to be frustrated sometimes. I'm frustrated with Boyce every single day. Every day I get mad at Boyce. Every day I'm like, damn, come on, Boyce. You're supposed to get up. You're supposed to work 12 hours. You only work 9. Oh, dang, Boyce. You'll never be great if you keep on giving up so early. Boyce, you really should have stuck with it. Boyce, if you had done this in 2021, you'd be here in 2000, starting over again because you messed around and didn't start when you should have started, right? So frustration comes with the territory. So what I kind of am okay with, and I want you to do is I want you to think about the benefit of being a frustrated Black person. But here's the thing. I don't want you frustrated about what white folks are doing. I don't think that benefits you. I've never met a white man who's going to change his behavior because I'm frustrated with him. I don't know anybody running this government or running these corporations or anywhere that's going to change their policies because I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated that you keep taking Black wealth. I'm frustrated that you're selling us toxic fast food and killing us. I'm frustrated that you're telling us to destroy our families, right? Yeah, I can be frustrated with you, but I don't think they really care. But I think that if you're frustrated with you and you see you and your choices as the primary driver of what's going to make you great, then I think that will give you more benefit. At least if you're going to be stressed out, you're stressed out for a cause. You're stressed out for a purpose you can believe in. You're stressed out in a way that you're going to get a return on investment, right? So anyway, before I move on, I want to mention really, really quickly that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money did a great show yesterday. about these trade-offs that we make in terms of family and finances. We touched this a little bit, but really, I think this is this is the sweet spot, man. This is when you talk about Black wealth. You got to blend in that relationship and family conversation and the mental health conversation. That's how you get to the bottom of this mystery. The mystery is, what the hell happened to our money? Why is it not growing? Who took it? How do we lose it? What's happening? They did a great conversation. They had five intelligent Black women. There's Lala, Constance Carter. She ran the largest Black real estate firm in California. Dr. Lene Javette. Who else was there? Nomalanga Mushali Moses, who's out of Botswana. So you got an African family-oriented perspective from that. And there was someone else there, and I don't remember the name. But anyway, I'm going to text that out to you guys because I think you should watch this episode because it was really, really good. They did this yesterday. And by the way, if you want to get notified when they go live every day, 5 days a week. You can just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and they will and they can send you a link when they go live and all that good stuff. Okay, so in fact, their conversation was so interesting that I wanted to drill into this just a little bit more, so we can kind of understand a framework. I think that, white people are not the only ones who can come up with their own theories and frameworks and of how to approach things. I think we need our own, right? And this is something that we do as scholars. When I was on the faculty at Syracuse, that's what you do as a scholar. You develop theories and you do research and you come up with models, right? So I want to talk about the model of the Black family as it pertains to wealth building. We've touched on this before, but I really want to touch on it in a slightly different way so we can really understand this. So I'm going to start with a basic question. Let's start with a simple question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Or answer. Don't give me a yes or no. Just answer. Children. Very expensive. In America, it costs $300,000 to raise a child. Child care, all that stuff, stress. So are children an asset or are children an expense? An asset or an expense? Some of you that have been in this class for a long time are going to jump in with an answer because you've heard me talk about this before. Are children an asset or an expense? I will sip my coffee as about 90% of you are going to give the wrong answer. The smart, the ones who are really on it are giving the right answer. I see a few of you are. A lot of you are saying asset. Not many are saying expense. That's good. That's good. That means we're making progress. Okay, they're both. Yeah, they're both. Basically, if I give you an asset, let's think about an asset like a car. A car is an asset, and people talk about it as a depreciating asset, but that's just the capital gains part of a car. Like a car's value is not going to go up. So yeah, if you buy a car and say I'm going to hold it for 10 years and then resell it for a higher price, you're probably not going to be able to do that with 95% of most cars. So that is correct. But that does not mean that ownership of a car can't be a positive ROI experience for you, right? It doesn't, like, imagine this. Imagine if you have no money and someone says, I can pay you $300 a day to deliver products for me, but you need a vehicle. So you say, okay. So you go buy a car, and now you're making $300 a day. Let's say you're working every day of the month because you're a hustler. So now you're making $9,000 a month because you went out and you spent X amount of dollars to buy you a car. Is that a good move for you financially? Let's assume you save and invest that money as well and all that. Would that be a good move? Would buying the car be a positive ROI decision for you? Would you have gotten something good out of that asset? Give me a yes in the chat or a no. The answer is absolutely yes. So in that particular context, buying a car is a good move, right? It was good for you. Hooray, right? Good. We smart today, right? So never ever let anybody make you think that buying a car is always a bad, stupid thing to do. That's not the case. A car is an asset because you can sell a car just like you can sell shares of stock or sell a house. What makes an asset valuable or not, or what makes it a good asset or whatever, is what you do with it. It's what you do with it. So if I get a car and I'm using the car to make money, then the car is a positive financial asset for me. If I get the car and I just use it for nothing, I sit in my driveway or I just drive it around and don't make any money from it, then it becomes a negative net worth kind of thing. Then I have to be really careful, because if I overspend on the car, if I do what a lot of people do and invest everything in my car and don't invest it in stocks, bonds, real estate, none of that stuff, then I'm going to end up in a negative net worth position where I'm looking fly driving my Cadillac Escalade, but my net worth is negative because this Escalade took $100,000 off of my net worth, right? So when you think about what an asset is, I want you to really think about it carefully, because a lot of whether an asset generates value comes down to how you use it. Let's get back to families and children. Same thing is true with kids and children. The reason that answer is both is that children are an asset that can really add value to the family wealth. We've talked about this, so I'm not going to belabor this point. If you want to see me break it all down in a different way, you can go to drboycebooks.com. I have a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. You can use the code word book club and get 30% off. So drboycebooks.com. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I break all this down. So I'm not going to go through that point, but what I am going to say is that what you want to consider is that when you talk about the Black family or we talk about kids, a lot of the conversation about kids and family comes down to the expense of having a family, how it's expensive in terms of not just the money. The average child costs $300,000. Also, it's expensive in terms of time and energy. I've heard, I think that the Disney girl, the girl who did the mermaid movie, that she had the baby with the rapper / influencer. And then like a lot of families, they broke up before the baby was born or right after the baby was born. I guess that's a convenient time to destroy your child's life. It's like make sure you get her pregnant and then break up with her right after the pregnancy, right? Or just leave that man as soon as the baby's born. Make sure that baby ain't got no daddy in the house, because we got to make sure that baby stays extra Black, right? That's what it means to be Black. Being Black means you ain't got no daddy in the house. What the hell you doing with a daddy in the house talking about you Black? We taking your Black card, right? That's kind of what's happening in America. It's very, very sad. But anyway, let me stop sounding like an angry old man. But here's the deal. So I heard him on an interview, and he said, yeah, bro, you know, having a relationship, it's like a part-time job. It's a part-time job. And I was sitting there while I was watching, I was like, yeah, bro, relationships are a lot of work. It is. It feels like being married. You just try being married. That's a full-time job, right? And so it's hard work for sure. There's no question about it. I think that the question then becomes, how do you frame it, right? Because here's the deal. The same person who says that the relationship is hard work and it's like a part-time job might be a person who actually has a part-time job. So I would say, well, if you don't want to work on behalf of the family, like why are you going to work on behalf of the corporation? Right? You're going to your job, and that's not even a part-time, that's a full-time job, right? Or maybe you work hard at basketball, right? That's a full-time job. So but you didn't quit basketball. You didn't say, man, bro, basketball is like a full-time job, I had to quit. No, you stuck with it. You kept doing it, right? But then there's other things you do, right? Everybody has 24 hours in a day, and everybody's kind of doing something, right? Most of us are working on something. I bet if I ask you, give me a yes or no in the chat, do you have something every day that you're doing that's taking a lot of time and energy, that's requiring sacrifice, that's maybe draining you, it's kind of wearing you out, get you tired at the end of the day? Maybe it's your job, maybe it's your fitness, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's that business, maybe it's what, right? Everybody's got something that they're working on, but there's kind of a discernment. There's a decision that's made in terms of what we're doing with that time, right? There's a decision, right? So if I'm working hard on something that doesn't seem to add value to my life, then I'm going to stop doing it. I'm going to say, man, I ain't doing that. That's too much work. But if I'm working on something that has a payoff at the end of the road, or so I believe, then I will work hard on that. Like, for example, I've seen people that will work really hard, like staying fly, looking good, right? They will spend time in the Gucci store to spend money, like buying the nicest whatever, because they want to get on Instagram and have Louis Vuitton from head to toe. Or maybe they'll spend time at the hair salon and the nail salon and doing all the work. I mean, I've seen how much work the ladies have to put in to look good. It's impressive. I mean, that's expensive and time consuming. It's like, wow, like y'all, but y'all look good. Black women, beautiful, all of you, right? Congratulations, that's amazing, right? And you do it because there's there's some sort of inherent ROI, right? You see this outcome as some sort of an asset that you're willing to invest in. And you rarely hear, you don't really hear a lot of women say, I stopped getting my hair and my nails done, and I stopped taking showers because they take too much work to smelling good, looking good. Oh, that's too much work. So I just stay in my house. I stay funky. I cut my hair off. I decided I'm not even gonna try to look nice for anyone ever at any point for anything, right? Most women don't make that decision. Most men don't either, right? But ladies, I point to the ladies especially because I know I want to show how much appreciation I have for the work that you put in to looking good. It is really, really amazing, right? But you do it, you put in the time and you put in the energy into this job because you see the ROI. And the thing about the return on investment, ROI, that's what ROI stands for, the return on investment, it doesn't always have to be real. It doesn't always have to be something that really is going to happen. You just have to believe it's there. You have to see it, right? So here's where I'm going with this. If I have a kid and I see children as an ROI, if I see, okay, you know what, putting time into this kid, it's hard work, but put time in this kid, I'm going to get to be a dad. My kid's gonna grow up and love me. They're gonna maybe the kids are, my kids are gonna, when I get older, I'll have some people that are there for me. So I got these 7 kids and I'm investing in all of them. They're not all gonna be the same, but I'm gonna really do my best to be a good parent and stay with their mom so that they can have stability and have a structured household so they don't grow up half crazy and mad at the world and they actually come back to the family. The home's gonna be loving. I'm gonna put work into making a loving home so that even when they're gone and they don't have to come back, they're gonna still want to come back. And then when they're in their 40s and I'm in my 70s, they're going to want to come back and check on dad, and they're going to bring all the grandkids, and I'm going to have this big family around me at Thanksgiving dinner. And this is my return on investment. This is my vision that I have for the world. This is my vision I have for my life. And that's why I'm investing in that vision, right? That's also a very logical approach to things, right? You are okay. That's what you see. But if I am living in a world of instant gratification, where all you see is the flow, but you don't see the stock. Let's go back to the beginning. If all I see is the work and I don't see the reward, or let's say I see the work and I don't even value the reward, or I don't believe the reward is attainable, or I've never seen anyone have the reward. I've never seen what a grandfather looks like when he's smiling because he's happy to have 27 grandkids around. I don't respect any of that. I don't know nothing about that, right? Then maybe I'm going to make a different economic decision. And this is an economic decision. Just be clear. Just we're not always talking about money. We're talking about the allocation of scarce resources, which is really the fundamental of economics. You don't understand. See, finance, I got my PhD in finance, but we are, to some extent, we are posers. The true economists are the people over in the economics department. They were better at math than we were. They understood what money really is. Money is just a representation of value. And it's not the only representation of value. It's like if there was a singing group like the Jackson 5, money is like Michael Jackson. Money is the Michael Jackson of the Jackson 5. But then you got Tito and Marlon and Jackie, and you have a whole group here, right? So what I mean by that is money is one representation of value, just like Michael is one representation of the Jackson family. But if you do the research on the Jackson family, you'll know that Catherine and Joe had a whole bunch of kids. And some of them were really talented. Some of them were super famous. Janet was super famous. Jermaine was pretty famous, right? We even know about Tito and Marlon and all that. And then there's like an underlying sort of infrastructure that led to the manifestation of the Jackson family, that there's a whole legacy and a story to this, such that if all you know is Michael, then you're probably missing about 95% of the Jackson story. Do you understand what I'm saying? So here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what the point I want to make. If all you know about is money, then you're missing about 95% of the economic story. If all you know is cash flow and investing and money and all that, then you're missing the whole damn point. You don't you just seeing the bright shiny object that's out front. And Michael was amazing. Don't get me wrong, money's nice. But there was a whole lot going on in the background to even make all this happen. Like without the Jackson 5 and without Joe and Catherine getting together and going on a first date and all these other things and building a certain kind of a family structure, there is no Michael Jackson. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope you get this analogy here. So if your goal is to get money and I want to understand money, I want to learn about money, then you must also, it helps to really understand economics as a construct that's far bigger than money. And then if you really want to understand economics, then you should understand the underlying infrastructure that determines how your economics shows up, how economic decision making is made. And then you start getting off into these other areas that seem to be almost disconnected. Well, what kind of women were you picking when you were 25 years old? Well, Dr. Boyce, why would you ask me that question? Well, because the types of women that you pick is going to determine a lot of your outcomes economically and financially. Or if I ask, well, what do you like to eat fried chicken or do you eat vegetables? Which one is more likely to end up on your plate? The fried chicken or well, why would you ask me that question? You're supposed to be a financial. No, I'm asking you an economic question because if you understand economics and finances at a deep level, you'll know how much money, how many people go bankrupt because of the healthcare system, because their bodies are not in good shape and they go to the doctor and the doctor gives them a surgery that costs $300,000, which wipes out their entire lifetime of net worth. So you'll understand. Do you understand? Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? Really, if you want to fix an issue, you got to go to the root of that damn thing. You got to go to the root. People don't go to the root. They don't go to, you go to the doctor, you're like, I got cancer, so my arm hurts. And they put a Band-Aid on your arm and they say, okay, you're healthy now, you're healed. And then you don't understand why the cancer keeps spreading, why you're dying, because the doctor all he did was he looked at the cut on your arm and put a Band-Aid on it, and nobody did whatever the ultrasounds and the CT scans and the blood tests. Nobody did any of that. They just saw the cut and put a Band-Aid on it. It's okay, you're good now, go home. And that's what we do when it comes to the economics. We think that we can fix Black economics without really fixing Black culture. We think we can build Black wealth without building Black family. We think we can build Black wealth without working on the mental health. We think we can build Black wealth without talking about the physical health. And if you know economics the way I do, again, I taught my first finance class when I was 22 years old at the University of Kentucky. I've been doing it that long. You'll know that it's a very complex process. Like everything that happens in your life, especially financially, is a manifestation of many, 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 many thousands of little intricate processes that you may never think about. So you see Michael Jackson on stage and he wows you because he can sing and dance and he's wearing the sparkling suit. There's thousands of little things that had to happen for that moment to even occur. So here's what I want to dig into. And before I move on, just a reiteration, I want to remind you a couple things. Number one, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is the weekend of August 24th. It's going to be in Atlanta. We are partnering with an alliance of Black organizations. So you're getting the best convention ever this year. You're getting a convention where there will be not a few hundred people, there will be thousands of people there. And we are connecting with Africa. Dr. Ken Harris and his organization, the Black Business League, they're bringing over, I think he said 6 African presidents are coming. So it's African American business owners and families connecting with Africa. It's epic. It's going to be historic. We are making Black history because we are great like that. You are great like that, and because great people can't be great without other great people around them. So this is happening August 24th in Atlanta, and on top of that, the tickets will be cheaper than they were before. So I'll make an announcement on the tickets very, very soon. Some of you have already bought your tickets. Those tickets will be honored, but we're going to have to do kind of a reset on exactly how everything's structured. We'll have that done in the next few weeks. We're just hammering out some details. Number 2, we are doing a Millionaire Training Camp and Economic Elevation Summit live in Miami on February 21st, the weekend of February 21st. So go ahead and get prepared. You can buy your ticket, get your hotel, everything else. I'll let you guys know. We're making the deal with the hotel. We should sign the deal very soon. I will let you all know as soon as it's done so you can join us at the Economic Elevation Summit that's going to be in Miami February 21st. So we're going to do LA. And we had our contract, but unfortunately, LA is not the best place to have a conference right now because for obvious reasons. I don't want to force you to have to fly over a forest fire to get there. So maybe LA in the future. God bless you, though, if you live in LA, and my heart's really with you. What's going on out there is absolutely terrible. All right, so we talked about this, whether kids are an asset or an expense. The ladies at Fly Nubian Money broke this down yesterday. So to finish up their conversation, one of the things that I want to share with you is research studies that connect to the family thing. One of the biggest points of debate that consistently happens is how do you balance it, right? What do you choose, family or money, or family or career, and all this other stuff? And a lot of times I think the choices are made difficult for both men and women. I think for women, it's probably a little bit tougher in certain ways because you all have the babies and there are certain household domestic expectations society puts on women. But it's a decision for men as well. And it's one that men have to also grapple with in our own way. And one of the things about the family and children is that you have to decide in the beginning, is this investment, because it's going to be an investment, this, in terms of time and money, is this going to be an asset or is it going to be an expense? An expense is where you just do something that's hard and nothing comes out of it. Like you raise a bunch of kids and there's no benefit to it. You just did something nice for someone else, almost like charity. An asset, an investment means I did all this hard work. I busted my butt, and now there's a payoff at the end. Like my mother, when she died, bless her heart, rest her soul, Robin Watkins. When she died on Christmas Eve, my sister was the medical doctor right next to her bed because my mother invested in my sister and loved her enough to make her want to be next to her dying mother. And also, she encouraged her to go back to medical school. So after going back to medical school, my sister was qualified as a physician to check on my mother. That was an asset that she created through love, right? She made investments not with money, but with time and love and energy, things like that. And also, I was able to pay a couple bills because my parents invested in me. My father invested in me when I was 3. Some of you know the story. I was not his biological son. I had a biological father who, for whatever reason, wasn't part of my life. I think drugs and stuff got him a little bit distracted. And this other man said, I'm going to put down the drugs. I'm going to walk away from the drugs because he went to Vietnam. A lot of drugs happened there. And he decided to raise me. So he invested in me. So now I'm more loyal to the man that raised me than I ever could have been to the man who actually created me, right? So that was another investment. So we've talked about this kind of thing in terms of kids, whether they're an asset or they're just an expense. It depends on your perspective and your mindset. So here's the thing. If you see family as an asset worthy of investment, and I'm not just talking about the people you're biologically related to. I told you about my dad, right? A lot of my kids are not biologically related to me, but they are investments. They're, for me. If you see children as an asset that you invest in, then one of the things you have to understand is that an asset only has value if you are A, making investments in the asset, and B, qualified and trained to maintain the asset. Let me explain. Let's go back to the example earlier. Now, remember we talked about a car and I said, yes, a car is an asset. A car is, it is an asset. And what you get out of the asset depends on what you're going to do with the car. Well, it doesn't just so getting something out of the car isn't just a matter of whether or not you use the car. Like if you don't use it, you just sit in the driveway, then it's going to be a huge waste of money. But if you use it properly and make money from it, then it becomes a good move. But also remember this, in addition to using the car and investing in driving the car, you also have to know how to drive. See, if I buy a car, and let's say the car is going to be a great asset for me because I'm going to use it to deliver pizzas or whatever. But let's imagine if I drove blindfold every day. Or imagine if I just would get high and drunk and get behind the wheel every time I drove my car. Or imagine if I never took the time to get a driver's license and I got behind the car and I'm drunk and I got blindfold on and also I never learned how to drive. Is that asset going to pay off for me? Yes or no? What's going to happen with this asset if I take control of this asset and I just don't know what to do with it? I totally mess it up. I drive 120 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. I make sure that I'm high on weed and liquor every time I get behind the wheel, and I'm also looking at my cell phone and wearing a blindfold at the same time. Then that asset is going to be the worst thing that ever happened to me. That's going to be a liability. It's going to be a huge expense, and it's not going to help improve my life on any level. Right? Well, it's the same way when you talk about having kids. Well, it's the same way when you talk about things like marriage and family. See, the marriage and the family and the children, that's an asset that, like a car, it can drive you anywhere you need to go. It can help you to elevate in a multitude of ways. It can make your life so much better than it would have been otherwise. But the ability to maximize that asset comes down to your training level as it pertains to knowing how to use the asset. See, one of the people that we sponsor in the Black Business School, I love to brag about this because I love this kid, is LeVar Scott. LeVar Scott is a 21-year-old NASCAR driver. He was Rookie of the Year this year, and he wears a Black Business School suit when he gets in his races. I have so much admiration for LeVar. He's 100% Black, and he's a badass, and this year, we're going to win some NASCAR races. We bought him a simulator so he could. I told him, I said, man, I send him like Michael Jordan quotes and Muhammad Ali quotes in the morning, and I'll send him like motivational videos, and I'm like, you can do it, man. Come on, bro. We're going to get this win because he got second place by like a half a second. This year, we're going to get a win. And when he gets a win, I'm going to brag about him. But here's the thing about LeVar. LeVar knows his way around a car. LeVar knows race cars extremely well. He knows that you can give him a big old, $1 million car with this revving engine with all these complex systems, and LeVar knows exactly what to do with it. So LeVar can get in that car and he can smoke your butt. He can go 250 miles an hour around that track and be good with that. Now, imagine if you gave that same car to me. And let's say that I'm also, not only am I unqualified, but I'm also sleepy and I'm on drugs. That would be an absolute tragedy. Somebody's going to die that day. Somebody's going to die that day, right? So LeVar's ability to drive the car is critical for his ability to get the most out of that vehicle, right? He understands how these things work. So your family is like that car. If you know what to do, it can be a tremendous asset for you. If you know how to manage problems when they come up, then great things can still happen. If you know how to pick the right woman or the right man, if you know how to raise the kids, if you are trained on how to negotiate issues in your relationship, if you know how to set up the right situation and maximize that, then that's like LeVar's race car. It will take you 250 miles an hour down the road. You'll be far ahead of your friends. You'll be kicking butt, taking names, and kicking ass. But what I want you to understand, I want you to think about our society, though. And I want you to ask yourself, how much time does the Black community spend teaching young people how to manage a family? Or I want you to think about how many people out here are really good at making babies, men and women, but they don't know a damn thing about raising one. Seriously. I mean, the same way you need a driver's license to drive a car. I'm sorry, I offend people, but I almost feel like maybe we need a license for you to start having kids. Right? You need to get a baby license. Like, are you qualified to drive that vehicle, right? Did you go through the necessary requirements to take control of this asset that's in front of you? Because if you did not, you gonna kill somebody. Someone will get hurt because you got 4 kids and don't know a damn thing about raising them because you didn't even fix your own trauma. You're still screwed up from the fact that your parents also didn't have a license and they messed you up so bad that now you're messing up the babies. So to some extent, you're kind of passing the psychological STD to the kids. Right? You're giving them this a big dose of generational trauma. You're supposed to give them generational wealth. Instead, you've taken the generational wealth and replaced it with generational trauma. So instead of our kids being rich with assets and stocks and real estate, they're rich with pain and agony and addiction and stress and anxiety and all these things, and they got it from their mama. They got it from the daddy. They got it from the parents who took control of this asset called a child and never got the qualification to control that asset. No different from if I was to take control of one of LeVar Scott's $1 million race cars. So what I'm going to say to you is this. I'm going to tell you, I don't give a damn what is trained in an educational system. I don't care what we say people need to know to be successful in life, academic. No, I don't care about what your university told you because I'm a college professor. I have the qualifications to override all of that. I'm telling you that when you decide what education a Black person needs in America, you need to be educated on the things that are going to make a difference in your life. When you ask me, what should I take a class on? I'm gonna be like, did you take a class on motherhood? If you ask, what should I study? Hey, did you take a class on how to be a good husband? Maybe you should do that. If you ask Dr. Boyce, what should I invest my energy into? Did you know you're traumatized? You got beat, abandoned, mistreated, neglected as a child. Did you go and heal from your trauma? Because if you didn't heal from your trauma, then you're gonna start a family and you're gonna F it up. I would say fuck it up, but I'm not gonna cuss today. So instead of saying fuck it up, I'm gonna say F it up. Now you can't say I cussed. So here's the deal. Let me give you some quick stats. Let's stick to the trauma thing. My wife is an expert on trauma, actually. She's not just a high-level therapist. We talked about this. She helped us create the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, but she's also an expert on trauma. Let me tell you some linkages here so you know why Black wealth is dropping and why it's connected to Black families being destroyed and what's really happening here. So let's just talk about trauma. Give me a yes if you agree that trauma is huge in our community. Give me a yes if you feel like there are, or even maybe tell me about yourself. Like, how many of you were traumatized as a child? Anybody? I didn't know. I took the trauma test. It's called the ACEs test, Adverse Childhood Experiences. I was traumatized through the roof. I didn't know this. I was like, I thought I just had a normal Black upbringing. Your daddy abandoned you. Your other daddy was a Vietnam veteran police commander who liked to maybe beat people up sometimes. And it just emotional dismissiveness and the stuff that we go through in our families is pretty horrible. Okay. So trauma is huge. Well, check this out. Pay attention. This will help you connect the dots in terms of what's going on here, in terms of what's happening with wealth and family. Here are 3 ways that trauma can impact your ability to have a healthy relationship, therefore have a healthy family. 1, emotional regulation. Trauma can make it difficult to manage emotions. Surprise, right? Trauma, and we thought traumatized people were emotionally stable, leading to heightened reactions or withdrawal. So, traumatized people like us, it's very hard to take things like rejection or somebody hurt your feelings because it all reminds you of stuff that happened when you were 7. Man, it sucks. It's like, damn. Trust issues. What do you think? You think it doesn't surprise you that traumatized people have a hard time trusting? Experiencing trauma can lead to difficulty in trusting others, causing barriers to forming close connections. So you're traumatized. You can't trust nothing. You put up walls. You block out everything good, right? Because you're blocking out the bad. You're giving yourself like an emotional type of chemotherapy. You know how chemo kills people, right? Chemo kills the bad cells, but it kills everything else. So a lot of people, they get cancer, they die from the chemo, not from the cancer, right? The chemo and the cancer form a tag team partnership, like a tag team wrestling match where they just both like, we gonna kill him. Okay, when you're not killing him, I'm gonna kill him, right? So that's what it is. It's like an emotional chemo, right? I'm so busy trying to block out the bad that I'm also gonna block out the good just so nothing can get in. And then it just goes to hell anyway. Communication difficulties. Trauma can affect how individuals express themselves, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts in relationships. Most good relationships, whether you're talking about the breakup of a business team, or you're talking about the breakup of a music group that could be making millions of dollars, or you're talking about the breakup of a relationship, in many cases, things like miscommunication is massive, right? Somebody says something, you interpret it a certain way because of your trauma. Next thing you know, your feelings are hurt, and then you react based on this reality you formed in your head that isn't the actual reality. Next thing you know, somebody is no longer your friend when really a good conversation could have smoothed things over. Like, for example, Biggie and Pac both died, both of them billion-dollar brands, billions of dollars in wealth lost in the Black community because they didn't get a chance to sit down with, I don't know, Louis Farrakhan or something and talk it out. If Farrakhan had got those 2 guys together, took them in a room and worked with them, helped them talk it out, I guarantee you that both of these men will be alive today. Now, Biggie, he had a weight issue. Hopefully he would have fixed that by now, but I really think Tupac, I don't know, Tupac, maybe he'd be a senator or something, so I don't know what he'd be doing, maybe rapping with Dr. Dre, who knows? But, well, you got AI, so now he's rapping with everybody, but you get the point. So the point of the matter is to say that one investment, one expense that could lead to an improvement in the maximal use of a certain asset called family, which is connected to another asset called wealth, is to heal. You have to heal, right? Healing should be required. Healing should be not something that's optional, something that you do just because you happen to go to an Ayanna Van Zant seminar. It should be something that you just do because you're like, wait a minute, I want to maximize this thing. I want to be wealthy. I want to succeed. I want to win. I want to show up for the battle in a proper way. So in order for me to show up properly, I got to work on myself. I got to dig into me. I can't sit around just blaming the world for the rest of my life. I got to start with the person in the mirror. And a lot of people don't want to do that. This is an elevated conversation. We don't live in a society that encourages accountability. It's a society that encourages you to blame everybody. I'm going to blame the Democrats. I'm blaming the Republicans. I'm blaming the bankers. I'm blaming white people. I'm blaming men. I'm blaming women. And everybody does all that. And I guarantee you that 99% of those people are not happy with their lives. The people that tend to be happiest, the people that tend to get to where they want to get to, the people that tend to build the wealth and have the success tend to be people that understand that accountability really starts at home. That I cannot look at the world until I look at Boyce Watkins. And that's really hard to do because then I'm going to start seeing stuff that maybe I'm not comfortable looking at. Can I get an amen on that if you agree? Okay, so another thing that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money covered. And I'll send you guys this episode. I'll text it to you. Make sure you're on the text list for this class, by the way. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, Constance Carter is going to be live this afternoon on Fly Nubian Money. So if you text the word Queens to 87948, you can be notified that she's live as well. She's really smart. She's been in here before, and I really like Constance a lot. All right, so the other thing here too is I want you to just understand that the real goal, and this is the clear message from today that I want you to understand, is let's circle back when we were talking about earlier, what it looks like for somebody to be successful. When we talked about Ali being the greatest, we talked about what a millionaire or billionaire looks like, what a financially stable person looks like. We talked about what it looks like to have this really successful, healthy family. To me, that's just a display. You're showing the culmination, the accumulation of thousands of little decisions, whatever it is, right? When someone shows up with $1 billion in the bank, it's because they made 10,000 little decisions that created the $1 billion. They made 10,000 of little investments that added up to $1 billion. They're showing up to the battle fully prepared because they understand the battles are won well before they even start. Sun Tzu said this in The Art of War. Their battles are won before they begin. The winner is the one who's prepared. The winner is the one who's done the work. The winner is the one who's made the investment. So when you talk about this in life, here's the thing. Here's what I want to leave you with, and I hope that this benefits you. I hope that this helps you to win and to get what you want out of life, whatever that may be. I think it's very important for us to teach ourselves and teach our children, commit ourselves to a basic idea. You must show up prepared for the battle. You have to show up prepared for the battle. So if you think about things like family and the connection to wealth and relationships and wealth and all that, you have to show up for the battle. You have to be trained for the battle. You have to be prepared for the battle. You have to make decisions that are going to lead to the stock and not just focus on the flow. You can't just focus on the now. You must focus on the long term. You must focus on the big picture. You can't see just the little picture. You must see the big one. So that means that if I'm talking about family in particular as a direct vehicle to wealth, it's one of the greatest drivers of wealth in America, then I'm talking to a young person. I'm training them. I make sure they get training on how to choose the right partner that's going to help me build this institution called a family. I'm going to talk about how to heal properly from your trauma so that you can learn how to lead and drive this asset called a family. An asset has no value if the person controlling the asset has no skill. A business could be the most valuable business in the world, but if the CEO is not trained to run that business, they will run that business into the ground. Intel used to be one of the biggest chip makers in the entire planet. They were one of the biggest chip manufacturers anywhere. They used to have this commercial. Anybody remember that commercial? Intel Inside. They got Intel Inside, right? Because everything had an Intel chip in it. But they got bad leadership that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Now Intel is struggling. Intel is the big, gigantic Titanic that is just crashing into icebergs right now. Intel is losing. Death Row Records. I saw some of y'all mention Death Row Records. You had this $1 billion asset that wasn't properly managed. That's why it sank. That's why Death Row Records didn't become a fraction of what it could have been. So a lot of families are similar to that asset. A lot of families sink as an asset because the people running the asset were not trained. They did not show up prepared for the battle. They showed up with this big race car and didn't know how to drive. They didn't take the time to make sure that they were pure and healed and clean and ready and focused and understanding the gravity of the decision that's before them. I had a conversation with a young black man in the airport the other day. We talked for a minute. He came up and he said, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, and how you doing, man?" He wanted to talk to me. And I said, "Hey, how you doing, brother?" We took a picture together and he was really curious. He wanted to talk. And he said, "I don't understand why my coworkers, they don't know who you are." And I was like, "This is Boyce Watkins." And I said, "It's okay. It's okay." I said, "I'm not the teacher here. You're the teacher." I said, "Maybe you go back and you tell them about the things that we talk about, and then you can be the leader. You're supposed to lead now." And I said, "So how many kids you got?" He said, "I got 2 kids." I said, "Man, I need you to understand this. You're 31 years old. I need you to really meditate on how much power you have as a father. I mean, I really need you to sit back and really, as you're fixing yourself, I need you to understand," in economics, they call this a ripple effect. I said, "I need you to understand the ripple effect, the multiplying effect of what happens when you fix yourself." He said, "Yeah, I made some mistakes. I'm trying to get things together. I'm trying to do something." I said, "I know." I said, "Let's talk about this. I need you to understand how important it is for you to get your stuff together. I need you to understand how many people will benefit from you getting your stuff together. I want you to understand that not only whether you choose to get yourself together, whether you make that investment, that's not just going to have a profound impact on your daughters for the next 80 years, but that's going to impact every single person they interact with. This is going to impact people. This is what the ripple effect is, or the multiplier effect. See, what you don't understand is that you doing your job as their dad and being the best father you can be is going to impact dozens, if not hundreds of people that you will never meet. It's going to impact how they interact with men. It's going to impact how they raise their children. It's going to impact how their grandchildren's lives go. Like, you deciding to heal in 2024 is going to have an effect on how hundreds of people that you don't know are going to live in the year 2105. So I need you to understand that you are important. You matter. You are absolutely essential. You are an essential worker right now. You are the CEO of this thing. Don't look at me like I'm important. No, don't. In this particular game, you're what matters. You're the key chess piece. If you make the decision to be great right now, you will have a massive impact on so many people that you can't even fathom the impact of your decision as a 31-year-old man to get your stuff together. Because if you make the wrong decision, it will have an equally impactful effect, except it's going to be tragic and painful for the people involved. So what I really want you to understand, this is how assets are built. This is how wealth is built. Whether you're talking about family wealth, family as an economic asset, or you talk about wealth as an economic asset, it's built by these sort of small decisions that don't seem to matter. You know, like, am I going to buy 100 shares of Apple stock? Or am I going to spend my money at the club? Or am I going to decide to become an investor? Or am I going to just waste my time doing nonsense? These decisions are huge in terms of whether you show up prepared for the battle. And a lot of people show up prepared for the battle, and it's no surprise they're not prepared because they don't even know what preparation looks like. I'm not surprised people aren't prepared because they never had conversations like this. They never had somebody kind of explain how all these things connect to each other, how this works. So when you decide to do the work to heal yourself, when you decide to do the work to better yourself, when you decide to do the work to be a better husband, be a better wife, be a better father, be a better mother, just be a better human being, be smarter, work harder each day, take care of your health and all these things, I want you to really understand the gravity of what you're doing in terms of turning something that's in front of you into an asset, as opposed to making it just this perpetual expense. Because there are so many of our people who are just spent, who are tired, who are exhausted. There are millions of our people who are in pain and they don't know why. They are struggling. They're not ready for retirement. Their physical health is in the garbage. Their mental health is gone. Their financial health is not there. Their relationships are in the toilet. They have a string of 30, 40 boyfriends or girlfriends, and they don't know why. Nothing's ever accumulated into anything. And so that work, to me, should be essential. And I think that this is something that you want to talk to kids about. You can have your kids watch this video. If you don't mind me saying a cuss word earlier, then play it for your kids, because I don't know, but I don't really think I don't see anybody. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have a conversation like this. Like, I talk to you about people that I really admire, that I listen to and I respect, you know, from whether it's Farrakhan or it's Dr. Claude Anderson and people like that. But I don't really see these conversations happening regularly. And to me, it's like a math problem that has a solution, but maybe no one sat there and actually tried to solve it. So do the work, and that will help you to prepare for the battle. And if you show up prepared for the battle, you will have a happier outcome, because you've been given these assets, given these blessings, whether it's children or opportunity or family, and you know what to do with it. Just like in business. Business people who make money are people who know how to identify the right asset, invest at the right level, train themselves in the right skills, and manage the asset properly. There's a whole field of finance called asset management. If you don't properly manage your assets in life, then you will never prosper. So asset management should be trained for all of us and all of our kids, so that they can show up prepared for the battle. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Give me a yes in the chat. Let me know I did something good today. I hope that I did, because that's the goal. I want to share something with you that's going to make your life better. All right. So what I'm going to do is get out of here. I got to go. Guys, I enjoyed speaking with you today. Thank you for listening. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you're not on the text list, text morning to 87948. Also, you guys know with Money in the Morning, we have something called Money in a Minute, where we pick a certain topic, whether it's real estate or stock options, that allows you to learn that topic within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute for stock options means every day you would get a text message with a 3-minute lesson on stock options to help you get up to speed on the very basics so you can understand it well enough to want to pursue it further. And so we have a discount on that. If you guys want to get that, I'll text that out to you guys a little bit later on today. And then also Fly Nubian Money. I'll text out their video because I think everybody should take a look at it. And don't forget that we're going to go to Miami February 21st. You guys will be the first to know when the tickets are available. You're going to be the first one I'm going to mention and offer it to because you're the ones that I want to actually show up. I want people there who are already prepared for the battle, who understand what's going on. Outsiders are okay, but we kind of have to train them up on economics to get them ready for this because I don't want anybody distracting from the mission because we are meant to be great. We are supposed to be the best. We are like Ali. We are the greatest, and can't nobody tell me no different. And every time I show up, I'm gonna show up in my best form for you, and I'm gonna show up in the best form for my family and for myself as well. And I want you to do the same. So God bless you. Go be great. Have a wonderful day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace. Hey everybody, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Come on in, come on in. It's good to see all of you. I want to say welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Powernomics time. That's what it is. You guys know what happens Wednesday night. That is when we get together and we train ourselves to be black and excellent, black and powerful, and to tell the truth. You know, I think that you got so much lying out here. You got people just teaching fake news and calling it history and thank God we have people like Dr. Claude Anderson who teach us real history and help us to really know who we truly are and how great we are. I was just talking to my son about greatness, and I said, Quincy, you're a great man because you cooked the chicken and it was delicious. And he said, thank you, Boyce. And I said, yeah. I said, you know what? Greatness is a membership where you have to renew your membership every single morning. It's a club. Greatness is a club where you renew your membership every single morning. And he goes, that was a bar, Boyce. I said, that's right. The album's coming out next Tuesday. It'll be released on all platforms. So anyway, that's I believe every day we got to have attitude. And we have to believe in ourselves. We have to know what we can do instead of worrying about what other people are doing and what other people think about us and all this other stuff. I know right now there's this thing that just happened called a presidential election, and I know a lot of you have mixed feelings about it. Some of you, some of you love Trump, some of you hate Trump, some of you are in the middle. And I just want to reiterate that, I personally don't care if you love or hate Trump. I just care if you love yourself. If you love yourself, then I don't really think I can't really see how you would believe that Donald Trump is going to save you. I think that will be a false belief. If you love yourself, I hope you weren't fooled into thinking the Democrats are going to save you. The black community pretty much looked the same economically under all administrations, Democrat or Republican. I don't know if anybody knows that, but even when Democrats, were in office, things didn't get better. When Republicans are in office, things don't get better. What happens is you have what is called idiosyncratic outcomes. Idiosyncratic is specific to you, one-offs, just you and your family. And what you will find is if you study, particularly in the area of economic power, which is really the main type of power in America, you're going to find that economic power is determined mostly by what you do. There's no government policy that's going to make you a millionaire most of the time. It doesn't mean it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't mean that billionaires and millionaires don't use government contracts and all that. That's all very real. But typically what we find in the research, and this is what I do, I'm a financial scientist, is that people that tend to have wealth tend to have certain habits. They make certain choices and they are able to achieve freedom. And that's it. So anyway, in fact, I think that's a good place to start the conversation. Because how many of you noticed that during the inauguration there were oligarchs? They call them oligarchs now, that were on the stage with the president. Did anybody notice that? It was quite interesting. I was pretty stunned by it. I was very surprised. I'd never seen that before. He had lots of CEOs up there that were taking positions ahead of leading government officials. I mean, you had people up there that I think Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, the CEO of TikTok. He's only, I don't know if he's enough of a billionaire to be close to the president. He was actually on the edge of the front row or something, and all you gotta do is run TikTok, and this probably makes it, that's $500 million a day, and you can get a seat somewhere in the back. And this was really interesting. This was something that is worth assessing. And there were people who had different reactions to it. There are some people who were deeply alarmed by it and said, this is evidence of capitalist corruption in our government, which it could be. And then there are some who just thought it was cool, and some just kind of wondered what this means. I've been listening to lots of assessments in places like the Wall Street Journal and others where they've been kind of doing these breakdowns to sort of determine, like, okay, what does this mean? What is this saying? And one of the things that's been stated that I agree with is that we definitely have entered kind of this era of what they. Does anybody remember? Has anybody ever heard of the era of the robber barons around the turn of the century? The turn of the century. I think late. Like, okay, oh, sorry. Does this mean? The late. What is this? Let me turn this off. Sorry. The late 19th century, President William McKinley, who Donald Trump, for whatever reason, seems to really love McKinley. I don't know a lot about him. McKinley opened up the door for these robber barons to get a lot of power. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, people like that. And they were able to build these monopolies that allowed them to accumulate massive, massive amounts of wealth. And so Trump really likes McKinley for whatever reason, I guess because he's emulating him. And that's kind of what you're dealing with. That's the era you're dealing with. Now, my interpretation of the oligarchs that were up on the stage is that this is a natural outcome. It's almost like this. It's like, back in the, here we go. Has anybody noticed? I had a friend, I'll just tell you about this. I had a friend who said, it really just seems like now that they've been promoting gayness in the government and in schools, so many kids are gay. I mean, you might notice that it just seems like everybody and their mother is gay now. If you're under the age of 30, it's like very popular. It seems almost like there's like just this thing, like it's a trend, right? And some people look at it that way, and it's that's an opinion. And I said, well, I don't know if it's a trend or not. I said, but I had noticed that, right? Like most of the, like a lot of the young people I mentor, it's like suddenly, guess what? I'm gay, mostly amongst the girls, like a lot of bisexual, all that stuff. And I said, well, maybe the theory could be that maybe it's, maybe we always had lots of people that were gay or bisexual, but they just didn't tell anybody. It was sort of like, but you kind of knew, right? The gay people have been around for a very long time. And I kind of feel like it's the same way with the government in terms of the oligarchs running the government. The people with the money, if you understand money the way I kind of see money, you'll know that your government's been run by money for a very long time. This is not a democracy. This is capitalism. At best, you have a capitalist democracy, but the word capitalist is bigger and broader and more direct than the word democracy. Democracy is like the tiny word, the little brother. Capitalist is the big brother. That's really what it is. And so basically, if you want to know the real reason that Trump had oligarchs on the stage, it's because he's kind of unfortunately doing in broad daylight what's been going on behind the scenes for a very long time. If you watch the inauguration and you were surprised to see these billionaires kind of out there in broad daylight exercising their power, I think it's actually quite interesting telling. I'm not going to say it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing in that that's always been the case. When they let money into politics, I felt like that was a very bad idea. I say this as a person who respects the power of money, who understands the power of money very, very much, who believes deeply that the power of money is something that can liberate Black people. I believe that the power of money is very important to harness. I can tell you with complete certainty that having this much money in your government means that eventually the money is going to kind of drive everything. And that's a good reason to leave the money out, but they chose not to leave the money out. So now the money's in there like swimmer 100%. And as much as some people might want to say that this is purely a Republican thing, if you go back to the pandemic, what you'll notice during the pandemic is that the pharmaceutical companies made insane amounts of money in these public-private partnerships where they were helping the government to protect us against the virus by telling us that you must take this shot or you're going to lose all your friends and all your family and everyone's going to hate you and you're going to die, right? And that is a common tactic that is used in a lot of areas. It's used by defense contractors all the time. It's because the government has they to some extent. The government, you can argue, has a little bit of a mafia style enforcer ability, right? It's almost like if you owe me money and I'd say, hey, you owe me money, can you pay me? You might say, well, screw you, I'm not going to give you anything. But if I got an enforcer next to me who can come to your house and threaten to break your legs or put you in jail or beat you up or take your kids or something, then that makes it easier for me to collect. So the government has the military. They become the enforcer, and the corporations sit back behind the enforcer, and they pay the enforcer to enforce what they need to enforce. They just have to properly label it, right? So, for example, the defense contractors want to make money by selling weapons that shouldn't be really needed by anybody, shouldn't be really used anywhere. But they say, hey, you know what? There's a war in Ukraine, and what we need you to do is we need you to use the bully pulpit, and we need you to go out here and get on TV and use the power of your voice to tell Americans that for whatever reason we're supposed to hate Russia and love Ukraine. And now I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Give me a yes in the chat if you really don't give a damn about Ukraine. I'm gonna be honest. Let's just be honest. Let's keep it real. How many of y'all just really maybe couldn't even find Ukraine on the map? Don't give a damn about Ukraine at all. Could care less. No disrespect to Ukraine, but we got problems here. We got other places I care more about, like I don't know, Chicago or something, right? Chicago. Yeah, I could go if I wanted to just go get shot. I can go to Chicago and get shot, right? If I want to go look at a war zone, I can go to parts of my own damn city. So a lot of black folks, same thing was true with Vietnam. Muhammad Ali said it right when he said, "Ain't no Viet Cong never called me nigga." So ain't no Ukrainian never did nothing for me. Ain't no Russian never hurt me. I could give two shits less about Russia, Ukraine, none of that. But for some reason, we're told like, oh, you're supposed to pick this side and support us as we write $100 billion checks for these wars that don't make sense to anybody. Now again, I'm not here to say that you have to agree with me. I'm just here to lay out a perspective. And so what I believe happens, and the reason that Trump had those oligarchs up on the stage is because it's a common thing across both political parties that you had defense contractors, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. They're like, okay, we've got these Scud missiles or whatever that we need to sell and we don't know what to do with them. So there's a war over here, or we're going to help start one. And what we want you to do is we want you to use your military and your forces and your money to basically say that we have to be involved in this war. And then we want you to give money to the Ukrainians. Give money. They don't really give money, in case you don't know that. They don't give the money. Robert Kennedy did a good job of explaining that they're not really giving the money. What they're doing is it's a money laundering exercise. They basically give the money to Ukraine and then they tell Ukraine what to do with the money. So think about this. If I give you money and then tell you what to do with the money, I'm not really giving you money. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like if I say, hey, look, I'm gonna donate $50,000 to you on one condition, and you say, great, oh my God, thank you, Dr. Boyce, that's amazing. I might say, I know you got a school, so I'm gonna donate $50,000 to your school. But here's what I need you to do. I need you to take that 50,000. I need you to go to my brother's business, and I need you to spend that 50,000 buying school supplies from him. He's going to charge whatever price he wants to charge, and you can't dispute that. You're going to have to pay the full price. And why wouldn't you? It's free money, right? And that's pretty much what happens with these these big checks that get written to these other countries. We think that it's money going to other people, but it's really not. It's really just kind of similar to what the government's always done. If you go back and you look at, for example, I heard Trump mention that he wanted to reveal the what happened in the assassinations of Kennedy and Dr. King and all that. And I can tell you with complete certainty that the killings of both of those guys, in my opinion, were joint operations between the U.S. government and the mafia. They work with the mafia. They have these partnerships. Again, another type of public-private partnership that they may not talk about, but this is what you get. This is the government that you get. So if I'm a corporation and I want to make money from the government, and that's what they do. That's what billionaires can do. Trump is doing it for sure. The Bidens have made lots of money. The Obamas walked away from the White House as billionaires or close to it. So this is a common thing. A lot of Supreme Court justices and people that are high levels of government. Nancy Pelosi. A lot of these people make insane amounts of money. If you go follow their net worth, you'll say, "How is your income here, but your net worth is up here? How's a person that makes $250,000 a year have a $100 million net worth? How does that happen?" Right? And we just think it's luck. No, it's not luck. It's the power of having that position, right? So it almost reminds me. My dad was a cop for 25 years, and it reminds me of like how you would have cops that would be making $40,000 a year, but be living in a $500,000 house. And for some reason, I guess maybe some people don't connect the dots, but you know what it is. You know what's going on. You stop a drug dealer and he doesn't want to go to jail, and the drug dealer's sitting on $400,000 in his apartment, and you say, okay, break me off 50,000 and I'll make sure you don't go to jail. Right. So that power can be traded for money, and sometimes it happens in broad daylight. So what you're seeing right now with Trump and the oligarchs, the reason you saw Mark Zuckerberg up on this stage and Sundar Pichai up on the stage, and the CEOs are all kissing their butt. The Wall Street Journal has done deep dive analysis on this. They said this is fascinating that so many CEOs have switched their tune when it comes to Trump. So many have. They're all kissing his butt. They gave more money to his inaugural fund than he actually needed. They really, really did everything that they could to get close to this guy. And you're like, well, wait a minute. Just a year ago, you were saying terrible things about him. Well, it's mainly because they're basically sort of looking at the mob boss, and who has a big ego, who's very, if you think he's a narcissist, I would tend to agree with you, whether you like him or not. You got to come on, this guy, he's got some narcissist tendencies. Um, and they're kissing the ring. And in exchange, what does happen then is he immediately does what he does best, which is to be a capitalist. First thing he does is releases the Trump coin, which, I think I actually bought some just because I think that it could go up, but I don't think it's a great investment long term. I don't think it's something that has any fundamental inherent value, but I do see power. I recognize power when I see it. So basically, he issues the Trump coin that immediately creates several $billion in wealth for his family, right? He puts 20% in circulation. 80% he keeps for himself. So if the total market value of all the coins is $8 billion, that means his family's now $6 billion richer. What else happens? He's connected to these, crypto companies and stuff like that as he decides to make the U.S. into this important crypto hub and stuff like that. What else is happening? He did a public-private partnership recently with Mayoshi Son from the Vision Fund, as well as Sam Altman from OpenAI, and they said they're going to put $500 billion into developing AI infrastructure by building data centers and stuff like that. So all these things are definitely happening, and they're very, very real. And what I think is you should pay attention to once you get over your emotion, either your happiness or your sadness that he's in office, it's just this is how government works in America. This is also a reason why African American people, in my opinion, are never going to get proper relief from the government, reparations and all that. The only way you could get reparations or proper support is if you truly demanded it. And I don't think the black community is strong enough or strong-willed enough to truly demand what we deserve, right? We'll either settle for less with the Democrats, or maybe we just don't know exactly how to negotiate as a collective or whatever it is, or maybe whenever we try to, it becomes disrupted, or maybe at some point there has to be someone that comes along that's powerful enough to really get millions of people in line on the same page to negotiate for the same thing. Because right now it's just kind of frazzled everywhere. You have a civil war. You have black people that hate their own cousins because you're a Democrat, I'm a Republican, or you're a Republican, and that's a sellout. And I personally don't understand that, because what's interesting to me is that it's fascinating to me that we will fight harder for the Democratic Party than we'll fight for ourselves. Like if someone shows up and says, "Yeah, he's a Republican, he's a sellout, I hate these Republicans," it's like everyone gets riled up and going. But if someone says, "Hey, why don't we fight for the black community? Why don't we build to the point where we're strong enough that we don't need to depend on a political party to save us?" You're not going to get the same level of effort, because I don't think that there's confidence. That's what it is. I don't think that we have the self-belief that we can truly get things done by ourselves. I think that that's really your issue. I don't understand why white people always have to be invited to the cookout for us to feel like the cookout is legitimate. I don't understand that. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I can tell you, let me just tell you my personal experience. in the Black Business School, we've raised tens of millions of dollars and been able to single-handedly resurrect the Powernomics concept and Dr. Claude Anderson's image and everything else to the world. We got almost 1 billion views on YouTube. We have 200,000 students all around the world that we've served at a very high level, better than anyone on the earth when it comes to Black wealth. And we did not need one corporate sponsor. We did not need government funding. We did not need stupid celebrities to come along and endorse us. We didn't need this. You didn't see me having to stand up next to some rapper saying, "Hey, come to the Black Business School." Sure, I met rappers because they heard about what we were doing, but not once did I go out and look for anybody. And I met some good people along the way. But all those people called me. I never, ever, not once reached out to them. When Tyler Perry reached out to me, it was because he heard of me. I didn't call him. When even the great, amazing Louis Farrakhan, when they reached out, we didn't reach out to the nation. I love the nation, but they reached out to us because they heard that we were doing good work. When Ice Cube reached out, I didn't say, "Hey, how do I get in touch with Ice Cube? I need Ice Cube to endorse the Black Business School." No, somebody called me and said, "Hey, Ice Cube wants to talk to you." I said, "Oh, Ice Cube, yeah, he used to be one of my favorite rappers when I was a teenager. That's cool. Yeah, I'd love to talk to him. He's a great guy." Right. So my point is to say that I think that one of the problems that we have as a community is that we spend too much damn time looking externally when everything you need is internal. You're looking for everybody else to give you what's already inside yourself. We are literally walking down the yellow brick road looking for the damn Wizard of Oz. And a lot of us are the Scarecrow, some of us are the Tin Man, some of us are the Cowardly Lion. And just like in the Wizard of Oz, at the end, when they truly found themselves and they realized that the lion didn't have to go look for courage from the Wizard of Oz, he realized he had more courage than the Wizard of Oz. The Scarecrow didn't need to go and talk to the wizard to get a heart. He had one. You know, the Tin Man. He didn't have to go out and get the things that he needed. I don't remember who had what. I don't remember who had the heart and who had the brains and who had the. Well, I think the Scarecrow didn't have the brains, but you get the point. You got the brains, the heart, and the courage inside of you to become whatever you want and build whatever you want. But if you are wasting all your time, if you're wasting all your damn time trying to attach yourself to someone else, hoping that that's going to pull you up the elevator, then I think that that's going to make you feel like a sucker at the end of the day. When I said I want to go out here and change the world, and I can say that now, I'm 53. I've been doing this thing for 20 years, damn near, publicly anyway. Privately, I've been doing it for 30 years. When I decided I wanted to change the world, I truly sat there and said, I can't change the world until I change myself. I can't get nobody else to believe in me if I don't believe in me. And I did not. I promised her. I said, I'm not going to sit on the phone begging and chasing people down and hoping people give me an support that. No. I don't. No, we going to do this. We're going to do it brick by brick, piece by piece. So that way, when it's done, we're not going to have to ask for anybody's permission for us to move forward. We don't have to ask anybody's permission for us to make a move. We are true Black power. We truly can do what we want, and we truly don't have to ask anyone's permission. In fact, it's so unbelievable to some people that people swear there were whole conspiracy theories where Dr. Boyce is secretly getting supported by the Jews, or there's an Asian man that's running his. No, these people all work for me if they ever came in my space. I was the boss. My team was the boss. I got a solid ass, down ass, hardcore, gangsta ass group of Black men and Black women who believe in Black people. That's what allowed us to reach the world. That's what allowed us to get it done. And the same thing is true for you. When it comes to you building that wealth, you have so much in your power, in your control, that sometimes we fail to acknowledge. You got those kids, you got that spouse, you got your friends, you got yourself, you got your intellect, you're picking up skill every day, you got free time, you've got work ethic. If you're putting all these things in motion and you're making it work and you're focused and determined, I guarantee you that when you really focus on you and yours and what y'all got going on, you really won't have time to worry about what somebody else is doing up the street. So sometimes, sometimes my friends that are really super committed to the Democrat Republican thing, they get frustrated with me. And I get frustrated sometimes. I'm like, I don't care about integration. I don't really care if they're inviting us in. I don't care about whether or not they give us a seat at the table. Haven't you learned by now that there are no seats that you can keep permanently at someone else's table? Have you not learned by now that no one else is going to invite you into their home and make you into a home owner? The best you can ever be is a tenant. The best you can ever be is an employee. The best you can ever be is a temporary member of the club until they kick your black ass out. And right now, what's happening? Right, what's happening right now in DC? Trump literally came in and with the swipe of a pen, if I'm not mistaken, wiped out every single DEI position in the entire United States government. Holy crap. Holy crap. That's horrible. That's horrible. I'm not gloating about that. I'm not here to say I told you so. What I'm here to say is, do you think that there could have been a better strategy? Did you assess the extraordinary risk that you're taking when most of your self-esteem, most of your success, most of your financial security is dependent upon people who don't even like you that much? People who don't love you, they don't really want you around, they tolerate you. And the minute they get sick of you, they put you out on the street. So wake-up calls, sometimes God sends us a wake-up call. And the best thing that ever happened to me in my life was that I got some of my wake-up calls early. I grew up believing the diversity stuff. I grew up believing in integration. I grew up believing that we had all these opportunities, but I had enough experiences where that white man kicked me upside my head, and I said, "You ain't gonna keep kicking me, damn it. That ain't. I'm not gonna live like that. I'm not gonna be that man for the rest of my life. You did that to me when I'm 19, but that ain't never happened again." And maybe that's my trauma coming in. Maybe that's my trauma trigger. I have no idea. I know. I always tell y'all that I've never dated a white girl. I only did with I, when I even before I got married, I always said I'm only gonna marry a black woman. I'm here for a black woman. I'm here to serve a black woman and a black family. Period. Because I do believe that who you marry says something about you. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. But it says something. It says something. And I never get to talk. I don't talk much about why I felt that way. Well, two things that happened. One is my mother, my beloved mother, who just left us. She just went to heaven Christmas Eve. I remember her saying when she was about probably 32 years old, and I was like 16 because my mother was very young, and I heard her say that a lot of her friends had a hard time finding a good husband. And I remember thinking because I love my mother and I want to please my mother, I said, well, I'm going to be a good husband. I want to marry a black woman and be a good husband. And I did. I felt that way because I wanted my mother and people like her to be happy. But then the other piece of that was when I was 15, there was a girl, I forgot her name, but she was on the track team and she was a white girl. And I was 15 and we liked each other and she liked me, I liked her. She gave me a little kiss behind the bleachers and all that. And I know she liked me. And then one day, and then we would pass notes in class every day. I'd go to class, and I'd be going to my class. She'd go to hers, and she'd pass me a note. And then the next class, I'd pass her a note. And then one day, she just stopped passing the notes, and I didn't know what was going on. It was very sad. My heart was broken, and I was like, why isn't she talking to me anymore? And I called her house, and every time I called her house after that, she wasn't able to answer the phone. She never was available, right? And then one day I think I put two and two together and I asked her, I said, is it because your dad doesn't want you to date a black guy? And she said, yeah. And I remember just being so hurt by that. I told my dad. My dad was pissed off. He was a little George Jefferson type. He said, "See, that's why you reject them before they reject you." He was mad. He was heated. He was mad. And I think for me, I just felt like, okay, I don't understand why somebody would hate me and they don't even know me. But at that point, I just said, you know what? I'm done. No more. No, never doing this again. And I don't even know if that's a healthy response to that. I'm sure there are lots of white girls who would have dated me. I'm sure there have been white girls that have hit on me in time. I just never noticed it. I never noticed. It's almost like when I go to Atlanta and some dude is hitting on me. I'm always surprised, but I forget that there are guys that hit on dudes. But if you are a dude that hits on dudes, just hit on whoever you want. Just don't hit on me, or I might get mad at you. But at the same time. Yeah, it was just kind of one of those things where I was like, I'm not interested in that anyway, and I never went back in that direction because I think that it's patently unfair. I think that we have to really just process how unfair that is that somebody assumes that they are better than you to the point where they can just dislike you and you ain't never did nothing to them. I mean, if you think about how inherently hurtful and evil it is for people to treat you that way. Like, think about how terrible that is. You're a good person. You're trying to help people. You're trying to be friends with everybody. And somebody just hates you just because you're black, just because of who you are. That's a terrible feeling. That ain't right. And I'm gonna just tell you, I also feel like we should stop doing that too. I feel like sometimes we do that to gay people. I don't hate a gay person or a trans person because they're gay or they're trans. I just have my beliefs, but that doesn't mean I got to be mean to you. I can love you and disagree with you, and so I think love is really important. And I think that that lack of love, I think the most horrible feeling in the world for a black person, in my opinion, is this idea that we spend our lives looking for love in all the wrong places. Like, we are literally looking for love from a group of people that are just not trained to love us. It doesn't mean that they're all bad. It doesn't mean they all wake up and say, "How am I going to beat up a black person today?" They don't. I don't think they. I'm not saying that. I don't think that's the case. I know a lot of good white folks who are not bad people, but racial bias and all that stuff is very, very real. And I would almost say that I think you should be insulted by the fact that somebody trained you to spend all your time chasing jobs and looking to go work, literally go work for the very same people that don't like you very much, or or if you hate these terrible capitalists, or if you're complaining about Trump and his billionaire friends that are exploiting people and all this other stuff, what they're doing, or Trump got sued for racial discrimination back, then if you think these people are so bad, why the hell are you sending your kids to go work for them? Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing when you reject ideas like Powernomics. When you reject Powernomics, and all Powernomics is saying, all Dr. Claude Anderson is saying is get up off your ass and go build something of your own. All he's saying is invest for your family. All he's saying is have a plan. That's all he's saying. He ain't saying nothing crazy, terrible, or radical. But yet people get mad about that. They get offended by that. Do you know how many HBCUs there are that have never, ever even invited this man to come and give a speech? Howard University is right down the street from this man. Never once did they, from what I understand from my conversations with him, have they ever picked up the phone and said, hey, Dr. Anderson, we consider you to be one of the great economic thinkers of this time. We've honored many white people who hurt black people. We've honored white people who've incarcerated black people. We've honored white people who've exploited and harmed and mistreated black people. So since we've honored them, we're going to honor you because you're one of us and you love us. They didn't love us. And we honored them, but we're going to honor you because you love us, because our self-esteem is that high, and because we get it that much. They've never done that. They say, no, he's dangerous. He's doing this pro-black thing, and we can't have too much of that. Too much of that. It's very bad. We're very proud of our graduates. We have 20 graduates this year who are going to be DEI experts at the federal government under President Trump. Maybe, or maybe if Biden gets back in office, he'll restore DEI and whatever. And we have a bunch of other students, our best students. We send them to Goldman Sachs, and we send some of them to Merrill Lynch, and some of them are working at Chase Bank. And we're very proud that they're working for these white people, and we love the fact that they're working for the very same people who made trillions of dollars enslaving black people years ago. And it's good for them. It's going to be very good for that one Negro who gets that one job, but the rest of the community can just suck a rock. And that's pretty much what you're doing when you're training millions of your absolute best and brightest to go work for the very same people who are the cause of your frustration. That is literally a significant mental illness. Like that's worthy of therapy. That's worthy of therapy and medication. Like, you crazy. You out your damn mind. Brother Nuri Muhammad, one of my good friends, a man I love to the ends of the earth. He said something so crazy. I love the fact that he said it on the Breakfast Club. He said, we're the only group who will sit around and blame 95% of our problems on the white man, but then spend 95% of our money with the same white man that we're blaming for our problems. So you give him all your money, and more importantly, you give him your kids because they go work for him, and then you give him your time because you are trying to get into his door and get an opportunity to sit at his table, and then you give him all your attention. And I personally think that it should be the reverse. I think that it's a conscious effort to say, what does it mean for me to give my attention to the people who actually deserve it? What does it mean for me to love and honor the right people without worrying about how the world feels about that person? Like, do I have the courage to sit up there and say, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing was one of the greatest scholars in the history of Howard University, even though they fired her? What does that require? And how do I respond? when the world says, "Oh, that's radical, that's crazy. What's wrong with you?" Because what's interesting is that there are people who look at pro-blackness as like some type of mental illness. Like, you know, he's all super pro-black and blickety black, and they almost look at it like you're crazy. But what's really crazy is when you up here chasing white folks for a job. What's really crazy is when you really think that these people who have never ever shown any love for you are gonna come and save you. What's crazy is when you're sitting around waiting for somebody else, your adversary, to give you financial security that they're never going to give you. I can tell you, I know a lot about capitalism. When those oligarchs were sitting up on the stage, I can tell you exactly how all of them made their money. I can tell you exactly what the formula was, what the systems looked like, exactly how it was all done. I can tell you their connection with Donald Trump. I can tell you a lot of things. And one thing about capitalism that we still have not understood, that we got to get through our thick heads, is capitalism ain't got no love for nobody. Capitalism is a jungle. It is an economic jungle that's built on survival of the fittest. Martin Luther King started to realize that when he went right before he died. The poor man, he was a kid, he was young. When Martin Luther King died, I think he was about 14 years younger than I am right now. So he was young. He was still learning, just like I was when I was his age. I was figuring things out, and also had a whole PhD in finance. So I understand why it took Dr. King a while to get to the point that he was when he understood that the real issue was an economic issue. And one thing Dr. King said that was 100% accurate was he said that he said, wait, America is not just a burning house. It is for many reasons, but it's also just a big liar. It's a hypocrite. He said, on one hand, you're talking about justice, but on the other hand, you're talking about capitalism, which capitalism does not breed justice. Capitalism does not go hand in hand with equality. Capitalism don't give a damn about equality. Capitalism's like, okay, if you're the smartest and you're the hardest working and you got the most connections and you do the best with your resources, you're going to get ahead and other people are not. And that's fundamentally problematic and unfair, because there's some people who just don't have the same level of work ethic or intelligence to do what some people did. Some of y'all came out of the mud. Some of y'all, like me, some of you were born in the projects like I was, who were able to find a way to get to the top. Everybody ain't got that. Everybody doesn't have that level of focus and skill, right? So, and I think it's unfair to expect everyone to have that. So there should be spaces for equality. There should be spaces for justice and fairness and everything else. Right. But that's not the America that you live in. That's not the country you live in. That's what America pretends to be. That's what America pretends to be. It's almost like these companies that have these diversity statements, and they're like, remember they used to have those stupid little corporate statements like, here at Walmart Corporation, we believe in diversity and we are firmly against discrimination based on race, gender, religion. They would just, and they would really make you believe that they really care about that crap. They didn't care about that stuff. And what's happening right now? All those companies, when Trump told these companies to drop their DEI programs, they dropped it quick. They ain't defending you. They ain't and even DEI wasn't defending you. Y'all know what DEI became. Dr. Colin Anderson talks about that. DEI became I mean, it kind of started to benefit black people. When I got my job at Syracuse, that was a diversity hire. They didn't want to hire no black people in that business school. They had almost 100 faculty in the business school. I'll never forget this. And not one single African American anywhere in that school. So they made them do it. We were like Brown versus Board of Education. When the three of us came in, we were the only three black people in the entire department, and in the entire business school. All the departments come in. There's like 6 departments. We were the only 3 black people. So this is what you are going to get. Now, somebody's asking, when am I going to start reading? I just want to say that I think this should be a special Powernomics training that goes beyond just what's in the book. I'll read a section of the book, but I actually want to talk about this because so many of you have asked me about the oligarchs and the Trump administration and DEI. So I think that this fits into our Powernomics conversation, because this is what Powernomics is. Powernomics is the only tool available anywhere for black people that I'm aware of, or one of the prominent tools that gives you the ability to survive in a capitalist society. And a lot of the reason that it has not been fully embraced at the level that it should is because you got hamstrung and you got distracted. You got distracted. You know, to win the game, you're supposed to run 2 miles to the north, and they got you running south and in circles and running up the bleachers and to the left and to the right. And I see Barbara's mentioning the boule. The boule, they just all that. They literally did. They just get you all like distracted, and you're like, no. Stop it. I'm gonna break it down for you right now in terms of who's winning under Trump, who's winning under Biden in the black community. Who's winning? Well, first of all, if you want to know who's winning, first thing you got to do is know what a winner looks like. You got to be able to identify what it means to be winning. That's the first thing. We think winners are losers and losers are winners. We look at Sexy Red the rapper and say she's winning. No, she's not. That poor girl, STDs, and she's in a garbage culture. She's ignorance, babies, daddies, and you ain't winning. That just a white man wrote you a check to make a fool out of yourself. That don't mean you winning. You don't know, you really don't know if people are winning until they're like about 50, 60, 70 years old anyway. Like a lot of 22-year-olds think that they're winning, then they're dead at 24. Right? This happens a lot in hip hop. Oh, he's winning, he's a role model, and then he's gone because there was all these risk factors all around him that no one acknowledged. There was nobody talked about the fact that this poor 23-year-old is in a world now where he's got to get up and watch his back every day because he's got a bunch of people that want to kill him. Okay, so winning. To talk about winning, first thing you got to do is be able to identify, like, what does that mean? You need a measure. In mathematics, they call this a measure. And measures are really important because different measures mean different things to different people. So you can have your own definition of winning, but I'm going to throw something out there that we might want to think about. I would say if you're trying to figure out what it means to win as a black person under any administration, maybe you start with a word that we use all the time, a word called freedom. We've talked about freedom before. Most people don't have it. Most people aren't even free to decide what they're going to do with their afternoon because they have to go to work. Okay. And then when you have economic constraints, that limits your ability to be free, that limits your ability to do the things you love, that limits your ability to live the life that you feel like you're supposed to live, right? So freedom and options are kind of connected. If I'm a free person, I tend to have options. If I don't have options, then I am not free. So if you are a black person that is raised in a way where you are led to believe that you should not have options because you're black, or that somehow being black means by definition you're not going to have many options and not much freedom, I feel kind of bad for you because that definitely means that you're not winning, and it might mean that you've been tempted to be led to believe that black people are supposed to lose unless a white man pulls out the key and unlocks the gate and gives you an opportunity to be free. That's kind of the discussion, right? Even James Brown, when he was making songs like "I'm Black and I'm Proud," and I love James Brown, but I think he was saying something like, I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Just open the door and I'll get it myself." And I like that statement. I love it. It felt good when I heard it. But eventually I realized, wait, I think that there's another level to this. There's another consciousness to this, because the bigger question isn't just, will you open the door? I think the biggest question is, well, who built the damn door? And why do I got to walk through that door? And why do you have to open the door? Who owns the door? Where'd the door come? Why is there a door? Why I got a door and you ain't got no door? To me, those are the bigger questions. Is there another door? Maybe there's another door. I got a door at my house. I can walk through that door and get it myself. What am I getting? What am I trying to get? Why am I going through a door? Where did the door come from? These, to me, are the existential questions I believe every black child should be trained to ask. Because what happens is we make statements like, well, one day you'll get a seat at the table, son. Man, F you and your damn table. God gave me the right and the freedom to decide if I even value your table enough to even try to come sit at it. Maybe I ain't got time to sit at your table. Maybe your table, what is it at your table that is so special? What white privilege have I given you by even believing that somehow your table is more important than my table? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? This is really important. This is really important to understand. When you talk about values and success, what you got to understand is how, to some extent, there's a certain type of white supremacy embedded in the way we even define things like success. For example, if I consider success as an actor to mean I get an Oscar, and I don't sit back and say, well, where did the Oscars come from? Who created the Oscars? So wait a minute, I gotta earn an Oscar. They get to print Oscars. They get to print them and give them to their friends. And I'm looking at their friends like, oh my God, I admire you so much. Could you have an Oscar? Same thing is true with money. Do you understand? You read books. You need to read books like I think it's called Lessons from an Economic Hitman or something. And it kind of tells you how economics is used by the United States to oppress other countries because they have an inherent advantage. If I get some small African country to be really deep in debt to me with dollars, they're automatically going to be at an inherent disadvantage to me. Why? Well, because for them to get a dollar, they got to go earn it. They have to do something to earn it. I don't have to earn it. I can go back in the back and print dollars. So how in the hell are you gonna? How are you ever going to be greater than your God? I am your economic God. I can go print the money. You got to work for it, and you got to hope that I'll give you some. But I got it in the back. I can go get whatever. So what's happened is that to some extent, sometimes what we call white privilege and white supremacy is really built on somebody convincing us to play a game that's rigged for us to fail. And I can tell you that if you are smart enough, you will learn to decide what games you are going to play and not going to play. I don't want to be in a game that's designed for me to fail. I want to be, how about this? How about we get in games that are designed for us to win? So ultimately, what I would say to you is that when you're talking about success and winning under Trump, winning under Biden, winning in a capitalist society, I would start with that word freedom. And then I would go into like, well, what does it look like? What does a winning black person even look like? Well, they're probably free. They're probably doing well in three key areas, one of three, two of three, or three of three. Health, wealth, and relationships, right? Physically and mentally healthy, uh, good relationships with people that they love and trust, like a strong family, all that, and some money in their pocket, financial security and income. All three of these things, there's nothing that I mentioned in this list that you need a white man to produce for you. Now he's all up in the Kool-Aid though. He got systems designed to literally ruin you and enslave you in every one of those areas. He's got food that if you eat the food, you're going to die. You're going to get all the Negro diseases, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, kidney failure, all that, right? That's all this is being revealed, thank goodness, right? And so if you don't think about it, then yeah, he can ruin your health, your physical health, mental health. That is a matter of consciousness and shaping your mind in a certain way, where so many of us are distracted by things like media and entertainment and whatever, right? So your mental health can be disrupted. Relationships, black relationships struggle sometimes because we're not trained in how to have those proper relationships, right? But I can tell you that when you talk about mental health, physical health, and relationships, and then you get to money, my specialty, but relationships and all that kind of ties into that. That's why I talk about that. You can't talk about one without the other. Literally, the people that I see that are winning the most are not the ones who've been able to figure out how to get into someone else's space and navigate that space, like climb the corporate ladder or get white folks to love them or win an Oscar or a Grammy or whatever. The people that I find that are winning the most are the ones who simply say, there's certain games I'm not even going to play. I'm gonna win the game by making sure that I control as much of the game as I possibly can. So that might mean being thoughtful about what I eat and put in my body, what I put inside my mind, being careful about the spaces that I spend time in. Maybe I don't want to get up every day and go to some job and be surrounded by a bunch of people who are going to be toxic toward me, who are going to mistreat me and treat me badly. Maybe from a fundamental level, I find that to be unacceptable because one of the things about white supremacy to me is that it works better when you accept it. I mean, it's more effective when you allow it, when you walk right into it. So if you walk right into systems and situations where you're going to be mistreated and then you get mistreated, then you say, well, look at here, they go treating us bad again. There's not a point where people say, well, why did you even walk in there in the first place if you knew you were going to get treated that badly? And then what will happen is we'll say, well, because I had no other choice. Well, that is where our job might come in. That's where maybe someone like me can help, and I can say, well, you really don't. Your kids really don't actually have to go and work for white people their whole life. Like you're not really stuck. It's just, but the problem is though that eventually it requires you to look in the mirror and you have to sort of question some of your habits. You have to say, okay, if my 28-year-old child is going to a job that he hates and being mistreated every day, why isn't it in our family culture to just do little things like invest for him so that he can have plenty of money by the time he's in his 20s? We've talked about this. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the URL, blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's free. That's the $5 a day plan. And I show you literally, if you got a kid and you never want your child to work for anyone, all you got to do is just follow that simple formula and they'll be in a position where they'll be financially secure as long as they don't do something stupid and throw away all the money. But ultimately, money drives everything in America for the most part. Money is important in America. Is it right? No, it's not right. There are so many things that money has infiltrated that money should not be able to buy. The reason the healthcare CEO got killed is because you shouldn't be weighing someone's life, the value of human life, against a dollar bill, right? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. But that's what we do. That's what the healthcare companies do because their job is to make a profit for their shareholders. Welcome to capitalism. If you want to ask me, where do I see aspects of true democracy? Well, one area that I see democracy is in things like the existence of the stock market. I am an expert on the stock market. I've told you all this, and I am a firm believer that one of your best opportunities to be able to succeed in this capitalist society is to take some portion of your money and allocate it towards stock market investments. I really believe that. Yes, I believe in building black-owned businesses and all that stuff. That's very important, of course, but also there's nothing wrong with you owning a piece of somebody else's business. If they own businesses where you're doing all the work, it's okay for you to own businesses where they're doing all the work. If I own shares of a Walmart or a Costco, then I'm right in there. That to me is the best form of integration I've ever seen because Costco treats its shareholders all the same. And so many of those shareholders are regular working people who have allocated a percentage of their wealth to investing in a company that they want to be a part of. They say, when you make money, I want to make money because I know money is the key to freedom. And typically, those who are financially secure have better access to the other important areas of life. People that are financially secure tend to have better relationships, better marriages. They tend to have better mental health. They tend to have better physical health because they're not stressed out. They don't have to go and do things they don't want to do in order to make money. So getting that financial piece together, I think, is really important. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to work whether you're under Trump or you're under Biden. Most of the people I know that are doing well economically in America, black people, they do well under any administration. They're fine regardless. The bigger picture stuff is interesting. It's fun to watch. It's easy. It's fine to be excited about it or be offended by it. But I would encourage you to also focus on what's happening right there at home. I think that's what's going to get you through almost any storm, any situation. So one thing, and in fact, if there was a benefit to when Republicans get in office and we get all mad and disgruntled, is that we then suddenly realize it's right in our face that we don't have any friends, and then we start saying, well, what are we going to do now? Let's get together, let's rally around each other and help each other, and that actually creates more opportunities. I can tell you that if white folks had been nice to me my whole life and hadn't been mean to me, I don't know if I'd be the person I am now. Sometimes your struggle calls you to greatness. Sometimes you got to go through some hell to be able to create a heaven for yourself. They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And I had the necessity of inventing something that would allow me to sustain myself because the path that I thought I was going to take wasn't the path that God wanted me to take. It wasn't the path that was allowed and afforded to me, or maybe my extreme commitment to marrying a black woman. Maybe that wouldn't have been quite what it was if that first white girl had been much nicer to me and I never knew any better, right? Again, I don't know. I don't know if I should be ashamed to share that story or not, but when I was 15 years old, I was still a kid. I was a little boy, and I just thought people were people. And then this was my introduction to racism. And it was a reminder. It's interesting. I grew up in Louisville. That's where Muhammad Ali grew up. And he and I both left Louisville for the very same reason, that the racism was just absolutely stifling. As a black man, it was very hard to get opportunities and to make things happen. So I went out into the world. And when I did, I found so many opportunities that I never would have known to exist had I not been sort of pushed out there by my circumstances and by my situation. It's almost like being in a relationship where you're in love. Most of y'all have gone through this, right? Where you're in love with somebody that's like a terrible person and you're almost embarrassed to even admit it. And then they dump you and then you go and you meet all these amazing people and you're like, oh my God, I didn't know all this was out here. I never would have known because I gave you all my attention. And that really is an exercise also in self-esteem and knowing your worth. So I think that we are in an abusive relationship with white people. I really believe that. I believe, and it's no disrespect. I don't hate white people. I have to say that just because people get scared when I say white people. But really, I think we are in this abusive relationship with America. This abusive relationship where we We give love and don't really expect much love in return. We're looking for acceptance in places that we're not accepted. We're going to be we're looking to be treated kindly in places where we'll never be treated kindly. And I think the only solution is that we have to accept the importance of doing the hard work and reshaping and restructuring how we raise our kids, how we raise them to think. So if I'm raising a black child in America, I'm gonna finish with this point. Then I am gonna read some of Dr. Claude Anderson's book today too. But this is a Powernomics conversation. If I'm raising a black child, number one, I really talk extensively about the importance and the power of ownership. I make sure they understand they must own something. You must own something. You must own something. You must own something. You cannot go through America without owning something. If you own nothing, then someone will own you. When Donald Trump stood on that stage with his son Barron, he pointed out his son Barron specifically for a reason. He pointed out Barron because he wanted the world to know this kid is going to be your leader one day. He pointed out Barron because Barron is going to be a billionaire with 100,000 employees, with all kinds of money and all kinds of power, and maybe he's going to be president of the United States one day. He was positioning his son. He's got his son at NYU, one of the best business schools in the world. He's preparing for the year 2050. He's preparing for the year 2060. He's preparing for what's going to happen after he's gone. And what I would almost say to you is that when the time comes and Barron takes over and has power, he'll know what his role is in the world. He's not going to go through life thinking that he's supposed to be somebody's employee. He won't look at himself and say, whoa, this is so hard. I'm an oppressed black man. He's going to go out and just be whatever his father has trained him to be. Well, I think the same thing should be said about us in terms of asking ourselves, what are we preparing our children for in the future? How are we talking to them? How are we introducing them to the world? Because I can tell you this, I don't know if your son or daughter is going to be happy if you're bringing them to the world and saying, well, my child can't, is not as important as a Barron Trump. I just hope my child can get a job working for Barron Trump one day. Because that's what's going to happen if all you're doing is you're producing the child to go work for and be owned by another party. Right? If you say, hey, just be really good to rich white people and so that they'll give you a good job because you went to a good school and you made good grades and they're going to hire you. Some people don't train their kids to do that. Some people train their kids to start from the top. It's like a building. Capitalism's like a building, and some people train their children to start in the basement, and some people train their children to come down from the penthouse. So what I'm saying to you is I think you should train your kids to come down from the penthouse. So you say, son, okay, you can get a job if you want to, but it's better. You have more power if you're an owner. And if you can't own a business, that's fine. You should own something, though. You should own something. And the way you can start owning is we're going to get you some shares of stock so you can say that you own a piece of America so you won't feel victimized by America. You won't sit back and watch the presidential inauguration and say, look at all them damn rich people, all them fools getting rich, all these people, Mark Zuckerberg getting money and all that, they exploiting people. I get that. They probably do. But maybe you can also say, gosh, I own my dad got me 100 shares of Facebook stock. So when the stock price went up, I made an extra $10,000 today. Or I own shares in Amazon. There's Jeff Bezos. When that white man works for me, he does a really good job because I've made $50,000 this year being an owner in Amazon stock. That's another reality that I don't think is above us. I don't think there's anything uppity about preparing your children for that reality. The greatest form of democracy you're ever really going to have in America, in my opinion, and this is very sad to say, but it's true in my opinion, the best form of democracy you're ever going to have in America is the democratization of investing through the stock market and capitalism. It sucks, right? Capitalism is not a friend to humanity. It's not a good thing. It's destroying the environment. That's why you got snow in Florida right now. It's because they're messing the ozone layer up so much that you got Arctic winds coming down from the North Pole. That's why Chicago was negative 10 degrees this morning. Down in Florida, it's colder in Chicago than it is in the North Pole in Antarctica. Florida's got a bunch of inches of snow. They even got snow in Jamaica. So capitalism is doing that. Capitalism is ruining the environment. Capitalism is causing people to die early. Capitalism is the reason so many Americans have cancer. Capitalism is not your friend, in my opinion, because it's unchecked. It should be regulated, but it's not regulated because it's infiltrated your government. It's like a poison that's kind of gotten into your government, and now you have a capitalist, Donald Trump, running the government with another capitalist named Elon Musk, and that's just what you're going to get. So the closest thing, though, you'll get in terms of capitalism is that the capitalist at the top of the pile needs public money in order for them to do what they do, right? When Tesla sells millions of shares of stock to the public, they raise money from the public, people like you and I, so they can then go and build rocket ships to Mars and driverless cars and everything else. I believe all of us should be participating in that. I really do. I think that you'll feel better if you're seeing things happening and you'll say, gosh, I don't like that guy, but he did make me a lot of money, which makes me hate him a little bit less, right? I'm not saying that you should think that he's a good guy because he made you money. I'm not going that far because I don't think money should override that. But at the same time, I think hating someone who put you in the struggle is different from hating someone who also made you rich. Just at least do that. You do that with your boss. A lot of y'all hate your boss, but you go to work for him, you serve him, you're right there for boss. You need some coffee. Yeah, what time you need me to be there, boss? That's what we do, right? A lot of us, so the hatred that you might have for, say, a Donald Trump, in my opinion, is probably similar. It's probably connected to the fact that you probably worked for people like that your whole life. I don't know how many of you worked with a guy that just was kind of a prick like that, just kind of arrogant, dismissive, disconnected, right? A lot of us have. A lot of us have worked for Donald Trump. So maybe that's what you hate about it. And I can tell you that this two-way game between the racist and the and the so-called victim of racism is a game that both of you have to agree to play. And it starts with little things like how Trump talks about Barron and says, "Oh, this is going to be your children's boss." And then we talk to our kids and say, yeah, our kid is going to come work for Barron one day. Because if you're not preparing your child to own assets, then what you're doing is you're making your child the asset. There's a saying in business that says, if you get a product and you're not paying for the product, then you are the product. So if you get something, if you go into capitalism and you're not paying the price of freedom, then somebody owns you and somebody's going to be using you as the commodity. If you don't own something in America, and it kind of sucks, but it's true, if you don't own something in America, then someone's probably going to own you. And ownership means, basically in simple terms, that you're an asset. That's what you are. Ever since slavery, you do know, y'all do know, like the price of a slave was about like buying a car. You could go get a bank loan against your slaves. You could tell the bank and hey, they might say, do you have collateral? They might say, yeah, I own 20 Negroes. Oh, wow, that's plenty of collateral. So they would sign a loan document based on the fact that they have, 20 slaves. So you've always been an asset. I think the question to ask is, have you been an asset to yourself? Right? Because given that capitalism is a very competitive sport, or economics is a competitive sport, you're competing for resources. You're competing to acquire and control things. Just like when they realized how much wealth is in Africa, you had European countries all vying for jockeying for position and carving up Africa, negotiating for pieces of Africa, right? Because there was like a rush, like a gold rush. We're gonna go to Ghana and get this, and we're gonna go to Mali and get that. We're gonna go to Nigeria and get this, right? So there was like this rush to acquire assets to use for their own benefit. Well, remember, you and those precious black babies that you're giving birth to are assets. And there's always a gold rush to acquire that asset. And if you're not conscious enough to realize how valuable that asset is, then someone's going to come along and acquire it. Like, so for example, we have this really handsome, intelligent, young black boy in our house who is also 6'9". He's a whole 6'9". He's very tall. He walks in places and people look up and they're like, whoa. And all the girls are like, ooh, and don't you dare for a second, you would not believe how often people look at him and they say, well, how long you been playing basketball? Or who do you play for? When I walk with him through downtown Chicago, everybody looks at him because they think he plays for the Bulls or DePaul or something like that. And this happens all the time. Or when your little black boy is 6 years old and he's kind of big for his age, the football coach comes along and says, when you're a single mom, you're raising your son, and they're like, when you gonna bring him out for football, right? And they're seeking to acquire your asset. They're going to use your child's gift, your child's talent, your child's wealth as a way to produce something for themselves. Maybe it's rapping, maybe it's scoring touchdowns on the football field, maybe it's dunking basketballs, or maybe it's just like, hey, that boy can come work for me, right? And so what is interesting to me is that you have some scenarios where the children are just acquired from you. You give birth to them and then you sell them to someone else, like a chicken having eggs, and we just take the eggs and we take them to the farmer's market at the KFC. Versus you have some parents who say, No, you're not getting my son. No, my son's not. No, he's not playing football because I don't want him to get brain damage. Or like we did with our son, who's 6'9". We said no, he wants to be an engineer. Leave him alone. No, he'll play basketball if he wants to. His talent belongs to him. Let him do what he wants to do with that. Me, if I was 6'9", oh, I'd be out there dunking on everybody. But that's his talent. I can't do anything with that, right? So ultimately, when you're talking about in yourself as well, you're an asset. And what happens is that when we enter the economic system, there's different ways of thinking. There are some people who are there to acquire an asset. The Barron Trumps are trained to acquire assets. Many of us are trained to sell an asset. We're looking to sell ourselves. Like a slave auction. Like, hey, I'm a big, strong negress, who can work hard all day, and it's still like I'm good. I'm good with people, and in my resume I have these credentials and these skills, and I would love to come work for you. That's what we're doing. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not making fun of us. I was raised the same way, but I think that that's fine. And then when they offer us the job and they're like, "Hey, you're a good, smart, young black man, young black woman. I'd love for you to come and work for our firm." We're so excited, like, "Oh my God, I got the job!" Right? And that is fine, but it's a problem for me because that excitement you have should be tempered in the sense that you sold yourself without having a full awareness of just how valuable you actually could have been to yourself. And I did this even as a PhD. I was like, yeah, I got this PhD now. I was the only black African American man on the earth to get a PhD in finance that particular year. There was no other black person on the planet. So in the world of DEI, I was kind of like the prize. And I was very excited when I was offered 6 figures for my first job. But I think what I did not understand was how much more valuable I could have been for myself. Like if I said, okay, instead of me putting 50 hours a week into serving the people who have bought me, purchased me, I wonder what happens if I put 60 hours a week into serving me and developing something that relates to me and my family. That's going to be something that we own. And it doesn't mean that you're a sellout for working for other people. I've done it. A lot of us have done it. But I think if you just take a step back and kind of understand that, like if you just kind of know how valuable you are, and you kind of know that you are the prize, like acknowledge that you are the SHIT, then at the very least, it will put you in a position where you are negotiating from a position of power and not a position of desperation. Like it's one thing if I come work for you because I need to versus me working for you because I want to. If I'm working for you because I want to, then I'm going to have expectations from you. I might negotiate a higher salary. If you mistreat me, I might walk away because I know my worth. I know that even without your validation, even without you accepting me, oh, I'm still somebody. But you don't really see that. Look at how many black folks will lose their job and literally lose their self-esteem because don't nobody want you. Or a young black man who plays in the NFL and he's been trained and bred to be an NFL athlete, almost like that lady in Coming to America. And the prince is like, "So what do you like?" She's like, "Whatever you like." Hey, so what do you? So tell me about yourself. Like tell me about your life. And she's like, "I've been trained to serve you," and that's what happens. Get a lot of young black athletes. They're trained to serve the NFL. So when the coaches are like, "What do you like to do, boy?" Whatever y'all want me to like. Like, well, so what kind of man are you? Well, I'm a team player and I'm committed and I can make tackles and I'm determined. And I get all that, but then what happens when they run into somebody like Dr. Myron Rolle? Dr. Rolle was like, "Yeah, I could be a great defensive back for you because I was an All-American and I'd run the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds. But I also think I might want to be a medical doctor because I'm very, very smart. I'm as smart as I am athletic. And in fact, actually, I appreciate your offer, but I'm going to go become a Rhodes Scholar because even though I still want to do the football thing, like I really like it, I got other stuff. I got other plans for me because I'm a hell of an asset. I'm kind of the prize, and I want to make sure I get max value from this thing as opposed to me selling to the highest bidder or just jumping up and down just because you let me know you want me. Join the club. Everybody wants me. Like, I really think that kind of self-esteem really goes a long way because if you know your worth and you know your value, you will never let anybody intimidate you into feeling bad about yourself just because they don't want you no more. Just like in dating, if you know you got options. If you know that you are a good person, if you know what you got going on, if you know that you've been taking care of yourself, if you know how much other women or other men would be interested in you, you're not going to be begging an abusive person to keep you on board. You're not going to stay in an abusive relationship. You're going to walk away and explore other options. You're not even going to be mad. You're not going to even be upset that it's like, okay, it's over. All right, no problem. I wish you the best. And then you go live your life because you know your worth. But when we get sad, like we lose the job or whatever, and we sit around waiting by the phone, waiting for somebody to call us, that's a tremendous waste of value. One of the rules of capitalism actually is that an asset should be put to its best available use. That's what you call an efficient capital market. So efficiency means that if you are an asset, you should be put to your best available use. And I believe that trillions of dollars in black wealth never comes into existence largely because our capital's not put to its best available use. Because there's no way on this earth you can convince me that there's any community on the planet where 98% of their kids are supposed to be going out working for white people. You're not maxing your value. You're not getting your money's worth. You got little black boys and little black girls that are every bit as smart as those oligarchs that Trump had on that stage, and they're all a bunch of damn employees. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being an employee. If that's all you're able to do, then that's okay. I'm not mad at you for that. But you got some of your children that are damn geniuses. Give that kid a chance to truly explore how great he can be. Position him so that he can be great. You position him by, first of all, taking off the shackles of economic desperation that are going to cause him to put himself in places he should not be. That's where your job as a parent, grandparent, or whatever, niece, uncle, aunt, whatever you are, that's when your job to invest for that child, it really comes into play. Because a 24-year-old who's financially secure navigates the job market very differently than a 24-year-old who has no options. My brother went to Cornell University, and my brother, man, I'm going to tell you, my brother, Lawrence, I'm proud of that guy. I'm so proud of him. Because I've been mentoring the boy since he was 2. And imagine getting an earful of Boyce Watkins every single day for like 20-something years. My brother's a bad boy. He impresses the hell out of me. He went to Cornell University at about 26 years old, 27 years old. My mother, before she passed, one of her big beliefs was everybody should get a master's degree. She wanted all her kids to get a master's. So my brother started his first business, and he was doing okay. He was making enough money. He's making, over 6 figures or so. And he liked it, but because mama wanted everybody to get a master's, he decided to go to Cornell and get a master's. So he went to Cornell, and he did what he does. He did what he does. He went there, he kicked it, but he rocked it out. He made a lot of friends. In fact, to this day, my brother has friends who are billionaires. I don't have any billionaire friends, but he's more social. He's better at that than I am. Well, anyway, when it got time to graduate, when he was, done with school, all the other students, everybody went on the job market. At that time, Cornell MBAs were in big demand. They were making somewhere around 200,000, 150 to 200,000 on their first job. And I said, well, what are you going to do? And he didn't go to a single job interview. He didn't go to any job interviews. And I said, well, why not? He said, man, when I learned how great it was to have my own business and to be free, he said, I don't think I can work for anybody ever again. And that was interesting to me because what you saw was a black man who was able to navigate and make his next move without the massive pressure of economic desperation and financial anxiety. Because he had something else going on, because he knew that his talents would not be wasted whether he was employed or not, that really allowed him to make the decision from a different perspective than he would have had to make it if he felt like the only area where he could have any value on the earth is if somebody gave him a job to work or an opportunity to work in their company. And that was where I was very proud because I felt like I did that. I did my job for him. He was 12 years younger than me, so I felt almost like a father figure to him, kind of. And I wanted to clear a path for him. I don't want my kids to be desperate. I want them to choose and not be forced into a choice. I want them to have options. That's it. So this is what I would recommend for anybody, all y'all who love your kids. If you don't love your kids, then this is not for you. But if you love your kids, love your grandkids, the best thing you can do for them is position them to where they have options. Options start in the mind. Very beginning. There's 1,000 ways to make money. Given 100,000 hours of your life to the corporate plantation is not the only way that you can make money. There's a million ways you can make money. Let's go through at least 12 of them or something. That's the first thing. So it starts in the mind, but then it starts with giving them something real. You got a newborn baby, you got 20 years, 25 years really to get them ready. 25 damn years. Do you know how much money a person can have in 25? Do you know if you went back in time 25 years and just bought like a couple $1,000s worth of Apple stock, you would have over $1 million right now? You know what 25 years, and if you bought shares in Amazon 25 years ago, it would be worth $2 or $3 million right now. Like, do you understand that? 25 years is a remarkable amount of time. And time, you should think about building wealth through time, almost like traveling. Like if somebody tells me I gotta get from New York to LA in 30 seconds, that's really hard to do. There's not a vehicle on the earth that can do that. If you tell me I've got 3 days, or not 3 days, let's say you tell me I got 6 hours, that's really hard to do because I gotta rush and get a plane ticket. It's kind of stressful. But what if you told me I got 6 months to get from New York to LA? I could probably walk. I don't have to fly. Yeah, I could ride my bike. I could get in a car. I could definitely drive. Give yourself some time. Battles are won with time. Time should be invested in preparation. The moment is a culmination of what you've done over time. So if you're broke in the moment, that means that a lot of time got wasted that could have been spent building some wealth so that you could have some money right now. Time, and your kids have lots of time. They're babies now. They're not even gonna think about money until about the year 2046. I guarantee you, based on the history of the stock market, you invest consistently small amounts right now, even tiny amounts of money on a regular basis until 2046, you will have a substantial amount of money. Enough money where you ain't got to go sell yourself to nobody. The kids will be fine. So all I'm begging you to do, all I'm saying to you is please don't waste time. That's what I hope that point got across. And I know I hope I don't sound redundant. This is on my mind. This came to I think I'm gonna tell you when I watch stuff like I watched that inauguration and I have mixed feelings about Trump. I've been following him for a long time, so I don't hate him as much as some people do. I don't love him like some people. I just see him. I just observe. I just analyze. And when you just see what America looks like, I think that a lot of our people just live in kind of this delusion. I think that we feel that if we just, I think my wife, God bless her, she's a social worker and she she has an opinion that's very different from mine and, on a lot of things. But, she says, we got to speak truth to power. And I'm sorry, I'm a little more practical in the sense that I'm like, I could speak about it all day, and I do. I speak truth to power. I believe I do. What do y'all think? Do y'all think I speak truth to power? Give me a yes if you agree that I speak truth to power. Do you think that I do it? That I do that? I've been talking a lot. I have almost 1 billion views on YouTube now. Did y'all know that? Like I've been doing this for a long time. So I speak truth to power a lot. But there's also a part of me that knows that talking only does so much. I mean, when you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. So what are you going to do that's going to allow you to shape the world into what you need it to be? Not change the whole world. I'm not talking about changing the whole world. The oligarchs are going to change the world for sure. I just want you to change your world. Right? And this comes down to things like economic self-defense. And all economic self-defense basically means is that you have enough economic security that somebody off the street can't come in and buy you, buy your wife, buy your kids like y'all some damn slaves in 1805. Because I guarantee you right now, millions of people are in that spot. Somebody comes along and they can write a big enough check and they're like, okay, I need you to jump and here's how high. And you say, I ain't jumping for nobody. Okay, I'll write you a $20,000 check if you jump for me. And then I need you to jump in that direction. Then I need you to do this. And then I'm gonna meet you at the Diddy party. That's how this economic exploitation occurs. So if you are a person that's financially secure and you've got the freedom that starts in the mind, that's self-esteem and stuff like that, and then you got some freedom in your bank account, so you're not stuck in financial desperation that will keep you on a low vibrational frequency, then you can kind of elevate. And that's why in the beginning of 2024, I figured out, I said, I know what we need. We need a daily class called financial consciousness. I want people to understand what that means. Financial consciousness means leveling up your thinking, looking at the whole chessboard, not trying to just win the game, but asking whose game is it? who designed the game? Why am I in this game in the first place? Because sometimes if you realize that you shouldn't even be in the game, then you ain't got to stress yourself out trying to win. You just walk out you grab your basketball and go home. I'm not playing this game. This is rigged. I had that happen with Damon Dash. I love Damon Dash. He was one of my buddies for a while. We don't hang out as much, but we hung out a lot at one point. And there was one point where Dame was trying to corner me. He got mad at I think one of his baby's mamas or something. And he was complaining about something she did. And I know that in most situations like that, there's like his story, her story, and the truth. And so he's trying to get me to agree with him, and I just wouldn't do it. And he asked me a question where either answer that I gave was going to agree with him. And he said, "So what do you think? Which one is it? Which one?" He said, I said, I don't have an answer. I'm not answering that question because you cornered me into a spot where whichever answer I answer is going to be the answer that you want. So I'm refusing to even engage in this conversation. I'm just not going to give you an answer at all. And that's kind of just like with politics, right? It's like, well, which one do you want? The Democrat or the Republican, right? And a smart person's like, they both suck. Like, I don't want either one of them. And I think it's okay to say, I do have a choice outside of that. I don't have to play your game. I don't have to submit to whatever rules and parameters you put on the process. And I think that's a really important part of being free. Like, being free means having the courage to explore and go outside of boundaries. But it's hard for a lot of people to do that because most people don't feel comfortable doing things that are outside the norm. Most people don't feel comfortable publicly verbalizing a desire to try something different, to go in a different direction, because there's a lot of fear, and fear leads to people sort of following the crowd because they're like, oh, I don't want anybody to talk bad about me and stuff like that. And I get talked bad about a lot. I mean, all the time. It almost even sounded like even my own wife was talking bad about me. Like, she's like, Boyce, yeah, I think that you're, and it's like, no, like, I'm just telling you what my opinion is, and you're just not gonna. That's my rule. I'm not letting you bully me, anybody, right? So I would almost say to you guys in general, pick your own path. I think when you do that and you give yourself those degrees of freedom, that's a mathematical term, degrees of freedom. The more degrees of freedom you have when you're solving a problem in mathematics, the more optimal of a solution you're going to find. That's a mathematical fact. That when the more constraints you put on a problem, the more rules and the more you control the solution, the worse the solution is going to be. So if you really want to succeed and you really want to win and you really want to elevate, I encourage you to find that pathway to freedom, whatever that looks like for you. It might be freedom from your friends and family. It might be psychological freedom. It might be breaking away from whatever you believe, whatever you were raised with, breaking away from what your parents taught you. And I guarantee you that will just put you in places that allow you greater access to this thing that we talk a lot about, but I don't know if we understand it enough. I think a lot of people don't even understand that freedom requires sacrifice, freedom requires discipline, freedom requires accountability, and freedom, it typically has a cost attached to it. Anybody who thinks they can get freedom and it's going to be easy and fun and someone's just going to hand it to you doesn't understand what freedom is. Freedom can never be something someone really just hands to you most of the time. Sometimes they can be. It can be if someone really is, crazy enough to just give it to you. But in capitalism, no one gives freedom away. They're not going to give you freedom. Why would they give you freedom when it's going to cost them money? So freedom is something you're going to have to fight for. And some of you are strong enough to fight for it. And I applaud you. I commend you. I encourage you. And I want you to keep fighting because I guarantee you that if you keep fighting, you'll obtain it. You will obtain it. So anyway, I'm done talking. All right. Okay. I'm gonna read a little bit from Dr. Anderson's book. I kind of feel bad that I went into the election stuff, and if that bothered you, then I'm so sorry. I promise you next week I'll start reading from where we are. But let me go to page 253 of the Black History Reader, and I'm going to read this one section that I saw. It's question 90, and he says he talks about Black humor. He says, does Black humor provide psychological release from the stress of being Black? Why do we like comedians so much? I think this is interesting. So the book is called The Black History Reader. The website is powernomics.com. And he says this. He says, humor flows from the life experiences of an individual or a group. Black humor is a distinctive part of Black culture that tracks back to slavery. It is a distinctive expression of Black cultural heritage that expresses joy and the harsh realities of life as a Black person in a society in which Blacks will always be on the bottom. So you laugh a lot because laughing releases dopamine. Dopamine numbs you from the pain that you're experiencing. That's one of the reasons why Black people love comedians so much. During slavery and Jim Crow segregation, Black humor was a way to safely denounce and jab white society and to vent frustration and rage. White entertainers have always mimicked black mannerisms and expressions, but without understanding the rebelliousness expressed in black humor. A white lifestyle cannot possibly provide even a glimpse of what daily life is like to be black. What is funny to blacks is not necessarily funny to whites, and the reverse is equally true. Has anybody ever tried to watch Seinfeld? I've tried to watch Seinfeld and laugh. I didn't laugh once. Like, nothing on Seinfeld ever made me laugh. It was really crazy that people just talked about the show like it's the greatest thing ever. I could not laugh. I was like, this is not funny. This is terrible. But maybe y'all liked it, so maybe it's just me. All right, so let me keep going. Below are 3 examples of black humor during different time periods. Here's one: black outwitting a white person. Pompey, how do I look? The master asked. Oh, massa, mighty, mighty, you look mighty. What do you mean, mighty, Pompey? Why, massa, you look noble. What do you mean by noble? Why, sir, you looks just like a lion. Why, Pompey, have you ever seen a lion? I saw one down in yonder in the field the other day, massa. Pompey, you foolish fellow, that was a jackass. Was it, massa? Well, you, sir, you look just like him. You get that? You see, that's funny, right? So here's another example of black humor from, I don't know if it's a different era, but here's what this is called a satisfying prayer. Back in the days of steamship liners like the Titanic, only rich white folks could enjoy sailing oceans and seas from one country to another. The Titanic was supposed to be an unsinkable vessel, but on its maiden voyage, it struck an iceberg and started to sink. Knowing there would not be enough lifeboats, terrified Titanic passengers did not know what to do. Then someone suggested that they do what Negroes always do: pray and call on the Lord. Unfortunately, no one knew exactly what to say in the prayer, so they called Sam, the ship's black cook, and asked him to come up on deck and lead the group in a prayer. Sam agreed to go topside. When he arrived on the deck, he removed his cook's hat and began to pray like this: Lord, one day I was hungry. I went to a restaurant to get something to eat, and the sign said for white folks only. Then I went to the water fountain to get some water, and the sign said for white folks only. Then I went to the toilet room, and the sign said for white folks only. So, Lord Almighty, when you decide to let this big old boat sink, let it say for white folks only. In your name I pray, amen. That's funny. That's really funny, right? I like that. That's good. I like that. Okay. This made me laugh. All right. Oh, by the way, I want to mention, everybody, if you want to get an invitation to our morning financial consciousness classes, we call it the Millionaire Training Camp. You can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And you can also text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, we're going to be doing stock options tomorrow night. I think, tomorrow night's Thursday night. We're going to bring in the tax specialist to talk about what to do. I know a lot of you have been making money selling your stock options, so you got to know about taxes. So we're bringing in a tax specialist, Larissa. I can't remember her last name. She's out of Atlanta. And so she's going to do a presentation on tax strategies to minimize your tax bill. And so if you want to join us in the Prime or learn about options, you can text the word options to the phone number 87948. So text options to 87948. Also, I want to say thank you to Amani. Amani's in here. She's on our support team, and she helps us to make the engine move. All right, so here's another one. Here's another joke. Telling it like it is. When you're black, you're black. When I was born, I was black. When I grew up, I was black. When I went in the sun, I stayed black. When it got cold, I was black. When I was scared, I was black. When I was sick, I was black. And when I die, I'll still be black. Now, you white folks, when you're born, you're pink. When you grow up, you're white. When you go in the sun, you get red. When you're cold, you turn blue. When you're scared, you're yellow. When you get sick, you're green. When you bruise, you turn purple. And when you die, you look gray. So why are you calling us colored folks? Isn't that's funny? Oh my God, that's hilarious. That is true. Y'all be changing colors, man. Okay. So he says here that whites have always been attracted to and mimic black humor. Blacks have always used humor as an acceptable vehicle to criticize and make fun of whites. It allows blacks to vent their anxieties, fears, and frustration, and to build self-esteem. Interesting. So anyway, I'm going to bounce out for tonight. It was fun talking to you, and next week we'll jump back to more of our regular scheduled stuff. I figured that this week it was kind of a great opportunity to really talk about what's happening in the country. And I know you may not agree with everything, but let me know, give me a yes if it's okay for us to disagree, and still love each other. I hope that that's okay. Sometimes I know I'm gonna say stuff you may not agree with, and you may not agree with me, and that's okay. I think we can just talk, and you can say, "Boyce, that was stupid. That was crazy. I don't agree with you," and that's all right. And maybe I think you a little crazy, and we just be crazy together. So, I like diversity of perspective. I don't think every black person has to have the same opinion, and just reiterate that. I don't care who you voted for in the election. I love you. If you are black first, then you are my brother. You are my sister. I will not fight with another black person over politicians. I just cannot do it. I'm not interested. I don't think it's beneficial. And I think it's a waste of energy. I think it's a waste of energy. If you don't believe me, I want you to look at scenarios where people sit around and talk about the politics all day, whether it's Democrat or Republican. I want you to go look and see what differences they're making in the black community. They're not making any difference at all. They're not making any difference. Nothing. Wealth isn't going up. Opportunities aren't growing. Our children are not better off. Our communities aren't safer. But if you go into spaces like this, I can tell y'all, I know a bunch of black folks right here in this room right now. Give me a yes in the chat if your wealth is going up as a result of all these economic conversations we're having every day. Give me a yes if you have a better vision for your family. Give me a yes if you can see things better, if you're making different moves, right? A lot of you, seriously, I meet a lot of you, and I've been collecting data from you since I started doing this in 2006. When I meet you in the airport and you talk to me, I met a young brother that was 31 years old, and he was in the airport on my way to Amsterdam, or not Amsterdam, I'm sorry, Copenhagen, Denmark. And I listen. I don't listen to see if you recognize me. I appreciate that. I don't care if you recognize me. I'm not trying to be a celebrity. I want to know, did anything I say get you to shift your behavior on some level? If it got you to change even something small, like you say, "Oh, I bought my first share of stock," or "Oh, I talked to my kids about money," and all this other, that is where I'm in my mind. I'm like, "Ding, ding, ding, touchdown! We did it! We did it! We did it!" Because I'm gonna tell you that this is not just for you. I'm selfish in this to some extent. I told you all my biggest regret that I admitted to was that I didn't have more kids. I was so busy working. I didn't think I had time to have a family and try to build what I was building at the same time. Luckily, I married a woman that had 3 kids, so I've got the whole experience of being a father, but it's not the same as having kids of my own. So I was like, damn, I wish I could go back and fix that one thing, right? So when you tell me that you're influencing your kids with things that I say, or that somehow what you've learned here is impacting your family in a significant way, that allows me to kind of just have a little piece of legacy, just to kind of know I put some energy out there that's gonna live after I'm gone, because I might be dead tomorrow. Nobody knows. My mother just died. I could die tomorrow. Nobody knows. You never know when your last day is, but I'm not scared to die. But what I am scared of is to die for nothing. And I don't want that to happen. So at the end of the day, that's what I'm looking for. Like I really believe. I know. I don't just believe. I know. I know that if you take just 3% of what we've talked about and you apply 3% of this to your family, you will be so much further ahead than everybody else. You would not believe it. Compound interest is powerful. That little pivot is crazy. I have seen that happen. I knew this kid who went to my alma mater, the Ohio State University, national champions, by the way, hell of a football team. And I met this guy, and he was a 30-year-old millionaire, and he ran this business with his girlfriend, and they were making all this money. And I said, well, how did you end up doing so well at such a young age? And he said, well, when I was a little kid, my daddy used to say, any black man who wants to be free should have his own business. And I said, well, did your father have his own business? He said, no, he didn't. He was a truck driver. He worked for somebody, but he used to say that. And just because his daddy said that one thing, that stuck with him. So when he got to college, he was like, well, what do I want to major in? What do I want to do? And he said, well, my daddy used to say that if a black man wants to be free, he should have his own business. So that's what he did. So he lit the match, like he started the spark, and his son became the forest fire, so to speak. Not to use a terrible pun right now, but you get the point. Like his son took it all the way down the road. So a lot of times with the kids, all you got to do is kind of be that spark. And if you're the spark, they'll do all the work. They'll do all the work, but you just got to kind of help them pivot a little bit, help them point in the right direction. And then when they start running, they're going to be running towards something good and not running towards something bad. So long story short, this is the vision. This is the dream. I know it's going to happen. It's already underway. It's already happening. I went to that great event, Invest Fest. I'm gonna go again next year because I had so much fun and so many people. I couldn't go 2 inches, and I kept getting stopped by people, and I was so happy to see this because I believe one of my dreams, one of my visions is that I believe that Black people will be and can be the most economically intelligent group of people on the planet. I believe that there will be a time in 30 years or so, maybe 40 years. I was thinking 2070, it might happen before this, where Black people, when they think about Black people, Black men and Black women, they're going to think about business ownership. They're going to think about stock market investing. They're going to think about real estate. And they're going to say, oh my God, these people are obsessed with their economic power as a pathway to freedom. And this has been done before. This is how the Jewish community built Hollywood. They built Hollywood because they got tired of getting beat up on. They got tired of being discriminated against. They got tired of being blocked out of situations. They got tired of not being invited to sit at the table. So they said, we're going to go build a table out in California, and it's going to be our table. And it became one of the most powerful tables in the world. So this is the future for us. This is what I see when I look 50, 60 years ahead. So the future is very bright for the Black community. So just keep on moving, keep on trucking. Don't get distracted by the nonsense. You do you, make it happen. You got this. All right. So I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night. And don't forget, if you want to join us for class tomorrow, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, or you can also just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And I do have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It's totally free. If you want to learn about stock options and all that, you can do that by, if you text the word money to 87948, you can grab that. So we got a lot of stuff for you in the Black Business School. Thank you, Amani. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.